At 2 in the morning at Yunshan County People's Hospital in Nan Province. Outside, the rain poured down as if it would drown the entire city. On the 10th floor of the inpatient building, the window seal at the end of the corridor had long aged, letting biting cold wind seep through the cracks with a mournful wail. The electronic clock hanging on the corridor swung back and forth in the wind like a dangling dead head. Inside the doctor's office, Suyu collapsed in a chair, his body feeling like it was falling apart. After working nonstop for 20 hours, his mind felt like mush. The indelible smell of work had seeped into his skin. Suddenly the phone screen lit up, glaringly bright, on the dark desk. Suyu grabbed the phone with effort. Affected by a severe typhoon, temperatures in Nan Province have plummeted. Please keep warm. He swiped away the weather alert and opened the green bubble app. The pin chat named Little Fool had a few unread messages. Hey, ignoring me again, you big meanie. Talk to me, or you'll lose your baby. Looking at the message his young girlfriend had sent 3 hours ago, a smile tugged at the corner of Suyu's tight mouth. He was about to reply. Boom. A dull roar exploded from beneath the ground, instantly drowning out the wind and rain. The entire building dropped violently without warning. A water cup on the desk smashed to pieces. The overhead light flickered wildly, sending out dazzling sparks. Earthquake. Suyu's face turned white. There had been no warning at all. The floor undulated like ocean waves. The ceiling shattered, plasterboard rained down, and the load-bearing columns emitted twisted, grating sounds. By instinct, Suyu lunged under the desk. But in that instant, a strange, starry light emerged from a crack in the floor and shot straight into his forehead. Ugh. It felt like a grenade had exploded in Suyu's brain, detonating. Pain. His very brain seemed to boil. After an unknown time, Suyu's eyes snapped open. The air raid siren was tearing through the night. I'm not dead. Moreover, a terrifying vision had appeared in his mind. Constant disasters, collapsed order, people tearing each other apart for half a moldy loaf of bread. Exchanging children for food, bones everywhere. A desperate chill crawled up his spine, flooding his body. Suyu gasped for air as if pulled from deep water. But even more shocking, his severely exhausted body, after 20 hours, now felt no fatigue at all. A cold line of text appeared in his mind. Life reconstruction, spacebound, current status temporary strengthening, 20 minutes remaining. Suyu froze for 2 seconds. Hallucination. His gaze swept over a potted plant in the corner of the office, still intact, but knocked over. He stared at the plant, concentrating. Whoosh. The potted plant vanished. Deep in his consciousness, he clearly perceived a pure white space where the plant rested quietly. Since the space is real, then the cannibalistic future is also real. Taking a deep breath, Suyu clenched his fist, feeling the surging power within him, as if he could punch through steel. He raised his hand and punched the load-bearing wall. Bang! The already cracked plaster caved in, slightly spiderweb cracks spreading outward. SSS. After the shock, the stinging pain brought him back to reality. Ow. Damn, I was careful. Looking at the scraped and bleeding knuckles, Suyu sucked in a cold breath. His strength had increased, but his skin was still normal. Help! Doctor! Where's the doctor? The shaking of the building had temporarily stopped, but desperate cries came from the corridor outside. Suyu snapped back to reality. The building's structure was damaged. Aftershocks could come at any time. He had to leave immediately. He tore off his stethoscope and strode out of the office. The corridor was a mess. The emergency lights cast a sickly green glow on rubble and bloodstains. Panic figures everywhere. Just then, from the nurse's station, a vicious curse pierced the noise. Where the hell is that fucking doctor? Hiding. Suyu turned his head. The young nurse Lin Lan was cowering in a corner, her face covered in blood and grime. Her uniform was torn at several buttons, a gash on her forehead bleeding down her neck. Several burly men, who looked like family members, were shoving her fingers, pointing inches from her nose. Speak. Keck out your tongue. Look me in the eye and answer. Where's the doctor? Did you die? The leading man with a face full of fat roared like a mad dog, completely ignoring that the building could collapse at any moment. Lin Lan was shaking with fear, tears and blood streaming down her face, unable to utter a word. Suyu paused. His gaze shifted from Lin Lan to the family's faces, pupils contracting. Someone spotted him by the green light of the emergency lamp and shouted that Dr. Su is over there. Several thugs who were attacking Lin Lan turned their heads in unison. The next second, like sharks scenting blood, they rushed aggressively towards Suyu. The leader, a burly man with a thick neck, grabbed Suyu by the collar, spittle flying. You hiding here slacking off. Go save my father. If anything happens to the old man, it'll make you pay. A young man next to him thrust a phone at Suyu's face, the flash blinding, muttering incessantly. Look everyone. This is the doctor today. He abandoned the patient when things went wrong. Suyu scanned their faces with cold eyes. That family from bed 7, a notorious troublemakers. The old man had late-stage lung cancer and a cerebral infarction, barely kept alive by a ventilator. Even a god couldn't save him. The family was lingering in the hospital, simply waiting for the old man to die, so they could extort money from the hospital. Suyu glanced in the direction the man was pointing. Bed 7 was wedged crookedly among fallen plasterboard. The skinny old man on the bed had a deathly gray complexion, his chest long since still. Even a layman could tell he was already gone. 10 minutes earlier Suyu might have gone through the motions to keep his job, but now, around him was a panicked escape, like the end of the world cries and the sound of splitting walls interweaving. Power surged within him, and scenes of survival cannibalism flashed through his mind like a lantern show. He didn't even have the desire to pretend anymore. The building was on the verge of collapse, and these parasites were willing to risk their lives for extortion. The pent-up rage of a long-suppressed office worker exploded in his chest. Did they really think this was still a civilized society where you could get rich by making a scene? Seeing Suyu silent, the fat woman beside him clutched her bag, her finger almost poking into his eye. What are you looking at? Get over there and save him. Son, record everything. If the old man dies, it's his fault. We'll make him pay every cent. Smelling the blood in the air, Suyu laughed in spite of his anger. Stop acting. His voice was low but carried an icy chill. The man is already cold. In a while the livor mortis will set in. Do you want me to perform CPR on a corpse, or draw a talisman to summon his soul? The fat woman was first stunned, then a wild joy lit up her triangular eyes. Good. Son, did you record that? He admits he's letting him die. Today I'm going to skin him alive. Truly starving. You'll eat any dirty money. Suyu's eyes turned cold. Go to hell. How dare you talk back? Kill him. The leader's face twisted savagely. He grabbed a fallen metal force stand and swung it at Suyu's head. Killing you is self-defense. Afterwards you'll still have to kneel and beg for mercy. The wind howled, and had it connected it would have split his skull. In the past Suyu would have curled up and taken the beating. But now, the apocalypse had come, law had crumbled. Since they had no shame, he would help them regain dignity. The killing intent rose. Slap. Suyu stepped forward instead of retreating, reaching up to catch the heavy metal rod. He held it steady, unmoving. The burly man's grin froze as if he'd seen a ghost. Want money? Get it in the underworld. Suyu's right leg snapped out like a spring. Boom. The sickening crack of bones echoed. A muffled explosion, and the sound of shattering bones drilled into everyone's ears. The man's face contorted, and he flew backwards, sliding several meters before curling into a shrimp. Damn, this kid's trained. Attack together. From the side, another tattooed man, seeing the situation, lifted a heavy printer and hurled it viciously. Suyu snorted and sidestepped. Holding the force stand inverted, he used the momentum to whip it around. The heavy cast-iron base slammed into the tattooed man's waist. Crack. The sound of a spine breaking was distinct. The tattooed man's eyes bulged, his tongue lolled out, and he flew sideways. He hit the ground and fell asleep, instantly clean and neat. One move, one kill. Suyu didn't stop. He walked against the chaotic crowd. The metal rod swung again, landing heavily on the fat woman's face. Slap. That mouth filled with filth was shattered. Broken teeth and blood sprayed like fireworks, splattering onto the nearby Nurse Lin Lan's face. The world was finally quiet. Only the young man with the phone remained. The change had been too fast, only now did he seem to realize. His face was as pale as paper, his legs gave out, and he sat down directly. He scrambled backward on hands and feet, his sobbing voice strained. No, please. Don't come near me. Big brother. Sir. I'm sorry. I'm just filming, I didn't do anything. Suyu dragged the deformed force stand step by step, closing in. The soles of his shoes crunched over shattered glass and stones. Keep filming, Suyu sneered. The young man slumped on the ground, tears streaming down his face. No. I was wrong. Dr. Su, I truly regret it. Please spare me. Suyu did not stop. You don't know you were wrong, you know you're about to die. Sure enough, when they were less than a meter apart, the young man who had been wailing suddenly surged forward. Die. He raised his left hand, hurling a piece of stone at Suyu's face, while pulling out a folding knife from his lower back, with his right hand, a savage look on his face as he lunged at Suyu's abdomen. His previous pleas for mercy were all an act. Now his eyes were filled with nothing but ferocity. Suyu tilted his head to dodge the stone, flicking his wrist. Clang. The force stand's afterimage swept past, and the folding knife was sent flying by a tremendous force. Following that, his right leg shot out unembellished, striking directly at the young man's chest. Crack. The brittle sound of a collapsed sternum pierced the eardrums. The young man's chest caved in, blood gushing out, and he flew back like a rag doll. He crashed heavily beside his deceased father. A family all in disarray. Suyu discarded the force stand, now stained with red and white flesh. Looking at the scattered bodies on the ground, he exhaled a long breath. What a damn relief. The years of frustration as a wage slave, along with the absurd doctor-patient relationship, were completely wiped clean by this wave of slaughter. It was only then that Lin Lan's belated scream erupted like an air raid siren. The turn of events was so sudden that it nearly burned out her CPU. Just a moment ago she was worried that Dr. Su would be killed. In the next second, the gentle Dr. Su had transformed into a living king of hell. Shut up. Suyu was annoyed by the noise and let out a sharp shout. The scream abruptly cut off. Lin Lan trembled violently, desperately shrinking into the corner. Sue! Dr. Sue! You! Her teeth chattered as she instinctively wiped her face. With that wipe, the blood and flesh on her face blended together, making her whole face look like it was smeared with cheap ketchup. She stared blankly at the crimson bits of flesh on her hands. 2 seconds later. Ugh. Blah. Sensing the intense smell of blood on her hands, Lin Lan leaned against the wall and bent over, retching violently, nearly expelling her bile. Suyu ignored her and habitually reached to push up his glasses on the bridge of his nose. His fingertips met nothing. His long-time glasses were gone. Yet his vision was not blurred, instead it was terrifyingly clear. The cracks in the wall, the dust floating in the air, all transformed into a 4K HD remaster. The system enhancement even improved his eyesight. Suyu clenched his fist, his knuckles cracking in a series of pops, his heart steady. In chaotic times, having a strong fist is the truth. Once you're done vomiting, let's go. Suyu glanced at the precarious electronic clock. The building's load-bearing structure is destroyed. If you don't want to be buried with them, keep up. Lin Lan, unable to vomit any longer, wiped her mouth with her sleeve, forcing her trembling legs to follow. No matter how terrifying Suyu was, he was the only calm one here. Survival instinct overrode everything. The two ran over the scattered stones towards the stairway. But as they passed by the man whose chest had just been blasted open, an unexpected change occurred. The man whom they thought was dead suddenly convulsed, and a bloody hand shot out like an iron claw, gripping Lin Lan's ankle tightly. Stinking bitch! Let's die together. Blood gushed from the man's mouth, his eyes bulging, letting out a hoarse roar as if pulling air through a bellows. The extreme stimulation caused Lin Lan's sanity to collapse in an instant. She screamed in a frenzy, raising her hard-soled white shoe to kick desperately at the man's hand and head. Let go. You let go of me. 1 kick, 2 kicks, 3 kicks. Crack. The sound of a broken neck echoed painfully in the corridor. Lin Lan felt a lightness in her foot. The man's neck twisted at an odd angle, and the hand gripping her ankle fell limply. This time he was truly dead. Lin Lan stood frozen in place, her chest heaving violently, cold sweat soaking her nurse's uniform. I killed someone. She stared blankly at the corpse beneath her, her teeth chattering uncontrollably. Suyu, who was in front, raised an eyebrow. Not bad, an instinctive kill, but to explode with such reckless ferocity in this situation. She was indeed a good candidate for adapting to the apocalypse. Hurry up, what are you dawdling for? Do you want to stay here and mourn for him? Suyu shouted, not looking back as he dashed toward the emergency exit. His voice was like a rope yanking Lin Lan back from the edge of collapse. She didn't have time to feel guilty, hastily wiping the blood from her face, gasping as she desperately followed. The two of them sprinted all the way to the elevator lobby on the floor. The chaos here was even worse, with terrified crowds surging from 2 patient wards, completely clogging the area. Under the dim emergency lights, shadows flitted about as people pushed and trampled in a chaotic frenzy. Several elevators were still operational, with red numbers flashing continuously, the arrows pointing downward. Ding! Inside the elevator, it was packed full of people like sardines in a can, while those outside frantically tried to shove their way in. Let me in. Hurry, let me in. Get lost. It's overloaded. Can't you hear the alarm? Suyu paused, watching the crazed individuals shoving into the elevator, suddenly left speechless. An earthquake, and you're taking the elevator. Do you think the queue for reincarnation is too slow and want to take the VIP route? At such a time, the elevator shaft was like an upright coffin. Once the structure deformed and got stuck, or if the cables snapped, no one inside would survive. Stop looking at the elevator. Take the stairs. Suyu yanked Lin Lan, who was looking at the elevator like a headless fly, and dashed into the adjacent safety passage. The stairwell was equally crowded. Crying, cursing, and shoving merged into a cacophony like a pot of boiling porridge. Don't push. You're stepping on me. I'm pregnant. So what if you're pregnant? Can a pregnant woman block the way? Move aside. Let me go first. In the face of death's threat, the ugliness of humanity was laid bare at that moment. Suyu frowned, just about to force his way through with his enhanced strength. Suddenly, creak. A metal twisting sound that made one's teeth ache unexpectedly echoed from deep within the building structure. Immediately, the floor beneath him was violently jolted, as if being kneaded by an invisible giant hand. Aftershock. And it was even more intense than before. Boom. A loud crash resonated from the direction of the elevator shaft, accompanied by blood-curdling screams, followed by the thunderous noise of heavy objects falling. Those several iron coffins predictably plummeted down. Suyu's expression changed drastically. He had no time to think, and shoved Lin Lan toward a corner, throwing himself down as well. Protect your head. Before the words finished, the few remaining emergency lights above went out completely. Darkness descended abruptly. Crack. Crack. The piercing sound of shattering echoed right next to them. With the faint lightning illuminating from the corridors, and Suyu saw in horror. On the opposite load-bearing wall, a grotesque crack was rapidly spreading at a visible speed, instantly penetrating through the upper and lower floors. The wall's surface peeled away, and thick steel reinforcements snapped one by one. Boom. The entire hospital building was violently shaken, torn apart in the middle, and began to tilt terrifyingly to one side. The shadow of death suddenly enveloped everyone. In the darkness, countless piercing screams erupted, only to be abruptly cut short. Tsuyu witnessed with his own eyes the elderly man who had just been shoving for a spot on the stairs. In an instant he was crushed into a mass of flesh by the collapsing wall, along with the cloth bag he had tightly clutched. Then came a young and strong man who hadn't even taken a step yet. He was pierced through the chest by a falling steel bar like a specimen nailed to the wall, his limbs twitching futilely. "Dr. Su!" A desperate scream exploded in his ear. Tsuyu turned sharply. He saw the floor beneath him completely fracture, a massive crack opening like a giant abyss, instantly isolating him and Lin Lan into two separate worlds. Lin Lan's footing gave way, and her body uncontrollably leaned back, plummeting into the endless dark abyss. In that moment, time seemed to stretch infinitely. Amidst the sparks created by falling debris, Tsuyu saw Lin Lan's final expression. On her blood-smeared face intertwined a desperate desire for life, and an ultimate fear of death. She reached out her hand, her fingertips clawing aimlessly in the void, seemingly trying to grasp Tsu's last straw of hope. Save. Bang. A massive chunk of concrete came crashing down mercilessly, instantly burying the petite figure. The sound abruptly ceased. The small nurse, who had just shown a hint of adaptability to the apocalypse, was like an insignificant ant, effortlessly wiped away by this overwhelming disaster. This is the apocalypse. All beings are but ants. Tsuyu had no time to grieve, not even to let out a sigh, because the massive prefab slab had already crashed down onto his head, accompanied by the tremendous roar of the collapsing earth, and skies the 11th and 12th floors above him had completely caved in. Hundreds of tons of reinforced concrete poured down upon the 10th floor, like Mount Tai pressing down. "I absolutely cannot die here." Under the extreme pressure of death, Tsu's eyes instantaneously turned bloodshot, his survival instinct igniting completely. His body, already in a temporary enhancement state, felt as if it had been injected with an enormous dose of adrenaline, surging with terrifying speed to its limits. Thump thump, thump thump. His heart raced like war drums, exceeding 100 beats per minute. The surrounding violent collapsing sounds and the howling wind of falling debris bizarrely slowed down in his senses. Swish! Tsu's legs suddenly exerted force, the terrifying explosive power cracking the remaining tiles beneath his feet. He moved in a near-ground skimming posture, narrowly brushing past two sharp steel bars that pierced downward. Even with the enhancement of extreme speed, the density of the collapse was simply too great. Boom! A prefabricated load-bearing board weighing several tons came crashing down, completely sealing off all escape routes above and in front of Tsuyu. There was no way to evade. A mortal body could not withstand such a blow and would be instantly crushed into paste. "Get me in." Tsu's eyes bulged with rage as he instantaneously connected with the mysterious laboratory space in his mind. Just as the massive slab was less than 20 centimeters from his scalp, the cold wind pressure had already broken the skin on his forehead. Buzz! An invisible ripple spread through the space. That huge concrete slab vanished into thin air, forcibly drawn into the space. Boom! The position Tsuyu had just occupied was instantly filled with other debris that followed, but he had seized a fleeting gap and rolled forward. However, the crisis was far from over. Crack! The 10th floor beneath Tsu's feet completely shattered, and the entire building bent to one side, causing him to fall into the abyss without hope of recovery. Free-falling from over 30 meters high, surrounded by deadly debris plummeting alongside him. The wind howled madly in his ears. Tsuyu fought against the dizziness brought on by weightlessness, desperately twisting his waist and abdomen. His gaze was locked firmly downward. A steel bar as thick as an arm shot up, its sharp end threatening his thigh. Collect! The steel bar, along with the broken load-bearing column, was instantly drawn into the space. On his left, a broken respirator came hurtling toward him. Tsuyu bent his knee, his thigh muscles tensed to the limit, and kicked hard against a falling wall panel beside him. Bang! The immense recoil force forced his trajectory off by 2 meters, just in time to brush past the respirator. In those few seconds of falling, Tsuyu maximized the system's spatial collection ability and the temporary enhancement of his body to the extreme. All the unavoidable giant obstacles were madly stuffed into the space by him. Every piece of debris he could use for leverage became a cushion for his jump. 10th floor, 7th floor, 4th floor. Another forced leverage in the rapid descent sent a massive shockwave through him. Pooh! His internal organs churned violently, and Tsuyu spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. The temporarily enhanced body had reached the brink of collapse with muscle fibers screaming under the unbearable strain. Only 2 more layers of height remained. With the lightning striking down from the night sky, Tsuyu saw below a slope of ruins formed by an accumulation of soft mud and rainwater from the vegetation. With his hands tightly clutching his head, protecting his fragile cervical spine, his body curled tightly. Boom! The tremendous kinetic energy smashed Tsuyu fiercely into the muddy green belt. Mud splashed everywhere. He rolled frantically on the slope mixed with shattered glass and rotten mud for over a dozen circles, crashing through a large patch of decorative flowers, finally coming to a halt. The cold torrential rain poured down, wildly beating against his face. Cough, cough, cough. The violent coughing stirred all the nerves in his body. Pain. There wasn't a single good piece of flesh on his body. His bones felt as if they were falling apart. The white coat he wore was torn into shreds, hanging over the bleeding scratches. Tsuyu lay sprawled in the muddy pit, allowing the rainwater to wash the bloodstains from his face, suddenly splitting his cracked lips and laughing maniacally. I survived. From the hell of the collapsed skyscraper, I fought my way to life. The laughter triggered a sharp pain in his chest as he grimaced and turned over, propping himself up. Behind him, that towering 12-story hospital building no longer existed, transformed into a massive ruin of steel and concrete. Unbeknownst to how many lives had eternally rested here in this brief minute. The night rain fell heavily. The cold seeped into his bones through his skin. Tsuyu spat out a mouthful of bloodied saliva, forcing his trembling legs to crawl out of the mud. He couldn't stop here. Despite the temporary boost to his physical condition, in this violently dropping temperature amidst the torrential rain, hypothermia could claim a life in mere minutes. After orienting himself, he dragged his numb body, stepping unevenly toward the outdoor parking lot on the side of the hospital. The parking lot was elevated with water only reaching his ankles. Several cars belonging to night shift doctors were parked haphazardly. Some had already been crushed by falling debris. His own gray domestic hybrid car was still quietly parked in its old spot. This sturdy old companion, powered by both fuel and battery, was a veritable fortress of life at this moment. Tsuyu yanked open the car door and tore off the troublesome rags clinging to him. He tossed his shattered phone and various items from his pockets into the passenger seat. Clad only in his bare torso, he climbed into the driver's seat. Ignition start. He pressed the maximum setting for the heater. Tsuyu grabbed a box of tissues and roughly wiped away the blood and mud from his face and body. Then he rummaged through the storage compartment under the back seat and pulled out a spare set of sportswear. Having worked in a hospital for years, one must always keep a clean set of clothes in the car, just in case one gets stained by a patient's vomit or blood. Little did he expect today they would become a lifesaver. The temperature inside the car gradually rose, dispelling the chill in his bones. Tsuyu leaned back against the seat, glancing at the rearview mirror to see his pale face covered in small blood scabs. Tsuyu leaned against the driver's seat, looking at his pale as paper blood-streaked face in the rearview mirror. Fragments of terrifying memories about the future surged in his mind once more. Natural disasters continued, tsunamis surged inward, and species mutated. Humans were worse than dogs. If it were the so-called civilized society of the past, he would only be burning the midnight oil in the hospital. Enduring insults from bizarre family members, waiting for the day he would suddenly die from a heart attack on the operating table. Every day involved ward rounds, writing medical records, and shifts leaving him with an indelible work smell. Occasionally, he even had to guard against demented patients throwing balls of feces at him. Was that kind of life truly living? A monotonous mechanical life of toil. Was that really what he wanted to do? Tsuyu gripped the steering wheel tightly, his knuckles turning white. If this is the case, why bother to go through life for a fleeting 100 years? Since fate is reshuffling the cards, he would never be cannon fodder, nor a livestock waiting to be slaughtered. He would step by step ascend to the pinnacle in this apocalyptic world. With that thought, Tsuyu closed his eyes, no longer pondering the distant future. His consciousness sank instantly. His vision cleared, and Tsuyu's spiritual body descended into a mysterious dimension of pure whiteness. A square three-dimensional space, 50 meters on each side. The pure white dome emitted a soft light. In the center stood a massive bronze structure radiating a ghostly glow, the decomposition furnace. The surface of the furnace was engraved with intricate and bizarre patterns. Just a glance would evoke its purpose in one's mind. Can recycle materials and refine source quality. Next to it was a concept operating table, made of the same material, adjustable in size at will. It was where source quality was consumed to extract and graft entries. Not far away on the wall was a metallic door exuding a chilling aura, the large preservation chamber, used to store high-quality materials. As for the surrounding floor, it was piled high with large amounts of load-bearing wall debris and discarded equipment collected during his fall. This space could also serve as a basic storage warehouse. In this space, Tsuyu's spiritual body was an absolute god. With a slight thought, tons of concrete debris floated in midair, neatly stacking into a small hill at the edges according to his design. Then he summoned his attribute panel, Life Reconstruction Laboratory, Source Quality 0. Tip, please find materials containing source quality to input into the decomposition furnace, Power Index 3. 2. 10. Muscle and bone strength explosive power. Nerve reaction 4. 7. 10. Nerve reaction speed limb coordination dynamic vision, physical strength 3. 110. Endurance recovery rate wound healing speed immune resistance. Current status subhealthy multiple soft tissue bruises temporary enhancement status 8 minutes and 24 seconds remaining. Individual evaluation physically weak and prematurely aged insufficient kidney energy low sperm activity. Comprehensive comment, the average value of 3 attributes for an ordinary adult male is 5 points. The real you is in a long-term subhealthy state superficial beauty concealing inner decay advised to sleep less and drink more goji berries. You are currently weaker than an empty sun. The fervent emotion of having survived the disaster came to an abrupt halt upon seeing those last 2 lines. It felt like enjoying hot pot and singing only to suddenly discover a fly floating in the bottom of the pot, just returning from a feast in the latrine. Suyu stared at the glaring words physically weak and prematurely aged and empty sun on the panel, his eyelids twitching. This system was a bit too offensive, wasn't it? How could he, a chief physician at a tertiary hospital, be weak? Suyu wanted to refute, but the glaring 3-1 physical strength on the panel slapped him right in the face. After years of working like a mule in the hospital, his body had indeed been overdrawn to the limit. Suyu was left speechless, sighed, and exited the space. Before he could take any other action, the shattered phone lying on the passenger seat suddenly lit up. Suyu did not expect that this Huapai phone could still function after such damage. It seemed to truly be ahead of its time. The continuous vibrations shattered the silence of the car interior. Emergency broadcast: multiple earthquakes have erupted in our country with depths of origin. A 9.3 magnitude earthquake has struck and Mount Fuji has erupted. The West Coast experienced a massive 8.7 earthquake with seawater flooding. Several cities in India are facing earthquakes and coastal cities are being attacked by massive tsunamis. A series of bold messages highlighted in red filled the screen. Suyu picked up the phone and quickly scanned the content. Across the globe, without exception, everything was shaking. Though many regions experienced low magnitudes, the eerie rhythm of global synchronization made Suyu's teeth ache. All of this thoroughly confirmed the macro fragments of the future he had seen. Then the WeChat notification tone continued to ring. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. The cartoon avatar of the pinned contact little fool was flashing continuously, indicating multiple unread messages. Brother you, there's been an earthquake. Our dormitory is cracked. We are all outside on the playground. It's so cold. Hey, why aren't you responding, you smelly old man? Our class group is in chaos. Brother you, please reply. I'm really worried about you. If you keep ignoring me, I'll cry for you to see. Watching the barrage of emojis, Suyu's previously tense nerves eased slightly. Fortunately, being able to send emojis meant he was safe. Just as he was about to call back, the phone rang, and Suyu immediately answered. Smelly old man. The girl's soft, crisp voice pierced through the receiver, laced with evident sobs and tremors. You finally answered. I couldn't reach anyone at home, and you haven't replied to my messages. I was so scared. Whoa, I'm alive and well, no need to worry. Suyu leaned back in the driver's seat, his tone softening as he reassured her. I'm alive and well. I just escaped from the hospital. It's normal for the signal towers to be damaged. Don't scare yourself. Really? Jiang Mumu sniffed. Really? What's the situation over there? Yangqing South City University. The vast playground was filled with students who had fled in panic. Jiang Mumu, dressed in a pink fluffy pajamas, had her long black hair cascading over her shoulders, and tears were still visible on her delicate cheeks. A few roommates huddled beside her, shivering. She clutched her phone, her tone pitiful. A corner of the dormitory building has collapsed. The counselor told us not to run around. Just now many boys ran out without even wearing clothes, and are now covering their important parts, looking disheveled in the wind. Mumu, listen to me. Suyu had no mood for jokes. His voice dropped low. This isn't a normal earthquake. At daybreak, or right now, go to the school supermarket. Get compressed biscuits, chocolate, bottled water. No matter the cost, the more the better. Don't care what others think of you. The other end of the line fell into a brief silence. Jiang Mumu's roommate was complaining about the school's slow emergency response. She slightly turned aside, avoiding her roommate. The originally pitiful expression was replaced by an extraordinary calmness. Do we need to stock up a lot? Her voice remained soft, but with less panic and more probing and confirmation. Get as much as you can. Suyu tapped the steering wheel. After you get the supplies, find a safe place to stay, and keep your phone on. Wait, okay, I'll listen to you. Jiang Mumu obediently replied. The call ended. Jiang Mumu clenched her phone tightly in her palm. Mumu, what did your boyfriend say? The long-haired roommate leaned in to ask. Jiang Mumu immediately put on a helpless expression, her eyes slightly red. He said, it's chaos outside. I'm a little scared. I want to go to the convenience store to buy some water and food to prepare. A few male classmates who had been secretly watching came forward immediately. Don't be afraid, Junior. We'll go. Yes. It's late at night. The supermarket must be chaotic. We'll help you get things. Jiang Mumu shyly looked up, revealing a sweet smile. Really? Thank you, seniors. You're so kind. Several boys straightened their backs and rushed toward the Jiang Mumu followed behind her, pace steady. Yinshan County parking lot. After hanging up, Suyu wasted no time and dialed his younger brother, Su Hang's number directly. Hello, brother. What's going on over there? The noise on the other end was as chaotic as a market, with Su Hang's loud voice mixed with discussions around. Cut the small talk. I remember you're home on break these days, right? How's everything at home? Is Mom okay? Suyu got straight to the point. It's fine. As soon as I heard the commotion, I grabbed Mom and ran faster than Bolt. Su Hang's tone carried an excitement of surviving a disaster. Mom is currently gossiping with Aunt Wong in the village, feeling quite good. Hearing this, Su Yu's anxious heart finally relaxed. That's good to hear. Listen, the earthquake here is severe. For the next few days, don't sleep in your room. Get my camping gear out and make do in the open space. Is it that serious, brother? Why don't you let Mom talk to you? No? Absolutely don't let Mom know. Suyu felt a chill knowing that if Mom got on the phone, she wouldn't stop for half an hour. I have something important to discuss. Su Hang also became slightly serious, lowering his voice. Brother, I feel this matter is a bit strange. The internet is full of various doomsday posts, and some even say it's a revival of spiritual energy. There are predictions of tsunamis and extreme cold to come. Brother, do you think it's true? As he spoke, Su Hang skillfully operated his phone and sent over several screenshots. Suyu opened them, and his pupils slightly constricted. Prophecy posts. Not only did they predict the earthquake, but they also outlined the disaster trends for the following month, quite accurately. Could it be that we've encountered fellow practitioners? Something feels off. Quickly flipping to the end, Suyu suddenly showed a hint of surprise. It doesn't mention anything about biological mutations. It's an intentional concealment, or an accidental oversight. Brother, are you still listening? Yes. Suyu took a deep breath, deciding not to reveal everything. After all, it was hard to make things clear over the phone and could easily be monitored. It's better to believe it exists in this level of global disaster. Ordinary people are just cannon fodder. What should we do? Su Hang was a bit anxious. Everyone in the class group is discussing whether it's the end of the world. Don't mind what the group says, don't spread rumors, and be careful not to get invited for tea. Suyu's tone shifted, but there's one thing that must be done. Stock up. Stock up. Yes. While prices haven't collapsed, yet having supplies on hand means you won't panic. Quick. As soon as the sun rises, you go to the wholesale market and buy as much food and common medicine as you can. Don't worry about the money. Got it. Su Hang, who usually seemed carefree, understood priorities in critical moments. Don't worry, brother, I'll go gather people to move things right now. After hanging up, Suyu quickly operated his phone and transferred 1500 to Su Hang via mobile banking. After handling everything, Suyu leaned back in his chair and let out a long sigh. He knew that although his brother seemed a bit unhinged, he was sensible in the face of major events. He believed his words had already made an impression on him. However, Suyu estimated that the process of stockpiling wouldn't be easy. After all, one couldn't treat others. Although the end times had just begun to show signs, there were still many clever people in the world. The supply of resources would likely become tense soon, depending on the official response speed. At that time, without a certain level of power, even having money might not guarantee access to supplies. But as long as I wait until I get back, all of this won't be a problem. He looked again at various chat groups and short video apps which were filled with disaster videos. Suyu felt a wave of annoyance. After rubbing his temples, he sighed softly. Outside the car window, the rain continued to fall, as if trying to wash the world clean. He glanced at the system panel. Temporary strengthening 005. The countdown was about to reach 0. 3, 2, 1. Ugh. Suyu let out a muffled groan as his entire body instantly curled up in pain like a boiled shrimp. The pain. It was excruciating. It felt as if all the bones in his body were shattered and reassembled, and hundreds of needles were simultaneously piercing his veins. The emptiness from that force being instantly drawn away made him break out in a cold sweat. He didn't even have the strength to move a finger. Was this the price of cheating? It was truly exhilarating. As his consciousness gradually blurred, Suyu's head tilted, and he completely fainted. In the parking lot of Yinshan County People's Hospital, several cars were parked haphazardly. At this time, the dark clouds over the city had dispersed, and a hint of dawn appeared on the horizon. The once vibrant city had lost its luster, replaced by a scene of ruin. A beam of morning light pierced through the darkness, shining into the car through the front windshield. Ah! Bang! Suyu jolted awake instinctively, trying to shoot up, only to bang his head hard against the roof of the car. Hiss! He covered his forehead, grimacing as he fell back into the seat. This bump knocked the lingering phantom pain from last night away. Suyu gasped for air, looking out at the now clear sky and the devastated ruins, his gaze gradually sharp. It wasn't a dream. The apocalypse had truly arrived. System. With a thought, a transparent panel emerged. Host Suyu, source quality 0, power index 3. 23. 5. Nerve response 4. 75. 1 physical strength 3. 13. 6 status subhealthy, multiple soft tissue bruises. Suyu's eyes lit up. The values had indeed risen noticeably. This inhuman torment was not in vain. His body had absorbed some residual energy under extreme pressure. This was a worthwhile trade. He moved his hands and feet, pushed the door open, and stepped out. The cold morning wind brought with it a metallic scent. The hospital building ahead had completely turned into a massive grave of steel and concrete. Severed limbs, mud, and twisted rebar were intertwined. Half of the outpatient building had collapsed, and the giant red character signs on the roof were now barely hanging by the edge of the cliff, swaying precariously. The remaining floor was covered in spiderweb-like cracks, and the ground was littered with peeling walls and shattered. Help! Someone help me! My leg! My leg is broken. Whoa, Mom! The piercing cries and helpless pleas echoed in the cold wind. Surviving family members and lightly injured patients were digging through the rubble with their bare hands. A hell on earth. Suyu leaned against the car door, expressionless as he watched all of this. He did not step forward. It was not cold-bloodedness, but rather extreme clarity. In this era where order was about to collapse, saints would be among the first to die. He was just an ordinary person with slightly more strength. He couldn't save the masses. What he could do was protect himself and his family in this chaotic world. Suyu turned and slipped soundlessly into the heavily damaged outpatient building. The hall reeked of deathly stillness. Shards of shattered concrete and glass scraped underfoot with a harsh grating chorus. Familiar with the hospital layout, he skirted the collapsed load-bearing columns and headed straight for the dispensary. The security glass at the service window had long since been shattered by falling rocks, leaving a twisted half-frame of metal exposed. Suyu climbed through the sill and crawled inside. His phone's flashlight beam swept rapidly across dark shelves of medicine. He immediately linked to the life reconstruction laboratory space stored in his mind. This was the county's largest people's hospital. The pharmacy's reserves were substantial. Prescription section boxes upon boxes of amoxicillin, cephalosporins, levofloxacin. Antibiotics were priceless hard currency in the early days of the apocalypse, the difference between life and death after injury. Wherever his palm touched, cartons vanished and settled firmly into a storage corner of his space. Emergency drugs, adrenaline syringes, potent analgesics, various serums. Collected. Medical consumables, rubbing alcohol, povidone iodine, sterile gauze sutures. Collected. He swept through aisle after aisle. Wherever his thought reached, shelves emptied. After stripping the pharmacy bare, he did not pause, turning instead into the half-collapsed emergency ward. Portable defibrillators, monitors, oxygen cylinders. In a corner lay a dozen unopened sterile orthopedic surgical instrument kits. All of it would buy lives later. He stuffed everything into his space. By the time he withdrew from the building, the entire first-floor core was spotless. Not a single adhesive bandage remained. Back in the car, Suyu twisted off a bottle of mineral water and gulped it down his parched throat, enjoying a brief, blessed relief. A glance at his phone showed it was already 7 in the morning. He dialed Jiang Mumu again, intending to learn. The tone chirped and died busy. He tried again, still no connection. Suyu's brows knotted into a hard furrow as he stared at the signal bars dancing more erratically than an electrocardiogram before finally collapsing into no service. This was troublesome. He switched to Feixin to send a safety message, but a crimson exclamation mark leapt up. Cell towers were already beginning to fail. He flung the phone into the passenger seat and jabbed his fingers restlessly on the steering wheel. He had to get to Yangcheng as soon as possible to find Jiang Mumu. Years of feeling do not sever at the flip of a switch. Involuntarily, a memory of their first meeting rose in his mind. It was a wild Bachong Shinsi, fox ears, pink hair, shrine maiden garb, and a flash of long, dazzlingly Jiang Mumu had stood by the roadside, equal parts pure and provocative. One glance, and half his soul was already gone. You brat, you better hide yourself. Well, he'll come find you, he swore under his breath. He cursed softly, his eyes stinging. He shifted into gear. The hybrid growled low and surged out of the dawn had already broken. The morning light brought no hope. Instead, it peeled open the city's wounds and bared them bloody. The streets were a panorama of devastation. Toppled utility poles lay across the roads, asphalt ripped and buckled. Survivors wailed at the edges of the ruins. Some tried to lift concrete slabs, with bare hands, nails shattering and blood running. Suyu tightened his grip on the wheel as a heaviness rose in his chest. Raised under the red banner, and taught to be a model youth, the sight of his kind suffering provoked a visceral unease. He knew, however, that this was only the aperitif. The flashes of the future in his mind rolled on like a lucid slideshow. First came global tremors, then coastal tsunamis as seawater surged back and turning thriving metropolises into submerged wastelands. Afterward came widespread volcanic eruptions, a drawn-out epic, culminating in the eruption of the Huangshe supervolcano when vast internal pressures within the planet would finally be released. But besides the successive natural disasters, the most troubling thing would be that mysterious energy. Suye's gaze drifted to a median in the road. Tufts of wild grass stubbornly pushed up through the rubble, their leaves beaded with dew, and an unnerving, almost lurid green that hinted at something uncanny. Biological anomalies. The first signs will surface soon, he thought, and the shadow on his mind deepened. He snapped back to the road. Conditions were worsening by the mile. Less than 2 kilometers out, a bloated middle-aged man with a receding hairline stood in a flooded stretch. He held aloft a black leather briefcase, its zipper wide open as stacks of vivid red banknotes fluttered in the cold wind. "Stop. I will buy your car. 1 million to get out of town." He screamed hoarsely. Money. In the future it would be worthless. Suyu did not even raise an eyelid. He nudged the steering wheel slightly. The tires crushed a flurry of flying notes as mud spattered half a meter high, drenching the suited man. After 2 more blocks, the car slowed amid street-strewn debris. On the curb ahead knelt a woman in tatters. She clutched a baby wrapped in a blanket as if its life hung by a thread, forehead repeatedly striking the puddled asphalt. Seeing a car pass, she flung herself into the middle of the road in a frenzy. "Please save my child. Take us with you. Stop for her now. It could be a trap, a staged snare. He could be robbed, morally extorted, and end up stripped of everything, even his undergarments. In the apocalypse, kill the savior first." This was no joke. Suye's face hardened. He hammered the horn and slammed the accelerator, roaring past the woman's knees. The vehicle was about to enter the main artery of the Old Western District. At the intersection ahead, 2 wrecked Jettas had been toppled sideways to form an impenetrable blockade. 5 or 6 burly young men stood in a line sealing the passage. The bald leader hefted a blood-streaked solid steel pipe, his expression savage. "Turn off the engine. Get out. Leave the car and the goods, and you'll live." The bald man banged the pipe against the Jetta's hood, the clang, a shrill, brutal sound. A violent robbery. Suyu shifted his right foot toward the accelerator. The engine erupted into a frantic roar, 40, 50, 60 kilometers an hour. The car's heavy bulk did not slow, it drove straight for the human wall. The imminence of death slammed against them. The bald man's smugness froze and curdled into pure terror. "Madman. He really will hit us. Get out of the way." The bald man dropped the pipe and scrambled, tumbling toward the roadside greenery. The others scattered in a panicked scramble. Crash. An enormous impact detonated as the car shattered the makeshift barricade, sparks flying, glass and metal fragments scattering like shrapnel. The bumper crumpled and a headlight cover splintered. Suyu gripped the wheel and forced a passage charging through. In the rear view, those men rose, cursing and hopping, soon shrinking into indistinct black specks. The cold wind pierced through the gaps in the car window like a bone cutter. As the battered domestic hybrid car sped along, it finally turned onto the highway out of the city. As Suyu crossed the edge of the new city and entered an old district, he discovered that the buildings here were relatively intact. The low-rise structures of the old district blocked most of the risk of collapse, and the road conditions here were much better than in the new city. Suyu stepped on the brakes. He glanced at the remaining 2 bottles of mineral water in the passenger seat and a pack of cookies that had been left in the car for who knows how long. There are too few supplies. The journey to the provincial capital Yanqing is long, and the temperature continues to drop. This little bit of food won't last. Gulyulu. After swallowing a pack of cookies, the burning hunger in his stomach not only did not fade, but intensified due to this little tease. This body had just undergone extreme overexertion and now felt like a bottomless pit, desperately needing high-calorie fuel to fill it. Suyu turned the car into a deadened alley partially blocked by collapsed walls on both sides. He remembered that there was an old street in this old district, once the liveliest place in the county town. Stalls selling snacks, milk, tea shops, clothing stores. Crowded with people. At the end of the street stood a large 2-story supermarket. While it was important to find Jiang Mumu in Yanqing, it would be a joke if he froze or starved to death on the way. He needed to obtain some necessary supplies first. As soon as he got out of the car, he felt another bone-chilling cold. Suyu immediately shrank his neck and turned back to grab a spare white coat from the back seat, but after putting it on he felt it was inappropriate. The current county town was like a powder keg. Wearing this skin while walking on the street was akin to seeking death. The prejudice in people's hearts was like a mountain. Seeing someone in a white coat would lead them to assume he was a doctor. Those seeking help, morally coercing, or even wanting to drag the doctor down with them could tear him to shreds. Suyu took off his sweatshirt, put it over the white coat, and rolled up the excessively long hem to tuck it into his pants. He grabbed a handful of dirt from the ground and smeared it on his face. In just a few seconds, the elite doctor vanished. In his place stood a disheveled survivor who looked no different from the surrounding refugees. The first rule of survival: never let yourself appear too special. After preparing himself, he first circled around to a deserted corner of a building. With a thought, he connected to the life reconstruction laboratory in his mind. Boom. The large amount of steel and concrete debris he had collected in the hospital suddenly poured out, instantly filling this dead corner. Good resources should be used wisely. Every inch of space must be reserved for valuable supplies. After cleaning up, Suyu oriented himself and blended into the grayish street like a ghost. The deeper he went into the old street, the more people there were. The evil of humanity at this moment was like a sewer with the lid removed, foul and unbearable. The shutter of a small gold shop by the roadside was pried open halfway, and 7 or 8 people were fighting over a few gold necklaces, bloodied and bruised. Foolish. In a few days these gold pieces wouldn't even be worth a bun. Suyu kept his gaze straight and walked directly towards an outdoor brand men's clothing store. This was the real treasure trove. The anti-theft shutter had already been violently torn open, revealing a huge gap. As he approached, 2 thugs holding pry bars emerged from inside. With one red and one yellow head, they stood out starkly among the ruins. As they walked out, they spat on the ground. What bad luck. This broken shop doesn't even have cash, just a bunch of ragged clothes. The 2 sides locked eyes without stopping or dodging. The 2 thugs, however, immediately fell silent upon seeing him, then quickly turned to rush towards their next target. They brushed past each other, their peripheral vision sizing each other up. You scared the hell out of me. I thought you were the boss. Watching them walk away, Suyu vaguely heard their quiet. Suyu quickly slipped into the clothing store. Turning on his phone light, he found the store in disarray, clothes scattered everywhere. The cash register drawer at the entrance had already been pried open. He wasted no time, his hands moving like a blur as he frantically swept across the shelves. A top-tier waterproof 3-in-1 jacket. All sizes taken. A polar-grade thick down jacket. Whatever amount taken. High-quality cotton thermal underwear. Packaging box included taken. Waterproof tactical boots, fleece-lined knee pads, windproof masks. Suyu was like a humanoid vacuum cleaner, leaving the shelves cleaner than a face. By the way, he deftly changed into a top-tier black Arc'teryx substitute jacket and fleece-lined work pants, instantly feeling much of the cold dissipate from his body. For the next half hour, Suyu completely transformed into a ruin cleaner. In the adjacent hardware store, fire axes, large pry bars, multifunctional entrenching tools, steel nails, and even an unopened silent diesel generator were all stored in his space. From the electronics store, solar charging panels, high-capacity power banks, bright flashlights, tablets, mobile phones. Not a single item left. He swept through, leaving nothing he could get his hands on. Until he exited an electronics store, Suyu keenly sensed 2 gazes fixed on him. Casually, he glanced up at his reflection in a piece of broken glass. In the distance behind the ruins, those 2 yellow and red heads were sneakily staring this way. Those ignorant. Suyu scoffed inwardly, but his footsteps suddenly quickened, and his figure flashed as he turned into a nearby maze-like residential alley. After several twists and turns relying on the route in his memory, Suyu successfully shook off his tail. When he emerged from the alley again, his vision suddenly opened up. He had arrived at the end of the old street. What greeted his eyes was a large 2-story comprehensive supermarket. It was also the final destination of Suyu's supply run. However, the sight before him made Suyu frown slightly and stop in his tracks. The situation at the supermarket entrance was charged with tension. The originally spacious glass doors were tightly locked from the inside, blocked by several heavy cash registers. Outside there was already a dense crowd of at least 100 people. The crowd was furious, their shouts mixed with despair and hunger could be heard from a distance. Suyu furrowed his brow and did not rashly approach, instead quietly moving to the outskirts. Open the door. Let us in to get some food. My wife is hypoglycemic and about to faint. Listen, people inside. This is an earthquake. Are you trying to profit off our misery by hoarding food? Suyu did not rashly join the commotion, but pressed down his hood. With his hands in the pockets of his jacket, he quietly edged to the outermost part of the crowd. Next to him stood a middle-aged man with a bald head shivering from the cold. He was tiptoeing and stretching his neck to peek inside, cursing under his breath. Hey brother, what's going on? Why is everyone blocking here? As he spoke, Suyu appeared casual, his wrist flicking quickly to pull out a pack of soft-pack Zhonghua cigarettes he had just scavenged. He expertly pulled one out and handed it over, his movements smooth and fluid, carrying a touch of streetwise. The bald middle-aged man, who was already frustrated and about to curse, saw the Zhonghua being offered and immediately swallowed the word scram that was about to come out. "Oh, little brother, you are too polite. How can I accept this?" He quickly rubbed his hands on his clothes and took the cigarette. Suyu immediately pulled out a windproof lighter, and with a pop of flame flared up as he leaned in to light it for him. Who? The bald middle-aged man took a deep puff, exhaling a long smoke ring. Under the soothing influence of nicotine, his troubled expression relaxed considerably, and he opened up completely. "Little brother, what can we do?" In this world when the heavens are angry, people's hearts turn bad. The uncle pointed at the supermarket door with a cigarette in hand, angrily cursing, "Pa, don't even mention it. There's some damn manager Wong inside blocking the door with a few security guards." That older brother gestured towards a few indistinct figures inside, continuing angrily, "They say it's to protect company property and await official takeover. No entry for unauthorized personnel. Isn't that nonsense? Right now everyone is in a state of panic, blowing in the cold wind for half the night, and they're already starving enough to see stars, just wanting to grab a hot meal and a bottle of water. That little manager, what is he acting like a big shot for? I think he just wants to hoard supplies for himself, or use the full supermarket stock as a stepping stone. Blocking like this, does he really think the common people are easy to bully? I think when people get desperate they will definitely beat him to death." Upon hearing this, a glint of light flashed in Su-Ye's eyes, but he put on a righteous look. "Exactly. This is too unkind. This is pushing people to their deaths." The two chatted more and more in tune, and in a short while Su-Yu and this bald brother not only exchanged names, but also discovered they were actually from the same hometown. In fact, as Su-Yu looked at the glass door that was blocked, he couldn't help but sneer in his heart. Blocking the door? Using company regulations to oppress people. That manager named Wang, does he want to swallow this piece of fat meat all for himself? Lu Wei, 33 years old, had his hairline receded to the crown of his head, with stubborn strands combed towards the center, giving him the appearance of being in his 50s. He crouched against the remnants of a half-wall, his fingers yellowed from the cigarette he held trembling in the cold wind. He took a deep drag, the harsh taste of low-quality tobacco choking his throat and inducing a fit of violent coughing. His eyes turned red, and he wiped his face haphazardly. For the sake of his wife at home, he had toiled for 10 years in this broken county, finally managing to provide a house only for it to become worthless paper after a devastating quake. "The phone at home has been busy. If my parents are gone, I will truly be left alone. Fortunately, my wife has just reported safe." Lu Wei took 2 more vigorous puffs, pressing the cigarette, but into the standing water with a weary expression. In this world, being able to cry over the trivial matters of home is considered a luxury. Su-Yu leaned against the corner without interrupting, pulling out a half-full pack of soft Zhonghua cigarettes and placing it directly into Lu Wei's embrace. Just as Lu Wei was about to light his 3rd cigarette, the standoff at the supermarket entrance erupted. Someone behind pushed forcefully, causing a person in the front row to stumble and crash into the shatterproof glass door. The hunger, panic, and anger that had been brewing for hours finally breached the dam of reason. Go to hell. Why aren't we allowed in? Smash the door. Grab the food. Dozens of people surged forward, their eyes bloodshot. Manager Wang, who stood at the front, had lost his earlier arrogance, his face turning pale as he scrambled to squeeze through the gap in the rolling shutter. The 2 or 3 security guards in the front didn't even have time to draw their batons before they were knocked to the ground by the overwhelming tide of people. Fists and leather shoes rained down. The sounds of bones cracking and muffled screams were completely drowned out by louder roars. After a few futile struggles, those few people on the ground lay still. The glass door collapsed with a thunderous crash. "Get in and grab." A surge of heads pressed eagerly into the dark interior of the supermarket. "This way." Su-Yu pulled the dazed Lu Wei aside, avoiding the scene of carnage at the main entrance, and skillfully making his way towards the side employee passage. The entire county was in a blackout, and the supermarket was shrouded in darkness. At the main entrance, the leading individuals tripped over a collapsed cash register, and those behind could not stop in time, heavily stepping on the backs and heads of those in front. Screams tore through the darkness. At the entrance, a pile of bodies quickly formed, and a strong smell of blood rapidly spread in the enclosed air. Lu Wei swallowed hard, his calves cramping as he gripped the door frame, too afraid to step forward. Su-Yu turned on his phone's flashlight, the beam sweeping across the fresh produce and snack section on the first floor. Ventilation ducts had fallen onto load-bearing columns, and bags of chips were crushed underfoot, mixed with spilled soy sauce and vinegar, emitting a strange sour odor. Seeing food, Lu Wei no longer cared about his fear. He flipped his backpack around to his chest, bit down on his phone, and dove into the pile of crushed snack debris, using both hands to stuff bread and biscuits that were still edible into his bag. "You're on the 1st floor, I'll check the 2nd floor." After a brief exchange, Su-Yu turned off the flashlight and vanished into the depths of darkness. The 1st floor was a blind spot for food. Using the faint reflection from the outside, Su-Yu navigated between rows of shelves. He skipped the steps of picking and choosing, pressing his palm against the cold metal shelves, guiding his intent. Whoosh. The 5-story-high metal rack stacked high with vacuum-sealed rice barrels of soybean oil and cartons of luncheon meat vanished into thin air. Collect. The seasoning section, frozen section, daily necessities section. He stepped on shards of glass, and wherever he went the shelves were left completely empty, not even a price tag remained. This unrestrained plundering sent Su-Ye's blood racing. 2 minutes later, scattered cell phone screens began to light up around him. The crowd at the entrance had already pushed in, stepping on corpses. He turned again and rushed to the second floor's grocery and daily necessities section, sweeping everything in sight. 5 minutes later, the already small space was almost completely filled. Tsuyu decisively withdrew, passing by the fresh produce section, casually grabbing a thick-bladed bone-cutting knife from the cutting board. To avoid being recognized, Tsuyu changed his outfit, pulling a baseball cap low over his head. Holding a plastic bag filled with several packs of bread and hot dogs, he retreated against the wall, going against the flow of people. Just as he stepped out the supermarket's back door, a cold wind mixed with murderous intent rushed at him. A dozen thugs stood haphazardly in the open space at the entrance. The leader, bald-headed, sported a low-quality shoulder tattoo of a dragon. These people held rebar and fire axes, too timid to enter the shaky supermarket, instead setting up a blockade at the entrance. Tsuyu's eyelids twitched as he scanned the area. On the edge of the crowd, two conspicuous figures with red and yellow hair crouched on the ground, smoking. They were the same two punks he had encountered in the clothing store earlier. Almost simultaneously, these individuals locked their gaze on Tsuyu, who had just emerged. The bald man eyed him up and down, his gaze lingering for half a second on the bone-cutting knife stained with meat scraps, yet he made no move. Tsuyu lowered the brim of his cap, feeling the wind at his feet, and walked straight away. "Stop!" The blonde suddenly spat out the cigarette, but pointed at Tsuyu's back and hurriedly whispered a few words into the bald man's ear. Hearing the commotion, Tsuyu did not look back and fled. His body, accustomed to late nights, was already weak, and the injuries from falling 10 stories had not yet healed. His temporary boost had long worn off. After running 2 blocks, of burning pain shot through his lungs. Ahead lay a deadened alley blocked by collapsed precast panels. There was no way out. Tsuyu stopped, turned around, and adjusted his breathing rhythm. Behind him, the chaotic footsteps quickly closed in. The blonde led 4 thugs, blocking his escape route, all panting heavily, wielding clubs. "Run. Keep running. Don't think that just because you change clothes I won't recognize you." The blonde pointed at Tsuyu with a crowbar, leaning on his knees, panting heavily, a sinister grin plastered on his face. "I'm exhausted. Kid, honestly, tell me how you got all that stuff from the store. Otherwise he'll chop you up and feed you." Next to him, a scrawny thug, all bones, spat out a mouthful of saliva and stepped forward with a metal baseball bat. "Brother Hui, why waste words with him? Just break his legs, and he'll be honest." Tsuyu leaned against the cold brick wall, watching the group of thugs closing in. As the apocalypse began to reveal itself, these gangs of evil forces were the fastest to adapt. "You are looking for death." Without any excess emotion, those 4 words conveyed a chilling silence that seeped into the bones. The skinny thug felt belittled, howling in anger, his feet stamping hard on the ground, the baseball bat slicing through the air as he swung it viciously at Tsuyu's temple. Tsuyu did not retreat an inch. His neural reflex index of 5.1 played a crucial role at that moment. The trajectory of the baseball bat was crystal clear in his eyes. With a swift motion of his left hand, a thick wooden stick the size of a thumb was pulled out from thin air, a mop handle, and blocked the incoming strike. Bang! Wood splinters flew, and the recoil made Tsuyu's hands tingle. The skinny thug missed his attack, leaving an open target at his chest. This was the moment Tsuyu had been waiting for. His right hand lifted the thick-bladed bone-cutting knife and slashed upward. As a doctor who had cut through countless human tissues on the operating table, he knew all too well where to strike to be lethal, and where the cut would be smoothest. The blade grazed the skinny thug's collarbone, cutting through the neck muscles, without hesitation, precisely severing the pulsating carotid artery. Shoo! A high-pressure spray of blood shot out, splattering over 2 meters away, drenching the blonde thug's head and face. The skinny thug gasped, the sound of air escaping from his throat as he clutched his neck, tightly warm liquid still gushing from his fingers. Neural reflexes caused his limbs to twitch wildly for a moment, then his knees buckled, and he collapsed into the pool of blood like a ragdoll. The strong smell of blood erupted in the deadened alley. The blonde wiped the warm liquid from his face, his hands drenched in crimson, as his previously arrogant expression froze in place. The remaining 3 thugs held their clubs frozen in midair, their calves cramping, too frightened to take a step forward. Tsuyu flicked the blood droplets off the bone-cutting knife and looked up at the blonde. After all, growing up in a peaceful era, these ruffians only dared to bully honest people on ordinary days. They valued personal relationships and social etiquette, never having witnessed such a bloody scene, where blades flashed with crimson. A chilling wind swept through the alley, as if countless wronged souls were lamenting. The thick smell of blood was carried away by the cold breeze invading the nostrils. Those ruffians who usually only bullied the weak now looked at the twitching body on the ground, and their pants were suddenly soaked in a large patch. The stench of urine mixed with the smell of blood, making one nauseous. This was no mere lamb waiting for slaughter. It was clearly a living hellish king crawling out from the depths of hell. "Run! Run quickly!" The leader with yellow hair shouted, his voice cracking like a rooster with its neck grasped as he turned to bolt towards the alley entrance. "Want to escape? Suyu's expression remained impassive, not even pausing for a moment. With a flick of his left wrist, a sharp, bone-cutting knife appeared in his palm. He sprang into action, his body like a taut bow striking first. Puff! The sound of the blade entering flesh was dull, yet piercing. The sharp knife precisely pierced through the gap between the fourth and fifth ribs of the yellow-haired ruffian's back. Avoiding the bone's obstruction, it headed straight for the heart, with the handle buried deep. The inertia of yellow-haired ruffian's run propelled him forward for 2 steps, before he collapsed like his spine had been pulled out, kneeling weakly on the ground, spewing forth a large quantity of pink blood froth. At the same time, Tsuyu gripped the thick-backed, bone-cutting knife, smeared with flesh remnants, in his right hand, exerting force from his waist and hips, sending it flying in a fluid motion. The heavy knife carved a dull arc in the air, emitting a sharp sound as it cut through. Bang! This strike was exceptionally well-timed, the blade crashing into the face of another red-haired ruffian, embedding itself deeply. Up! My face! My eyes! The red-haired ruffian immediately covered his face and fell to the ground, blood gushing between his fingers as he cried out in a pitiful wail. A double kill in an instant. The remaining 2 ruffians completely broke down. Having lived in a peaceful era for too long, they had seen street fights and people wielding watermelon knives, but they had never witnessed such a ruthless killing style that showed no mercy. With a shriek, the 2 instinctively turned and ran. But their legs felt weak and unresponsive, forcing them to tremble as they stumbled toward the alley entrance, while internally they shouted frantically, "Damn legs. Run now." In this moment of collapsing order, letting the tiger return to the mountain was tantamount to digging their own graves. Tsuyu had no intention of leaving any survivors. He reached back into the spatial realm and pulled out several bone-cutting knives he had previously scavenged, his fingertips caressing the cold blades, skipping even the aiming motion and simply flinging them out. At a distance of 1 or 2 meters, even random throws would hit. His arms swung in succession, and a flash of cold light appeared. Puff! Puff! 2 dull thuds sounded almost simultaneously. Blood instantly stained their backs and thighs, soaking their jeans in a dark crimson hue. They staggered a few steps, still attempting to crawl away their nails, leaving bloody marks on the concrete. "Help! Help me!" Before the plea could fully escape, Tsuyu had already caught up. Holding a sharp bullhorn knife in each hand, he plunged them directly into the gaps between the ribs of both ruffians. He pulled them out. The 2 bodies convulsed violently for a moment before falling completely still. Tsuyu stood up, shaking off the specks of blood from his hands, his thoughts stirring. The 5 corpses on the ground, along with the scattered steel pipes and knives from earlier, vanished into thin air in an instant. The alley, once filled with bodies, returned to dead silence, with only a few patches of obvious bloodstains on the ground indicating that a massacre had just occurred. He quickly took off the bloodstained tactical jacket, flipped it inside out, and put it on the black lining facing outwards, lowering the brim of the hood, and vanished like a ghost at the alley entrance. 10 minutes later, Tsuyu returned to his domestically produced hybrid car. With a press on the accelerator, the car roared as it drove away from the old district. A few minutes later, Tsuyu found a secluded spot to park the car and recline the seat. His consciousness instantly sank into the life reconstruction laboratory within his mind. In the center of the space, the bronze-textured decomposition furnace emitted a low humming sound. The patterns on the furnace flickered, exuding an ancient and mysterious aura. The 5 ruffians' corpses were neatly lined up on the platform in front of the furnace. As Tsuyu's spiritual entity approached, several lines of translucent ethereal text immediately appeared on his retina. Detected biological carrier. Entry analysis in progress. No entries found. Target 1, yellow-haired, long-term alcohol abuse, liver damage, decomposition value 0. 12, origin quality. Target 2, red-haired, kidney deficiency, low bone density, decomposition value 0. 1, origin quality. Target 3, decomposition value 0. For origin quality. Target 4, decomposition value 0. 3, origin quality. Target 5, decomposition value 0. 3, origin quality. Looking at this string of data, Tsuyu frowned slightly. What a bunch of waste material. These ruffians appeared young and strong, yet their bodies had long been hollowed out. In the system's evaluation framework, they were nothing more than a pile of low-quality industrial waste. Decompose everything. Tsuyu did not hesitate, and issued the command directly. The lid of the furnace slid open, and an invisible suction force dragged the 5 corpses inside. The bluish flames danced within the furnace, devoid of any burnt odor, only a pure sensation of energy being refined. A few seconds later, decomposition complete, obtained origin quality 1. 22. Only 1. 22. Tsuyu shook his head, feeling somewhat disappointed. This amount of origin quality was not enough to meet the minimum standards for activating the concept operating table, let alone to enhance his own body or extract entries. However, he also didn't have suitable genetic entries to transplant. Yet the feasibility of obtaining origin quality through the recycling of garbage slightly relaxed his previously tense mood. His consciousness returned to reality. The car cabin was warm. Suyu retrieved the spoils from his earlier supermarket raid. A delicate cream cake and half a chilled watermelon. He picked up a spoon and aggressively scooped a large piece of watermelon into his mouth. The icy juice exploded in his mouth, washing away the lingering blood taste from his lungs. He then took several bites of the high-calorie cake. This extreme dietary combination was an unimaginable luxury in this ruined city. His body gradually warmed up, and the tension from the earlier killings was slowly suppressed by this physiological satisfaction. While eating, Suyu took out a new phone he had gotten through a $0 purchase. He replaced it with his old SIM card. As the car drove away from the old district, the signal tower seemed to regain some functionality, with the network not entirely cut off, but intermittent. He opened Fei Xin. Ding 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 ding. A flurry of message notifications erupted like gunfire. It was from Jiang Mu Sen, around 8 now, just coming through. Brother I still can't reach my mom, I'm really scared. A part of the dormitory building just collapsed. The counselor is calling everyone to gather. My phone is about to die, where are you? I miss you, I really miss you so much. Looking at these texts, Suyu could almost automatically conjure up Jiang Mu's pitiful little face in his mind. This girl seemed soft and easy to bully, yet her heart was as clear as a mirror. Only in front of Suyu did she show this clingy side, unable to part from him. The tea is a bit too tea-like, but that is my tea. Suyu wiped the cream off the corner of his mouth. Just as he intended to reply, the screen suddenly flickered violently. A new message struggled to squeeze and sent 2 minutes ago. Brother the school issued an emergency notice. A lot of military vehicles have arrived. They want to take us all away, saying it's to a temporary evacuation point in the western suburbs. There are so many people on the playground, everyone is lining up to board the vehicles. It's a chaotic scene. Some people who didn't want to leave were forcibly taken on board. Once we reach the place, and I know the specific location, I'll find a way to contact you. The phone is about to die. You must come find me. A western suburbs evacuation point. Suyu's brows instantly furrowed, and he felt as though the watermelon in his mouth had lost its sweetness. He immediately clicked to dial the phone. Sorry, the user you are trying to reach is powered off. Damn. Suyu irritably slammed his hand on the steering wheel, producing a muffled bang. When did the authorities' actions become so swift? According to the fragments of memory, large-scale rescue and evacuation should only begin about 3 days after the disaster occurred. Suyu's expression darkened slightly. Originally, according to his plan, the distance of over 100 kilometers could be covered by avoiding congested routes. If luck was on his side, he could reach Yang City before nightfall, then find Jiang Mu at South Province Institute of Technology. Then he would take her to find a safe place to hide and slowly develop. Now that she had been taken away, the variables increased sharply. A sense of unease suddenly surged within Suyu, realizing that things were slipping out of his control. A bold crimson headline read, shocking. The apocalypse has been confirmed. Across the phone screen like a scar. Suyu's fingers trembled slightly as he clicked on the video link that had been shared countless times. The screen was filled with noise and static, indicating severe signal interference. In the frame, an elderly man stood at a hastily assembled podium. His hair was somewhat disheveled and his expression weary, yet his eyes remained sharp as an eagle's. A familiar and steady voice pierced through the chaotic background, noise resonating clearly. To all. Confirmed by the highest scientific academy, this is an unprecedented global disaster. I hereby announce that we are officially entering a state of emergency. We will do everything in our power to ensure the supply of essential goods and orderly organize coastal residents to evacuate inland. As his words fell, the elderly man, who usually only appeared on the evening news, deeply bowed to the camera. That gesture seemed to bear the weight of the lives of 1 billion people. The video came to an abrupt halt. Suyu grasped his phone, his expression grim. He silently rewound the progress bar, watching it 3 more times, each word and pause replaying in his mind. Though not explicitly stated, the few words "great matter" style was understood by those who knew. Suyu suddenly recalled the screenshot of a predictive post sent by his younger brother. The higher-ups must have already been aware of some news, but how much do they really know, and how accurate is it? He turned off the screen, tossing the phone onto the passenger seat, narrowing his eyes. No wonder over at Mu, as soon as the notification arrived, personnel and vehicles were already mobilized. Such rapid mobilization efficiency is definitely not a Spurofemid decision. Considering our excellent traditions, it's likely that while he was speaking, everything was already being secretly arranged. However, this sudden turn of events completely disrupted his overall plan. West suburb. West suburb. Suyu sighed, his fingers unconsciously tapping the steering wheel, producing a crisp thud sound, his brow deeply furrowed. The west suburb is remote and largely undeveloped wasteland. What place could serve as a large evacuation point at this time? Unless He suddenly sat upright. A flash of inspiration struck him, and his fingers swiftly swiped across the car's central control screen, pulling up the offline map he had downloaded long ago. His gaze roamed over the west suburb area, repeatedly, finally locking onto a massive gray landmark. West City train station. Suyu's pupils dilated sharply. It was a newly built first-class station from 3 years ago, constructed with steel-reinforced concrete for military readiness. The underground structure extended 30 meters deep, resembling a modern war fortress. Moreover, it connected to the national railway network, right next to a highway entrance. If one were to evacuate millions of people from Sheep City quickly, this location in the west suburb was the only option. Without a moment's hesitation, Suyu slammed the steering wheel, the tires screeching against the slick road. The car turned, the engine roaring as it sped toward Sheep City. At that moment, the navigation still functioned under the intermittent network, but the glaring red alerts on the screen were utterly despairing. It was either a traffic accident or road damage. Suyu drove slowly, constantly rerouting, even driving into farmland twice, just to bypass obstacles. What used to be a 2-hour journey dragged on until 3 in the afternoon without reaching the destination. Eventually, he found himself stuck on a highway just outside Sheep City, blocked by a jam leading to several provinces. Beep, beep. Move it up front. Are you all dead? Hurry, hurry, hurry. Can't you see it's all blocked ahead? The cacophony of horns merged into a massive wave of sound that pounded against Suyu's eardrums. He rolled down the window to look out. The line of cars ahead stretched endlessly, and he had no idea how far the blockage extended. Many people had turned off their engines, standing by the roadside smoking and cursing. How long is this going to last? Suyu tugged at his hair in frustration. Just then a shadow suddenly flashed in the rearview mirror. A modified black Land Rover barreled through like an enraged wild boar, its front equipped with a crash guard, looking fearsome as it charged down the emergency lane. Bang! Crash! It didn't slow down, crashing through a row of side mirrors, its doors scraping against other cars as it zoomed by amidst the curses. Suyu was momentarily stunned, but then grinned, revealing his white teeth. This is interesting. With someone clearing the path, why wait any longer? He swiftly turned the steering wheel, reversing twice, without caring about scratching the paint, and stubbornly squeezed into the emergency lane. Yet he was still too slow. The Land Rover charged ahead too quickly, and several private cars eager to avoid the queue instantly cut in front. He could only follow closely behind, speeding down the emergency lane. However, the good times didn't last long. After following the Land Rover for a few kilometers, the traffic came to a standstill again. This time, even the emergency lane was completely blocked. Damn it! Suyu slammed his fist on the steering wheel, a curse escaping his lips. Watching the unmoving traffic ahead, he felt an unnamed fury rising to his head. Yet no matter how furious he was, he could only wait silently unless he abandoned the vehicle and walked. Time ticked away. The sky darkened and his stomach began to rumble. He tore open a pack of bread and mechanically chewed as if it were wax. During this time his phone vibrated. It was a message from his younger brother Su-hang. As expected, he had only bought enough food for 2 people for 3 months, mostly staple foods like rice and flour. But this was already the result of acting quickly. When Suyu prepared to reply, the message took forever to send, ultimately popping up a red exclamation mark, failed to send. Damn it! Suyu hurled the phone onto the seat. More than 2 hours had passed, and the long line of cars had barely moved 2 or 3 kilometers, moving at a snail's pace. Finally, just as Suyu's patience was about to run out, the traffic turned a corner. The road ahead suddenly opened up, but it also revealed the cause of the jam. 2 private cars, a Toyota and a Mazda, had collided, their fronts intimately locked together, forming a V shape, blocking the road. Not only did they occupy the main road, but they also blocked half of the emergency lane, forcing the vehicles behind to swerve around. Next to these 2 obstacles, 2 groups of people were pushing and shoving each other. Compensation, not a cent less. This is a brand new car. Are you blind? You changed lanes and hit me. They completely ignored the honking of thousands of cars behind them, as if the road belonged to them. Among them was an aunt dressed in a floral dress with wavy curls, angrily cursing at the vehicles honking behind her while holding up her phone. Suyu looked and saw that the modified Land Rover was right at the front. The driver's window was down, and a bald man with a severe expression leaned out. He wore a big gold chain, had tattoos covering his arms, and wore an expression that seemed to say, "Are you stupid?" In a chilling tone, "Get out of the way." "You want me to get out of the way? Who do you think you are?" The aunt's voice was sharp, spitting mad, her finger almost poking the bald man's nose, exuding a sense of invulnerability. "Let me tell you, if you don't pay for the damages today, none of you can leave. If you have the guts, hit me. Try hitting me. I dare you." Suyu watched this scene with cold eyes, finding it absurd. The government was nearly declaring the end of the world, and these people were still squabbling over such a minor scratch. Did they still want to play the civilized society game of scams? Perhaps they were unaware of the news. The world is vast, and there are indeed all sorts of people. Were these people's brains filled with glue? The bald man in front clearly lost the last bit of his patience. He took off his sunglasses, revealing a pair of fierce, triangular eyes, and grinned at the ant. Fine, this is what you asked for. The next second the Land Rover's engine let out a beastly roar. Boom! The bald man slammed the gas pedal to the floor without a moment's hesitation. The heavily modified Land Rover transformed into a roaring heavy tank, charging violently into the cars blocking the road. Bang! A loud crash accompanied by the ear-piercing sound of metal tearing and the shattering of glass. The Mazda was sent flying as if made of paper, rolling over twice on the ground, its undercarriage facing the sky. The front of the Toyota was also smashed to bits, sliding several meters to clear a path. The ant who had been shouting near the cars was instantly swept away by the Land Rover's momentum, spinning in the air. The other two groups of people still arguing by the two cars felt a strong gust of wind rush past them. They all yelled and dove to the sides, falling like turtles on their backs, completely losing their earlier bravado. The bald man didn't even bother to close the window, extending a hand out to give a cocky middle finger to the ant who had rolled to the roadside. Then he slammed the gas pedal, speeding away. Nice work. Watching this scene, Tsuyu felt every pore in his body relax, the pent-up frustration dissipating instantly. This was the rhythm that the apocalypse should have. When you can take action, don't just talk. The drivers behind also reacted, each one eagerly pressing down on the gas. The emergency lane became instantly clear, and Tsuyu also pressed down on the gas, quickly following behind. With the Land Rover leading the way, the remaining journey, though still bumpy, at least started moving again. In the early hours of the morning, Tsuyu finally arrived at the outskirts of Sheep City. The entire city was now engulfed in a dead silence and darkness, the power system evidently completely paralyzed. Only the cold moon above cast a pale light. Under the moonlight, Tsuyu slowed down, his gaze sweeping over the once prosperous metropolis. Compared to the devastation in Yunshan City, the situation in Sheep City seemed slightly better. Although many low buildings had collapsed, the iconic skyscrapers in the distance still stood silently, like giants in the dark. The sun rose higher and higher, yesterday's freezing chill now replaced by a temperature that shot up like a roller coaster. The abnormal climate of the apocalypse was vividly displayed at this moment. Tsuyu turned off the already malfunctioning navigation and relied solely on the offline map to inch toward the west suburb train station. The closer he got to the west suburb, the heavier the suffocating sense of oppression became. The once wide main road now seemed like a miniature refugee camp. All that met the eye were a sea of heads. Private cars, and even a number of electric scooters and shared bikes were mixed together, resembling a dying serpent struggling along the cracked asphalt road. The greenery along the roadside had long lost its shape, replaced by bizarrely overgrown mutated weeds, as if mocking humanity's plight. Tsuyu lowered the window halfway, and a wave of foul air mixed with sweat, burnt odors, and dust. Get out of the way. Let me pass first. I have urgent business. What are you crowding for? Are you in a hurry to reincarnate? The sounds of arguing children, crying, and car horns intertwined, ringing painfully in the ears. Tsuyu gripped the steering wheel expressionlessly, the hybrid vehicle crawling slowly in the traffic. He scanned the surroundings. Though it was the suburbs, tall buildings had once stood here. But now those modern residential buildings he had once been proud of appeared as if they had been torn apart by giants. Large sections of the walls had peeled off, revealing the terrifying steel skeletons. Some buildings leaned precariously against others on the verge of collapse, their window glass shattered all over the ground, reflecting blinding light in this unusual morning. The mobile signal icon still displayed a glaring, but he had already inquired. People in the city received a broadcast notice yesterday morning, knowing that the entire Yanqing area, including the surrounding regions, was to be evacuated. Currently, the military was hastily clearing various transportation hubs and had announced several evacuation points, allowing all citizens to evacuate nearby. The nearest one was indeed the west suburb train station. Finally, the traffic merged into the main entrance of the Qingxi Avenue. The atmosphere changed abruptly here. Armed military police set up heavy roadblocks, the dark muzzles of guns and the intimidating presence of armored vehicles forced the previously agitated crowd to settle down. A few young soldiers, dusty and with cracked lips, still stood upright, hoarsely maintaining order. Ahead is the temporary evacuation point at the west suburb. Citizens with cars used the left lane. Pedestrians used the right lane. The loudspeaker repeatedly broadcast the instructions, carrying an undeniable authority. Tsuyu's car slowly glided to the checkpoint. Looking at the soldiers who were even younger than him, Tsuyu felt a slight stir in his heart. In the night before the collapse of order, this military uniform was the last glimmer of civilization and currently the greatest reliance. He did not hesitate, taking advantage of the pause during the inspection. He reached into the back seat, which was actually a space, and dragged out a whole box of unopened bottled water, pushing it out the window. "Comrades, thank you for your hard work. Take this and drink something." The young soldier was momentarily stunned, instinctively wanting to refuse. "Comrade, we have discipline. Take it, your lips are cracked." If you also collapse, who will protect everyone? Suyu did not give him a chance to refuse. Pressing the accelerator, the car had already slid into the left lane. In the rearview mirror, the young soldier hugged the water crate and saluted the back of the car with a standard military salute. Suyu withdrew his gaze. For him, it was merely a slight stirring of emotions, an inconsequential little episode. After driving along the cleared Chungshi Avenue for about 20 minutes, the view suddenly opened up. The vast wasteland in front of the West Suburb train station had already been forcefully flattened by several heavy bulldozers packed tightly. It had clearly become a massive temporary fortress. Countless tents extended in clusters, green military vehicles shuttled among them, and in the central open space private cars were parked densely. As soon as Suyu parked the car in the designated area, a piercing broadcast drilled into his ears. Attention, all car owners. During this extraordinary period, the evacuation point will implement wartime control. All private cars must be registered. Fuel supplies will be distributed based on tickets. At the same time, the provincial government will arrange for other disaster-affected citizens to share rides based on vehicle capacity. If necessary, coercive measures will be taken. Please cooperate voluntarily. This statement landed like a heavy stone thrown into a boiling vat of oil, instantly stirring the crowd into a frenzy. Why should I? This is my private property. I have a wife and children. There's no space for outsiders. Exactly. What if I pick up a bad person? I won't do it. Protests arose one after another, but were quickly suppressed by a series of synchronized gun clicks. A squad of fully armed soldiers approached expressionlessly, their cold gun barrels pointing toward the sky, instantly silencing the shouting. The crowd instantly fell silent. Suyu observed coldly, his mind crystal clear. To talk about private property at this moment, that was sheer lunacy. He knew very well that in the face of extreme collective crisis, individual interests would be ruthlessly crushed, and cooperation was the only shortcut to survival. Moreover, to evacuate such a large population in a short time, the authorities could only rack their brains and utilize every available resource. Suyu locked his car and discreetly blended into the crowd heading for the registration area. In front stood a row of long tables, each staffed by workers sweating profusely. Suyu's gaze swept through them like a hawk, keenly observing the expressions of each clerk, ultimately selecting a line. Behind that table sat a middle-aged policeman, his uniform a bit tight, straining against his bulging belly. The name tag on his chest read Lu Jiaming. The registration efficiency was high, and the line quickly reached Suyu. He glanced at the forms on the table, which contained only a few simple items, whether it was a fuel vehicle, the number of passengers, and current personnel. He did not immediately write, but took a deep breath, trying to make his voice sound like that of an ordinary family member. With just the right hint of urgency, he asked, "Officer, sorry to bother you. My sister is a student at Nan Province Institute of Technology, named Jiang Mu. I heard that her school was evacuated to this evacuation point yesterday, but I haven't been able to contact her since yesterday morning. Do you know where the students are now?" Middle-aged policeman Lu Jianming mechanically flipped through the forms, not raising his eyelids at the words, casually replying, "University students. That's a key protected group. They were probably among the first to evacuate. They should have left by train. Most of them are already gone. They have already evacuated." This statement struck Suyu's heart like a heavy hammer. If Jiang Mu had already gone north with the main group, then in this collapsing order amidst the vast sea of people, it would probably be impossible to meet again in this lifetime. Seeing Suyu dazed in place, Lu Jianming impatiently tapped the table with his pen, his tone carrying a hint of numbed indifference from witnessing farewells. "All right, stop dazing. It's chaotic right now. There are many people missing. You better fill this out quickly. We need to arrange a unified evacuation. Once things are settled, you can take your time to search later." Lu Jianming's urging became a blur in Suyu's ears, but his brain was racing at that moment. No, what he said was most of them. As a doctor used to vague terminology in the hospital, Suyu had an almost instinctive sensitivity to such phrases. Most of them meant not all. It meant there were still those left behind. It meant Jiang Mu might still be stranded within this chaotic fortress. Suyu's heart, which had originally fallen to the depths, suddenly tightened, and the despair in his eyes vanished in an instant, replaced by a resolute calm. He deftly retrieved 2 packs of soft Zhonghua cigarettes that he had acquired through zero-cost purchase in the old district. His movements were swift. "Officer Lu, I truly beg you for help." Suyu's voice was kept very low as he pressed down on the form with his left hand, while his right hand reached into the pocket of his oversized jacket. He deftly retrieved 2 packs of soft Zhonghua cigarettes that he had acquired through zero-cost purchase in the old district. His movements were swift and discreet, concealed by his body and the form. He pressed the 2 packs beneath the form and slowly pushed them to the edge of Lu Jianming's vision. "My younger sister is very young and timid. I really can't rest easy leaving her alone in this environment. Officer Lu, you are an insider with valuable information. I beg you to help me check if there are still a few left in there." As Lu Jianming's rough fingers touched the cigarette pack, he couldn't help but shudder slightly. In this critical moment when tobacco supplies were nearly cut off, the weight of these 2 packs of soft Zhonghua was far more significant to a veteran smoker than a stack of cash. The corner of his eye quickly scanned the table, and a glimmer of subtle sharpness finally emerged from his previously numb gaze. He instinctively glanced to the left and right. Then Lu Jianming casually pulled the form closer along with the 2 precious packs, and concealed them in the drawer. Lowering his voice, he raised an eyebrow at Suyu. "You kid, you are quite sensible. In a situation like yours there are indeed exceptions. Let's go. Considering the deep bond between you and your sister, it'll take you to take a look. But let me be clear, if we can't find her, you must return immediately to accept the arrangement for a unified evacuation. Don't make it hard for me." Suyu nodded eagerly, his eyes reflecting just the right amount of gratitude. Lu Jianming gestured for a young police officer with a tender face, whispering a few instructions. The young officer glanced at Suyu, asked no further questions, and directly sat down in Lu Jianming's place. "Stay close, this place is large enough to disorient someone." Lu Jianming made a gesture, eagerly opened a pack of cigarettes, lit one, and took a deep drag. The rich aroma of tobacco spread through the murky air, and a look of near ecstasy appeared on his face. It was as if at this moment the clouds of doom had been blown away by the smoke. Suyu silently followed behind him, and the 2 twisted and turned before finally getting into a muddy military off-road vehicle. As the vehicle started, Suyu truly experienced the grand scale of this evacuation point. Outside the window, endless stretches of yellow earth were forcibly leveled by heavy machinery compacted hard. Countless green military trucks like diligent worker ants continuously unloaded terrified disaster victims and mountains of supplies. This place extends at least 5 to 6 kilometers. Lu Jianming introduced casually, while driving with a hint of pride in his tone. "See, this is what they call an infrastructure madman. In just a day and night, they carved out a temporary camp from the wasteland. However, this is just the tip of the iceberg. Wait until we enter the core area of the train station. That will truly be a sea of people." A few minutes later, the vehicle jolted onto the concrete surface. The massive dome of the train station in the west of the city appeared in view. At this moment, this modern structure resembled a monstrous beast with its mouth wide open, swallowing tens of thousands of souls. Inside and outside the station, soldiers armed with guns stood guard, and the atmosphere was tense and oppressive. Lu Jianming led Suyu through several checkpoints, stopping to hand a cigarette to an old familiar officer while inquiring about a few things. Upon entering the station, an indescribable smell hit them. It was a strange odor formed by the mingling of sweat, the smell of cheap instant noodles, and the scent of fear emitted by thousands of people packed together. The originally tidy seats in the hall had long been removed, leaving the floor covered in cardboard and tattered mats. People sat or lay scattered about, their eyes filled with the blankness and numbness of survival after disaster. The occasional muffled sobs echoed in the vast waiting hall, sounding particularly piercing. Lu Jianming led Suyu through the noisy crowd to a relatively quiet area in the southeast corner of the station. "Here it is." Lu Jianming pointed ahead. "University students are a priority part of the first batch. Most were sent off last night. The remaining few hundred are either those who have lost contact with their families and refuse to leave, or the troublemakers who were missed on the school list." He paused, glanced at his watch, and spoke more seriously. "You just made it in time for this last call. Old Zhang just said that by tonight at the latest, everyone here will be forcibly loaded onto the vehicles and evacuated. By then, looking for someone will truly be like finding a needle in a haystack." However, Suyu had already stopped listening to Lu Jianming. His gaze was like a high-precision radar, frantically scanning the hundreds of gray figures ahead. Suddenly his eyes fixed on a pillar. Among a sea of gray-blue sportswear and dirty school uniforms, a tuft of fluffy pink stood out so strikingly, yet felt so familiar. It was Zhang Mumu. She was huddled on a piece of cardboard at the base of the pillar, clutching a deflated backpack, wearing the pink plush pajamas that Suyu had personally chosen for her. She had her head down, resting her chin on her knees, and her thin shoulders trembled slightly, like a small creature that had lost its nest in a storm. "Mumu." Suyu's voice was somewhat hoarse, even carrying a tremor he was not aware of. He pushed through the crowd and rushed over, almost sprinting the last few steps. The pink figure froze for a moment, as if hearing some incredible hallucination. She slowly lifted her head, and her originally rosy little face was now pale to the point of being transparent, exhaustion and fear written all over her delicate features. When Zhang Mumu's familiar face came into view, she blinked hard, with glistening tears hanging on her long eyelashes. "Brother, you." She tentatively murmured, her voice as thin as a mosquito's buzz. Then an expression of disbelief and joy instantaneously spread across her face, as if every cell in her body had leapt with joy. She suddenly sprang up, even stumbling a bit due to the abruptness of her movement. But she paid no heed, crashing directly into Suyu's embrace, her arms tightly wrapping around his waist with such strength it felt as if she wanted to melt herself into his body. "Wow." The accumulated fear, loneliness, and despair from nearly 30 hours completely collapsed at this moment. Jiang Mu cried out loudly, her tears instantly soaking Su Ye's jacket. Brother you. Whoa. I thought you didn't want me anymore. I lost my phone, and I couldn't contact you. They insisted on making me get on the bus. I was too scared to leave. I was afraid that if I left you wouldn't be able to find me. Whoa, I'm so scared. Su Yu felt the warm, yet violently trembling body in his arms, and his heart felt as if it had been fiercely tugged by something. In his memories, this girl was always the one in control. Occasionally she would showcase her T-skills like the saintess of the beast-taming sect, captivating the suitors that surrounded her. But had she ever displayed such utter fragility? Inside the station hall, the mingled odors of sweat, instant noodles, and an inescapable sense of anxiety created a nauseating atmosphere. Su Yu tightened his arms around the girl in his embrace, resting his chin on the top of her head. There was no romantic fragrance, only the stench of sour sweat and dust. This was the most authentic scent of the apocalypse. Whoa. Jiang Mu buried her face in his jacket, sobbing uncontrollably. It was a pent-up fear accumulated over nearly 30 hours, finally finding an outlet, bursting forth like a dam breaking. Many survivors around cast numb gazes, and a few men with sinister eyes leered unabashedly at Su Yu. Frowned slightly, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. In such a chaotic place, being too conspicuous was not a good thing. All right. He patted her back, twice more, like soothing a frightened little beast, his tone tinged with mock disdain. If you cry again, I'll leave you here. The person in his arms did not respond. Tisk, can't you even smell yourself? You're starting to stink like a salted fish. The sobbing abruptly ceased. Jiang Mu suddenly looked up, tears hanging on her delicate face, her cheeks puffing up like a little hamster with ruffled fur. You're the one who's stinky. I'm a little fairy. Fairies don't smell bad. She sniffed and rubbed her nose vigorously against Su Ye's chest, retaliating by wiping her tears and snot on his clothes. Though she was still arguing back, the brink of her breakdown instantly dissipated. This girl had such a strong emotional regulation ability. Su Yu curled the corners of his mouth into a slight smile, reaching out to mess up her already disheveled hair even more. Alright, let's talk about serious matters. He restrained his smile, scanning the surroundings and lowering his voice. We can't stay here long. Jiang Mu also quieted down, her eyes reddening as she whispered, Brother you, my mom. Someone said the coast has already sunk. I know. Su Yu did not offer any empty words of comfort, but calmly stated the facts. Currently, all communications are down. No news is the best news, but the southern province will indeed be abandoned, and all stranded personnel must evacuate by tonight at the latest. He pointed outside the hall. My car is over there. Officer Liu is waiting for us. We have to leave immediately for Xiang province, which is at a higher elevation and currently the closest safe zone. Jiang Mu was taken aback. Looking into Su Ye's calm, even somewhat cold eyes, her inner panic inexplicably faded significantly. This was her man. As long as she followed him, even if the sky fell, there would be someone to hold it up. I'll listen to you. Jiang Mu nodded vigorously, then, as if recalling something, hurriedly pulled Su Yu behind a pillar. Brother you, I have a friend here, can we? Behind the pillar stood a tall, cold-looking girl. Though her hair was disheveled, and her white jacket was stained with dust, she stood there like a pine tree on a snow-capped mountain, exuding a chilling aura that kept people at bay. Su Yu's gaze lingered on her face for a second. A top-notch beauty, at least a 9 out of 10. Sister Qingli, this is my boyfriend Su Yu. I wasn't lying, he really came. Jiang Mu's tone was filled with undisguised pride as she tightly linked her arm with Su Yu's. Brother you, this is Senior Lin Qingli. Lin Qingli nodded slightly, her cold gaze sweeping over Su Yu as if acknowledging him. Su Yu merely nodded in response, showing no excessive enthusiasm. She was indeed beautiful, but in the apocalypse a pretty face was the most fragile. Unless she had other value. Sister Qingli, come with us. Jiang Mu urged anxiously. Su Yu has a car, we can go directly to nearby Xiang province, no need to go to that highland anymore. If we really go to such a faraway place like Xiang province, then when the sky is high and the world chaotic, it will be very difficult to contact family. Lin Qingli bit her pale lips, a hint of struggle flashing in her eyes. After a moment she still shook her head, her voice as cold as broken jade. Mu, you guys go ahead. My name is on the registration list. If my family comes looking for me and can't find me, they will worry. But Jiang Mu wanted to persuade her again, but Su Yu directly interrupted her. No need to persuade her. Su Yu glanced at his watch, his tone indifferent. Everyone has their own choices. We should go now. He had no time to play the family game of persuasion here. Since she was unwilling to leave, he would respect her fate. At that moment, Hada, the sound of several bottles of mineral water rolling to the ground abruptly broke the deadlock. Su Yu turned sideways. A young man as sturdy as a bear stood frozen in place, still holding several bags of crushed instant noodles. This physique. Su Yu's eyes brightened slightly. With a back like a tiger and a bear-like waist, his arms were muscular and intimidating. It was just that his eyes seemed a bit too clear. Behind the young man, a girl in loose sportswear was huddled. She lowered her head, revealing only a pointed chin, looking so frail that a gust of wind could blow her down. "How, you're back." Jiang Mumu seemed to have seen her savior, and quickly called out, "Come here. This is my boyfriend Suyu, the one I told you about before." She swiftly introduced Suyu. "Jiang Yunhao and Jiang Yunxiao, siblings also from our school. Thanks to a house help all the way, otherwise we would have been bullied long ago. Su. Dr. Su, hello." Jiang Yunhao hurriedly picked up the fallen water bottles, his face filled with despair, his voice buzzing. "Just now. A notification was issued over there." He raised his head, his eyes red. "This is the last distribution of supplies. It's mandatory to board the train, and I just want to ask again, still no news from my parents." This was a precise blow. Suyu's words were confirmed. The air around grew heavy in an instant. Lin Qingli's originally resolute expression finally changed, the layer of coldness seeming to crack. Mandatory evacuation. That meant a complete severance of contact with family, heading to an unknown, possibly even more brutal and harsh island. "Sister Qinglia, how? Don't hesitate." Jiang Mumu stomped her foot anxiously. "This is the last chance. Our car is right outside." Jiang Yunhao stood there in a daze, as if his backbone had been pulled out. At this moment, Jiang Yunxiao, who had been like an invisible person, suddenly lifted her head. She tugged at her brother's sleeve. Then her timid eyes turned to Suyu. Suyu's pupils contracted slightly. This girl's eyes. Though the light was dim, he sharply captured that deep within her pupils there seemed to be a hint of strange gleam, resembling a nocturnal animal. "Interesting." Jiang Yunxiao bit her lower lip, gathering all her courage, her voice trembling yet clear. "Dr. Su, could you take us with you? My brother is very strong. He's an athlete. He can carry things and fight. I am not useful, but I eat very little." She clung tightly to her brother's shirt, her knuckles turning white, her eyes filled with pleading. "We don't want to go to the highland. Please." Suyu did not answer immediately. He was weighing the options. One car, 5 people. Although it would be a bit cramped, it could still fit. In terms of supplies, he had a system space, so keeping a few people fed wouldn't be a problem. The key was value. "It's very cramped in the car." Finally, Suyu spoke, his tone serious. "And I don't take in idle people. If you want to get in the car, you must follow orders and do whatever is asked." He scanned the 3 of them, finally fixing his gaze on Jiang Yunhao, a cold arc forming at the corner of his mouth. "In case of danger, the strong must step forward. Can you do that?" Jiang Yunhao paused for a moment, then nodded vigorously, his chest thumping loudly. "Yes. As long as I can come with you, I can do anything. I have plenty of strength." Suyu turned to look at Lin Qingli. This aloof campus beauty finally lowered her noble head at this moment, taking a deep breath and picking up the backpack by her feet. "I don't want to go to the highland." She looked at Suyu, her eyes regaining clarity. "I will prove that I am not a bird." "Very well." Suyu gazed at Lin Qingli's resolute eyes and gave a slight nod. His cold, piercing gaze pressed upon the 3 before him like an invisible weight. "Since you've chosen to board my vehicle, there is but one rule: obey." Suyu's voice was soft, yet each word struck their hearts with unyielding force. "There is one more thing you must understand." His tone softened slightly as he spoke with calm rationality. "The national administration has mandated the evacuation of all civilians to the highlands, a well-intentioned measure. That region is an officially designated refuge zone, centrally planned and secured by military garrisons. Yet the cost is steep, the journey is arduous and perilous. In this chaos, once you depart, you may well lose all contact with your scattered family forever. Staying with me offers no guarantee of greater safety, but if you wish to reconsider, now is still the time. No regrets. Brother Su will follow your lead." Jiang Yunhao shook his head vigorously like a child's spinning top, his will unformed, clinging desperately to this lone lifeline. A glint of icy composure flickered in Lin Qingli's serene eyes. "I will not go to the highlands. I remain in Xiang province, to await news of my family. And as for you..." Suyu's gaze swept past Jiang Yunhao and settled upon the fragile figure before him. He took half a step forward. Jiang Yunhao trembled violently. She clutched her brother's sleeve with trembling fingers, then lifted her delicate, sorrowful face, timid, vulnerable, only to flinch away the moment her eyes met Suyu's, lowering them swiftly like a startled fawn. Yet that fleeting glance was enough. Suyu's keen perception caught it. The pair of heterochromatic eyes concealed beneath her disheveled bangs. Even in the dim light, those irises shimmered with a faint, eerie luminescence, an unnatural, almost demonic glow utterly alien to daylight. Suyu paused, a shadow of deep contemplation crossing his eyes. "Brother, you." A pair of soft arms wound gently around his forearm. Jiang Mumu had sensed the lingering weight of his gaze. Without a trace of hesitation, she shifted subtly, half blocking Jiang Yunhao from view. Tilting up her pure, guileless face, her voice melted like honey, tremulous, tender. "More people are gathering here. I'm so frightened. Can we leave now, please?" It sounded like childish pleading, yet beneath it lay quiet possession and a deft redirection of his attention. Suyu glanced down at her, a faint, imperceptible curve lifting the corner of his lips. At that very instant, a thunderous clamor erupted from the far end of the hall, like a tidal wave crashing ashore. Those who had gone to collect supplies were returning, and the evacuation order had spread like wildfire among the crowd. The university students erupted into chaos. Many young women began sobbing quietly. To these ordinary souls raised in decades of peace, this catastrophe still felt like a once-in-a-century geological disaster, one they could endure, trusting the nation would rebuild their homes when it passed. But forced relocation to distant highlands, uprooted, severed from kin, this primal terror shattered their psychological fortifications in an instant. Suyu's brow furrowed. With a subtle signal, he urged the others into motion. Gather your things, now. In swift silence they collected their belongings. Then Suyu turned and strode toward the exit. Jiang Yunyao tugged gently at her brother's sleeve. The siblings followed silently in his wake. Finding Officer Lu smoking outside, Suyu produced 2 packs of Zhonghua cigarettes and briefly explained the situation. Officer Lu slipped the cigarettes into his pocket with practiced ease. Though weary, he acquiesced without protest, letting circumstance guide his decision. After all, it violated no regulation. Families had already been retrieving loved ones from the shelter. Under such extraordinary conditions, mutual consent sufficed. Treat them as kin. Suyu's vehicle had spare seats destined for evacuees anyway, so why not these? So long as the car departed fully occupied, his duty would be fulfilled. En route to the parking lot, Suyu learned of Jiang Mumu's ordeal after losing contact. Upon arriving at the evacuation point yesterday, she discovered her phone missing. The site had been hastily erected, unfinished, understaffed, chaotic. Amid rumors and mounting panic, several violent incidents had broken out. Emotionally unhinged crowds surged into the zone, causing numerous casualties in the ensuing mayhem. Jiang Mumu, caught utterly off guard, nearly lost her life, until Lin Qingli and Jiang Yunhao intervened, pulling her from the brink. Only when reinforcements arrived did the army impose firm control. Jiang Mumu, haunted by thoughts of her mother and unwavering in her belief that Suyu would come for her, refused the first evacuation convoy, not wanting to retreat deep into the Tibetan hinterlands. She remained with Lin Qingli and Jiang Yunhao until dawn, when the railway station's backup power finally restored. Their phones charged at last, but by then all cellular signals had collapsed entirely. And shortly thereafter, hearing the full account, Suyu felt no further reservation about bringing them along. To risk one's life amid such extremity, to save another, spoke volumes about their character, far surpassing that of most survivors. With completed forms in hand, Suyu led them to collect supplies, 3 portable 20-liter fuel canisters, and provisions sufficient for 2 days. After refueling his hybrid vehicle, they boarded and waited. By 10 o'clock, merging into the vast river of traffic, Suyu steered onto the expressway bound for Xi'an Province. Per official planning, this highway formed a lifeline straight to the heart of Xi'an Province, now under full military jurisdiction. Its dual carriageway had been transformed into a single-direction 8-lane artery choked on both sides with endless streams of vehicles pressing forward. Suyu activated the offline intelligent driving system. As the cityscape receded, the vehicle gradually accelerated with the flow. Along the way, Suyu noted countless fractures and hasty repairs across the asphalt, while beside the road, grotesquely luxuriant mutated flora crept over the ruins of human civilization at a pace both breathtaking and chilling. Yunhao, once we reach Xi'an Province, what are your plans? Having declined official coordination, survival henceforth rests entirely in your own hands. Suyu broke the cabin's silence, gazing out at the riotous greenery beyond the window. Jiang Yunhao, seated beside him, stared blankly outside, until Suyu's words stirred him. His honest, open face clouded with pure, unguarded bewilderment. I haven't thought that far ahead. My family's in Yangcheng. If they're safe, they'll surely try to reach us. He scratched his hair, his voice trailing into quiet despair. Everything, our whole lives, has always been arranged by our parents. I truly don't know what to do. Suyu glanced at Jiang Yunhao, then glanced in the rearview mirror, at Lin Qingli's hopeful, searching eyes. A silent shake of his head passed through him. Peace had endured too long, even after the national administration's solemn address. However, a considerable number of people, including those maintaining order among the military and police, still believe that this is merely a large-scale earthquake and tsunami. They think that as long as they can get through this period, social order will return to normal, and their lives will get back on track. But only Suyu, who knows fragments of the future, understands that this is not an ordinary geological disaster. It is the true beginning of a man-eating apocalypse. You are underestimating the situation. Suyu stared at the rapidly passing road ahead, deciding to shatter their unrealistic fantasies a bit. Nan Province has suffered the largest earthquake in history, and the densely populated coastal areas have been continuously swallowed by tsunamis. The current number of deaths and missing persons is likely an astronomical figure that you cannot even imagine. Although I don't know much, this disaster will definitely exceed your imagination. This is far from over. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it the end of the world. Perhaps if we travel a bit further, and if the network gradually resumes, you will understand the grim reality outside. Woo-woo. Just as Suyu finished speaking, a suppressed sob suddenly came from the corner of the back seat. He glanced at the rearview mirror. Jiang Yunyao was lowering her head, her frail shoulders trembling. Lin Xingli also turned her head, staring intently out the window with red-rimmed eyes stubbornly biting her pale lips. Zhang Mumu sat in the middle of the back seat, secretly rolling her eyes at Suyu, seemingly blaming him for speaking too bluntly and scaring the others. Observing the varied emotions of the three people in the car, Suyu thought about the cruelty of the impending apocalypse. A hint of human warmth stirred within him. He sighed and softened his tone. If you have no other plans once we arrive in Xi'an province, let's first settle down with Mumu at my place. Saying this, Suyu, using the cover of the seat, pulled out a large bag of snacks from the system space and casually handed it to Jiang Mumu in the back seat. Have something to pass the time. The journey is still long. Jiang Mumu took the bag, opened it, and her beautiful eyes lit up instantly. Wow, so many snacks. Chocolate chips. Wait, there's even a tablet. Brother Yu, is this specially prepared for me? She exclaimed joyfully, her smile brightening her previously gloomy expression. Didn't you lose your phone? When the time comes, and if there is a signal, you can use the tablet to connect to the hotspot and browse online. Suyu smiled calmly, steering with one hand, his tone relaxed. These were naturally spoils he had $0 purchased from a digital store in the old district. At that time, he had swept the counter clean, adhering to the principle of not leaving empty-handed, and now they came in handy. Wow, it's the latest model. Jiang Mumu excitedly hugged the tablet, her peach blossom eyes smiling like crescent moons. The group shared the snacks Suyu had brought, and the high calories from the chocolate slightly alleviated the anxiety of the past few days. The atmosphere in the car lightened up remarkably. The girls even began to chat softly about amusing school stories, as if the ruined scenery retreating outside was merely a backdrop from a movie. Suyu did not engage much in the conversation, only responding occasionally. He was too tired. The continuous high-intensity mental strain was now being baked under the scorching afternoon sun. Sleepiness washed over him like waves, nearly drowning his consciousness. Although he had activated the vehicle's intelligent driving assistance, he still dared not fully close his eyes. His eyelids grew heavier, and his vision started to blur and double momentarily. You have entered the Xi'an Province Highway. Approaching service area in 500 meters. The mechanical navigation prompt echoed in the cabin, the monotonous frequency fully inducing a hypnotic effect. The voices of the three girls in the back seat grew quieter, clearly unable to resist their drowsiness, leaning against each other as they fell asleep. Sugu, wake up. Suddenly a coarse and terrified shout exploded beside his ear like thunder. Suyu jolted awake, his eyes snapping open. His heart raced like thunder, cold sweat instantly soaking his back. Only then did he realize that he had actually experienced a lapse in consciousness just now. Damn it. If something went wrong, it would be 5 lives gone in one vehicle. Oh no, it would be 5 lives total. Suga, quick look over there. What is that? In the passenger seat, Jiang Yunyao had his entire face pressed against the glass, trembling fingers pointing towards the horizon. Suyu followed the direction of his finger, and his pupils instantly constricted. In the distance, the originally blue skyline was now being devoured by a pitch-black curtain. That was not a rain cloud. That was a flock of birds. An endless swarm of flying birds. Crows, sparrows, pigeons, and countless unnamed wild birds. At this moment, they defied biological instincts, mixing together to form a black tide that could obscure the sun. Countless birds filled both the low and high altitudes, and the sky above darkened suddenly. The rustling sound of feathers rapidly approached, ultimately evolving into a deafening roar. Boom, hold on tight. Suyu shouted. No sooner had his voice faded than the sound of dense impacts rained down like hail. Splashes of crimson blood exploded on the windshield, accompanied by feathers and shattered bones. The birds flying low were like uncontrolled bullets, indiscriminately striking the speeding traffic on the highway. The three girls in the back seat were startled awake by the sudden darkness and noise. Jiang Mumu let out a short scream, then tightly covered her mouth. Oh no. Suyu thought to himself that this was bad. At this point, the highway was densely packed with vehicles, and many drivers simply could not react in time. Blocked vision and spreading panic were the prelude to a chain collision. Bang! Just 20 meters. A white sedan had evidently panicked from the sound of the collision, and the driver's hand slipped on the steering wheel, causing the front of the car to slam into the adjacent black SUV. Sparks flew. The white sedan flipped over under the immense inertia, rolling like a top on the ground, parts scattering everywhere. Meanwhile, the black SUV that was hit lost control, sliding sideways into the lane where Su-Ye's vehicle was. Like a wall of despair, it blocked the way forward. The shadow of death instantly shrouded the entire car. So you could even see the desperate look in the driver's eyes from within the SUV. In that moment, time seemed to stretch infinitely. Suyu heard his heart pounding like a drum, and everything around him seemed to turn into slow motion. The tumbling sedan, the sliding SUV, the birds falling from the sky. Every detail was crystal clear. As a professional doctor, he knew this was merely an illusion caused by a sudden surge of adrenaline. The instincts of an experienced driver told him that he must not hit the brakes. Slamming the brakes would mean certain death. There were other cars behind him. Suyu focused intently, his gaze locked onto the fleeting gap that appeared after the collision of two vehicles ahead. "Get out of my way," he shouted, flooring the accelerator. The hybrid engine's torque erupted instantly, the intense force pushing everyone back against their seats. The car charged forward like an enraged bull. In the brief moment it passed by, the front sides of the vehicle crumpled, leaving deep scratches on both sides accompanied by the agonizing sound of metal scraping. Su-Ye's hands swiftly spun the steering wheel like lightning. Left turn. Straighten up. Right cut. Screech. The car swayed violently at high speed, the tires emitting a piercing scream. Bang, bang, bang. A few oblivious birds crashed into the windshield, leaving behind splatters of red and white mush. Suyu couldn't care less about the damage to the car. After slipping through the gap, he was shocked to find the entrance to the service area ahead. Into the service area? He frantically turned the steering wheel, the car's immense centrifugal force propelling it directly towards the rightmost ramp. Luckily, the ramp was relatively clear at that moment. The car drifted all the way, scraping against several broken-down vehicles parked by the roadside before finally skewing into the parking lot of the service area. Screech. With a piercing braking sound, the car came to a steady stop. Inside the car, there was a deathly silence, only the sound of heavy breathing echoed. Suyu gripped the steering wheel tightly, his knuckles turning pale from the strain. Sweat dripped from his forehead into his eyes, burning painfully, yet he didn't even blink. The sense of having survived a disaster made his hands tremble slightly. I made it." In the passenger seat, Zhang Yunhao maintained a bizarre posture. His legs were rigid, one hand gripping the door handle tightly, while the other propped against the roof. He looked as if he had been petrified, his eyes bulging out. The back seat was in chaos. Three girls were tangled together. The most timid Zhang Yunhao buried her head in Zhang Mu's embrace, trembling all over too scared to even look up. Zhang Mu's face was ashen, her chest heaving violently, one hand gripping Lin Qingli's arm, tightly, her nails nearly digging into the flesh. Lin Qingli's right hand clutched the door's armrest tightly, the veins on her hand standing out. The icy demeanor in her eyes had completely shattered, leaving only lingering terror. Suyu took a few deep breaths, forcing his racing heart to calm down, slowly releasing the steering wheel. He looked out through the windshield, smeared with blood and feathers. The sky was still shrouded in darkness, a canopy formed by countless birds. They showed no intention of attacking the ground, merely fleeing frantically inland, as if a great terror were chasing them. After more than 10 minutes, the sky, darkened by the flock of birds, began to thin out gradually. Sunlight began to filter down again, and the sky slowly regained its brightness. What happened to those birds? Zhang Mu's voice, tinged with tears, broke the silence. A trace of post-disaster fear lingered in her eyes. Hearing the question, Lin Qingli beside her slowly suppressed her panic, striving to regain her composure. She released her grip on the armrest and tidied her disheveled hair. Although her expression returned to its usual coldness, her brows were tightly furrowed. Natural disaster. Before any major calamity, many animals exhibit abnormal behavior, but this situation is unprecedented. This is likely more than just a natural disaster. Suye's expression turned serious as he opened the door to get out. His foot hit the ground with a squelch sound. Looking down, he saw the ground covered in a thick layer of bird corpses, feathers, and droppings, the air filled with a nauseating stench of decay and blood. And in the sky, many feathers continued to fall. The entire service area looked as if it had been washed in blood. Meanwhile, people who had narrowly escaped at the highway service station began to emerge one after another. Some screamed in terror at the sight of the devastation, some frantically filmed with their phones, while others knelt on the ground praying. Suyu ignored these people and quickly checked the condition of the car. Although it appeared somewhat battle-worn on the outside, thankfully, it was not fundamentally damaged. "You guys stay in the car and don't run around." Turning around, Suyu sternly instructed the few people inside the car, "We should be outside of the southern province by now, so there may be a signal. Pay attention to your phones, and see if you can contact your families." After speaking, he glanced at the blood and flesh that obscured the view on the windshield, frowning slightly. "I'll go inside the service area, and see if there's any water to wash the glass. The smell is too strong, and I can't see the road." Suyu kicked the passenger door, his tone serious. "I'll go check the situation at the front highway entrance, and be back soon." "All right." Okay, Su, go. Jiang Yunhao, snapping out of his daze, hurriedly fumbled to unbuckle his seatbelt and stumbled out of the car. Just as Suyu had taken a couple of steps out, a flurry of hurried footsteps came from behind. Lin Qingli quickly caught up, standing by his side. Su, go, wait. I want to go with you too. Her voice was cool, laced with a hint of insistence. In emergencies, two people can look out for each other. You? Perhaps it's best if you don't go. Suyu raised an eyebrow, sizing her up, and speaking with undisguised hesitation in his tone. The scene outside was likely quite gruesome. Even a professional forensic expert might feel uneasy, let alone a girl. Moi. Seemingly sensing Su Yes' doubts, Lin Qingli's cold gaze faltered. A surge of innate pride welled up within her, and she was about to retort. Just then a clear voice rang out. Brother Yu, you really underestimate people. Sister Qingli is no delicate flower. She comes from a martial arts family, having trained since childhood, and she's formidable. Let her go with you. Having another pair of eyes is always better. Jiang Mu leaned against the car window, blinking her large innocent eyes, defending Lin Qingli. Martial arts family. Southern fist or northern leg. But that doesn't determine whether she can handle this. This is a major accident scene. Suyu paused for a moment, speaking while his gaze unconsciously roamed over Lin Qingli. I must say this woman certainly possesses considerable assets. Her tall and slender figure was perfectly wrapped in a fitted white windbreaker. Especially when his gaze swept over certain exceptionally prominent features, Su Yes' eyes instinctively paused for half a second. Until he met her piercingly cold and annoyed gaze, he coughed, as if waking from a dream. Ahem. All right then, stay close to me, and don't wander off. Soon after, the two of them passed through the exit at the other end of the service area, returning once again to the highway. When Suyu finally saw the scene before him, even with his mental preparations, he couldn't help but gasp in shock. At a glance, the highway was completely transformed into a horrifying image of a hellish purgatory. If viewed from above, one could clearly see that at the end of the line of sight, the highway seemed to have been crushed by an invisible giant hand, turning into a steel graveyard stretching for over 10 kilometers. Countless chain collisions had completely jammed the entire section of the road. Billowing black smoke rose like ink pillars, obscuring the already dim sunlight. Many severely injured individuals were trapped in the twisted vehicles, engulfed in flames, continuously emitting heart-wrenching cries for help. Help! My leg is stuck. Save me! The flames mercilessly consumed and scorched the flesh, accompanied by the chilling sound of fat bursting. A nauseating smell of roasted flesh mingled with the acrid scent of gasoline, and the intense stench of blood frantically permeated the heavy air. On the roadside, several fortunate individuals had managed to escape from their vehicles. They were now sitting on the ground, covered in blood, watching the burning cars while trembling and sobbing uncontrollably. As Suyu was carefully observing the road conditions on the highway, that nauseating smell swept towards him with a gust of hot wind. Ugh! Lin Qingli, who had been trying to maintain her composure, suddenly turned pale as a sheet. She suddenly covered her mouth, retching painfully twice, and then bent over violently, losing all dignity, as she began to vomit by the roadside. I knew it would be like this, but has nothing to do with how skilled one is. Suyu looked at Lin Qingli, who was vomiting, desperately unable to help but cover his forehead, and let out a long sigh. At ordinary accident scenes, even just a single mangled corpse would make many ordinary people feel physically uncomfortable. How much worse was it at this large-scale car crash scene where hundreds, or even thousands, could be injured? Helpless, Suyu stepped forward to support her shaky shoulder, leading her to sit down on a relatively clean patch of roadside. He skillfully patted her back gently, and took out a bottle of pure water and a pack of tissues from his space hand. Lin Qingli almost emptied the meager contents of her stomach from the past few days, nearly bringing up bile. She trembled as she took the water to rinse her mouth, barely suppressing the overwhelming nausea churning in her stomach. Her rationality gradually returned. Yet an inexplicable feeling of shame and anger surged within her heart like a tide. Especially recalling Jiang Yu's earlier praise of her as a martial arts expert in front of Suyu. At this moment it felt like a resounding slap had struck her face. Lin Qingli, oh Lin Qingli, how can you still call yourself a martial artist? You always look down on others, yet when it comes to blood you are so disgraceful. What a disgrace this has become. She felt a mix of shame and anger, her slender fingers tightly gripping the hem of her windbreaker. Her toes hidden in her shoes felt so embarrassed they nearly tore through her socks. Lin Qingli's sudden transformation from a cold school beauty to a pure girl brought a strong contrast. She nearly stunned Suyu, who was beside her. As if sensing Su Yes' burning gaze from above, Lin Qingli dared not lift her head. Her originally pale, delicate face gradually flushed a visible red. Soon even her glistening ears turned crimson, as if they might bleed, wishing to find a crack in the ground to hide in. Boom. Suddenly a car on the highway exploded as its gas tank burst under the relentless heat of the flames. The massive shockwave mixed with burning metal debris shot flames soaring over 10 meters into the sky. The deafening explosion instantly jolted the two from the delicate atmosphere. Suyu glanced at Lin Qingli, whose face was flushed and seemed on the verge of smoke coming from her head, and quickly averted his gaze, feeling slightly guilty. He turned to look at the scene of the violent chain collision ahead. The ever-rising flames had completely blocked the side. Given the situation, we won't be able to drive away until these cars burn out and the temperature cools down. Suyu sighed helplessly in his heart. The day when humans were as insignificant as grass had truly arrived. At this moment his mindset had completely shifted, no longer flooded with any excessive sympathy. Confirming that passage was impossible, Suyu felt no lingering attachment and directly turned back toward the service area. Along the way, Lin Qingli lowered her head and remained silent. She was like a wrongdoer, silently following behind Suyu, not knowing what thoughts were swirling in her mind. Upon returning to the parking area, Jiang Yunhao had already removed his jacket, wearing a short sleeve that revealed the muscular contours of his arms. He was vigorously pouring a large bucket of clean water over the windshield. As the water flowed down, the dark red bloodstains trickled away, revealing the car's original gray paint. This car, with a damaged front and scratches all over, bore the marks of a post-apocalyptic battle. Finally, the horrifying layer of blood was washed away, making it look not so unsightly. Putting down the water bucket, Jiang Yunhao wiped the sweat from his forehead, looking at his labor with satisfaction and nodding. But as soon as he turned around, he saw two people walking toward him, the atmosphere extremely strange. Well done. Suyu walked past Jiang Yunhao with an expression as usual, giving his sturdy shoulder a pat before turning to open the car door and get in. The sudden praise made Jiang Yunhao grin, wanting to modestly say something. Bang! The driver's door was slammed shut hard. Jiang Yunhao could only turn to look at Lin Qingli, who was walking with her head down, scratching his head in confusion, as he asked Lin, "How is the situation on the highway?" "Huh? What happened to you? Why do you look so pale?" Lin Qingli slightly lifted her gaze, giving him a cold glare. Without saying a word, she directly opened the rear door of the car, letting in a gust of cold wind. Jiang Yunhao, holding the empty water bucket, was momentarily stunned, feeling lost in the wind. He couldn't help but scratch his head, a look of "Who am I? Where am I? What happened?" on his face. As soon as he got in the car, Suyu saw Jiang Mu and Jiang Yunhao, two girls huddled tightly in the corner of the two individuals leaned their heads together, holding a tablet in their hands, completely engrossed, even showing hints of fear as they gazed at something. Mu exclaimed, "What are you two looking at? Is there a signal now?" Suyu keenly sensed something was off and asked in surprise. In the back seat, Jiang Mu, upon hearing Suyu return, immediately withdrew her gaze from the tablet. She took a deep breath and solemnly handed the tablet to the front. "There's an intermittent wireless network at the service station. I just connected and opened a video, but the network is gone again. Brother, you come quickly and take a look at this." Suyu found it somewhat strange and casually took the tablet to glance at it, his pupils suddenly The image on the tablet was filled with noise, occasionally flickering with static, appearing to show a large drilling platform in a deep-sea area. In the scene, dark clouds filled the sky as if the apocalypse was upon them, with flashes of thick lightning flickering through the clouds. Waves in the sea rolled violently, creating giant waves over 10 meters high. And in the deep dark seabed, a massive suffocating shadow could be seen flickering in and out of view. Suddenly the entire sea surface erupted violently. A super-gigantic crimson tentacle, thick as a skyscraper, burst forth from the sea, covered in countless horrifying sawtooth-shaped suckers, emerging with incredible force. That tentacle, wielding the power to destroy everything, slammed down hard onto the sturdy steel drilling. The enormous booming sound was accompanied by the sharp noise of metal twisting and tearing. Even through the screen, one could feel a sense of despair and suffocation. Then the video image shook violently for a moment, completely going black, abruptly stopping. "Brother, what kind of monster do you think this is?" I saw a comment that finally loaded where an expert said that a super earthquake occurred on the seabed, shaking the giant squid hidden in the deep sea to the surface. But I always feel something is off. What kind of squid could be this big? Jiang Mu tightly gripped the back of Suyu's seat, her tone laced with deep panic and concern, her eyes wide as she stared at Suyu without blinking, asking. Suyu's expression was stern as he rewound the video several times, finally returning the tablet. He understood clearly that this was definitely a deep-sea mutant affected by mysterious energy. But in order to avoid causing excessive panic among the others in the vehicle, he quickly pondered over his wording in his mind. Looking at the appearance of this tentacle, it's either a squid or some kind of octopus. It's just that due to geological disasters, its size has become excessively large. But there's no need to worry too much. The deep sea is vast, and there will always be ancient creatures that humanity cannot discover. Suyu's voice was steady, infused with a calming magic, as he nonchalantly reassured, no matter what kind of monster has emerged from the sea, as long as we stay inland, they won't pose a threat to us. Although he was comforting the others, the urgency in Su-Ye's heart only intensified, growing wild like weeds. He had originally thought he was psychologically prepared for the apocalypse. But unexpectedly, just 2 days later, the initial signs of exceptional terrifying creatures had already appeared. Su-Ye took a deep breath, forcing down the gravity in his heart. He turned around and looked at the few people in the car who were still in shock, and said in a deep voice, "Now the highway is blocked by a raging fire. We'll think of a way to pass once the temperature drops later." Jiang Mumu took the tablet and nodded obediently, her eyes filled with trust in him. Watching Jiang Mumu depend on him so wholeheartedly, Su-Ye sighed inwardly. The more this girl relied on him, the heavier the burden on his shoulders became. At this moment, it was just past 2 in the afternoon. The blazing sun hung high in the sky, and the air was scorching to the point of extreme distortion, with every breath feeling like swallowing hot coals. In this abnormal extreme heat, although the air conditioning in the car worked well, the power consumption had significantly increased. To save fuel, Su-Ye asked everyone to get out of the car and find refuge in the hall of the service area. In the service area, a sparse crowd of over 30 people had gathered. Most had their vehicles break down, while a few were survivors who had narrowly escaped from nearby accident scenes. However, this fragile calm lasted only a moment. Clang! A sharp sound erupted from the corner of the hall. "What terrible water. It tastes awful. I want to drink cola. I want ice cola." A chubby little boy about 7 or 8 years old angrily smashed the bottle of mineral water he had just received onto the ground. The cap flew off, splashing half a bottle of water all over a young woman nearby. She appeared to be in her early 20s, wearing a dirty white dress, her hair disheveled, and her eyes red and hollow. Soaked in water, she shrank back like a startled bird, tears streaming down her face. Yet she dared not make a sound, biting her lip in helplessness as she trembled. "Crying, crying, crying. All you do is cry. What a jinx." A stylishly dressed woman with big wavy hair charged out like a frenzied hen. Instead of apologizing, she almost poked the young woman on the forehead with her finger. "If it weren't for our car, you'd have died in Yangqing already. The government forcibly shoved you into our car, and we kindly gave you a ride. What's wrong with taking care of a child? Now that the car is broken, everyone is frustrated. Don't play dead here. Hurry up and find something. Get a bottle of cola for my grandson." Exactly. Not a shred of awareness. Nearby, a stout middle-aged man with tattoos all over his back stood up. He glared at the young woman with a face full of flesh, playing with a heavy car repair wrench in his hand, his tone chilling. "Miss, you need to understand gratitude. If we hadn't driven you out, would you still be sitting here crying?" Surrounded by this family, the young woman's face turned as pale as paper, clearly on the brink of collapse. Her family had gone missing during the evacuation, their fates unknown, and she had been forcibly assigned to this private car. All along the way, this family had shouted at her, and any slight inconvenience had led to insults. Even the old man occasionally leered at her with his murky eyes. Now that the car had broken down at the service station, this family unleashed all their resentment upon her. I'll go." The young woman trembled, her voice shaking under the threat of the man raising the wrench as if to strike. She could only swallow her grievances, stand up, while wiping her tears, and run towards the depths of the supermarket. Meanwhile, on the chairs behind them sat a thin old man. He squinted slightly, his gaze lingering on the woman's departing figure, a lewd smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Xiangzi, this girl has a soft temperament, easy to manipulate. If there's still no rescue by nightfall, haha." In the distance, Su-Ye observed coldly. He remembered this family. Their car was an old model currently parked outside. They treated the officially assigned passengers like slaves, venting their frustrations on the weak when their car broke down. Su-Ye sneered inwardly. Such people are the societal cancers in peaceful times, but in the apocalypse they become beasts devoid of humanity. Bad people grow old, and they produce a brood of miscreants. Su-Ye's eyes were indifferent. Such a combination is a headache in peaceful times, but in the apocalypse. At that moment, a commotion suddenly erupted from the corridor of the restroom on the other side of the hall. "Where's my husband? Has anyone seen my husband? He's been in the restroom for half an hour." A middle-aged woman anxiously pulled at a passerby, asking. Then 2 more people stood up, their faces pale. "Something's wrong. My friend went in just now and hasn't come out. We called out from outside, but there's not a sound from inside." A few brave men rushed into the restroom, and shortly thereafter they stumbled out in terror. "There's no one. It's completely empty inside, not even a ghost. But the iron bars of the ventilation duct have been torn apart." As this was said, the temperature in the hall seemed to drop to freezing point. Several living people just vanished into thin air in a closed restroom. Su-Ye's brows furrowed. He did not approach, but keenly sensed a strange sour stench in the air in addition to the smell of sweat. "Ugh, what's wrong with this bread?" Not far away, a man who was about to eat suddenly threw the half-eaten bread on the ground. The bread, which had been partially eaten in the morning, was now covered in spots of mold. Not just the bread, others discovered that any food not sealed in packaging had begun to rot within the speed of decay under this abnormal heat was at least 10 times faster than usual. Food was rotting rapidly, and people were mysteriously disappearing. Suyu took a deep breath, rapidly connecting these clues in his mind. He immediately took out his phone, refreshing the news with the intermittent network. Sure enough, aside from the overwhelming tsunami and volcanic eruption warnings, he occasionally saw reports about unusual plant growth in certain regions, though the attention was far less than that for various natural disasters. Panic was spreading. Time passed agonizingly until 7 p.m. The sun set, leaving only a streak of blood-red twilight on the horizon. The missing persons still had no news, and the atmosphere in the service area had become unbearably tense. "We can't wait any longer, we need to leave quickly," Suyu decisively declared. He instructed everyone to return to the car and wait while he headed alone to scout the highway entrance. From a high vantage point, he saw the twisted wreckage of the accident ahead, illuminated by the dusk. The flames had mostly extinguished, leaving only wisps of black smoke and dark red embers. The deformed steel frames were still hot, but there was barely a gap through which vehicles could pass. "We can go now." After assessing the road conditions, Suyu turned and strode back to the service area. However, when he returned to the small parking square, his steps halted abruptly, and his gaze turned icy. At this moment, his gray hybrid car was already in chaos. The family of four he saw earlier, along with some survivors looking to take advantage of the situation, had surrounded the vehicle. Clearly having completely wrecked their own car, they set their sights on Suyu's vehicle, which was still operational. Meanwhile, the girl in the white dress they had bullied had long since disappeared. In front of the driver's side door stood Jiang Yunhao, like an iron tower. His taut muscles under the fitted t-shirt had a striking visual impact as he held a steel bar upright. This definitely made those surrounding them wary, causing them to hesitate before directly trying to seize the vehicle. However, his clear, youthful college student face betrayed him. This group of ruffians clearly saw through the big guy's naivety. He was all muscle, but had never seen blood, making him an easy target. Although they didn't dare act directly, the threats from their mouths did not cease. "Brother, let's discuss something." The middle-aged man without a shirt held a wrench, and even rhythmically tapped it in his palm. Leaning casually against Suyu's car door, he spoke in a tone that seemed to suggest negotiation, but was actually a command. "Our car broke down on the road and can't move. Your car is large, take us four to the provincial city." The curly-haired woman accompanying him leaned against the back window with a face full of entitlement, her greedy eyes practically piercing through the glass, making sounds of interest. "Well, there are a few young girls sitting in this car. How can that be? Quickly let two of them out to make some room for us. We have elders and children, the old and the young need to sit comfortably. What's wrong with today's youth? Don't they have any sense of public morality? This car is full." Jiang Yunhao, although strong, clearly hadn't adjusted to this situation and found it difficult to handle such rogues. "Nonsense. If it's full, let those women inside get out." The skinny old man directly placed his chubby grandson on the engine cover and sat cross-legged on top, looking like a typical hoodlum. "If you don't take us, no one gets to leave." Silly giant. Get lost. This car is ours." The chubby kid sat on the engine cover, making faces and kicking the windshield, leaving dusty footprints on the glass. The few who originally wanted to hitch a ride found this family so unreasonable that they shrank back to observe. At that moment, a cold figure passed through the crowd. Suyu approached expressionlessly and patted Jiang Yunhao on the shoulder. Jiang Yunhao instinctively took a step aside, making room. The tattooed man in hand held a wrench, making loud clapping sounds in his palm. His face full of flesh squinted as he scrutinized Suyu. Standing at 1.80 m, he appeared refined and was not particularly muscular, with empty hands. A typical soft target. Oh, the main character finally shows up. The tattooed man scoffed, his neck fat jiggling with his laughter as he stepped closer, the stench of sweat assaulting the senses. "Hey buddy, can I borrow a light?" "Oh no, I mean can I borrow your car?" "Hand over the keys if you know what's good for you, or let those girls in your car make some room. I guarantee you a safe journey otherwise." Nearby, a curly-haired woman stood with her hands on her hips, her cheap lipstick smeared as she shouted, "Did you hear that? Our whole family has suffered so much. Riding in your car is doing you a favor. Get them out of the car quickly, especially that big fool. Make some space." The tattooed man seemed to lose patience, raising the heavy wrench with a whoosh, menacingly gesturing towards Suyu's forehead. "I'm talking to you. Are you mute? Do you believe I'll split your head open? Or else what?" Suyu finally. His voice was quiet, yet made the tattooed man freeze momentarily. Just as the wrench reached its peak, Suyu's right hand slipped into the pocket of his jacket. When he pulled it out again, he held a thick-backed stainless steel cleaver. Without any unnecessary words. Swish. The cold light drew a fleeting shadow under the blazing sun. Using the momentum of his swing, Suyu brought the knife down hard towards the tattooed man's forearm, holding the wrench. Thud. Crack. The sound of the blade slicing through flesh and crunching into bone resonated sharply in the noisy service area. Blood didn't just flow out, it sprayed out. The scalding red liquid splattered onto half of Suyu's car door with a few drops even flying directly into the woman's terrified gaping mouth. The scene froze for a second. The tattooed man stared foolishly at his arm. The cleaver was embedded deeply in his radius, trembling slightly with his pulse. His brain seemed unable to process the sudden wave of pain. The next second, a piercing scream tore through the air as the wrench fell with a clatter from the tattooed man's hand. He wanted to cover his wound, but dared not touch the knife embedded in his bone. Pain coursed through him, causing his whole body to spasm, his features contorted as his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. My hand. It's broken. Help. He's killing someone. The nearby woman, splattered with blood, terrified, rolled her eyes back, her legs going weak as she collapsed to the ground, her screams breaking. Suyu looked down at the writhing man with a cold expression. He lifted his foot and stomped down harshly on the man's howling face. Weren't you just making a lot of noise? How come you can't even handle a knife, but still want to steal a car? Suyu's voice was not loud, yet it made the tattooed man tremble, all over stifling his cries. His eyes were devoid of warmth, looking at him as if staring at a piece of dead meat. The tattooed man finally realized that he hadn't just kicked a hardboard, but rather a steel nail. Big bro, I was wrong. I'm blind. Please spare me. He cried, tears and snot flowing freely, crawling backward, dragging a horrifying trail of blood on the ground. Suyu disdainfully withdrew his foot, too lazy to pull out the knife, turned around, opened the car door, got in, and locked it. His movements were clean and swift, as if he hadn't just chopped a person, but merely sliced through a rotten piece of wood. Don't let him go. The old man who had been sitting on the hood, seeing this, not only didn't dodge, but instead lay down flat on the windshield. He pressed his back against the glass, shouting loudly, trying to use this primitive way to stop the vehicle. You'll kill someone. Everyone come quick. This person is attacking. If you dare run over me. Let's see if you dare. Grandpa, smash him. Smash him dead. The little boy was even more excited, pulling out a toy gun from his pocket. Bang bang, he smashed against the car window. Inside the car, Jung Yunhao turned pale, flustered. Su. Brother Su, what should we do? Is this old man crazy? Suyu fastened his seatbelt, his gaze piercing through the windshield, looking at the grotesque faces of the old man and the child, still playing the rogue. Unfortunately, in the apocalypse, there is no morality nor law. Since you like this spot so much, then stay here forever. Suyu shifted gears, flooring the accelerator. Virum. The hybrid engine unleashed its powerful torque. In an instant, the vehicle charged forward like an enraged bull. In that moment, the arrogance on the faces of the old man and the boy froze. In its place was sheer terror. Bang! A tremendous crash echoed. The old man and the boy on the hood were flung off like cannonballs from the roof. They traced a parabolic arc through the air, crashing heavily onto the cement ground, rolling into a heap, their fates unknown. No, he's just a child. The woman cried out, piercingly, madly, rushing towards the two who lay motionless on the ground. Suyu didn't even hit the brakes. With a sharp turn of the steering wheel, the back of the car swung out in an arc, directly speeding out of the service area. In the rearview mirror, the woman in the white dress who had been bullied before was hiding behind a pillar in the lobby. She stared blankly at the scene, her pupils reflecting the retreating taillights, as if she was truly seeing this world for the first time. Suyu withdrew his gaze, his heart calm and unfazed. This is the apocalypse. The interior of the car was dead silent. In the back corner, Jiang Mumu buried her face in the pillow, her shoulders slightly trembling. Jiang Yunyao tightly covered her eyes, not daring to let even a sliver of light through her fingers. Only Lin Qingli remained. Her originally cold, dark eyes were now fixed firmly on the back of the man in the driver's seat. Witnessing Suyu's ruthless chopping of the man's arm and the ruthless dismissal of the rogue, the impact on her was greater than on anyone else. Coming from a martial arts family, she had seen blood, but had never witnessed such a decisive killing. As the initial fear faded, what surged within her was an indescribable sense of security. The moral shackles of peaceful times shattered completely in this moment. If it had been someone soft-hearted, their entire vehicle would have been in peril today. Lin Qingli's fingers unconsciously tightened around the edge of her seat, the previous pride that kept others at bay quietly crumbling in this moment. She looked at Su Ye's cold profile, her gaze losing some of its scrutiny, gaining a heat she herself had not. Leaving the service area, the car re-entered the highway. All around, the entire highway was littered with the charred remains of vehicles reduced to mere skeletons. The air was thick with a suffocating burnt smell. It was the scent of rubber, plastic, and something akin to protein, all mingling together. Driving the car, Suyu carefully maneuvered through the vast expanse of charred steel wreckage. At first, among the many remnants of steel, he could even see some grotesque, terrifying figures twisted into strange shapes resembling human charcoal. Some even retained the poses of struggle and desperate pleas, appearing particularly haunting in the fleeting shadows cast by the car's headlights. It was only due to Su-Ye's strong psychological resilience as a doctor honed over many years that he remained unfazed. Had it been anyone else, they would have likely been paralyzed with fear by now. Soon the sky turned completely dark. Apart from the low rumble of the engine, the surroundings were eerily silent. This silence was very unusual. Su-Ye's brows furrowed tighter. On this journey, he had already driven nearly 10 kilometers, only spotting a few charred corpses ahead. But further on there were only some charred vehicle frames. Where were the people? Even if there were bodies, there shouldn't be so few. Where had those who survived the crash gone? Where had the injured, unable to move, gone? Even if they abandoned their vehicles to escape, it was impossible for everything to be so clean, not even a ghost in sight. It was as if the entire world had been muted with only their car, driving lonely through the desolation. In the dim light of the headlights, the twisted steel frames appeared like monstrous beasts with claws outstretched. In the passenger seat, Jang Yunhao kept his head down, gripping the seatbelt tightly, not daring to look outside. The three girls in the back seat also remained silent. The atmosphere in the car tensed to the extreme. Something's not right. Suyu suddenly spoke, his voice cutting clearly through the suffocating silence of the cabin. What's wrong, Su-Go? Jang Yunhao abruptly looked up, his voice trembling. It's too clean. Suyu stared ahead. The road is too clean. Just then, a military green transport truck came into view in the emergency lane ahead. Suyu had seen vehicles like this at the evacuation point. It was a standard military transport vehicle, usually filled with evacuees, often accompanied by 2 armed soldiers. But this truck was now quietly parked there with its front end crashed against the guardrail, not heavily damaged. However, the canopy of the truck was torn into strips, flapping loudly in the night wind. The driver's door was wide open, and there was no one inside. Suyu slowed the car to a crawl, gliding past the side of the truck. By the dim light of the headlights, he could see the shattered windshield of the military vehicle. The glass was broken, but it hadn't been shattered by something from outside. The spiderweb-like cracks and holes were protruding outward. Something had broken through from inside the cabin, shattering the glass and bursting out. And at the jagged edge of the broken glass hung several dark red fabric strips, remnants of camouflage uniforms. As for people, the entire military vehicle, including the rear compartment, was empty, devoid of any corpses or living souls. Only drag marks of blood on the ground extended into the dense grass by the roadside, which was taller than a person. A chill ran down Su-Ye's spine. Buckle up, everyone, hold on tight. Su-Ye's voice dropped, carrying a sense of urgency. Roll up all the windows, lock the doors, and no matter what sounds you hear, no one is allowed to speak. Something is off around here. The car slowly glided past the military truck, Su-Ye's palms slightly sweating on the steering wheel. Although it appeared silent except for the wind, his taut nerves had yet to relax. The headlights pierced through the darkness ahead, casting a ghostly pale light across the chaotic highway. Su-Ye's eyes narrowed suddenly, his gaze locking onto the left side of the road. There, just outside the driver's door on the asphalt, lay a black 92-style pistol quietly resting. The gun glimmered with a cold metallic sheen under the faint light. Scattered around the pistol were several yellowed bullet casings. A gun. In this collapsing order of the world, the significance of firearms was self-evident. Su-Ye's wariness and greed instantly swung wildly on a pendulum. The eerie silence enveloped them, with only the rustling of mutated bushes by the roadside breaking the stillness. This kind of silence often precedes a storm. Fortune favors the bold. Suyu gritted his teeth as if struck by a sudden thought, his expression sharpening. Without a moment's hesitation, he slammed on the brakes. Before the vehicle had fully come to a stop, he unbuckled his seatbelt and abruptly flung open the car door. Half of his body quickly leaned out of the car, his right hand diving towards the ground, as if fishing for moonlight. The moment his fingertips touched the cold body of the gun, a sense of steadiness surged within him. However, just as he hooked his fingers around the trigger guard, preparing to withdraw, Su-Ye's peripheral vision inadvertently swept toward the pitch-black forest beyond the highway guardrail. In just an instant, his blood seemed to freeze. It was a towering giant tree. The tree was so massive that its crown nearly obscured half the mountain. Yet among the dense branches and leaves there were no fruits hanging down, but countless thick, aerial roots hung down instead. No, those were not aerial roots. Those were the severed bodies tightly entwined by vines hanging upside down in midair. Some were soldiers in camouflage, others were ragged civilians. The thick vines coiled into their flesh like pythons. As if sensing the disturbance, the massive tree suddenly rotated half a turn without warning. Crack! Crack! The tree's crown shook violently, and countless branches laden with corpses waved frantically like tentacles. A few drops of warm liquid were flung about, with one even landing on Su-Ye's hand. It was pungent. Blood. Damn it. Su-Ye's scalp tingled, a chill rushing up his spine. He abruptly recoiled, slamming the car door shut with a bang, tossing the pistol onto his thigh, his hands moving like lightning to shift gears and slam the accelerator. Hold on tight. He barked. The tires screeched against the ground, producing a plume of smoke as the car shot forward like an arrow released from a bow. Suyu did not dare to look back, nor even glance at the rearview mirror, fixated solely on the road ahead, pushing the car's speed to its limit. He frantically weaved through the chaotic wreckage of abandoned vehicles, dancing on the line of death, like a fugitive. It wasn't until he sped for over 10 minutes rounding several large heaps of charred car frames that his vision finally opened up. Only after confirming that the terrifying corpse tree had vanished from view did Suyu slowly ease off the accelerator. Only after confirming that the terrifying corpse tree had vanished from view did Suyu slowly ease off the accelerator, which had nearly pressed to the floor. Huff, huff. The cabin was filled with heavy breathing. Suyu wiped his forehead, drenched in cold sweat. The visual impact of the previous scene was simply too overwhelming. Even he couldn't help but feel a churn in his stomach. Sugu. A faint voice suddenly came from behind, trembling slightly, but more so imbued with a strange excitement. Did you see it just now? That tree. It was so beautiful. Beautiful. Suyu was taken aback, thinking that Jiang Yunao was sitting right behind him, so she must have seen it too, yet something about her tone felt off. He instinctively lifted his gaze to the rearview mirror, but found Jiang Yunao, who had been curled up in the corner, now leaning on the backrest of his driver's seat, her delicate face, which usually seemed weak and easily bullied. Under the dim light of the car's atmosphere, her face revealed a stark contrast of shadow and light. She was neither crying nor afraid. Yet her peculiar blue-green eyes reflected an eerie glow in the dimness akin to a nocturnal fever. I think I saw many heads wrapped around the trunk and a lot of dead limbs hanging from the tree. Her lips curled into a slight smile, sketching an arc that was neither a smile nor a smile, her eyes devoid of fear, instead shimmering with a near-morbid obsession. So many, like fruits hanging up there. Jiang Yunao murmured softly, her voice sweet, yet sending chills down the spine. Their roots are embedded in the blood vessels, and those people are still moving. Sugi saw it too, right? That kind of beauty. Suyu's hand trembled, the steering wheel suddenly slipped, and the car swayed violently. He quickly steadied the vehicle, but his heart contracted sharply. The shock of that moment was even more intense than seeing that ghostly tree. Was this really the timid Jiang Yunao, who wouldn't even dare to speak loudly? That gaze was unmistakably that of a little madman who had just seen their beloved toy. Xiaoyao. Jiang Yunhao in the passenger seat also sensed something was off, and abruptly turned around to shout. That shout seemed to act as a switch. In the rearview mirror, the strange light in Jiang Yunao's eyes seemed to dim instantly. She shrank back into the back seat like a frightened rabbit, hiding her head in her knees, trembling as if that eerie girl was just a figment of Su Ye's imagination. The car fell into a dead silence. Zhang Mu and Lin Qingli covered their lips, their faces pale, clearly also shaken by the earlier scene. That tree was on the left side, aside from Su Yu and Jiang Yunao. In the back left, the others saw nothing, and only felt Su Yu suddenly driving like a madman. Yao, what were you talking about? Jiang Mu finally couldn't hold back any longer, patting Jiang Yunao's back to comfort her, while asking with a trembling voice. What did you all see just now? What big tree? What was that thing? Don't scare us. Su Yu took a deep breath and turned on the car's interior light. He checked the 92 type pistol he had picked up with one hand, finding 13 rounds left in the magazine. He casually tucked it into his coat, turning to Jiang Yunhao with a sharp gaze. Can you explain? Jiang Yunhao's honest face showed a hint of bitterness as he glanced at his curled-up sister, lowering his voice, filled with apology and unease. Sugu, I'm sorry. I scared you. Xiao Yaoshi has heterochromia since birth. When she was little, she was bullied by classmates as a monster because of this, and even locked in a dark room. Jiang Yunhao sighed, his eyes filled with heartache. Later, the psychologist said it was her self-protection mechanism. Whenever in extreme darkness or under intense stimulation, she would become another person. We call that her night persona. But don't worry, Sugu. She never harms others, her courage becomes particularly great, and she likes some strange things. At this point, Jiang Yunhao instinctively glanced at Jiang Mu and Lin Qingli in the back seat. Although the two girls looked pale, clearly frightened by the thrilling driving and eerie atmosphere, they did not seem too surprised by Jiang Yunao's glowing heterochromia and her eerie tone. Suyu keenly caught on to this. It seemed that during the night at the evacuation point yesterday, these girls had already witnessed this side of Jiang Yunao. Only he, the newly joined leader, was still in the dark. Dissociative identity. Night vision. Suyu pondered thoughtfully as he glanced at the rearview mirror. At that moment, Jiang Yunao was being held by Jiang Mu, looking pitiful. She looked completely different from the girl whose eyes had flickered with eerie light earlier. Interesting, Suyu. In this apocalyptic world, this girl might prove to be more valuable than her muscular brother. Alright, as long as it doesn't affect the team, I have no objections. Suyu withdrew his gaze, his fingers lightly stroking the cold gun in his coat, his heart settling. This gun is indeed a valuable item in this initial phase of the apocalypse. The atmosphere in the car slightly eased, but the fear from the earlier scene still lingered. Jiang Mumu gently patted Jiang Yuneo's back, finally unable to hold back the silence. Her voice trembled with clear curiosity. Yao, what were you talking about? What did you all see just now? What big tree? What was that thing? Don't scare us. That eerie big tree was on the driver's side, coupled with the high speed and the darkness outside. Those in the passenger seat and the right side of the back seat saw nothing clearly, only feeling as though Suyu had suddenly accelerated as if he had seen a ghost. Hearing Jiang Mumu's inquiry, Jiang Yuneo's body trembled slightly. She slowly lifted her head, the eerie excitement in her eyes having faded. She reverted to her usual gentle and soft demeanor, looking like a frightened fawn. Suyu glanced at her through the rearview mirror, pondering, then carefully organized his words to speak on her behalf. It should be a type of plant, but it's too dark, and I couldn't see clearly. Was it clear to you just now, Xiaoyao? What do you think it could be? Being called out by Suyu, Jiang Yuneo quickly glanced at him, but upon meeting his scrutinizing gaze, she quickly lowered her head, twisting the hem of her clothes. Hi. I saw many vines wrapping around many people coiling on the big tree. She paused for a moment, her voice becoming increasingly faint, as if recalling some terrifying scene, then spoke in a voice barely louder than a whisper. Vines grow out of a person, out of their body, piercing into their blood vessels, as if they were drinking. As she spoke, her voice nearly faded away, with only her slightly trembling shoulders revealing her inner unrest, or perhaps a different kind of repressed excitement. Brother, you could it be? Upon hearing the description, Jiang Mumu's face instantly turned pale, filled with worry as she looked at Suyu. Clearly she had connected it to the news she had seen earlier on the tablet. Suyu's expression grew serious as he nodded. Indeed, this should be a mutated plant. It's no different from those other mutated creatures. That military vehicle we saw earlier was probably a victim of it. With these words, a heavy silence once again enveloped the vehicle. An unknown fear gripped everyone like an invisible hand around their throats. If even plants had become so bloodthirsty, what safety could there be on this long road ahead? As the vehicle climbed a gentle slope, the darkness ahead was suddenly torn apart by a bright light. Swish! A dazzling spotlight shone directly on the windshield, blinding everyone. Suyu instinctively raised his hand to shield his eyes, gently tapping the brake. Immediately, a hoarse male voice amplified through a loudspeaker erupted in the stillness of the highway, carrying an undeniable authority and warning. Vehicles ahead. Please pull over and turn off your engines. Submit to inspection. Suyu gradually pressed the brake, bringing the vehicle to a stop close to the guardrail on the side of the road. Dazzling high beams shot in from the opposite side. For camouflaged wheeled armored vehicles appeared like four steel beasts rumbling heavily down the highway. Stay in the vehicle, I'll check it out. Suyu whispered a quick caution, scanning the tense faces inside the vehicle before pushing the door open and stepping out. The armored convoy came to a sudden halt about 20 meters away from Suyu. The machine gun turret on top slowly turned, emitting a faint mechanical clicking sound. In quick succession, 3 fully armed soldiers in camouflage jumped out of the vehicle, their tactical flashlights instantly locking onto Suyu. 2 of them formed a tactical stance, guns at the ready, fingers resting just outside the trigger guard, prepared to fire at any moment. The third stepped forward quickly, the tactical flashlight sweeping across Suyu's face, demanding sternly, "Who are you? Where did you come from? What is your purpose?" Suyu made no unnecessary movements, raising his hands in front of him to indicate he was unarmed. He then calmly pulled out his hospital ID badge and handed it over. "I'm a doctor from Yinshan Hospital, Suyu. The people in the vehicle are students who evacuated with me. We're coming from Yangqing and preparing to return to Xinjiang in Xi'an province." The soldier glanced quickly at the photo on the badge, then peered through the car window at Jiang Mumu and the others inside. After confirming there were no armed threats, he returned the ID to Suyu. He then pressed the intercom on his shoulder, his voice low and rapid. "Dongguai, calling survivor vehicle, discovered 5 civilians, leader, claims to be a doctor, credentials preliminarily verified. No obvious threats detected, requesting instructions, over." After a moment of silence, a crackling static sound came from the intercom. Clang! The heavy armored door of the command vehicle swung open and 2 figures leaped down. Walking in front was a resolute-looking officer. Dust covered his face, his stubble unkempt, yet he was tall, appearing to be in his 20s. His eyes were deeply set, clearly having not rested for a long time, yet they shone with an extraordinary brightness. He strode up to Suyu, removed his gloves, and extended a rough hand. In the dim light of the vehicle, Suyu caught a glimpse of a single stripe with 2 stars on his shoulder, indicating he was a lieutenant. "Hello, comrade. I'm Zhou Hong from the 319th Regiment of the Southern War Zone Reconnaissance Team 7. Zhou Hong's grip was firm, exuding a sense of military power. He did not engage in small talk, diving straight into the subject with a hint of barely perceptible urgency in his tone. "Did you come from the direction of the service area up ahead?" Did you notice anything unusual on the way? He paused, his gaze fixed intensely on Suyu, or perhaps some bizarre biological phenomena. Suyu's heart skipped a beat. As expected, he calmly withdrew his hand, pondering quietly. Since they were even using terms like bizarre biological phenomena, it indicated that the official information was far more extensive than the average person could imagine. He thought of the so-called prophet from earlier. That person had probably already entered the official system. Regarding the anomalies that squad leader Zhou mentioned, Suyu met Zhou Hong's scrutinizing gaze, his voice calm and clear. The kind of plant that can string human heads together as if they were fruit, does that count? What? Zhou Hong's originally resolute expression cracked instantly, and at that moment the horror in his eyes was unmistakable, his pupils dilating. You've seen it. Where? Tell me everything in detail. Suyu did not hold back, succinctly recounting the strange military vehicle he encountered on the road, the shattered windshield, and the dragging marks. Of course, he naturally omitted the part about the handgun he had taken and other episodes. Considering the earlier bird flock and the series of car accidents, the commotion was too great and the smell of blood was too strong. Suyu analyzed calmly. That thing is likely a mutated plant that possesses mobility and is extremely sensitive to blood and flesh. It should be hunting in that area now. Zhou Hong's expression turned extremely grim after hearing Suyu's description. He had originally held little hope of extracting information from the refugees. After all, under the current atmosphere of panic, most people would only ramble incoherently. But this young man before him exhibited clear logic and keen observation, not only providing clues, but even offering tactical analysis. Communications officer, immediately report to the regiment headquarters. Zhou Hong shouted as he turned back, then turned to Suyu and gave him a solemn military salute. Clap. Dr. Su, the information you provided is critical. On behalf of the reconnaissance team, thank you. After saying this, he waved his hand towards the soldiers behind him. A soldier immediately brought down a dark green supply crate from the vehicle, placing it heavily at Suyu's feet. This is individual self-heating rations. I noticed your vehicle seems to have little food, so this box of rations is for you. We were born under the red flag and grew up in the spring breeze. This is what we should do. You're too courteous, squad leader Zhou. Suyu did not decline taking the box with a serious tone. In the apocalypse, this item is more valuable than gold. He looked at Zhou Hong's face marked by fatigue, yet still resolute, hesitating for a moment before finally speaking. Squad leader, Zhou, I feel that thing is very dangerous. Extremely dangerous. If it weren't for an urgent task, I would advise you to wait until dawn or call for heavy artillery support. The bone-chilling tremor still lingered in Suyu's perception, as if it were a festering wound. Zhou Hong was momentarily stunned, then shook his head with a wry smile and adjusted his helmet. Dr. Su, you are right. It's very dangerous. He turned to look at the pitch-black highway ahead, his gaze seemingly piercing through the darkness to the service area, where people still lingered. But it is precisely because of the danger that we must go. Zhou Hong's voice was not loud, yet it rang out like a steel strike. There are civilians trapped in the service area. If that thing is as terrifying as you say, if we don't go, they are as good as dead. He took a deep breath, his eyes blazing. Wearing this skin, some paths must be walked even if they lead to death. With that, Zhou Hong no longer hesitated and strode towards the armored vehicle. All units move out. Target 5 kilometers ahead, full speed ahead. Prepare for battle. Boom. Boom boom. The roar of the engine erupted again, 4 armored vehicles kicking up a cloud of dust as they charged resolutely into the unfathomable darkness ahead. Suyu stood still, watching the row of red taillights gradually fade away, feeling a slight tightening in his throat. He was not a saint. He could not manage such self-sacrifice. But he admired such people. Back in the vehicle, the atmosphere inside was somewhat heavy. Jiang Yunhao rolled down the window, a crack leaning against it, his expression complex as he watched the departing convoy. Brother Su, are they going to fight the monsters? Suyu started the car, shifted gears, and sighed softly. Maybe. I hope their armor is thick enough. The vehicle slowly started preparing to leave. Su. Brother Su. Suddenly a sharp scream came from the corner of the back seat. Jiang Yunyao, who had been crouching in the back seat, suddenly sprang up as if jolted by electricity. She pressed herself against the rear window, her mismatched eyes shimmering with a faint glow in the darkness, fixated on the direction the armored convoy had departed. Her body trembled violently, as if she had seen something extremely terrifying, her teeth chattering in excitement. They are coming. So big. So many. They are watching those vehicles. What? Suyu's heart jumped, slamming the brakes hard. Who is coming? Before Jiang Yunyao could answer, a sudden change occurred in the distance. Bang! Creak! A deafening roar erupted, mixed with the agonizing screams of twisted metal exploding from a low-lying road section hundreds of meters away. Suyu turned his head sharply. He saw the heavy-wheeled armored vehicle at the front, weighing several tons, seemingly slapped hard by an invisible giant hand. Bang! The front of the vehicle collapsed instantly, and the massive body was lifted half a meter into the air before crashing heavily onto the ground. Zzz. The overturned armored vehicle slid wildly along the road due to inertia, the steel grinding against concrete, creating a shower of dazzling sparks, like a frenzied fire dragon. The three armored vehicles behind reacted swiftly. The ear-piercing screech of brakes echoed through the night, their tires leaving charred marks on the ground as they narrowly avoided the vehicle in front. Enemy attack. Flares. Even from this distance, Tsuyu could hear the hoarse roar. Thud. A dull sound followed as a dazzling white meteor shot into the sky. In the next second, the glaring magnesium light exploded in midair, clearing the darkness within a kilometer radius. In that instant, Tsuyu Jiang Yunhao Jiang Mumu. Everyone in the vehicle gasped. Their scalps tingled, and a chill shot straight to the crown of their heads. With the bright light of the flare, they finally saw the scene below the highway. What should have been a dense forest was now gone. In its place was a churning sea of darkness. Countless thick black vines as sturdy as pythons were densely packed and layered upon one another. They surged madly from the darkness beneath the highway, writhing and entangling, as if they were alive. At a glance, the source was completely invisible. They spread continuously from the dark distance along the highway with no discernible origin. They even completely exceeded the range of the flare. Beside the overturned armored vehicle, dozens of vines twisted and coiled rapidly in the blink of an eye, merging into a super tentacle as thick as a barrel and over 20 meters long. The tentacle raised high, casting a massive shadow under the glow of the flare. What kind of monster is this? Jiang Yunha's voice trembled in fear. Tsuyu stared intently at the giant tentacle, his fingers gripping the steering wheel, turning white. He knew this was a mutated plant, yet he never expected its size to have grown to such an extent. Moreover, it had followed him all the way here. The scene before his eyes defied all logic, shattering everyone's inherent understanding of the world like a heavy hammer. The air seemed to freeze for a moment, even the sound of the wind fell silent. But in the next second, the steel beast let out a furious roar. Fire! Blast them to pieces. Zhou Hong's anguished roar echoed through the communication channel. Boom, boom, boom. The 30mm machine guns atop the three-wheeled armored vehicles simultaneously aimed their barrels. They spewed dazzling tongues of fire, and a dense barrage of bullets wove a net of death in the night. The large-caliber ammunition, carrying terrifying kinetic energy, violently tore at the black vines. Juice splattered, and the severed tentacles twisted and rolled in agony, like snake bodies cut off, exploding into a sky full of foul-smelling fragments. However, the number of mutated creatures far exceeded expectations. Rustle. Swoosh. Just as the firepower covered the area, dozens of menacing shadows surged from the darkness below the highway. They no longer charged recklessly, but rather like a cunning serpent with intelligence. They slithered close to the ground, deftly evading the firepower net, rushing straight for the nearest armored vehicle. Zzz. The sound of grinding teeth suddenly erupted. Several thick vines instantly coiled around the armored vehicle's axles and turret, tightening their grip. Damn vehicle, move for me. The driver frantically pressed the accelerator. The engine roared under the strain, and the tires spun violently on the asphalt, billowing clouds of smoke. Yet, even so, the entire vehicle was gradually dragged towards the darkness at the edge of the roadbed by that terrifying strength. Damn. Support. Quick support vehicle 2. The commander in the remaining two armored vehicles bellowed as he turned the gun barrels. Use rocket missiles. Blow them apart. Boom. Accompanied by a shrill whistle, a single soldier's rocket missile trailing flames accurately struck the coiling main trunk vine. The explosion illuminated the area, and waves of force surged. The trunk vine, as thick as a thigh, was blasted in two, and a large amount of dark red liquid gushed from the severed end, writhing violently like an injured beast. Boom, boom, boom. Seeing the rocket missile was effective, the remaining gunners no longer hesitated with their ammunition. A series of explosions erupted on the highway, illuminating the night as if it were daylight. The flesh and blood body ultimately struggles to withstand the violent aesthetics of modern industry. Under the combined assault of a 30mm cannon and rockets, the entangled armored vehicle finally broke free. The roar of the engine surged abruptly, and the armored vehicle violently shook off the remaining vines, rapidly retreating. Another flare shot into the sky, casting a pale light that illuminated the battlefield in stark detail. In less than a minute of skirmish, the few observers at a distance were drenched in cold sweat. Without the army, their small car would likely have been flattened in an instant under such a sudden encounter. Tsuyu sat in the driver's seat, his gaze deep as he focused on the edge of the battlefield. He clearly saw the remnants of the shattered vines, many of which were still secreting a viscous fluid and even subtly writhing. Tsuyu's Adam's apple bobbed, slightly, a hint of barely perceptible heat flashing in his eyes. I wonder if this plant meets the requirements for the decomposition furnace, perhaps. Tsuyu made a decision in an instant. He turned his head, revealing a serious and calm expression. Lock the doors and windows in the car. No matter what happens, don't come out. Suyu instructed in a low voice. I'll check the situation and give them a warning. Brother, you don't go. Jiangmu looked anxious, her eyes reddening as she reached out to grab his sleeve. Those monsters are too dangerous. In the back seat, Lin Qingli furrowed her brows tightly, her expression clearly showing disapproval, though she only in the corner. Jiang Yuneo's mismatched pupils glimmered slightly in the darkness, fixated on Su Ye's back with an air of anticipation. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. I'm a doctor, and at this moment they want fire. Suyu gently patted Jiang Yu's hand, giving her a reassuring look before pushing the door open and stepping out. The scorching night wind was laced with the acrid scent of gunpowder and the unique stench of the plants. At this moment, 3 surviving armored vehicles had retreated to a safe area, forming a defensive triangle. The rear door opened, and a dozen fully armed soldiers jumped down. They held their guns, tactical flashlights, sweeping across, cautiously approaching the silent, overturned vehicle No. 1 in the middle of the road. That vehicle was eerily quiet. So quiet it resembled a steel tomb. Suyu lowered his posture and quickly approached. In the glow of the car lights, he spotted the familiar figure, Zhou Hong. The young lieutenant was leaning out of the driver's seat, anxiously directing the rescue efforts. Squad leader Zhou. Suyu did not hide, but called out loudly. Suddenly, several blinding beams of flashlight fell on Su Ye's face, and a few dark gun barrels swung in his direction. Zhou Hong squinted to identify him, and upon recognizing Suyu, his tense nerves relaxed slightly, but then he was immediately filled with rage. Are you crazy? Get back into your vehicle. This is not a place for spectators. Squad leader Zhou, I have important information to report. It's about these monsters. Suyu was not deterred. Instead, he took 2 steps forward, finding an excuse. These vines might possess parasitic abilities. I saw them growing out of corpses. And as a doctor, I can help treat any injured. These 2 statements, especially the latter, struck Zhou Hong's soft spot instantly. Zhou Hong paused, his gaze complex as he glanced at Suyu, then turned back to the silent vehicle No. 1. During the earlier battle, vehicle No. 1 had remained utterly silent, which was abnormal in itself. Every second now could determine the fate of a comrade. Let him come over. Zhou Hong gritted his teeth and ordered. Suyu quickly crossed the safety perimeter and approached Zhou Hong. Up close, the nauseatingly sweet stench was even more intense, assaulting his senses. Cut to the chase. Zhou Hong stared hard at Suyu. What did you mean by parasitic? It means. Suyu pointed at the overturned armored vehicle in the distance, his expression grave. Those vines may not just be entangling, they might burrow into the human body. I suspect they turn people into a cultivation medium. The corpses I saw hanging from the tree, some of them were still moving, which is the best proof. What? Zhou Hong's expression changed drastically, a terrifying suspicion exploding in his mind. He abruptly turned, sprinting towards vehicle No. 1 while yelling hoarsely into the intercom. Everyone scatter. Do not directly touch the vehicle. Alert. Level 1 alert. Suyu followed closely behind. When the 2 reached the side of the overturned armored vehicle, the surrounding soldiers had already scattered, as ordered, yet their guns remained aimed squarely at the vehicle. Illuminated by the tactical flashlights, the sight before them sent shivers down everyone's spines. The black vines, previously severed and limp, now seemed alive, writhing into the crevices of the armored vehicle. Especially around the observation window of the cockpit, a thick cluster of black tendrils had fully penetrated the cabin, resembling countless greedy straws. Squad leader. The rear door isn't locked, but it's jammed. A veteran reported in a hoarse voice inside. There's no movement. The light from the second flare completely extinguished. Darkness enveloped the land once more, leaving only a few flickering beams of tactical flashlights, appearing exceptionally lonely in the wind. Zhou Hong took a deep breath, drew his pistol from his waist, and his gaze turned fierce. Bring ropes. Loop it around the handle. Everyone pull together to open it. 1, 2, 3. Pull. With a low shout, several people exerted their strength. Creak. Bang. Accompanied by the teeth-grinding sound of metal twisting, the heavy armored hatch was finally forced open. Thud. The moment the hatch opened, a figure clad in military uniform tumbled out from the vehicle, crashing heavily onto the road. It was a soldier from vehicle No. 1, Wang Hai. Hi Z. Brother Hai. Several soldiers who were close to Wang Hai instinctively rushed to help. Swish, swish, swish. Several beams of flashlight converged on that body. Wang Hai lay on the ground motionless. But beneath the exposed skin of his neck, something was frantically writhing. Suyu stood on the outskirts, clearly seeing that it was not merely the bulging of blood vessels. These were dark greenish roots resembling live earthworms, densely covering Hai's subcutaneous tissue and even pulsating rhythmically. A profound warning of danger exploded in Su Ye's mind. Don't go near. Su Ye's pupils contracted sharply as he shouted with all his strength, fall back. However, his warning was a second too late. The figure of Wong high on the ground suddenly lifted its head at an unnatural angle that human joints could not achieve. A sharp crack echoed through the dead silence, causing discomfort to the teeth. Everyone's gaze seemed to be firmly pulled towards the source of the sound. The Heisey on the ground stirred. But instead of standing up, it contorted its upper body into a grotesque position that defied human biomechanics. The vertebrae exploded with a series of cracking sounds, as if an invisible pair of hands was forcibly rearranging its skeleton from within. Ugh. Huh. A wheezing sound escaped its shattered throat. Then came a series of muffled puffs. Dark red sharp vines pierced through its military uniform, wildly bursting forth from its ribs back, and even its eye sockets. Blood splattered everywhere, with chunks of flesh hanging from the tender green, leaves a grotesque clash of red and green that churned the stomach. Was this still human? It was clearly a plant wearing human skin. The Heisey, or rather the monster with its head twisted 180 degrees, suddenly froze, while its eyeballs, burst by the vines, dangled loosely from its cheeks. In the next moment, a stench of blood rushed toward them. The monster kicked off the ground, launching itself like a flesh missile towards the nearest soldier. Fire! What are you all standing there for? Fire! Zhou hoarse shout finally awakened the dazed crowd. The instinct for survival instantly overpowered camaraderie, as more than 20 rifles almost simultaneously spat flames. Da-da-da-da. The dense gunfire erupted like exploding beans. The firelight formed a dazzling net against the darkness. In an instant, the monster in midair was reduced to a bloody pulp, flesh and blood splattering everywhere, with severed vine limbs scattering in all directions under the impact of the bullets. Until the magazines were emptied, that pile of rotten flesh fell silent, with only a few stubborn vines twitching neurotically in the blood pool. The smell of gunpowder mixed with a strong stench of blood quickly spread. Cease fire. Everyone stopped firing. Zhou gasped heavily, his eyes reddened. All around them there was a heavy silence, only the sound of labored breathing echoed. Several young soldiers trembled so much that they could hardly change their magazines, their faces as pale as paper. What they had just witnessed shattered their worldview completely. Zombies. A biochemical crisis. Or something even more terrifying. The unknown fear gnawed at each person's heart like a venomous snake. No one dared to speak. Suddenly a faint rustling sound emerged seemingly from the overturned armored. Everyone's nerves tensed instantly as dozens of tactical flashlights shone brightly in unison. The strong light pierced through the darkness, illuminating the interior of the vehicle. Hiss! A synchronized intake of breath echoed. Inside the vehicle, the corpses that were supposed to be dead were now hanging from the ceiling like dried meat. Countless black tendrils had burrowed into their skin, writhing beneath the surface and draining their nutrients. Stimulated by the bright light, those corpses suddenly convulsed. The outer layer of their skin bulged with lumps as countless fine black vines burst out, clawing and reaching, as if wanting to escape the vehicle. Retreat. Quickly retreat. Zhou face turned ashen as he bellowed orders for the team to fall back. The crowd scattered like they were avoiding a plague. The team retreated for 100 meters in one breath. 3 intact armored vehicles re-established a defensive line, their headlights locked onto that ghost vehicle. Suyu did not follow the others back. He stopped at the edge of the crowd, his gaze sweeping across the ground. The remnants of the vine shattered by the machine gun lay scattered nearby. The liquid at the fracture began to solidify, glimmering with an eerie, oily sheen. Suyu quickly scanned his surroundings, noticing everyone's attention was on the armored vehicle. He swiftly pulled out a pair of medical gloves and a large pair of tongs from his space. Putting on the gloves, he precisely grasped a section of the broken vine. This thing was still twitching, slightly dark red juice flowing from the break. He stored it in his space. Suyu moved quickly, not attracting anyone's attention. Then he quickly made a round in the darkness, picking up scattered fragments and broken roots. The whole process took no more than 2 minutes, with smooth, inconspicuous movements. To outsiders, it was just a doctor making a round, thoughtfully surveying the battlefield debris. Suyu stood up, casually dusting off his gloves before slipping them into his pocket. As he passed a young soldier who was changing magazines, he paused for a moment, pulling out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and handing it over. "You've worked hard." The soldier was taken aback, not accepting the cigarette, merely swallowing hard, without speaking, shaking his head. Suyu said nothing more and strode towards Zhou. Zhou's expression was extremely grim as he arranged for people to secure the scene and reported the situation to his superiors via radio. Minutes later, he hung up the communication and walked briskly towards Suyu. This tower-like man wore exhaustion on his face, with a hint of unmasked dread lingering in his deep-set eyes. "Brother Su." Zhou took off his hat and wiped the oil and sweat from his face with force, his voice somewhat hoarse. "This world really has changed unbelievably." He glanced back at the distant armored vehicle, a flash of sorrow crossing his eyes, then turned to Suyu and solemnly saluted. "For what happened today, we owe you a life." If it weren't for your early warning, our entire squad would likely have become fertilizer for that ghastly thing. As he spoke, he pulled a notebook from his jacket pocket, tore out a page, and quickly wrote down a string of numbers. The situation over at Xingqing isn't good either. It's under full martial law. Take this. If you encounter any insurmountable obstacles, call this number. If the call doesn't go through. Zhou Hong paused, his gaze complex as he looked at Su Yu. Just go to this address and ask for someone saying you're the lifesaver of Zhou Hong. Su Yu took the note and glanced at it. The handwriting was rough, yet vigorous. Thanks. Su Yu said straightforwardly, carefully putting it away. In this collapsing order, a favor from the military sometimes holds more value than gold. The main force will arrive soon. We need to stay here to handle the scene. Take care on your way. Zhou Hong patted Su Yu's shoulder with considerable force. He then turned and boarded the armored vehicle, beginning to arrange for the guard duty. Su Yu didn't linger, returning to his mixed vehicle. Brother, you scared me to death just now. What was that? Jiang Mumu's small face was pale like a frightened quail as she approached, gripping Su Yu's sleeve tightly. Lin Xingli in the back seat remained silent, but her dark eyes were filled with shock and unease. A parasitic plant, probably treating the human body as a flower pot. But it's all fine now, the military reinforcements are on their way. Su Yu casually explained, trying to keep his tone steady, not elaborating further, as he started the vehicle, preparing to leave. Just then, Viru, a deep rumble suddenly echoed from the high sky. It was not thunder. That was the roar of engines, the screech of metal slicing through the atmosphere, a sound only heard during a military parade, a thrilling wave that stirred the blood. Su Yu abruptly looked up. In the night sky, two slender trails of flame were cutting through the clouds at a breathtaking speed. That's... Jiang Yunhao pressed his face against the car window, his voice trembling. An airplane. Not just one. It was a formation. Su Yu caught a glimpse of those familiar silhouettes, long fuselages, swept wings, and blue-white flames spewing from the engine nozzles. Strategic bombers. Immediately after, a deeper, buzzing sound approached from the flank. That was another type of sound. Reconnaissance aircraft. 1, 2, 3. They circled high in the sky like falcons, locking onto their prey, pinning that forest consumed by mutated plants firmly onto the fire control coordinates. Open your mouth and cover your ears. Su Yu's words had barely left his mouth. Boom. A dazzling white light suddenly erupted from the distant skyline. That was not a single explosion. It was a continuous, overwhelming roar, as if heralding the judgment day. 1 missile, 2 missiles, 10 missiles. Cruise missiles trailed flames like a swarm of furious meteors, continuously crashing into that dark forest. With each impact, a massive orange-eyed mushroom cloud rose, illuminating the night sky for miles around, as if it were day. Waves of shockwaves rolled in one after another, and Su Yu could even feel the car trembling slightly, the reflection in the rearview mirror blurring into a haze. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Following that, a sky full of rockets, trailing orange flames rained down on the forest already engulfed by mutated plants. That was a long-range rocket artillery system. In a single salvo, dozens of rockets poured down within seconds, covering an area large enough to flatten a small town. The sound of explosions fused into one, making it impossible to distinguish where it began and where it ended. The entire horizon was ablaze. Inside the car, no one spoke. Jiang Mumu covered her ears tightly, her eyes reddened, but she did not cry. Jiang Yunyao curled up in the corner, her mismatched pupils reflecting the distant flames, her expression complex, unclear whether it was fear or shock. Lin Xingli stared directly at the burning horizon, her fingers gripping the edge of the seat tightly. Jiang Yunha's mouth was agape, unable to close for a long time. This is the foundation of the national government. Su Yu gazed at the skyline scarred by steel and flames. In the early days of the apocalypse, humanity's hot weapons still held absolute dominance over carbon-based life forms. But he knew deep down that natural disasters were relentless, and humanity's accumulated industrial strength over the centuries was continuously diminishing. Meanwhile, the evolution of mutated creatures would only accelerate. Only through self-evolution might there be a way out. He shifted gears and pressed the accelerator. The car sped away, leaving the burning skyline behind. On the highway, darkness enveloped them once again. Su Yu activated the intelligent driving mode. Leaning back in the seat, he appeared to rest his eyes, but his consciousness had already sunk into the system space. A transparent attribute panel unfolded in his mind. In the corner of the preservation chamber, several fragments of vine remains lay quietly, the dark red liquid at the break still not fully dried. The attribute panel expanded with entries appearing line by line. Target: mutated parasitic vine pile. Remains weak activity, decomposition value 17 points of source quality. Extractable gene module entries 3 items. Excessive secretion gene for growth hormone. Plant cells enter a rapid proliferation state under the stimulation of flesh and blood nutrients with a growth rate far exceeding the biological limit of similar organisms. continuously consumes various biomaterials within the host with a risk of disintegration due to insufficient energy supply. Mycorrhizal chemical signaling network, gene individuals achieve collective perception, sharing through volatile chemical signals secreted by their root systems. Information transmission is not limited by physical distance and can be regarded as the primitive form of a distributed nervous system. Neural node invasion gene. The tips of the roots carry specific proteases that can penetrate the host's skin and anchor to peripheral ganglia, gradually replacing the control of its autonomic nervous system. Suyu quickly evaluated these 3 genes in his mind. They were clearly plant-based genes. Transplanting them into a human might cause some rejection reactions. Suyu looked at the pile of remains in the space. Do not extract for now. Decompose all remains. Suyu issued the command in his consciousness, and the transparent panel dissolved into specks of light. His consciousness returned to reality, and his senses were instantly filled with the stuffy air within the car. After experiencing the devastating bombardment, the intense adrenaline faded, and an overwhelming sense of fatigue swept over everyone like a tide. In the back seat, Jiang Mumu and Jiang Yun Yao had already cuddled up and fallen asleep, their breathing heavy. Lin Qingli was still forcing her eyelids open, but her gaze had lost focus. Even Jiang Yunhao in the passenger seat could not stop his head from bobbing like a chick pecking at rice. The car was so quiet that only the low rumble of the engine and the sound of tires crunching on the road could be heard. Outside, the night was as thick as ink, and the heavy darkness seemed ready to swallow the solitary off-roading vehicle entirely. It was unclear how much time had passed in this suffocating silence. Ding-dong. A very faint but exceptionally crisp prompt sounded in the quiet car. The previously silent phone screen suddenly lit up, the eerie blue glow instantly illuminating Jiang Yunhao's dazed face. There's a signal. It's 3 bars. In the passenger seat, Jiang Yunhao suddenly woke up, exclaiming with excitement, his voice trembling. The previously lifeless car cabin instantly erupted into chaos. Everyone almost simultaneously grabbed their phones, their fingertips trembling as they dialed that familiar number. Suyu did not hesitate, holding the steering wheel with one hand, quickly dialing the home phone. Beep, beep. Hello. Is this Xiaoyu? Is it Yui? The familiar and tearful voice of his mother came through the receiver, and in that moment Suyu felt the heart that had been hanging in his throat finally drop heavily back into his chest. Mom, it's me. I'm almost there, about 2 to 3 hours away. Let Xiaohang open the door when I arrive. After hanging up, Suyu exhaled a long breath of white vapor, his lips unable to suppress a smile. However, the atmosphere in the car did not lighten because of the signal's restoration. Instead, it quickly plunged into an ice cellar. Pick up. Please pick up the phone, Mom. In the back seat, Jiang Mumu held her phone tightly, her knuckles turning white. All she heard in the receiver was the cold prompt: the number you dialed is not in the service area. Reluctantly, she redialed repeatedly until tears fell heavily onto the screen, blurring her vision. Beside her, Lin Qingli also set aside her usual aloofness. Her complexion was pale, and her fingers stiffly tapped the screen again and again. I'm sorry, the user you dialed is unavailable. The mechanical female voice sounded particularly jarring in the quiet compartment. Jiang Yunyao huddled in the corner, burying her head in her knees, silently sobbing. Her brother Jiang Yunhao let his phone drop limply, his honest face filled with despair and confusion. Yangcheng was a disaster zone, and the so-called unable to connect often signified a more brutal reality. Her brother Jiang Yunhao let his phone drop limply, his honest face filled with despair and confusion. Yangcheng was a disaster zone, and the so-called unable to connect often at this moment any words of comfort seemed pale and powerless. He could only silently press down on the accelerator. For the next hour, the compartment remained eerily silent. No one spoke, and no one slept. Exhausted from crying, Jiang Mumu's eyes were swollen and red as she leaned against the window, staring blankly into the pitch-black night outside. Lin Qingli clutched her phone tightly, still seemingly hoping for the sound of ringing. The Jiang siblings appeared like 2 soulless statues, mechanically swaying with the bumps of the vehicle. That sadness had not dissipated. Instead, it was like a viscous liquid gradually solidifying, creating a suffocating numbness. Until finally a continuous stretch of lights appeared on the horizon. Xingqing had arrived. Despite having experienced an earthquake, as a provincial capital, Xingqing's power system seemed to be still functioning vigorously. From a distance, the outline of the city appeared hazy in the morning light, with several landmark buildings still illuminated. This faint light finally elicited a slight reaction from the lifeless occupants of the car. But as the vehicle entered the urban expressway, an indescribable sense of strangeness quickly replaced their mood. It was too clean, not in terms of sanitation, but in a visual sense of cleanliness. Along the way, whether on national roads or in the wilderness, which place was not overrun by mutated plants. Those weeds and shrubs seemed eager to upturn the asphalt road. Yet once entering Xingqing's territory, there was not a hint of green visible in sight. The slopes alongside the highway were barren, exposing gray-yellow soil, as if a layer of skin had been forcefully scraped off. Places that should have been green belts were left with only upturned dirt pits. Even the distant hills resembled monks with shaved heads left with only rocks and charred tree trunks. There were very few vehicles on the road, with an occasional military truck roaring by kicking up clouds of dust. Most of the shops by the roadside had their doors and windows tightly shut, some even boarded up. Pedestrians were scarce, each moving hurriedly with a numb expression. What? What is going on? Jiang Mumu's hoarse voice, thick with nasal tones, broke the silence. She clung to the car window, observing the unusual scene outside, her voice trembling slightly. Where are those trees? The grass? Why has everything disappeared? This place looks even more terrifying than outside. This stark visual contrast forcibly pulled them from their painful thoughts. After all, the instinct for survival always takes precedence. Lin Qingli also took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the bitterness rising in her heart, furrowing her brow, her dark eyes filled with confusion. Where are those trees? The grass? Why has everything disappeared? This place looks even more terrifying than outside. This stark visual contrast, this place, once known as the City of Mountains and Waters, now seemed more like a massive concrete prison. It seems that the situation here is even more complex than we imagined. Suyu murmured softly, gently pressing the accelerator as the car slowly glided into this unknown jungle of steel. The vehicle passed through Xingqing along the urban expressway without stopping. This provincial capital city was merely a massive milestone on their journey, not the destination. Suyu turned a corner on the urban expressway, entering a provincial road extending southwest. The city's lights quickly shrank and faded in the rearview mirror, ultimately swallowed entirely by darkness. Accompanying this was the suffocating wilderness. The sense of cleanliness felt earlier in Xingqing vanished within 10 minutes after leaving the urban area. Vegetation surged back even more wildly and recklessly than what they had seen on the national road. The roadside trees had long since changed beyond recognition. The once straight phoenix trees seemed to have been explosively ruptured from within, with cracked trunks and twisted black branches bending towards the road, forming a dark tunnel. The car lights illuminated the branches, casting shadows that resembled countless deformed arms. Jiang Mumu instinctively shrank closer to Suyu. Less than half an hour on the provincial road, the navigation prompted a turn into a narrower county road. This road was completely devoid of streetlights. The car lights were the only source of illumination, two pale beams slicing through the thick darkness ahead, but only lighting up a distance of a few meters. Why is it so cold here? Jiang Mumu leaned against the car window, her breath condensing into fog on the glass. We just left the southern province, and now it feels like we've entered an ice cellar. Suyu casually glanced at the darkness outside, his brow slightly furrowing. It was indeed unusual. Just a couple of days ago in the southern province, even at night the temperature remained around 30 degrees. Yet after entering the Xiang province, the temperature plummeted, and the car's outside thermometer now showed it had dropped to 10 degrees. This disparity was absolutely abnormal. He silently noted this detail, but said nothing more, continuing to focus on driving. A few meters ahead lay an endless expanse of writhing dark green. Those wildly growing shrubs and weeds had already crossed over the shoulders, spreading from both sides towards the center of the road. In the narrowest spots, the two-lane road had been compressed to a gap barely wide enough for one vehicle. Vines dragged along the road, making a crackling sound as the wheels rolled over them. Occasionally the car lights would sweep across the houses by the roadside. Those houses seemed almost devoured by plants, with vines as thick as fingers crawling up the walls, windows sealed by branches and leaves, and even small trees growing on the roofs. From a distance they looked less like houses and more like green mounds rising in the jungle. Are there really people living in these houses? Jiang Yunhao asked hoarsely, his tone filled with unease. No one answered him. The compartment was filled only with the low rumble of the engine and the constant bumping of the car. Even more chilling were the occasional sounds coming from the depths of the darkness. Sometimes it was a rustling sound, as if some huge entity was moving through the bushes. Other times it was a sharp caw. It didn't sound like a bird call or a beast's roar, leaving them uncertain of what. Lin Qingli instinctively tightened her grip on her phone, her knuckles turning white. The most terrifying stretch of road was passing through an area that had once been rice fields. The rice in the fields had long since mutated beyond recognition. Tall black stalks stood densely in the fields, their tops hanging with fist-sized panicles swaying gently in the night breeze. Thousands of black stalks swayed in unison, producing a sound like a low hum from some creature. In the moment the car's headlights swept across, Suyu even saw that the surface of those panicles seemed to be covered with a layer of fine fuzz. No, it wasn't fuzz, that looked like densely packed, writhing tentacles. Suyu suddenly pulled his gaze back to the road, pressing the accelerator a little deeper. He regretted taking the night route. Had he known of this situation, he would have insisted on staying in Star City for the night and leaving in the morning. He drove this stretch of road with extreme focus, and no one in the car spoke. Each person instinctively curled up in their seats, trying not to look at the disquieting sights outside. Only the roar of the engines stubbornly carved a path through the boundless darkness and frenzied vegetation. After more than 2 hours of torment, just when Suyu thought this road would never end, a man-made light source finally appeared in the darkness ahead. It was several glaring searchlights piercing through from an intersection. There was a steel barricade across the road, and makeshift fortifications built with sandbags rose to half the height of a person on either side. Several armed police officers in camouflage uniforms were vigilantly watching the vehicles emerging from the darkness. It was a checkpoint. Turn off the engine and exit the vehicle, driver. Show your identification. A cold command came through the loudspeaker. Suyu complied, presenting his driver's license and briefly explaining the situation. After verifying the information, the officers meticulously checked everyone in the vehicle and the trunk with a powerful flashlight before waving them through. As the barricade was moved aside, Suyu saw a temporarily affixed sign behind it. In rough red, painted read, Baishui County, full martial law, as the vehicle entered the county town. Baishui County was small, with a permanent population of only about 300,000 to 400,000, typically a quiet and somewhat oppressive southern town. But at this moment, even in the early hours, the entire county exuded an atmosphere of extreme tension and hostility. Every 100 meters along the street, there was a temporary sentry post with armed police and militia present. Several military trucks were parked by the roadside, their beds filled with trees. Trees that had been uprooted. Suyu's pupils slightly contracted. Those were not ordinary street trees. He recognized a few of them. The old camphor trees next to the Central Park Square in the county town had trunks so thick that 3 adults could not wrap their arms around them, and they were said to be over 300 years old. As a child, every time he visited the Central Park with his father, they would rest in the shade of those massive camphor trees. The county government had even hung a protection plaque for ancient trees numbered and enclosed with iron railings. At this moment, those colossal beings lay haphazardly in the beds of military trucks, their massive root systems pointing skyward, still clinging to large clumps of soil and shattered bricks. 300-year-old trees uprooted just like that. As the vehicles slowly passed through the main road of the county town, even more shocking scenes came into view. The green belts on both sides of the road had been completely turned over, with flower beds that once held osmanthus trees and shrubs transformed into dark gaping pits. Several excavators were parked by the roadside, their massive mechanical arms still hanging with severed tree roots. At a street corner, a construction crew was working through the night. Dozens of workers in reflective vests wielded chainsaws and axes, performing the final cleanup on a row of street trees. The piercing drone of the chainsaws echoed down the empty street. A camphor tree as thick as a bowl trembled for a few seconds under the sound of the saw, then crashed down, raising a cloud of dust. Immediately, someone stepped forward, chaining the trunk and dragging it to the waiting truck by the roadside. Their movements were practiced, and the process was efficient. Clearly they had repeated this work countless times. Even here, Jiang Mumu leaned against the car window, watching the uprooted trees piled by the roadside, her voice faint and fragile. That tree is so thick. How many years did it take to grow? Lin Xingli's gaze swept over a remaining iron railing and a shattered stone tablet at the edge of a pit, where the faint inscription Baishui County Key Protected Ancient Tree could be discerned. Her brows knitted tighter. To allow the government to indiscriminately uproot even the century-old ancient trees that were officially protected. She paused, her voice low. It indicates that the threat posed by these mutated plants is far more serious than what we've encountered on the road. Suyu did not respond. He cast a solemn glance over the drastically changed small town, turned the steering wheel, and turned into an alley he could find even with his eyes closed. At the end of the alley, a traditional 2.5-story red brick house stood quietly. It was surrounded by a spacious concrete yard with walls made of old red bricks and shards of glass embedded on top for security. It was already past midnight, yet the small yard was still brightly lit. Suyu and his mother Yi Chuanmei, bundled in thick down jackets, were pacing under the eaves, and upon hearing the engine noise, both immediately came forward. The bright light from the yard illuminated the car. The once gray sedan was now covered in grievous scratches, with a dented hood, and even remnants of dark red blood that had not been fully washed away. Yi Chunmei gasped in shock, pausing momentarily before hurrying forward. Suyu opened the door and stretched his stiff back with force. After 2 consecutive days and nights of high-pressure mental strain, it was only when his feet touched the concrete of his hometown's yard that the overwhelming fatigue surged back in waves. Xiaoyu. Yi Chunmei grasped Suyu's arm, sizing him up with red-rimmed eyes. Suyu patted the back of his mother's hand in reassurance. Mom, there's no need to worry, I'm back safe and sound. The car door opened again. Jiang Yunhao and his sister, along with Lin Xingli and Jiang Mumu, successively got out, instantly shivering from the cold. It wasn't noticeable in the car, but once they stepped out they realized the temperature here was drastically different from that in the southern province. Yi Chunmai's gaze passed over her son and landed on the three girls behind. Though they were all dusty, each one was more striking than the last, especially the one with a cool, tall demeanor and the girl in a pink plush coat with bright, sparkling eyes. The old lattice eyes lit up instantly as she tugged at Su Ye's sleeve, frantically signaling. Suyu understood her thoughts clearly. He turned to grab Jiang Mumu's wrist and pulled her to the front. Stop overthinking. This is your daughter-in-law. Suyu stated plainly, then pointed to the side. Mumu, this is my mom, and the one standing aside is my brother Su Hang. Jiang Mumu had not expected Suyu to directly clarify their relationship at this moment. Her face, which had already been pale from the long journey, instantly flushed with color reaching her ears. She slightly lowered her head, hands clasped in front of her, timidly greeting. Auntie, hello. Her voice was soft and obedient, paired with a pitiful expression, making it incredibly endearing. Yi Chunmei couldn't stop smiling, her eyes crinkling with joy as she continuously nodded in response, and turned to head toward the kitchen. Good daughter. You must be starving. We'll go get the hot food for you. Mom, there's no need to fuss. Suyu quickly called out to stop her. We managed to grab a bite on the way. The temperature here in Star City is somewhat abnormally low, and everyone is tired and cold. Let's arrange for them to wash up and rest first. Yi Chunmei reacted, slapping her thigh. Right, hurry upstairs. The guest rooms are already prepared with thick blankets, just on the second floor. The second floor had a total of 4 rooms, with Su Ye's bedroom occupying 1, and the remaining 3 perfectly available. Zhang Yunhao and Lin Xingli took 1 room each, while Jiang Mumu proactively took Jiang Yunyao's hand, arranging for the two to share a room. Once everything was settled, Suyu, under the pretext of retrieving luggage from the car's trunk, pulled out several large bags of brand new warm clothing and shoes from the system space to distribute among them. These were all spoils he had $0 purchased from a clothing store in the old district with tags he hadn't even had time to remove. After taking a steaming hot shower, Suyu changed into clean cotton pajamas and lay sprawled out on his familiar wooden bed. The bed exuded the fragrance of soap that had been warmed by the sun. This sense of security provided by home was incomparable to any place outside. Suya's thoughts began to race rapidly in his mind. Now that he had returned to the rear, the first thing to address was the matter of survival, and secondly, he needed to seize the time to explore the potential of his space. Although he could only see fragmented glimpses of the future for about a month, within this brief span the environment of this planet had undergone earth-shattering changes. After the earthquake came the tsunami in quick succession, followed by numerous volcanic eruptions, with waves crashing one after another. Many coastal nations were directly annihilated, and the low-lying areas were completely submerged. Just as he was contemplating, the door emitted a faint click sound. A crack in the door slowly opened, and the corridor's light spilled in. Jiang Mumu slipped in wearing a pair of cotton slippers, and locked the door behind her. She had just washed her hair, her long hair casually pinned back with a few damp strands sticking to her fair neck. She wore a crimson silk velvet robe that was clearly oversized, hanging loosely on her. The wide neckline rose and fell gently with her breath, and under the dim light, her delicate collarbone and snowy skin were faintly visible. She stepped barefoot onto the edge of the bed, a pale calf exposed, lightly straddling, to sit beside Suyu. At that moment, Jiang Mumu had shed the day's disarray, and her exquisitely innocent face was simply captivating. Aren't you going to sleep? Suye's throat moved slightly as he lifted his gaze to her. Jiang Mumu bit her lip and directly climbed onto the bed, sitting on Suye's legs. She lowered her head, her warm breath brushing against Suye's neck. With so many beautiful sisters suddenly appearing at home, I have to come and assert my claim. Her voice was soft and sweet, yet carried an unmistakable possessive desire. Suyu grasped her chin, forcing her to look up. This pure and harmless face always hit the mark of his aesthetic. Suye's hand slid down to encircle her slender waist, pressing down firmly. Up. Jiang Mumu let out a delicate cry as she fell into his broad embrace. Without further ado, Suyu rolled over, pinning her beneath him, and lowered his head to kiss her soft lips. Don't, brother you. The curtains aren't drawn yet. No need to draw them, the moon wants to see too. Suyu turned off the bedside lamp with his other hand. Darkness instantly engulfed the room, leaving only the cold moonlight outside, and the increasingly warm breaths inside. After an unknown amount of time, the wind stopped, and the rain ceased. Suyu leaned against the headboard, playing with a strand of Jiang Mumu's long hair. The girl in his arms snuggled against him like a lazy kitten, her hair tousled. A lingering blush remained on her delicate face, and a hint of satisfaction lingered in the corners of her eyes. Seeing her like this, Suye's heart uncontrollably throbbed, and his thoughts involuntarily drifted back to the day they first met. It was at a dinner party organized by a friend. The friend's partner brought along 2 friends who had just attended a comic convention, one of whom was Jiang Mumu. She was dressed in an elaborate Yae Miko cosplay, her makeup alluring and mature, yet her eyes conveyed an extraordinarily lethal innocence. It was a stunning sight that made one want to claim her as their own at first glance. Suyu was a man of action. Aiming for his target, he employed all adult means to pursue her fervently. Jiang Mu Mu's defenses crumbled quickly, and their relationship heated up rapidly, becoming inseparable. However, Suyu was a rational person. When he accidentally saw Jiang Mu Mu's bare face without makeup and learned that her real age was significantly younger than his even while she was still in school, alarm bells rang in his mind. He feared delaying her future, and was even more afraid of repeating the mistakes of certain top players in the game. Thus he decisively hit the brakes, proposed a breakup, and began to distance himself from her. He thought this would help him shake off this trouble, but he severely underestimated the persistence and cunning of this little fox. In their subsequent interactions, the two of them went through a back-and-forth struggle. Until that night, fueled by alcohol, she took the initiative to throw herself into his arms, lacking any hesitation, with a decisive determination. When the red plum blossoms on the bedspread bloomed, Suyu knew that this girl had a fierceness in her bones that far exceeded her delicate appearance. This was also why after the apocalypse broke out, he did not hesitate to rush to Yanqing to find her. There were many beautiful women, but there were very few who were smart, obedient, and had determined him. Holding the sleeping girl in his arms, listening to her even breaths, his inner anxiety finally calmed. No matter how the world would collapse tomorrow, at least for now, he still possessed the power to protect. The next morning, when Suyu opened the door, the sun was already high in the sky outside. Although the sunlight was still dim, a night of peaceful sleep finally dispelled the weariness and panic that had plagued everyone for days. At the large round table in the living room, everyone had already gathered together. Although there was only simple white rice porridge and steaming white buns on the table, paired with a few plates of homemade dried vegetables, pickled vegetables, and chili sauce, to those who had experienced hunger and life-and-death situations, this was simply a feast. It's so delicious. Ain't your steamed buns taste better than the cakes outside? Jiang Yunhao stuffed 3 buns into his mouth, at once mumbling compliments. Even the usually aloof Lin Qingli silently drank 2 large bowls of porridge. At the dining table, Su Yu drank his porridge while listening to his brother Su Hang report on the situation in Xingqing. Brother, the situation isn't looking good. Su Hang took a bite of pickled vegetables, his expression somewhat serious. According to your instructions, I went to the county's wholesale market to grab supplies. Fortunately, I went early and managed to buy some food, but it was soon limited. However, with what I've managed to grab, if we ration it, it should be enough for our family of 3 to last 3 months. But now, Su Hang glanced at the 4 extra mouths at the table and lowered his voice. Now that there are so many more people, this amount of supplies will barely last us for more than a month. As soon as this was said, the atmosphere at the dining table instantly stiffened. Jiang Yunhao stopped chewing. Lin Qingli put down her chopsticks, and Jiang Mu Mu and Jiang Yunyao lowered their heads awkwardly. In the apocalypse, food equated to life. Moreover, the national government has officially issued a mobilization order for war, making it impossible to buy supplies, even if one wanted to. Su Hang sighed, and continued, all cities in the country have military forces stationed, and our local large supermarkets and farmers' markets have all been placed under military control. Now strict purchase limits are in effect, and each person can only collect rations sufficient for basic survival each day with their ID. There are black markets, but prices there have skyrocketed. Listening to Su Hang's report, the expressions of the people at the table grew increasingly pale. The harsh reality of the apocalypse finally began to lay itself bare before them. A month. Su Yu sneered, tapping his fingers on the cold table. I'm afraid it's not that optimistic. What do you mean? Su Hang was taken aback. Su Yu stood up and walked to the door, opening it wide. A chilling wind rushed in, causing everyone at the table to shiver once again. Don't you find it strange? It's clearly summer, yet the temperature here is almost as low as in winter. Su Yu closed the door, his expression stern. Mumu, do you remember when we were at the highway service station? It was extremely hot there, and many foods were already starting to rot and spoil even before being unwrapped. That speed of decay violates the laws of nature. He casually picked up a half-eaten vegetable from the table and pinched its stem with his fingertips. The reason food can still be stored here is likely entirely due to this abnormal low temperature. Su Yu looked around at everyone, throwing out a cruel conclusion. If the temperature rises on any given day, even if it just returns to normal levels, those unsealed rice flour and oil in the storage room will likely mold and rot in a very short time. The entire table of people had stopped eating. Yi Chunmai's chopsticks hovered in the air, her face completely drained of color, and her lips trembled slightly. As she looked at Su Yu, her eyes filled with panic. Xiao Yu, what about our rice? Mom, don't worry, I have a plan when the time comes, Su Yu replied confidently. For now, let's first understand the situation outside. Grain is not an issue at the moment. As Xingqing is the provincial capital, the base station is still operational. While we still have internet access, let's observe the movements outside. Several people, as if awakening from a dream, pulled out their phones. The fatigue from last night had left everyone in a daze, and no one had bothered to touch their phones. At this moment, opening the internet, a wave of information hit them. However, as soon as they opened various social media platforms, a sense of despair immediately engulfed everyone. The news online had already descended into a frenzied state of apocalyptic revelry. In the videos, red notices calling for military conscription were flooding in from various cities. Scenes of armies entering cities, heavy machinery rapidly constructing various fortifications, and fully armed soldiers taking over all neighborhoods painted a grim atmosphere. Once prosperous coastal urban clusters were being hit by successive tsunamis. On the continental fault line, volcanoes that had been dormant for centuries erupted, spewing ash that blocked out the sun. In the eastern island nation, the entire map was engulfed in red. Thanks to the iron-fisted approach of wartime military and political integration, the domestic situation was barely under control, without large-scale riots occurring yet. Meanwhile, across the oceans in the Western capitalist countries that valued extreme freedom, a scene of chaotic pandemonium had already unfolded. Brother Yu. Jiang Mumu leaned closer to Su Yu, her voice trembling noticeably, her small face. On her phone screen was a short video that had surpassed 1 billion views with an exaggerated title, Omega, shocking appearance. The real-life version of our homeland's people has descended upon the streets. An upgraded version of zero-cost purchase. Suyu's gaze fell. The video shook violently, showing the outside of a shopping mall in a western city with screams echoing everywhere. In the video, a burly white man with blonde hair, muscles bulging as if they would burst his clothes, was being cornered by 2 armed black police officers. Bang, bang, bang. Flames erupted, bullets rained down. The white man did not flinch. With one hand raised, he lifted a 2-ton Ford Raptor and slammed it in front of him. Bullets struck the vehicle, sending sparks flying. The muscular man roared in fury, tearing off the deformed car door with his bare hands and hurling it like a frisbee. Puffed. The spinning car door, carrying terrifying kinetic energy, directly struck the black man on the left, folding him in half. Internal organs mixed with blood sprayed everywhere. Then, amidst another black man's desperate scream, the burly man delivered a heavy kick to the bottom of the pickup truck. The massive vehicle shifted sideways, crushing the man into a meat pie. The power of a single kick was terrifying. No one spoke at the dinner table, and Suyu's pupils constricted. The strength displayed by the burly man was conservatively estimated to be 5 to 10 times that of an ordinary person, completely beyond the conventional human framework. Before Su Yu could say anything, a curse suddenly erupted from beside him. Holy shit. Su Hang's eyes widened as he scrambled to hand over his phone. Bro, look at this. Big news from across the peninsula. The video was filled with recurring gasps, and from the language it seemed to be about Han language, but it was unclear whether it was from the south or the north. The camera shook as it focused on the gray sky. Initially, it looked like a giant bird circling, but as the camera zoomed in, it revealed a human with massive black bat wings. Those fleshy wings burst forth from the person's back, fluttering violently in midair while holding a bulging package in hand. Is this even a human? Zhang Yunha's voice cracked. At this moment, the comment section below had already, I eat cherries, there are dirty things, monsters and demons, get away. Don't speak, kiss me, is this a new movie from South Han? The special effects are amazing. Big Bad Wolf, certified AI synthesis, everyone go wash up and sleep, we need to get back to work tomorrow. Please call me Second Master, wake up upstairs. It's real. A monster covered in green scales just appeared in our neighborhood this morning, biting through the necks of 2 security guards like a rabid dog, just got shot dead by the army. Immediately afterward, this user named Second Master posted several high-definition images. In the pictures, a human-shaped corpse covered in fish scales lay in a pool of blood with dense bullet holes oozing dark green fluid. I eat cherries, the upstairs is playing too big, so stimulating this early in the morning. Vomit. Ugly but classy. Don't speak, kiss me. Peninsula Iron Box, this world is really about to turn upside down. Feng Qingyang, a monster, also appeared downstairs in my building. A beast with a human body and a wolf's head. The aunt next door went out early to buy vegetables and got half her head bitten off. I've locked the door and am hiding under the bed. There are screams outside and waiting. I'm about to break down. The accompanying image was taken from a death perspective from a second-floor balcony. A wolf-head monster wearing a floral dress was feasting on a dismembered human body. Its mouth was smeared with blood and flesh fragments, even showing a torn piece of colorful intestine. Su Hang's stomach churned, and he suddenly covered his mouth and turned away to dry heave. Zhang Yunha's face turned pale, his fists clenched so tightly that the knuckles cracked. Zhang Mumu could no longer bear to look, burying her entire face into Su Ye's arm. Lin Xingli remained silent, but the hand holding the phone trembled slightly, while her eyes remained glued to the screen, as if she wanted to imprint every frame into her mind. In the corner, Jiang Yunyao curled up, trembling at the bloody images. Yi Chunmei had long since stopped looking, her hands clasped together, murmuring a prayer. Just as they were about to scroll down further, the video violates regulations and has been blocked. The screen went black. Immediately after, countless posts and videos began to disappear, like dominoes. Refreshing once resulted in one less batch, and refreshing again caused another batch to vanish. The authorities began a comprehensive internet cleanup, cutting off the channels of spreading panic one by one. It's too late, Suyu said softly, his fingers sliding rapidly. He was racing against time. Just before the iron curtain of internet cleanup fell completely, Suyu intercepted the last batch of information from the outside world. One of the tweets even had a slightly absurd emoticon to attract attention. Hair-breaking. The world has confirmed multiple cases of human mutations. The CDC of M country urgently stated this is not a virus, it's on a genetic level. The tweet abruptly ended, the latter half swallowed. Suyu stared at the incomplete title, his thumb frozen on the screen, unmoving. The living room once again fell into a suffocating silence, the second hand of the clock on the wall ticking away, each sound striking like a heartbeat. The influence of the mysterious energy's mutation was accelerating its infiltration. Plants, animals, marine species, and even humans. Suyu retracted his gaze, curling his index finger and knocking heavily twice on the table. The crisp sound forcibly pulled everyone's thoughts back. It seems I need to make you face reality ahead of time. Suyu scanned the room, observing the varying expressions on the faces of those present, deciding to reveal part of his hand. Last night on the highway, I had a brief exchange with Captain Zhou, as I had sensed the danger of that parasitic vine in advance, indirectly saving the life of his entire team. Out of gratitude, he shared some internal news with me. He said this without changing his expression, pulling a layer of impenetrable cover over his source of information. Sure enough, as soon as he uttered the words military internal news, everyone straightened their backs, their gazes fixed intently on Suyu. The Earth's environment is undergoing irreversible changes. The natural disasters ahead will only become more severe. More critically, an unknown energy is permeating the entire ecological system. What you just saw in the video. The man who could lift a car with one hand, the flying person with wings, the lizard man that bit off a neck. All of these are the results of this energy acting upon living beings. Mutations can be categorized into two types. One is benign, where bodily functions experience a leap in enhancement with strength, speed, and perception all drastically elevated. And what about the other type? Lin Qingli asked sharply, her cold voice carrying a hint of dryness. Malignant mutations, where the body becomes distorted by the energy, losing rationality, and completely devolving into a monster. The wolf-head man and the scaled beast seen in the previous video belong to this category. Brother, are you saying we might also become those superhumans from the video? Su Hang swallowed hard, a hint of uncontrollable excitement surfacing amid his initial fear. In theory, that is a possibility. Suyu glanced at him, but in nature the population of flora and fauna far exceeds that of humans by more than 100 times. Their mutation speed and probability are far beyond us. Seeing the atmosphere cool down again, Suyu abruptly changed his tone. His gaze crossed the table, locking onto Jiang Yunao, who had been twisting her fingers, her head bowed. Xiao Yao. Jiang Yunao shivered. Lift your head. During the day, she looked like a startled little deer. She slowly raised her face, her lips tightly pressed together, awkwardly fidgeting, as if she might dissolve into herself. Yet at that moment, everyone's attention was not on her expression. Even in the brightly lit living room during the day, Jiang Yunao's eyes, with a blend of blue and green, still reflected a layer of eerie and captivating glimmer. Upon closer inspection, the pattern structure of her pupils had clearly deviated from that of normal humans. Your night vision abilities appeared after the earthquake, right? Suyu asked. Her voice was as faint as a mosquito's buzz. My vision seems to have improved a lot. Last night in the car, I could see very far away. I could clearly see the scratch patterns on the steel plate of that military vehicle over 100 meters away. Night vision enhancement, plus a terrifyingly long range like an eagle's sight. Jiang Yunhao suddenly jumped up from his chair, staring at his sister, whom he had protected since childhood, his mouth opening and closing several times. Xiao Yao. Your eyes have truly mutated. Yin Chunmei nervously glanced at Jiang Yunao's eyes, then at Suyu. Is this child in any danger? Don't worry, Xiao Yao's situation is a benign mutation, temporarily beneficial and harmless to her body. Suyu reassured his mother. A living example of benign mutation was sitting right next to them, eating steam. This fact had more impact than any words. The heavy leaden despair that had hung over everyone's heads was finally torn open with a gap. Seizing the moment, Suyu prepared to strike while the iron was hot. But before he spoke, he quickly rifled through the blurry fragments of disaster in his mind. At the moment the system was bound, the future images he saw from a god's perspective were incomplete, resembling a shattered mirror, leaving only a few large puzzle pieces. He only saw the changes about a month after the disaster before being pulled back, but did not see the specific details concerning humanity. He only knew that the outbreak period of plant mutations was most severe in the first 5 days, after which the speed of increase would slow down, but still be dozens of times faster than normal. Following that, various mutated creatures would frequently appear: insects, beasts, aquatic life, and birds, countless in number. In the coming month, global volcanic activity would become increasingly frequent, volcanic ash gradually spreading throughout the atmosphere, but it would not lead to an ice age as imagined. Instead, abnormally high temperatures would begin to occur, followed by widespread torrential rains. This information was fragmented and rough, lacking precise time points, but the overall direction was sufficient for him to make an initial judgment. There's one more thing. Suyu walked to the window and pulled back the curtain. Outside, under the gray sky, the tree stumps that had been uprooted in the county town were shocking to behold. Next, global volcanic activity will enter a period of intense eruptions, with volcanic ash gradually spreading into the atmosphere, blocking out the sun, followed by extreme heat and widespread torrential rain. How do you know so much? Lin Xingli stared at Su Yes, back, her brow furrowed tightly. Captain Zhou said, so it's the military's predictive model. So you did not turn back. He only disclosed a general direction. He can't specify the exact situation himself. The lie flowed easily from his lips, his tone so natural that it left no room for doubt. The living room fell silent for a few seconds. Then what do we do? Su Heng jumped up first, his fists pounding on his knees. Brother, why don't we go to the mountains? Find a remote place to dig an underground shelter. I see those doomsday survival bloggers doing just that. The mountains? Su turned to glance at his brother. The density of vegetation in the mountains is 10 times that of the plains. In this situation, going in would be tantamount to signing one's death warrant. Su Heng's mouth opened and closed again. What if we find an abandoned factory or warehouse? Lin Xingli chimed in. It has a large enough area, a steel concrete structure, and can be turned into a stronghold with slight modifications. But even if we find one, what then? Su leaned back against the window frame, his arms crossed over his chest. In the face of this level of natural disaster, ordinary small personal shelters simply won't hold up. Lin Xingli pondered for a moment before suggesting again, what about Xingqing? As the provincial capital, it has ample military presence, and its defensive works should be the most robust. It might be wiser for us to head directly to Xingqing for shelter. Su Heng immediately shook his head in opposition. It's impossible to go. Su Heng ran his fingers through his somewhat disheveled hair, his expression becoming increasingly grave. Lin Jie, you just came from the South Province and don't understand the situation here. I have classmates in Xingqing, and it's even more chaotic there than in our county. Lin Xingli leaned back against the living room chair, a glimmer of rational thought flashing in her cold eyes. After the tsunami struck several cities along the coast, millions of people retreated inland, and Xingqing, the capital of Xiang Province, was the first to bear the brunt. Su Heng counted on his fingers. Xingqing has a permanent population of over 10 million, and now at least 2 to 3 million more outsiders have surged in. Hotels are fully booked, the gym is full, and schools are full. Su Heng's voice gradually grew somber. Even the underground parking lots are crammed with people. If you go now, don't even think about finding a house. There won't even be a gap to stand in. Lin Xingli furrowed her brows, but did not refute. She turned to Su Yu, seemingly waiting for his judgment. And the roads might not even be passable. Su Heng added, his eyes flickering. Yesterday during the day, while I was wandering the streets, I encountered 3 checkpoints on one road to the county. Each one requires identification checks. The government is controlling the flow of people and preventing something. Didn't you see it at the checkpoints? The soldiers are on high alert. As the words fell, the entire living room was enveloped in a sense of suffocation. Jiang Yunhao instinctively clenched his fist, his knuckles turning white. So are we staying here for now? Jiang Mumu peeked out from beside Su Yu, her face written with anxiety. Su Heng nodded, but did not relax his expression. At least for now, it's the best solution. There's a house at home, no need to squeeze into tents, and we can receive ration food daily with our ID cards, though it's not much. But it won't starve us. Su Yu remained silent, rhythmically tapping his finger on the edge of the table. He turned to Su Heng. What else? Your expression tells me this isn't everything. Su Heng hesitated, his gaze flickering, and finally exchanged a pleading look with Yi Chunmei before lowering his voice. Bro, while you were still on the road, the county officials came by yesterday during the day. They brought a family of 5 claiming they were evacuated from a nearby town and insisted on being accommodated at. Su Heng spoke quickly. The villages and towns down there lack military presence, and the rapidly growing plants have directly swallowed the roads and houses. Villagers are fleeing to the county and Xingqing with their families. The playground of the county's first high school and the flood control dam along the river, even that unfinished building from 5 years ago, is packed with disaster relief tents. Yi Chunmei sighed from the side. I explained as best as I could that my eldest son is bringing his partner home soon, which barely managed to send them back. Yi Chunmei's tone betrayed a sense of fear. The Oldley family's second floor has been crammed with 2 families of about 10 people, and last night, They almost fought over the toilet. It was chaotic and there was no peace at all. Jiang Yunhao widened his eyes. The government is forcibly cramming people into residents' homes. Is that even allowed? Martial law is currently in effect with forced allocations. Su Heng explained the reasons to everyone, his tone carrying an indescribable sense of helplessness. The county government is overwhelmed trying to accommodate refugees. Every house with spare rooms must take in outsiders. That's the current rule, and violators will be blacklisted for credit. Is a credit blacklist even useful in this era? Lin Xingli's voice was cold, but this coldness was not directed at people, but rather a mocking scorn for this absurd situation. I don't know if it's useful, but since the authorities say, so there will surely be pressure, Su Heng shrugged. Jiang Yunhao hid behind her brother, her small face, already pale, frightened by this chaotic and harsh living condition. Jiang Yunhao instinctively patted his sister's shoulder and muttered, "Doesn't that mean the county is also unsafe? When there are too many people, food, drink, and sanitation become problems. When order is lost, anything can happen." This statement struck everyone like a whip, jolting their minds. Just then the iron gate outside the yard was knocked heavily. Bang! Bang! The dull sound of metal colliding pierced through the cool morning air. Yi Chunmei's hand trembled, nearly dropping the bowl. Su Heng's expression changed, and he cursed in a low voice, "They've come. They're back." Su Yu set down his chopsticks, showing no hesitation, and walked towards the yard door. Outside stood two middle-aged individuals in blue work vests, their work badges pinned to their chests with the words, "Emergency Resettlement Office of Baishui County," written at an angle. A man and a woman, the man with a buzz cut holding a plastic folder under his arm, and the woman wearing a mask revealing only her eyes which showed signs of fatigue, holding a stack of forms. Behind them stood a whole family. An elderly man, leaning on a bamboo pole, the pole showing obvious cracks, appearing to be around 50 years old, stood next to an elderly woman of about the same age. A couple in their 30s, the husband's face marked with the weariness of life and a sense of despair, while the wife held a tightly wrapped baby in a cotton quilt, the corner of which revealed a hint of yellowish stains. Two children around 7 or 8 years old followed behind, their faces covered in mucus, with vacant expressions shivering behind the adults. 7 people in total. The buzzcut man glanced at Su Yu and opened the folder, formally stating, "This is an emergency resettlement notice from Baishui County. According to Order No. 037 from the County Emergency Command, your household's housing area exceeds the per capita standard. We are now legally arranging for the relocation of Zhang Difu and his family of 7 to Tsizhu Village. Please cooperate." After speaking, he stepped aside, signaling the family behind him to enter. Wait a moment. Su Yu did not step aside, one hand propped against the door frame, blocking the entrance. The buzzcut man frowned, clearly not expecting to encounter opposition. "Comrade, this is an order from the county command. All households with empty rooms must." "I'm aware of the policy." Su Yu interrupted him, his tone flat. "But my house has no empty rooms. The colleagues who came yesterday already checked. You have 3 rooms on the 2nd floor. The buzzcut man wanted to continue, his tone becoming harsher. "All 3 rooms are occupied." Su Yu shifted slightly to the side, revealing a table full of people sitting in the living room behind him. "There are 3 people in my immediate family, my mother and younger brother plus 4 who retreated from the South Province, making a total of 7. 6 rooms upstairs and downstairs aren't enough to accommodate everyone." The buzzcut man peered inside, his gaze sweeping over Jiang Mumu's delicate and innocent face, then glancing past Lin Xingli's tall and aloof figure, and the Jiang siblings, finally landing on Yi Chunmai's face. His mouth moved slightly as if he wanted to say something. The female staff beside him tugged at his sleeve, lowering her voice to say, "It's indeed full. I counted the rooms yesterday." The man with the buzz cut wore a grim expression as he closed the folder and took a step back. He glanced over his shoulder at the family behind him. The old man was straining against the bamboo pole, his eyes darting around the yard, as if searching for any possible corner. Comrade, could you squeeze in a bit? The living room would be fine. We won't take up much space." A man in his 30s approached with a forced smile, rubbing his hands together. Su Yu shot him a glance, but said nothing. Yi Chunmei hurried out from the room, standing behind Su Yu, her face filled with apology, but her attitude was quite clear. "It's not that we don't want to help, but look at all these people. There's simply no room. You might as well ask someone else." The man with the buzz-cut side tucked the folder under his arm and turned to the family, saying, let's check a few more houses ahead." The young wife holding the child didn't move, her lips trembling slightly, as if gathering the courage to plead. Suddenly the baby in her arms burst into sharp cries, the piercing sound particularly jarring in the cold wind. Su Yu watched the scene expressionlessly, feeling a pang of reluctance within, but ultimately he held back. He fished out a pack of soft Zhonghua cigarettes from his pocket and handed the entire pack to the man with the buzz cut. "Thank you for your hard work, still running around in this weather." The man with the buzz cut paused for a moment, took the cigarettes, lit one, and took a deep drag. Without saying much more, he led the family away. The gate of the yard closed behind them. Suyu turned back to the living room, where Yi Chunmei was still patting her chest. You scared me. I thought they were really going to stuff people into our house. Suhang leaned over, giving a thumbs up. Bro, impressive. That pack of cigarettes worked better than any reasoning. Suyu ignored his flattery and sat back down at the table. After finishing breakfast, he didn't give anyone a chance to linger. Suhang stay-at-home locked all the doors and windows and put another layer of wire mesh over the broken glass on the courtyard wall. The toolbox is in the storage room. Mom, today no matter who knocks we don't open. Xiao Yao and Jiang Yunhao will stay home to help, and no one is allowed to leave the courtyard. A series of commands were delivered in a straightforward manner, leaving no room for discussion. Suhang wanted to ask why, but upon meeting his brother's gaze he closed his mouth. Mu Qingli, follow me. Jiang Mu obediently put on a thick black jacket, zipping it up to her chin, covering most of her delicate face, revealing only a pair of bright sparkling almond eyes as she walked to Su Ye's side. Lin Qingli said nothing and changed into a pair of well-fitting sneakers borrowed from Su Yu, her long hair neatly tied up in a high ponytail, as she followed the two out of the courtyard. As they stepped out of the alley, the scene on the streets of Baishui County hit them like a heavy blow. It was a world completely different from the slow-paced, tranquil small town Su Yu remembered. The greenery pits along the main road still exuded the raw smell of fresh soil, with an excavator abandoned on the curb, its cabin door wide open and the keys left inside. After walking less than 200 meters east, they came across a massive breach in the wall of the County No. 1 high school. The authorities had hastily used a few rusty metal sheets and broken wooden boards to seal it, but one could still see the tightly packed, colorful disaster relief tents on the playground through the exaggerated gap. The unpleasant odor surged out through the metal sheets with the cold wind. The smells of sweat, fermented urine, and rotting food scraps blended together, solidifying into a nauseating stench. As one got closer, the stench would cling to the face, drilling deep into the nostrils. Jiang Mumu's face paled, and she quickly covered her nose with her hand, furrowing her brows tightly, without making a sound. Su Yu expressionlessly scanned the tattered notices posted at the school gate. Baishui County 3rd Temporary Resettlement Point. A crowd of thousands of people was crammed into the playground of a middle school, and a few dilapidated teaching buildings. Merely imagining the scene sent chills down one's spine. At that moment, a dirty little hand suddenly emerged from the gap in the metal sheets. It belonged to a girl of about 6 or 7 without any sight of her parents. Her hair, not washed for several days and stained with sweat, was now matted into strands. Her face was a patchwork of dirt and grime, and dark circles under her eyes made it look as if she wore cheap smoky makeup. She stared blankly and numbly at the three passing by her outstretched palm, cradling a half-hardened steamed bun, seemingly hesitating on whether to eat it. Jiang Mumu's steps halted for a moment, a flicker of compassion flashing in her eyes as she turned to look at Su Yu. Su Yu shook his head, but couldn't help but pull out a compressed biscuit from his pocket and offer it as they passed by. The three continued walking forward. Su Ye's gaze did not linger on the refugees any longer. His eyes constantly scanned every official checkpoint along the way. In just 3 intersections, 2 fixed posts had been set up, and even a heavy-wheeled infantry fighting vehicle was parked nearby. The patrolling soldiers in pairs held their rifles, their vigilant eyes scrutinizing every passerby. Su Yu subtly observed them for a moment, but his heart gradually sank. Most of the soldiers were too young, with some even trembling slightly as they held their guns against the cold wind. The calluses on their hands were so thin they were almost invisible. Clearly this batch of people were either inexperienced new recruits or reservists called back on short notice. The entire permanent armed force of Baishui County barely amounted to the size of an infantry regiment. With such a small force, trying to guard a county city backed by vast mountains was simply a drop in the bucket. Turning a corner, the three found a square crowded with people. A conspicuous banner with yellow letters on a red background was carelessly strung between 2 telephone poles, flapping in the wind, reading Baishui County Emergency Recruitment Mobilization Point. This was the military's recruitment point. The enlistment conditions were crudely plastered in black letters on red paper against a nearby brick wall. Any healthy male citizen aged 18 to 45 who volunteers to enlist will receive 3 meals a day within the military structure, and their immediate family will enjoy double daily rations. Double daily rations. These words carried the weight of a nuclear bomb among the hungry crowd. Hundreds of people desperately pushed forward, and a thin middle-aged man was knocked to the ground, but got back up and continued to wriggle forward. Behind him was a woman holding a child, her voice hoarse, shouting, "Dad, did you get in? Did you make it inside?" Jiang Mumu watched, her lips turning pale as she instinctively tightened her grip on Su Ye's sleeve. Su Yu still didn't linger, merely patting Jiang Mumu's hand, and leading the two to continue walking forward. Turning down two dilapidated streets, the massive iron roof of the old farmer's market appeared in sight. This place was too familiar to Suyu. He had wandered here since childhood, squeezing in with his mother every new year to buy festive meat and loose candies. Now it had taken on a new identity, the Free Trade Square. Though called a square, it was essentially a black market that the authorities turned a blind eye to. Beneath the enormous iron roof, the cold wind swept through, and the ground was cluttered with makeshift stalls. Tattered cloths were randomly laid on the muddy ground, scattered with all sorts of broken copper and rusty iron. Old clothes, rusty kitchen knives, half a bottle of shampoo, and a few shriveled potatoes. Suyu squatted down in front of a stall, casually flipping through several crumpled packets of seasoning on the ground. He looked up and asked the shivering stall owner, wrapped in a tattered military coat, how much for a packet of ordinary salt. The old man didn't even lift his eyelids, trembling as he extended 5 fingers from his sleeve resembling dry twigs. $5. Suyu raised an eyebrow. The old man let out a cold laugh, his voice seemingly choked with phlegm. 500, no bargaining. This is life-saving salt. Suyu stood up silent. He asked several more stalls, but the prices were increasingly outrageous. 200 for a roll of toilet paper, 300 for a bar of soap. Whenever any stall had even a hint of food, a group of people would immediately rush to buy it like ravenous wolves. Suyu witnessed an old man not far away furtively trembling as he pulled out half a plastic bag of rice from his coat, perhaps weighing 2 or 3 pounds. As soon as the bag was placed on the cloth, 7 or 8 hands shot out like lightning. They'll offer 2,000. Cash. He'll trade a gold ring. Solid gold. Give it to me. The old man, frightened, huddled around the bag of rice, making huffing sounds like a mouse cornered, desperately protecting the rice. Standing behind Suyu, Lin Qingli's usually calm and composed face grew increasingly grim. Suyu quickly calculated the stock he had in his spatial pocket. During the frenzied scavenging at Yinshan Hospital and the Old Town, he had focused on gathering emergency medicines, high-calorie foods, digital devices, and winter clothing. He had not paid much attention to seemingly trivial daily items like toothpaste, soap, hygiene products, and women's sanitary napkins, simply picking them up when he could. Ironically, these items had now become the most essential necessities. Suyu paused, stroking his chin, contemplating whether to find a deserted corner to pull out a few boxes of scarce antibiotics from his space to exchange for some cash for shopping. Just then a slender, fair hand suddenly reached over. Here. Lin Qingli stepped forward, bringing with her a faint fragrance, standing shoulder to shoulder with Suyu. She pulled out a bank card from a pocket inside her jacket. The pure black card had no flashy decorations, just a long string of dark golden numbers and a bank logo. Suyu took it, weighing it in his hand and glancing at the back. The password is 6 zeros. There should be about 1.2 million left. It's my usual pocket money that I haven't spent. You can use it first. Lin Qingli added casually. Zhang Mumu, who had been following closely, suddenly popped her head out from behind. Her round, bright eyes widened, mouth slightly open, silently uttering 2 words: pocket money. Suyu held the card, rubbing his thumb over its surface. You, a college student, have leftover pocket money of 1.2 million. I usually spend very little. I'm not interested in designer bags, and I only buy some books and customized fitness supplements each month. The rest just gets saved. Lin Qingli replied, as if it were the most natural thing. Suyu looked at her deeply. Although she came from a martial arts family, carrying a card with millions in cash as pocket money, the Lin School Bowtie's family must be quite extraordinary. But now is not the time to inquire. Then I won't be. Suyu tucked the card into his pocket and turned to leave. Brother, you. Zhang Mumu jogged a couple of steps to catch up, leaning close to whisper, did you just take it so directly? Aren't you going to say thank you? She said I could swipe it freely. Do I need to play the hypocritical game of feigning reluctance? Suyu chuckled, lightly flicking Zhang Mumu's forehead. Ouch. Zhang Mumu rubbed her head, pouting in grievance. She glanced back at Lin Qingli, who followed behind expressionlessly, her gaze fixed on Suyu's back. Let's go, don't delay, we need to find a bank first. The three of them circled through the chaotic, crowded county town, and finally found 2 banks still lit and open. However, before they even reached the front, Suyu's brows furrowed tightly. A long line had formed outside the bank, filled with anxious curses and the cries of children, all eager to exchange the numbers in their accounts for cash. Several armed police held riot shields, their faces tense beneath their helmets, firmly maintaining the precarious order in front of the glass doors. After a long wait, when it was finally Suyu's turn to squeeze into the lobby, as soon as they approached the counter, the exhausted teller didn't even look up, pointing to a red notice just posted on the glass. Urgent notice: starting today, all bank accounts will implement a daily withdrawal limit with a maximum withdrawal of 100 RMB per account per day. 100,000. In the past, this would have been a significant amount, but in the current hellish market, it could only buy a few large sacks of daily necessities. Suyu's expression turned cold. Without wasting words, he directly swiped his card to withdraw money. 100,000 in brand new cash was roughly divided into 10 stacks, heavily filling both of Su Ye's large pockets in his jacket, with a few bundles stuffed into Jiang Mu Mu's and Lin Xingli's backpacks. Exiting the bank, he headed straight for the black market. His shopping list was already firmly set in his mind. Salt, women's hygiene products, toothbrushes, toothpaste, towels, lighters, candles, heavy-duty, rope, waterproof tape. These survival essentials he would buy as much as possible. The three of them transformed into shopping machines in the black market, spending more than an hour with Su Yu choosing items, while Jiang Mu and Lin Xingli carried the bags. By the time they emerged from the black market, the sun had already dipped in the west, and the gray cold wind stung like a knife. They had spent nearly all of the 100,000, leaving just over 2,000, and the goods they acquired could at most be worth a few hundred in peaceful times. The three of them walked home with Jiang Mu on Su Ye's left, and Lin Xingli on his right, the two girls spaced exactly one Su Yu apart. No one spoke. Halfway through, Su Yu, usually calm, suddenly felt the hairs on the back of his neck stand up. He didn't know when it had started, but two people had followed them from behind, walking erratically, breathing heavily, clearly with malicious intent. Su Yu did not look back. He merely slowed his pace, subtly allowing Jiang Muxu and Lin Xingli. Meanwhile, his right hand slipped silently into the inner pocket of his tactical jacket, closing firmly around the cold grip of the Type 92 pistol concealed against his body. Muxu Xingli. Turn left at the abandoned alley up ahead. Enter at the moment you reach the entrance. Do not look back. Su Yu's voice was low-edged with chilling severity. Jiang Muxu, sharp-witted and perceptive, instantly sensed the shift in atmosphere. He asked nothing, only seized Lin Xingli's sleeve and quickened his stride. Lin Xingli, no stranger to bloodshed, sharpened her gaze and adjusted her pace, without hesitation to match theirs. Out of the corner of his eye, Su Yu glanced at the rearview mirror of a derelict minivan parked by the roadside. Two men, early 20s, clad in grimy padded jackets, hands buried deep in their pockets. One, tall and lean, carried a pronounced bulge at his waist, a weapon unmistakably concealed. Their careless generosity at the black market had drawn the attention of desperate, starving predators. By day 4 of the apocalypse, Su Yu needed no one to tell him that humans were far more terrifying than ghosts. He abruptly veered into the alley, accelerating his pace with sudden intensity. Ahead, Jiang Muxu and Lin Xingli had already rounded the bend. Su Yu closed the distance in 3 swift strides, halted at the alley's entrance, pressed his back against the wall, drew the pistol, racked the slide, and chambered around. His eyes were as frigid and still as a mountain tarn. Should either man dare cross the threshold, even half a step, he would not hesitate to add 2 more bodies to his system space, raw material ripe for decomposition and extraction of primordial essence. Silence reigned at the alley mouth, broken only by the distant sigh of wind. No footsteps followed. Instead, muffled curses drifted from outside, receding into the hush. It seemed these thugs lacked the audacity to strike within range of patrolling sentinels, but Su Yu knew with cold certainty that they had memorized his face. The pistol slid back into its holster at his lower back. A flash of lethal intent flickered in his eyes, then vanished, seamlessly reined in. Hurry, we'll take a different route. Circle back through Old Street. They wound through a labyrinthine detour, twisting and turning across half the ancient district's tangled terrain, confirming no tail before finally arriving at their courtyard gate. Su Hang opened the gate just a crack like a thief, then yanked his elder brother inside, and bolted the courtyard door shut. His voice trembled with urgency. Brother, why did you take so long? I was frantic. Ran errands. Ran into some rats. Had to double back a few streets. Su Yu replied flatly, dumping their supplies onto the living room floor. He sank onto the sofa, lifted the teacup, and drained a long gulp of icy water, the sharp chill jolting his nerves awake. Then, unbidden, a disquieting anomaly surfaced in his mind, something he'd noticed today while traversing every alley and thoroughfare. Xiao Hang, Su Yu demanded, voice dropping low and grave. How many households in town kept cats or dogs before the quake? Su Hang blinked, baffled by the abrupt question, scratching the back of his head. Used to be plenty. Just our lane alone. Old Zhang's mongrel and Aunt Lee's orange cat, I knew them both. What's this about? I mean now. Su Hang paused, eyes darting rapidly as he scanned memory. Damn. Brother, you're right. Not a single one. Not even one. Not even the stray dogs at street corners are left. Yi Chuanmei, hearing the commotion from the kitchen, emerged, holding a basin, wiped her hands, and interjected. Oh, now that you mention pets, I recall the very next morning after the quake, soldiers flooded the town, going door to door to collect all animals. They cited an urgent epidemic control directive from above. Dogs, cats, even caged birds, all seized by force. Not a single creature was permitted to remain. Old Zhang refused to surrender his guard dog. Argued fiercely with the troops, until they produced official documentation. A crimson seal larger than a palm stamped boldly across the page. Non-compliance constitutes endangerment of public safety. Old Zhang's knees buckled. Sobbing, he handed over the leash. We neighbors were puzzled too, Yi Chunmei's side still shaken. Even if disinfection or vaccination were needed, why such haste? Why seize everything? Suyu froze cup suspended midair. The second day after the quake. At that time nationwide chaos reigned. Most citizens hadn't yet grasped what had happened, and reports of mutated creatures had not yet erupted across the internet. Yet the military had already initiated mandatory confiscation of all domesticated animals. What did that imply? That someone had foreseen animal mutation, not vaguely, but with absolute precision. Not only foreseen it, but known exactly when it would occur, timing the operation to eliminate every potential threat before the transformation began. So you set the cup down. The final elusive thread in his mind snapped into place with a quiet resonant click. That prophetic post. The online thread that had predicted the cataclysm's trajectory with uncanny accuracy, followed by the government's preemptive mobilization national address and emergency evacuation orders. Zhou Hong's phrasing, so precise it defied improvisation, bizarre biological phenomena. All pointed to a single inescapable conclusion. There was a prophet, someone like himself who had received advanced knowledge of the apocalypse. But this man had chosen a far bolder path. He had surrendered himself, body and mind, to the state. At that thought, Suyu exhaled, tension easing from his shoulders. If high-level authorities possessed full situational awareness, it was for everyone a welcome sign. Yet it raised another question: was the prophet reborn? Did he possess foresight? Or, like Suyu, had he awakened a system at the moment of the quake? Brother, what's got you spaced out? Su Heng gently nudged him, breaking his reverie. Nothing. Just craving mom's fish head with chili paste. Suyu brushed it off with a casual remark, then rose and stretched his shoulders. He admired the prophet's courage, the sheer audacity to offer himself to the nation. But in the apocalypse, Suyu trusted only himself. To surrender his life, his fate utterly and unreservedly, to a vast impersonal machinery of state. To become a docile pawn. No, that he could never do. Suyu closed his eyes, sinking his consciousness inward. He reorganized the chaotic inventory within his spatial domain, clearing a reserved zone. Then retrieved several thick down jackets to distribute among the others. Outside temperatures continued to plummet. Indoors no central heating existed. Only an antiquated charcoal brazier held back the cold. Dinner remained simple plain congee with pickled vegetables, though Yi Chunmei, moved by compassion for the younger ones, reluctantly added a dish of steamed cured pork she normally rationed with great care. At the table, Jiang Muxu cradled his bowl, vividly recounting the day's harrowing street encounters for Jiang's siblings, who had stayed indoors. However, her narrative perspective was entirely different from Su Yes. What Suyu saw were the strained military deployments and tactical flaws, while Jiang Mu saw people. In front of the recruitment point, a young father was pushing through the crowd for a share of the rations, and a girl with a dirty little hand was reaching out from the gaps in the iron sheets. The usually timid Jiang Yunyao sat beside them, listening, her eyes slowly reddening. She silently put down her chopsticks, unable to swallow a single bite. Seeing this, Jiang Mu obediently closed her mouth and subtly shifted closer to Suyu. Her small hand secretly hooked onto his finger under the table, trying to draw a sliver of safety from him. The night was deep as water. At 10 o'clock, Suyu sent everyone off to bed while he leaned back in a lounge chair in the first floor living room, holding his gun, closed his eyes half open and half closed. He couldn't sleep soundly at all. His body was extremely fatigued, yet his mind was racing like a wind-up. The two shadows that had been following him during the day, the hungry eyes in the black market, and the weak defensive deployment of Baishui County. These images flashed through his mind like a slideshow. If the mutation frenzy really came, how many days could this county withstand? Time slipped away grain by grain, and the cold wind seeped through the cracks of the door. The temperature had already dropped to 0. At 2:10 in the morning, suddenly, bang, 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 bang. The deafening sound of rapid gunfire erupted violently from the northwest direction of the county, followed by the dull sound of grenade explosions. Suyu shot up from the lounge chair, his hand grabbing the gun faster than his consciousness could react. Chaotic footsteps hurried down from upstairs, and Jiang Mu was the first to run out of her room, her down jacket hastily thrown on. Everyone back to your rooms. Get down. Stay away from all the windows. Suyu yelled sharply, his voice pinning everyone on the stairs in place. The gunfire outside became increasingly dense, like a torrential downpour. Amidst the crisp sound of rifle shots, heavy machine gun roars began to mix in. The sound of large-caliber ammunition tearing through the air, thumping with terrifying kinetic energy, could send shockwaves through the eardrums of people even half a county away. The windows of the entire flat trembled with a buzzing sound. Then came the roar of engines. Several heavy military trucks sped past from the alley outside. The sound of tires grinding over the concrete was like thunder. Peering through the gaps, Suyu saw the truck bed filled with fully armed soldiers, each expression on their faces conveying one word: urgency. Their direction was towards the outskirts of the city where the flood control dam and refugee camp were located. Yi Chun-mei emerged from her room, wearing clothes, her lips trembling, unable to utter a single word. Su Hang followed closely behind, tightly gripping a bone-cutting knife, beads of cold sweat from fear forming on his forehead despite the winter cold. Everyone sit down, stay away from the windows, and no one make a sound. Su Ye's voice was low yet steady as a rock. The gunfire continued for nearly an hour, interspersed with several muffled explosions. Those explosions seemed duller and heavier than rocket fire, likely grenades or improvised directional mines. The family huddled in the living room on the first floor. None of them spoke. Yi Chun-mei clasped her hands together, eyes closed, reciting something under her breath. Lin Qingli sat on a wooden chair opposite Su Yu, her back straight, hands crossed on her knees, motionless. She appeared cool and calm on the surface, but the veins tightening on either side of her neck betrayed her. In the deepest, darkest corner, Jiang Yun Yao curled herself into a small ball, her arms tightly hugged. But if someone were to look closely at that moment, they would find that the pair of blue-green mixed heterochromia eyes not only showed no fear, but instead reflected an eerie glow in the darkness. The gunfire finally began to dwindle. After the last series of short bursts, silence fell outside. This silence was more tormenting than the gunfire, as no one knew if the military had held the line or if the defenses had been breached. Su Yu glanced at his watch. It was 3:17 in the morning. While everyone sat frozen in anticipation, the overhead incandescent light suddenly flickered twice. The first flicker dimmed the light for a moment, then it barely returned to brightness. The second flicker extinguished it completely. The entire house, the whole alley, and the visible skyline plunged into a pure, unblemished black. Even the background noise of the refrigerator compressor buzzing had disappeared. The world was so quiet that only the heavy breathing of the people in the room could be heard. The power's out. Su Hang's voice was dry as if he had swallowed a handful of sand. Su Yu had already retrieved a powerful flashlight from his space, pressing the switch. A beam of white light cut through the darkness and fell on the opposite wall. Jiang Mu edged over in the dim light, grabbing his arm, her fingers icy cold. Su Yu did not make any extra movements to comfort her. He looked up at the incandescent bulb that would never light up again, his mind filled with a single thought: Baishui County's last lifeline was likely about to snap. On the 5th day of the disaster, just as dawn was breaking, Baishui County was shrouded in a thick, greasy fog. The mist rolled along the ground, visibility dropping below 20 meters. Even the opposite courtyard wall was only visible as a blurred outline. Worse still, when the wind blew, a nauseatingly strong smell of blood was mixed in the fog. Su Yu put on his tactical jacket, tucked his gun into his waist, refused Su Hang's suggestion to accompany him, and stepped out of the courtyard alone. The atmosphere on the street was worlds apart from yesterday, as if it had plunged into hell overnight. On the main road, every few steps one could see a stretcher. Covered with white cloth, the thick, sticky blood seeped through from underneath, soaking the fabric and trailing dark red streaks across the cold, hard concrete. Some of the white cloths were too short, revealing severed limbs and broken arms beneath the edges of the flesh, showing signs of being torn apart by some horrific force. The bearers of the stretchers included soldiers and civilians alike, their faces smeared with ash and blood, their eyes hollow and lifeless, remnants of immense fear etched within. Su Yu stopped at a street corner, blocking a middle-aged man who was dazedly sitting on the curb. The man was wearing a down jacket so dirty its original color was unrecognizable, his right hand wrapped in bandages, the blood having dried into a dark brown shell. "Hey brother, can I borrow a lighter?" Su Yu offered a soft cigarette. "What exactly happened last night on the outskirts? Did the flood control dam break?" The man sluggishly raised his head, his sunken eyes and cracked lips trembling several times before he finally managed to squeeze out a couple of shaky sounds from his throat. "Pigs. All pigs." "What? What pigs?" Su Yu furrowed his brow. "Wild pigs. Mutated wild pigs." A large group rushed out from the deep mountains in the west, at least 20 or 30 of them. The man's voice began to drift, his speech fragmented, fear evident in his eyes, as if he was desperately trying to resist recalling that nightmare. "The biggest one. It was as big as a van with iron-gray fur. Bullets hit it and sparks flew. It couldn't be penetrated at all." Su Ye's brows instantly knitted together, his expression involuntarily tensing. "That beast broke through the barricades and charged into the refugee area in Old Street. I watched it lift a car and send it flying 7 or 8 meters. It knocked down 2 brick houses, and those inside didn't even have time to scream before being crushed into flesh paste. A van-sized creature with a defense that couldn't be penetrated by bullets capable of throwing a pickup truck." "What happened next? How did it end?" "No heavy firepower was used." Su Yu pressed, tightly gripping his lighter. The man extended his uninjured hand, pointing towards the outskirts of the city. "The main force of the army arrived, but ordinary guns couldn't take down those big ones. The more they shot, the crazier they became. Then a government official showed up." He swallowed hard, his tone laced with complexity. That person was wearing only a thin vest and the freezing cold muscles bulging like rocks, his arms thicker than my thighs. He charged up with a machine cannon. Brother, you've seen those 30mm cannons mounted on armored vehicles on TV, right? That thing weighed several hundred pounds, including the base. The recoil could shatter an ordinary person, but he held it steady, leaving 2 craters where his feet pressed into the ground, and unleashed a barrage on the head of the largest mutated wild pig. Boom, boom, boom. The man gestured wildly, his pupils constricting. One shot created a blood hole the size of a basin. It blew the pig's head apart, like a rotten watermelon, and the remaining smaller ones were scared out of their wits, howling as they retreated into the mountains. Tsuyu felt a sudden jolt in his heart, his breath halting for half a second. Did you see what that officer looked like? The man shook his head in confusion. I was too far away, and it was too dark to see the person clearly, only the machine cannon. Tsuyu stopped questioning and stuffed an entire pack of soft cigarettes into the man's pocket before turning and leaving quickly. A human evolver still within the military system. A person capable of wielding an armored machine cannon and firing at will must possess a power level at least 7 to 8 times that of an ordinary human. Tsuyu continued forward, uncovering more fragments from various people along the way. The mutated wild pigs that charged in last night had split into 3 groups. The first group consisted of over 10 pigs of normal but large size, subdued by the military, using rifles and machine guns, killing 7 or 8 of them. The second group had 5 big ones, 3 to 4 times the size of normal wild pigs, with tough skin and flesh almost tearing through the front lines. The third group was the pig king the size of a van, which directly charged through the position. The military casualty numbers had not been disclosed. However, along the bloody path from the main road to the outskirts, Tsuyu saw at least 100 stretchers covered with white cloth. Additionally, the casualties among civilians in residential areas had not been counted. When Tsuyu reached the outskirts on the west side of the county town, he saw an area cordoned off by the military with double layers of warning tape from a distance. A few heavy military trucks were parked there, and a heavy crane was hoisting some enormous object into the truck bed. It was the corpse of a mutated wild pig. That thing was even more shocking than Tsuyu had imagined. Although the Pig King's head had been blown to bits by the cannon, the body below the neck was preserved intact, like a small meat mountain. Its gray-black bristles stood upright, each as thick as a chopstick, gleaming with a steel-like cold light. The jutting tusks were as long as an adult's forearm, with torn pieces of bulletproof vest still hanging from the tips. Tsuyu stood 50 meters outside the warning line, staring intently at the meat mountain, his throat rolling hard. If he could bring this into his life reconstruction laboratory. In his mind, the transparent system panel seemed to tremble slightly with extreme desire. The massive flesh of the Pig King undoubtedly contained a tremendous amount of source quality, if not refined into source quality. Perhaps it could also extract extremely practical combat attributes like high-density skeleton steel hair defense or furious muscle amplification. Compared to those few shriveled vines, this large carbon-based creature was simply a mobile gene treasury. Tsuyu's eyes reddened. He even felt a momentary impulse to create chaos and steal it using the system's spatial collection ability. But in the next second, his rationality suppressed this reckless thought. There were no less than 30 armed soldiers on guard. Now was not the time to stick his neck out. Tsuyu forcefully tore his greedy gaze away from the wild pig corpse and turned to walk towards the official recruitment point by the street corner. The announcement board at the recruitment point had changed overnight. The old conditions were still there, but the newly posted red paper was still wet with ink, clearly just put up in the early morning. The content was divided into 2 parts. The font in the second part was twice the size of the first part, with each word bolded. Any citizen confirmed as an evolver after a physical examination will be granted a military rank upon enlistment and enjoy officer-level benefits. These 2 new regulations had been posted for less than an hour, and the crowd outside the recruitment point had already tripled. Hundreds of people were blocking the entrance like mad, with the line stretching 2 blocks outside. Some flexed their muscles to prove their evolution, while others desperately tried to curry favor with the soldiers maintaining order. The most outrageous was when Tsuyu saw a middle-aged woman tugging her 16 or 17-year-old son, who was as thin as a bamboo pole, trying to shove him inside, crying out, "My son is very strong. He has mutated. He can eat 3 bowls of rice in one sitting, please take him." The boy was blushing, wishing he could dig a hole in the ground to hide from the surrounding eyes. Tsuyu leaned against a utility pole across the street, watching this absurd scene of humanity in the apocalypse as his mind raced. Evolver. The official had officially adopted this title, even offering direct commission as an officer. This indicated that the higher-ups had fully recognized and started to recruit those mutants. Tsuyu withdrew his gaze rapidly, sifting through the fragments of intelligence accumulated over the past few days. Currently, the situation in Baishui County was even worse than he had anticipated. The countywide blackout that started last night was certainly abnormal. The most reasonable explanation was that the wildly growing mutated plants in the outskirts had entangled the high-voltage transmission towers, forcibly tearing apart the cables. There were no large independent power plants in the county, and the military's backup diesel generators could barely maintain the operation of the core areas. Without electricity, the water supply system would also collapse. The pressure pumps, purification equipment, and disinfection systems of the water plant all relied on power. Once the water is cut off, this small city filled with hundreds of thousands of people would be on the brink of collapse, just a thin layer of paper away. The mutated wild boar herd was merely an appetizer at the beginning of the disaster. Baishui County is surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, with mountainous areas accounting for over 60% of the county, hiding countless beasts, birds, and innumerable insects, ants, rats, and cockroaches. Once a larger scale of advanced mutated beast hordes formed and launched a full-scale assault on the county town, relying on a makeshift infantry regiment would be utterly insufficient. Evacuation was only a matter of time, possibly even within the next few days. But where would these hundreds of thousands retreat to? How would they evacuate? The power of life and death was firmly grasped in the hands of the military. Suyu was well aware that the hybrid vehicle he had driven back from Yancheng had consumed most of its fuel, and the battery level was not optimistic either. The outside world was changing drastically every day. The provincial road was lined with mutated plants, and a civilian car traveling alone was no different from a feeding target. The only reliable plan was to follow the military. The main force had armored vehicles leading the way and firepower for cover, increasing the chances of survival at least tenfold. But how could he and his family be legally integrated into the official privilege system? Suyu's cold gaze slowly descended, eventually landing on the small print at the bottom of that red paper. The County Emergency Command has established a medical rescue team urgently recruiting medical personnel. Recruited individuals will enjoy logistical support equivalent to military personnel. Registration location: Building 3E, County People's Hospital. Upon seeing this line, Suyu's mouth twitched involuntarily. In peacetime, the title of attending physician brought him nothing but suffocating back-to-back night shifts, endless doctor-patient disputes, and meager wages. However, on the 5th day of the apocalypse, this title suddenly became valuable, albeit with a touch of irony. The military had suffered heavy losses last night, and it was easy to guess that the current medical system must be overloaded. More importantly, Suyu squinted, recalling the mutated wild boar king from earlier. If it were ordinary soldiers, even if they killed a mutated beast, all spoils would have to be turned in. But what if he was a doctor? Which profession could more legitimately and stealthily allow access to large quantities of mutated flesh and blood than that of a surgeon? Suyu straightened up from the utility pole, brushing off the morning mist and dust from his tactical jacket, and took a deep look at the mutated beast being dragged away in the distance. He turned around and strode toward home, his figure disappearing into the thick fog. He quickly returned to the yard. When Suyu opened the door, the charcoal fire in the living room stove blazed brightly, and a wave of warmth enveloped him. Jiang Mu rolled up her sleeves, exposing a section of her snow-white arm akin to tender lotus root, squatting in the corner with a basin of warm water to help Yi Chunmei wash the dried radish. Hearing the door, she immediately lifted her head, her delicate face blooming with a sweet and obedient smile. "Brother Yu, you're back." On the other side, Lin Qingli stood by the table, wearing a floral apron that was completely at odds with her aloof demeanor, skillfully slicing salted meat. Her knife skills were rusty, but the straight back and cold, stunning profile gave the act of cutting vegetables an edge akin to wielding a sword in battle. This slight contrast in domesticity made Suyu pause slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. "Everyone stop, come here, I have something important to discuss." Suyu pulled over a wooden chair and sat down, waiting for everyone to gather before getting straight to the point. "You all heard what happened last night. The gunfire lasted over an hour, and the outskirts were almost torn apart by the mutated beasts." He scanned the faces of those present, his tone grave. The stationed troops in Baishui County can barely make up an infantry regiment. Surrounded by mountains, the mutated beasts in the hills will only increase. No one can predict when the next assault will come. Yi Chunmai's face turned pale. The cloth she had just cleaned twisting into a braid. "Little Yu, what shall we do?" "So starting now, everyone must be ready to flee at any time." Suyu raised a finger. "This is the first thing. Pack all the essentials so that we can leave at a moment's notice." "The second thing." He stood up, pulling out a badge from his space emblazoned with the insignia of Yunshan County People's Hospital, with Suyu in a white coat in the photo. "I will go to the county hospital to find a way to obtain an official doctor's identity." Su Hang's mind raced. "Brother, are you thinking?" Exactly. The official notice stated that military families and medical personnel have the highest priority during evacuation. Suyu tucked the badge into his pocket. Lin Qingli set down her apron, a hint of understanding and appreciation flashing in her dark eyes. Jiang Mu asked nothing, simply turned to pour Suyu a glass of water. Suyu patted her head, then turned to Su Hang and Jiang Yunhao. You two go out now and find gasoline, whether from the black market or the diesel dealers in the west of the city. Find out who has supplies, how much, and at what price. If you confirm there's stock available for purchase, come back to find Qingli to withdraw cash. Don't hesitate about the money, the quicker the better. Jiang Yunhao patted his chest. Don't worry, Su Gu will go with Xiao Hang, nothing will go wrong. Su Yu looked at them seriously. Remember, buying oil is secondary, life comes first. If something feels off, run, don't be reckless. Su Hang chuckled, pulling Jiang Yunhao out the door. Su Yu turned back to Lin Qingli. You all take care of things at home, I'll lock the door, and don't open it for anyone. Su Yu stood up, put on his coat, zipped it up, and strode out of the yard. The Baishui County People's Hospital was not far from home, about a 20-minute walk. But today's journey felt particularly oppressive. Upon arriving at the hospital entrance, the scene before him caused him to slow his steps. The iron fence at the hospital entrance had long been dismantled, replaced by two makeshift barriers of sandbags, with several armed police officers guarding the entrance. The courtyard was densely packed with military green tents, and the pathways between the tents were so narrow that one could only pass sideways. The mingled scents of blood and disinfectant were intense, making one's throat tighten. Su Yu presented his badge, and after a strict body search confirming he was not carrying any lethal weapons, was allowed to enter. The scenes he encountered along the way were even more brutal than he had imagined. A young man in his 20s lay on a stretcher, his left leg completely missing below the knee, the stump wrapped in thick bandages, blood seeping out and staining the military blanket beneath him a deep brown. He did not cry out, merely staring at the gray sky, his lips moving, unsure of what last words he was muttering. From the nearby tent came heart-wrenching screams. A middle-aged man was being held down by 4 people on a military cot, while a nurse was performing wound cleaning without anesthesia. The cries were sharp, like metal scraping against glass, making Su Ye's temples throb. Further inside, alongside the hospital's side passage, a long line of cold bodies lay covered with white cloth. There weren't even enough stretchers, forcing them to be directly discarded on the cold concrete floor. Su Yu walked through this hell on earth with a blank expression, heading straight towards the administrative building in the back. The hall on the first floor of the administrative building had been converted into a temporary command center with several desks pushed together, piled high with documents and walkie-talkies. A middle-aged woman wearing glasses was shouting into the phone, "I don't care where you get it from. You must deliver 30 boxes of saline solution to me today." Once Su Yu heard her hang up, he stepped forward. "I am a surgeon. I heard you need help here." The woman glanced at him, her gaze lingering on his face for 2 seconds before scanning the crumpled badge in his hand. "From Yunshan in the southern province." There was a hint of annoyance and suspicion in her tone. "Yes, attending physician, general surgery." "Where's your documentation? Did you bring your practice license?" "It was all buried when we fled from the earthquake. This is all I have," Su Yu replied calmly, directly handing over the badge. The woman frowned tightly. In such chaotic circumstances, it wasn't uncommon for imposters to sneak into hospitals to scam food and privileges. Just as she was about to coldly dismiss him, the door of an office behind her suddenly opened. A man in his 30s strode out. He was of medium build, with meticulously combed hair, a shirt tucked into his pants, and a designer watch on his wrist, the strap slightly worn. "What's going on? Why is it so noisy outside?" "Director Zhao, this person claims to be a senior surgeon from the southern province, but he only has a work badge and no other documentation to prove his identity," the woman reported truthfully. Zhao Mingxian quickly approached, taking the badge to glance at it for a moment, his sharp gaze scanning Su Yu from head to toe. This young man's demeanor was too calm, far from that of a refugee who had just experienced life and death. "Senior surgeon in general surgery." "Yes," Su Yu answered succinctly. "How old are you?" 28. Zhao Mingxian handed back the badge, speaking rapidly. "We are currently in a state of war. In extraordinary times, I will operate under extraordinary rules. If you are truly capable, change into scrubs immediately and meet me in the emergency room. The operating table will reveal your true abilities. If you're just here to scam food and supplies, you can admit it now, and I won't make things difficult for you." Su Yu wasted no time nodding directly. "Where can I get the surgical attire?" Zhao Mingxian was momentarily taken aback by this straightforward response. He pointed towards the end of the corridor with his chin. "Second room on the left, find the head nurse to get your scrubs." 3 minutes later, Su Yu had already donned a blue-green sterile surgical gown. The mask was pulled high to his nose, and the surgical cap pressed down on his forehead, leaving only his eyes visible. As the door to the emergency room swung open, the overwhelming stench of blood nearly sent him reeling back. But what truly caught Su Ye's attention and left him slightly astonished was the strict rules that governed the place. In a peacetime hospital, how do the families of patients behave? They would shout, point fingers, and often scold doctors by saying, "What's wrong with you, doctors?" That was a common sight. But now, in the corridor outside the emergency room, a dozen family members squatted in a line, not daring to make a sound. Nearby, an armed guard coldly watched them. One middle-aged woman saw Su Yu walking by in surgical attire and with a thud, she knelt down, the sound of her knees hitting the concrete floor muffled. "Doctor, please save my husband. He is the pillar of our family." The woman wept, her face streaked with tears, but she dared not raise her voice too loudly. A man in a black leather jacket reacted even faster, immediately pulling out a shiny gold ring and a roll of 100 yuan bills. Doctor, please, my son is inside, named Su Xiaoming. If you can pay a little more attention, once you're done, all of this will be yours. You must." The head nurse, already desensitized to such scenes, quickly followed in Su Ye's footsteps to begin the handover. The first operation involved a bullet fragment embedded in the radius of the right forearm, with the surrounding soft tissue blown to a pulp. The patient was a young soldier around 18 or 19, his face pale, as he trembled in pain, but gritted his teeth in silence. Su Yu washed his hands, disinfected, and put on sterile gloves. "Has anesthesia been administered?" Seeing the soldier's expression, he felt a bit suspicious. A little was administered. "But it's not enough, the stock is critically low. For this kind of injury, we can only use a basic dosage." The assistant nurse, an experienced hand with over a decade of experience, spoke with an apologetic tone. "Should we call in 2 male nurses to hold him down? I'm afraid he might have a seizure from the stress, which would affect your incision." Su Yu hesitated slightly, then directly extended his hand to the nurse. "No need, give me the scalpel." The moment the blade cut through the skin, his world quieted down. The enhancement of a nervous reaction at 5.1 was fully manifested in this delicate operation. Even as the patient experienced slight muscle spasms from intense pain, the tip of his scalpel could accurately predict the movement gliding along the muscle fibers and the gaps in the fascia, minimizing secondary damage. Instruments landed in his palm, and Su Yu firmly grasped the bullet fragment embedded in the radius. With a subtle motion of his wrist, the fragment popped out, followed swiftly by the removal of instruments landed in his palm, and Su Yu firmly grasped the bullet fragment embedded in the radius. With a subtle motion of his wrist, the fragment popped out, followed swiftly by the removal of bone fragments and debris from the wound. Expose, extract the bullet, irrigate, and achieve complete hemostasis. Facing such a severely contaminated gunshot wound, Su Yu made a textbook-level decision. Pack with Vaseline gauze, leave it open for drainage, prepare for dressing. The entire process flowed seamlessly, executed in one breath. The assistant nurse, an experienced professional, had seen at least 80 surgeons in her career. Yet Su Ye's extremely rapid operational speed still made her eyes widen noticeably. From incision to final dressing and fixation, the entire process took 11 minutes. Under normal circumstances, such a debridement operation would take at least 25 minutes or more. Behind the observation window outside the operating room, Zhao Mingxian held a cup of cooled tea, staring intently inside the entire time. His gaze, which began with scrutiny, gradually transformed into disbelief and shock. He set down the cup and said something to the head nurse beside him. "Send in the patient with the penetrating abdominal injury in bed 3. The head nurse was momentarily stunned and hesitated. "Director Zhao, that patient's condition is very complicated. There are at least 3 perforations in the intestines." It was originally assigned to Director Wang. "Director Wang is tied up in the number 2 operating room. By the time he comes out, the food will be cold." Zhao Mingxuan's gaze did not leave the young doctor's back in the glass window. "Let him go. He has the capability." Soon after a quick cleanup, the second surgical patient was urgently brought in. Severe penetrating abdominal injury. When the patient was wheeled in, Su Yu glanced at the wound and immediately recognized it as tricky. A bullet fragment entered from the left abdominal wall, exiting at the lower back, having punctured through the small intestine and possibly grazed the mesenteric blood vessels. The abdominal cavity was filled with a mixture of blood and intestinal fluid, and the patient was on the brink of such a level of trauma, combined with severe abdominal infection, even in a top-tier hospital during peacetime. With the right equipment and personnel, the success rate of resuscitation would still be very low if multi-organ failure occurred. Let alone in this battlefield emergency room, where even anesthetics were running low. Su Yu had no time to hesitate and made the incision. Turn the suction device to maximum, clear the field of vision. Prepare sterile gauze for packing and have absorbable sutures and silk thread ready for me. The moment his hand dove into the abdominal cavity, warm blood flooded over his gloves. Amidst the pool of contaminated blood, his fingertips quickly and precisely located the ruptured section of the intestine and the bleeding points. 3 perforations were identified, the largest nearly 2 centimeters in diameter, with intestinal contents still oozing out, surrounded by clotted blood. If an ordinary surgeon were to face this situation, just locating all the perforation points in such an unclear state would consume a significant amount of critical rescue time. But under Su Ye's hands, it was as if the playback speed had been doubled. Su Ye took only 10 minutes. Bowel clamp. He quickly closed the leak, cutting off the source of contamination. His fingers moved within the abdominal cavity at a speed that left his assistant struggling to keep up with the rhythm of instrument handovers. Each clamp and every stitch was executed cleanly and decisively, without a single wasted motion. 30 silk thread. Hemostatic clamp. Warm saline solution extensive irrigation drain. The assistant nurse beside him was already drenched in sweat. She felt as though she could barely keep up with the pace of the lead surgeon. Until the final stitch was tied off and cut. With the abdominal cavity cleaned and sutured, the patient's life signs, which had plummeted, finally managed to hover at a safe line. Suyu took a step back, tore off the bloodstained gloves, and tossed them into the trash bin, flexing his fingers, which had stiffened from the intense operation. Next was the third surgery: amputation. A militia man in his 40s had his right calf crushed by the fangs of a mutated wild boar. Both the tibia and fibula were completely shattered, and the muscle tissue had turned into a blackened pulp, leaving no possibility of limb preservation. Such a surgery was in fact the simplest for Suyu. He applied a pressure bandage, located the plane for amputation, incised the skin flap, rapidly ligated the major arteries and veins, and then severed the nerve at a high level, followed by sawing the bone, shaping the residual end, and suturing the skin flap. The only moment that made him frown was when the electric saw ran out of power, leaving him to use a manual wire saw. After pulling back and forth dozens of times, his arms felt sore. After completing 3 surgeries, nearly 4 hours had passed. When Suyu emerged from the operating room, the surgical scrubs on his back were already soaked with sweat, clinging coldly to his spine. He leaned against the corridor wall, tilting his head back to down half a bottle of mineral water. Zhao Mingxian had somehow appeared next to him. At 28, a chief physician with such skill, in a top-tier hospital in the provincial capital, he would stand out. Zhao Mingxian handed over a cigarette. That small hospital in Yunshan is underutilizing talent. Suyu knew his own situation. It was just that his neural reflexes had been enhanced. He took the cigarette and replied casually, "Just making a living. My hands are just familiar with it." Modest, Zhao Mingxian patted his shoulder. "From today on, you will be the core of the emergency rescue team. Just focus on your work. I'll arrange the logistics and benefits." Suyu nodded, tucking the cigarette behind his ear. "Director Zhao, I noticed that the supply of medications seems insufficient. Is there not much left in the storeroom?" Zhao Mingxian's expression changed slightly, his smile fading as he frowned and sighed. "The ceftriaxone can last for 2 more days, but the meropenem ran out yesterday, and the anesthetics are running low too. The surgeries this afternoon were all done with half the dosage. The patients in bed are all gritting their teeth and holding on." Suyu didn't respond, but had already formed a conclusion in his mind. The supply line was cut off, the roads were blocked by mutated plants, and resources could not be brought in. At this rate of consumption, in no more than 3 days, the hospital would revert to an era where surgeries were performed without anesthesia and infections were left to fate. After the 4th surgery, it was already 4 in the afternoon. Suyu took advantage of the shift change to sit in the doctor's office with a cup of cold water. There were 3 other doctors in the office, 2 men and 1 woman, all slumped in their chairs, their eye sockets deep set like pandas, and the air was thick with the smell of sweat and blood. Suyu proactively pulled out a pack of loose cigarettes and passed them around, striking up a conversation with an older doctor surnamed Liu. "Brother Liu, what's the background of this Director Zhao? He looks quite young. How did he become the executive vice president at just over 30? Dr. Liu greedily took a deep drag from the cigarette, lowering his voice. "You don't know yet, Zhao Mingxian's uncle is the head of our county government, surnamed Chunchen Guodong." Suyu raised an eyebrow. It was no wonder he spoke with such confidence. "But he didn't just get there purely by connections," Dr. Liu added. "He has a master's from Xiehe and worked solidly in clinical practice for 5 years. His abilities are indeed remarkable, but in these times having skills is not enough. You also need connections. Lacking either one, you can't reach this position." Another young doctor interjected. Old Liu stopped being sour. "Director, Zhao has been quite fair with us. At least he hasn't cut overtime pay before." "Overtime pay?" Dr. Liu scoffed. "Who even cares about that paper anymore? In this damned world, just ensuring we receive enough rations is already a blessing." Suyu silently noted this information and did not ask further. At 7 in the evening, it was time to change shifts. Suyu took off his white coat and hung it on a rack, standing in the corridor for a moment, quietly watching the pitch-black night outside. The hospital's backup diesel generator was still rumbling, but the power it provided was only enough to maintain the lighting in the operating room, intensive care unit, and a few core areas. Most other areas had long fallen into silence, barely maintained by candles and flashlights. He reached into his storage space and pulled out 2 boxes of imported broad-spectrum antibiotics. Suyu turned and walked to an empty corner, concentrating, and took out 2 boxes of imported broad-spectrum antibiotics from his personal space. Moxifloxacin, originally imported from Bayer in Germany, sealed tightly in aluminum foil, with a production date from just 3 months ago. In peacetime, a box of this would retail for less than 200 yuan, but in this apocalypse where an infection could cost a life at the slightest fever, you couldn't even buy a single pill for any amount of money. Next, he pulled out 2 unopened boxes of soft Zhonghua cigarettes, their red hardshell packaging glinting enticingly under the dim light. Suyu carried the items to the end of the 2nd floor and knocked twice on Zhao Mingxuan's office door. "Come in." Zhao Mingxian was bent over the desk, writing something, his brow furrowed into a knot. Upon seeing Suyu, he put down his pen and leaned back tiredly against the chair. "What's wrong, Dr. Su?" "Not gone yet." Suyu wasted no words, walking straight up and placing the 2 boxes of antibiotics and 2 cigarettes on the desk, giving them a gentle push, so they slid smoothly in front of Zhao Mingxian. Zhao Mingxian glanced down, his previously casual expression instantly froze, and he furrowed his brow sharply. The aluminum foil packaging of the 2 boxes of moxifloxacin reflected a blinding cold light under the desk lamp, brand new, perfectly sealed with no signs of damage. The high-quality stock in the hospital had long been depleted, and in the current environment where medications were more precious than gold, or even lives, the value of these 2 boxes could not even be described in words. Zhao Mingxuan's breathing slightly quickened for a moment, but he did not immediately reach out to take them. Instead, he raised his head and regarded Suyu once more. This time his gaze towards Suyu was completely different from during the day. It lacked the condescension of admiration and was filled with wariness and gravity. "You're quite an interesting person. You must be very aware of the value of these things." Suyu unapologetically sat down in the chair opposite. "Director, Zhao holds me in regard, and has given me a core position. I must show my appreciation. In these times, mutual support is essential for survival." Zhao Mingxian stared at him for a few seconds before suddenly laughing. He swept the 2 boxes of medicine and 2 cigarettes into the locked drawer at the bottom of the desk, his movements decisive and unpretentious. "All right, you're quite straightforward. I like dealing with smart people." Zhao Mingxian pulled out a pack of opened Huangala cigarettes from the drawer, lit one, and handed another to Suyu. "Go ahead, what do you want to ask?" Suyu took the cigarette, leaned it toward the lighter Zhao Mingxian offered, and took a deep puff. "Director Zhao, I saw the military hoisting the corpse of that mutated wild boar king on the outskirts of the city this morning. What does the county plan to do about it?" Zhao Mingxian exhaled a thick cloud of smoke, a smirk of as expected forming at the corner of his mouth. "You are a top surgeon in the medical field and intellectual, so I completely understand your curiosity about this evolution product that defies biological norms. Don't think it's just you, even I want to get a piece of meat under the microscope." He leaned back against the chair, his voice dropping to a near whisper. "But I advise you not to set your sights on that thing. The top biological research institute in Xingqing has already confirmed that the flesh and blood of those mutated beasts contain a certain special energy substance. This is now a top military secret, tightly controlled, and ordinary people aren't allowed to touch it." Suyu's eyelid twitched slightly, and he remained silent, waiting for him to continue. Seeing Suyu's silence, Zhao Mingxian assumed he had given up on the thought, and continued. "Actually, you must have noticed too, right? You know how shabby this place is with so few troops stationed here, surrounded by mountains on 3 sides. It's bound to be unguardable. I believe you also heard that my uncle is the head of the county government, which is why you brought this here, right? No need to explain, I understand. I have faith in your skills, and you know the rules. I can clearly tell you that the county government started talks with Xingqing about evacuation 2 days ago. Repeatedly rejected. Xingqing is overwhelmed themselves and only allows us to arrange our own evacuation, but we lack the strength to protect hundreds of thousands of people on the move. But this time is different. Xingqing knows we killed a mutated boar king here, and their attitude has done a complete turnaround. We are using this as leverage to demand that Xingqing send a proper armored unit to assist in the evacuation of the entire Baishui County." Suyu's heart skipped a beat. "Did we strike a deal, eh?" As Zhao Mingxian was about to speak, his phone suddenly rang. His brow furrowed, and he grabbed the phone. "Hello? What?" He abruptly stood up from the chair, the cigarette falling from his fingers and burning a black spot on the table. "Is it confirmed?" "Okay, I got it. I'm heading over right now." Zhao Mingxian hung up the phone and hurriedly grabbed the coat hanging on the back of the chair, his movements frantic and disorganized, a stark contrast to the composed deputy director from earlier. "What's wrong?" Suyu suddenly stood up. Zhao Mingxian fumbled to button his coat, while quickly saying, "We struck a deal. Xingqing agreed to assist, but the condition is to hand over the Boar King's corpse and all samples of the smaller mutated beasts. The armored unit from Xingqing is expected to arrive at the northern highway entrance of Baishui County before 9 a.m. tomorrow." He began to gather his things from the desk, speaking at a rapid pace. "The county government just issued a strict order that everything must be ready by 8 a.m. tomorrow. Once the armored unit arrives, the entire city will evacuate." "How can we evacuate? Are there any vehicles?" Suyu immediately pressed on. "Where are we going to get enough fuel and vehicles?" Zhao Mingxian chuckled coldly, his eyes icy. "Tonight, internal screening will take place. The core staff of the county hospital, key technical personnel, and military families will have priority for transportation. The bus and military vehicle quotas are strictly limited, with each person allowed to bring 3 relatives. Ordinary civilians will evacuate with the main force. Those with vehicles should bring their own, and those without must walk. There are too many civilians, and the military lacks enough personnel to manage them. They can only assist with clearing the way and protecting the front section. If anyone falls behind during the journey. He paused, not finishing the last part, but the implication was clear. You are now considered a core member of my emergency team. I remember the favor of those 2 boxes of medicine, so you will have priority along with 3 spots for your relatives. You need to head back and make arrangements immediately. Su didn't ask any further, nodded, and turned to leave. Dr. Su, Zhao Mingxian called out from behind. Su turned back. 7 o'clock tomorrow morning, gather with your family at the hospital's main entrance. We won't wait for anyone who is late. Su nodded again, pushed the door open, and quickly rushed through the corridor, dashing down the stairs. The corridor outside was already starting to stir. The news spread faster than the wind, with a few nurses on duty huddled together, whispering, their faces filled with anxiety. Su didn't stop, quickly making his way down the stairs and out of the hospital's main entrance. Just as he stepped onto the street, a piercing broadcast echoed from a distance. Attention all residents of Baishui County. Attention all residents of Baishui County. A military jeep sped down the street, the loudspeaker on the roof turned to maximum volume, the metallic electronic voice bouncing off the empty street. According to County Emergency Command, Order No. 042, in light of the current extremely deteriorating security situation, a citywide evacuation will take place at 8 a.m. tomorrow. All residents should begin preparations immediately. The evacuation routes and gathering points will be announced through community broadcasts at 11 p.m. tonight. Repeating once more. The jeep roared past, stirring up a chill wind. Following closely behind were the second and third vehicles. Almost simultaneously, windows along the entire street were thrown open, countless heads poking out. Some were shouting, some were cursing, while others were crying. A middle-aged woman in pajamas rushed barefoot into the street, grabbing the arm of a passing armed police officer and shaking him vigorously. Where are we evacuating to? What? My elderly family member is bedridden and can't move. Are you trying to send us to our deaths? The armed police officer displayed a flicker of sympathy in his eyes, but remained expressionless as he forcibly shook off her hand and continued forward to maintain order. Su quickened his pace, almost jogging through the increasingly chaotic streets. The scenes along the way were spiraling out of control at a visible rate. Some began to move their belongings outside, bedding pots and pans, and some even carried an old television set to cram into a tricycle. More people stood dazedly at their doorsteps, helplessly watching everything unfold. Su turned into the alleys of the old town and ran at full speed, bursting through his own courtyard gate 10 minutes later. In the living room, 4 women turned their heads in unison. Jiang Mumu rushed forward, first, her face filled with anxiety. Brother Yu, did you hear the broadcast outside? We are evacuating. I heard it. Su gasped for breath, his gaze sweeping across the living room. Where's Xiaohang? Where's Zhang Yunhao? His voice suddenly deepened. He went out with money an hour ago, saying there was a dealer in the west of the city who had gasoline. He still hasn't come back and isn't answering the phone. Su's breath caught for a moment. Su furrowed his brow and confirmed once more. Are you sure they said west of the city? Which location? Before Su Hang left, he mentioned the old auto repair shop in the west of the city where a bald man with the surname Ma is dealing with diesel and gasoline, quite well known in the black market. Lin Xingli, with an excellent memory, recited the information Su Hang had given before leaving word for word. Damn, Su silently cursed in his heart. Once the city evacuation order was issued, the 100,000 cash that was useful 10 minutes ago was now worthless. But that 10 liters of gasoline was different. Gasoline was the legs of their vehicle, the only path from Baishui County to Xingqing, an 80-kilometer lifeline. Any person with a functioning brain would have crooked thoughts about fuel at this critical moment. Su hesitated no longer and turned to walk towards the corner of the yard. Bang! He pushed open the wooden door of the storage room. He quickly brought out the electric bike that Yi Chunmei had ridden for several years. The paint was peeling off like a toad, and the rear fender was tied with iron wire 3 times. But the battery was just replaced last year, fully charged, and could run for over 10 kilometers without issue. Brother Yu, I want to go too. Jiang Mumu rushed over, wanting to follow him outside. Su didn't even turn back, reaching out to push her back into place. You stay here and pack all the essential items you can take from the house, dividing them into 7 portions, each controlled to the size of a backpack. Medications, compressed biscuits, warm clothing. Pack them in this order of priority. Mom helped Mumu with this, listen to her arrangements. Yi Chunmai's hands clutched the apron, trembling, her eyes filled with fear and worry for her younger son. But upon hearing her eldest son's instructions, she forced herself to swallow her emotions and pulled Jiang Mumu upstairs, knowing she could not create more chaos for Su now. Suyu pushed the electric bike towards the yard's entrance, but found Lin Qingli already standing there. She hadn't even put on a coat, wearing only a black tight high-neck sweater on her upper body outlining her graceful, yet powerful curves. Her silky black hair was tightly tied with a rubber band exposing her long and fair swan neck. She gripped a thick back machete tightly in her right hand taken from behind the door. Suyu glanced at the knife, and then at her. No one told you to go stay at home. If you go alone, and something happens, none of us will escape. Lin Qingli didn't respond to him at all, directly stepping forward to sit on the back seat. A long straight leg firmly pressed against the footrest, her back straight, as a pin, her voice cold as spring water. The more people, the more escape routes. Stop dawdling, drive. Suyu looked deeply at her, said no more, and directly twisted the throttle, darting out of the yard. The cold wind in the alley cut like a knife, and the temperature was approaching zero. The electric bike's maximum speed barely reached 30 kilometers. It seemed slow in normal times, but it swayed unsteadily on the bumpy concrete road. The tires jolted with every speed bump. Lin Qingli was tossed back and forth on the rear seat, hesitated for half a second, and ultimately reached out her empty left hand to wrap around Suyu's waist. Her hand was very cold. Even through the thickness of her tactical jacket, he could feel the chill. Suyu said nothing, only straightened his body slightly to block her from the wind. As the electric bike drove out of the alley and turned onto the main road, both fell silent simultaneously. Baishui County had gone mad. The fear, anger, and despair that had accumulated in everyone's hearts over the past few days were completely ignited by the city-wide evacuation broadcast. The scene on the street was like two different worlds compared to when Suyu went to the hospital during the day. The roll-up door of a grocery store was pried off completely, and left in the middle of the road, 3 or 4 people were frantically moving things out from inside. A burly, bare-chested man was carrying a box of instant noodles, cursing as he stepped barefoot over shards of glass, leaving bloody footprints all the way. Further down at a crossroads, 2 groups were fighting over an overturned tricycle. The sound of knives clashing against wrenches mixed with the sharp cries of women piercing the ears. Bang! Bang! 2 gunshots rang out. A military patrol car sped past the intersection, its rooftop loudspeaker repeatedly blaring that mechanical female voice. All residents must begin preparations immediately. Those engaging in illegal activities or looting will be shot on the spot by military police. Repeat, will be shot on the spot. As the patrol car passed, you saw a corpse lying horizontally on the steps by the roadside. A male about 30 years old lay face down, with 2 clear bullet holes in his back. The blood had already congealed into dark purple clots sticking to the concrete ground. And less than 10 centimeters from his hand lay a rusted, serrated watermelon knife. They had to prepare for evacuation while defending the city. The military no longer had the resources to maintain overall order. Limited troops could only defend key points such as food warehouses, supply depots, the county government compound, and hospitals. The remaining areas were essentially abandoned. Suyu twisted the throttle all the way down, and the electric bike emitted a hoarse whine, accelerating wildly on the road. Hold on tight. Lin Qingli's arm instantly tightened, holding the machete reversed, her entire body pressed against Suyu's back. She carried a faint scent of soap mixed with the bloody odor in the cold wind, creating a strange sense of disorientation. The electric bike dashed through 3 unguarded intersections, zigzagging on a bumpy side road, avoiding 2 sections blocked by discarded furniture. In less than 10 minutes, the grayish buildings of the old auto repair shop in the west of the city appeared at the end of their view. Suyu slammed on the brakes from a distance. The iron gate of the repair shop was wide open, the dim yellow light from a flashlight spilling out, diffusing into a dirty halo in the thick fog. Several broken cars and tricycles were parked haphazardly at the entrance. Some people were hurriedly leaving on motorcycles, while others were rushing in with weapons. At least 40 to 50 people had gathered around the yard's perimeter. The sounds of angry shouts, dull metal strikes, and increasingly sharp arguments mixed into a thick porridge, surging outward with the cold wind. Suddenly Suyu's ears perked up. Deep within the crowd, a familiar young voice was shouting. You said 100,000 per barrel. I've already given you the money, and now you're going back on your word. Are you still human? Damn you. It was Su Hang. He exchanged a glance with Lin Qingli behind him. No words were needed. He pushed the electric bike behind an abandoned newsstand by the roadside, pulled out a Type 92 pistol from his pocket, and chambered a round. Click. The crisp sound of metal engagement was particularly clear in the cold wind. Lin Qingli switched the machete to her right hand, gathered her scattered hair with her left, and followed Suyu closely, both moving swiftly towards the entrance in the shadow of the wall. The situation in the yard was even more chaotic than outside. Suyu crouched low, using a thick concrete pillar on the side of the gate for cover, peeking out to scan the entire scene. The dilapidated auto repair shop had been converted into a temporary warehouse with tires, scrap metal, and a few rusty oil barrels piled on the ground. In the center of the yard, a shelter was built with wooden planks and iron frames underneath, which stood a long table piled with several packages obscured from clear view. A crowd of dark figures formed a half-circle, mostly local residents, and those who had come from afar clutching wrenches, iron pipes, sharpened wooden sticks, and even a few kitchen knives. The faces of everyone bore a common expression, the ferocity born from hunger and the desperate temperament ignited by the city's evacuation. In the very core of the crowd, Jiang Yunha's massive frame resembled a wall, firmly standing at the forefront. His cotton coat had several torn openings with white cotton fibers spilling out from the rips, revealing a shredded inner lining beneath. His right hand tightly gripped a fire axe. Su Hang was shielded behind him, his arms wrapped around a military green 10-liter plastic barrel, protecting it with his body. A scrape on his forehead had broken the skin, blood smeared across half his face, yet his eyes bulged wide, his teeth grinding together. Blocking the two was a bald man with a face full of flesh. This man was short yet extremely burly, his neck thicker than his head, clad in a dirty shiny black leather jacket unbuttoned to reveal a pilled sweater underneath. He stood there with his legs spread apart, holding a steel pipe over a foot long in his right hand, the end wrapped with 2 loops of red cloth for grip. Behind the bald man followed 7 or 8 others, each with fierce glares, faces twisted with mockery and greedy sneers, wielding an assortment of weapons, steel pipes, machetes, hammers, and even one carrying a hoe. "You little brat, I've been doing business in the west of the city for 15 years. Do you know what rules mean in this place?" The bald man's voice boomed, saliva flying half a meter, reeking of smoke. "My rules are the only rules in this courtyard. 100,000. You can buy a hammer for that now. Only I have goods in the entire county, and now I want 500,000, not a penny less. If you don't buy it, put down the barrel and get lost. Shove it." Su Hang was nearly going mad, his voice cracking. "You took the money and handed the barrel to me. Now that the broadcast has sounded, you turn your back. In front of so many people, tell me honestly, is that true?" Around them, onlookers were chattering some siding, with Su Hang cursing the bald man for being shameless, while others envious of the oil barrel egged him on, and more were peeking from the edges, looking for a chance to profit from the chaos. Su Yu hid in the shadows a dozen meters away, coldly observing the bald man. At such a time, needing a large sum of cash had only 2 explanations. First, the currency market in Star City was still operating, and paper money still held value in that system, with the bald man sure that the money would work just fine once he reached Star City. Second, he never intended to do real business at all, but to take advantage of the chaos of the evacuation to rob, swallowing both the money and the oil. Given the bald man's greedy and arrogant demeanor, it was 100% the latter. Last chance, put down the barrel. The bald man had lost his final patience, slamming the steel pipe down onto the ground, raising a cloud of dust. The henchmen behind him received the signal, their grins growing wider, beginning to close in and tighten the insert. Several steel pipes traced threatening arcs in the dim light. One blonde even had a machete positioned less than half a meter from Jiang Yunha's neck, ready to strike down at any moment. Jiang Yunha's eyes were bloodshot, the fire axe held across his chest, his jaw clenched so tightly that the muscles in his cheeks bulged. He remained silent, firmly blocking Su Hang, and the oil barrel behind him, legs spread in a stance, knees slightly bent, embodying the determination that he would not let anyone pass, even at the cost of his life. Su Hang's hands trembled, but he gripped the oil barrel tighter. The bald man let out a sneer, as if watching 2 lambs ready for slaughter, raising the steel pipe high. "Unappreciative, beat him to death for me." Bang! The sound of a gunshot swallowed all other sounds in the court. The cement ground just a step away from the bald man's toes erupted into a fist-sized crater, shards of rock and concrete flying out from the bullet's impact point. Several sharp stones pierced directly into the bald man's calf, the skin punctured with 2 or 3 blood holes, warm blood trickling down his pant leg to his shoe. The bald man froze for half a second, then let out a scream that was more beast than human. The steel pipe slipped from his hand and clattered to the ground. He suddenly clutched his calf, bouncing up like a clown on the spot. The dozens of people in the courtyard were collectively nailed in place by the tremendous sound. Several people dropped their weapons on the spot. The sound of iron pipes clanging on the cement floor was sharp and piercing. More instinctively squatted down, covering their heads, with a thin man in blue work clothes dropping flat to the ground. Su Yu stepped out of the shadows. A Type 92 pistol was held in his right hand, the muzzle aimed directly at the bald man's head. As the smoke hadn't dissipated, a faint blue haze swirled around the muzzle's suppressor. His steps, neither fast nor slow, the soles of his shoes crunching rhythmically on the gravel. Lin Xingli followed closely behind him, holding a machete at an angle blade pointed toward the ground, her steps in perfect sync with Su Yes. Her eyes, as black as the depths of the abyss, swept over every face around her, and where her gaze passed, no one dared to meet her eyes. The two moved forward in this manner, cutting through the crowd, reaching Su Hang and Jiang Yunhao. The originally crowded and chaotic human wall instantly parted to create a wide gap, with no one daring to breathe loudly. Brother, brother. Su Hang, finding hope in despair, had his voice change pitch, half in joy, half in fear, tears almost spilling over. Jiang Yunhao also let out a long breath filled with the scent of blood, the hand gripping the fire axe slightly relaxing. Suyu did not look at them, his gaze fixed on the bald man. At this moment the bald man was already sitting on the ground in pain, his right hand desperately clutching his bleeding calf, his formerly arrogant flesh all bunched up, cold sweat on his forehead, flowing faster than the blood. He trembled, raising his head cautiously, seeing the black pistol in Su Ye's hand, his pupils shrinking to the size of pinpoints. But this man had been in society for over a decade, and after being hit he forced out a smile that looked even worse than crying. Brother, listen to me. Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. This is legitimate business. But you pull a gun and hurt someone, alarming the patrol team. Suyu did not even furrow his brow, directly pulling the trigger. Bang! The second gunshot was even sharper than the first. The bullet accurately penetrated the bald man's right thigh, blood spraying out in a half-meter arc, splattering everywhere. The bald man's scream soared 2 octaves higher than the first. His hands frantically clutched his thigh, his body rolling back and forth on the ground, unable to utter a complete word, only broken gasps mixed with a wail full of mucus. Suyu stepped forward, the tip of his shoe less than 20 centimeters from the bald man's head. He crouched down, the gun's muzzle almost pressed against the bald man's nose. What did you just say? Talking about rules with me. Patrol team. The bald man quivered violently, mouth agape, lips trembling as if suffering from Parkinson's, but unable to produce a single complete syllable. Out of fear, a foul-smelling wet stain even spread from his groin. Suyu looked at him expressionlessly. So, old ma, how many barrels of oil do you have left in the shed behind you? As if realizing something, he paused slightly, then continued, I suggest you think carefully before answering, because my rule is I don't ask a second time. Yes. 2 more barrels. No, 3. At the very back of the warehouse, left side, behind the iron cabinet. A guttural, ragged croak escaped the bald man's throat, his words tumbling out in broken, frantic gasps between clenched teeth. A foul yellow stain rapidly spread across his crotch, mingling with the blood gushing thickly from his thigh. Pitiful, grotesque. Suyu rose to his feet, his expression utterly devoid of pity, the muzzle of his gun dipped downward. Yunhao, go to the warehouse and fetch all the fuel you can carry. Jiang Yunhao's taut nerves snapped. Without a word, he seized the fire axe and charged headlong into the corrugated metal shed behind them. The bald man's henchmen had vanished long before, and the onlookers surrounding the courtyard, stunned by those 2 gunshots, now scattered in utter panic, crushing one another at the gate as they fled in every direction. Someone toppled over the threshold and was trampled underfoot. Screams rose in jagged succession, but not a single soul dared glance back at Suyu. Within a minute the courtyard, once choked with smoke and chaos, stood utterly empty. Only the bald man remained curled tightly in a pool of blood, breathing in ragged, labored gasps, like a fat catfish flung ashore and left to suffocate. Moments later Jiang Yunhao strode out of the warehouse, the fire axe tucked firmly under his arm. In his left hand he carried a barrel, in his right another, both thick-walled military-green flat-sided drums. Brother Su. Found it. Exactly 2 barrels. He lied about 3, the iron cabinet held only 2. Jiang Yunhao paused, then added deliberately. Oh. And there's a pile of heavy cleavers inside the warehouse, thick-backed ones. Must have been commissioned by that bald brute. Suyu cast a swift glance toward the warehouse in trance, and strode inside without hesitation. 10 or so thick-bladed cleavers lay haphazardly stacked across the metal rack, broad, single-edged, crudely sharpened. Though rough-hewn, their weight was substantial, far superior in both balance and lethality to Lin Xingli's humble firewood axe. Xingli, come in, and choose one that suits your hand. Lin Xingli entered the warehouse, her fingertips gliding lightly along the spines of several blades before drawing one. Slimmer elegantly curved, its length tapering with lethal grace. Her wrist dipped, then pivoted, a silent fluid flourish slicing through the air. She gave a slight nod and casually tossed her old axe onto the metal rack. Suyu followed behind, his mind stirring. Then with a subtle shift of intent the remaining cleavers vanished into his spatial domain. In this apocalyptic world, dependable cold weapons were never excessive. They returned to the courtyard. Suyu surveyed the 3 gasoline drums resting on the ground. 10 liters, each 30 liters total. It would suffice. Before departing, he turned once more toward the bald man sprawled on the ground. Beneath him crimson blood pulsed steadily, unstoppable despite his frantic attempts to stem it. He was clearly hemorrhaging beyond recovery, his skin already paling, consciousness slipping into shock. Death was inevitable. To leave roots uncut is to invite regrowth when spring winds blow, a truth Suyu knew too well. In this cannibalistic wasteland, mercy toward an enemy is cruelty, not just to oneself, but to everyone standing beside you. Let him bleed out slowly. We're leaving. Su Hang cradled a drum under one arm. Jiang Yunhao gripped one in each hand. Lin Qingli brought up the rear. The four moved swiftly through the rusted gates of the auto repair yard and dissolved into the fog-shrouded night. The electric scooter could not carry all four. Su Yu instructed Su Hang to ride ahead with one drum. He, Jiang Yunhao, and Lin Qingli would walk, taking winding alleys through the old city district to return home. Yet traversing the old quarter on foot proved far more treacherous than imagined. The citywide evacuation order had struck like a poison, shattering civic order entirely. At the first alleyway turn, the roller shutter of a grain and oil shop had been wrenched clean off its frame, twisted like crumpled tin foil leaning crookedly against the wall. Inside, the store had been ransacked. Shelves overturned, plastic oil containers stomped into pulp, the floor slick with viscous oil and trampling footprints. Further on down a narrower lane, hardware stores, liquor shops, and corner markets lined the street. 8 out of 10 storefronts stood wide open, doors shattered inward. Only hollow shelves and shards of glass littered the ground. From afar came sporadic shouts shattering glass, and the sharp staccato crack of gunfire. At a fork in the road, the trio encountered 2 young men hauling cardboard boxes from a shop, arms bulging. The moment they spotted Su Yu and his companions, especially Jiang Yunhao's mountainous frame and Lin Qingli's gleaming newly acquired cleaver, they recoiled like startled feral cats, vanishing into the shop's gloom without daring a breath. Su Yu ignored them entirely, stride unwavering gaze fixed on the darkness pooling at the alley's mouth. Jiang Yunhao marched in silence, the twin drums swinging effortlessly in his grip, light as empty water jugs, his steps heavy, swift, unyielding. Midway he finally exhaled a choked sentence. "Brother Su, today, I failed. Nearly lost my life. You stood firm at the front, and did not retreat. That alone was enough." But Su Yu continued, still facing the alley's black maw, never glancing back, his voice low, yet piercing like a nail driven deep into Jiang Yunhao's ear. "Fuel can be found again. A life lost is gone forever. Next time, survival comes first. Staying alive matters more than anything else. Understand?" Jiang Yunhao's throat tightened. He grunted a thick, emphatic a hot surge rising to his eyes, ruthlessly suppressed. He lifted the drums higher, stepping forward with renewed resolve, heavier, steadier. Lin Qingli walked last, her right hand resting lightly on the slender, newly chosen cleaver. Most of her attention swept vigilantly across alley mouths and rooftops on either side. Only for fleeting moments did her gaze linger upon Su Yu's retreating back. At the auto repair yard, she had not swung her blade once, but that did not mean she had played no part. When Su Yu fired his warning shots, 2 opportunistic thugs had edged sideways, seeking advantage, until Lin Qingli stepped forward, cleaver held level across her chest. They hesitated and retreated. 20 minutes later, the 3 reached home. Su Hang had arrived earlier. The scooter lay askew against the wall, and he squatted beneath the eaves, panting heavily. Inside the house, Yi Chunmei paced frantically. Seeing them return, she rushed outside instantly. Jiang Mumo and Jiang Yunyao waiting within, visibly relaxed. "Xiao Yu, oh heavens above, were you hurt? I heard gunfire echoing like New Year firecrackers all over the neighborhood." Yi Chunmei's voice trembled as she reached out urgently, checking Su Yu's arms and back for blood. "Just a minor disturbance. Nothing serious." Su Yu gently patted his mother's weathered hand, then turned and secured all 3 steel-reinforced door locks before dragging the heavy wooden bar across the entrance. In the living room, the 3 gasoline drums stood in a precise line against the corner wall. Combined with the fuel remaining in the scooter's tank, they possessed enough range to cover hundreds of kilometers, more than sufficient for the detour journey from Baishui County to Xingqing. Jiang Mumo pressed a steaming cup of water into Su Yu's hands, and when her fingertips brushed his icy knuckles, she flinched, then immediately enveloped his hand within both of hers. Su Yu withdrew his hand and flicked her nose lightly. "Enough, you'll rub the skin right off." Jiang Mumo pouted, released him obediently, but remained glued to his arm, refusing to budge. Beside the warm hearth, Su Yu slowly scanned the living room. Yi Chunmei, Su Hang, Jiang Mumo, Lin Qingli, Jiang Yunhao, and Jiang Yunyao, all 6 faces fixed intently upon him. "Have you packed everything?" Su Yu asked, voice low and steady. "Done." Jiang Mumo answered eagerly, pointing towards 7 bulging backpacks stacked neatly by the staircase. "1 per person, as you instructed. Everything unnecessary was cut." "Well done." Su Yu sat down, took a slow sip of hot water, then placed the cup quietly on the table. "Next, I have 1 piece of good news, and 1 piece of bad news to share." Every pair of eyes locked onto him. "The good news: I've been appointed to the core medical response team. At 8 tomorrow morning, the city-wide evacuation begins, and healthcare personnel and military dependents hold priority boarding rights." Yi Chunmei's eyes lit up instantly. Su Hang nearly leapt from his chair. "And the bad news," Su Yu raised 4 fingers. "This pass grants only 4 seats, 1 for me and 3 for family members." He flattened his palm and slammed it down onto the tabletop. For people made bored, including myself. Yet 7 sit here in this room. The warmth in the living room seemed to drain away, leaving a sudden chilling stillness. Yi Chuanmei's smile froze mid-face. Su Heng opened his mouth, then closed it again. Jiang Yunhao stared fixedly at his own shoe tips, his fists clenching until bone cracked audibly. Jiang Yunyao buried her face in her arms, curling herself small, but in the dim firelight her 2 heterochromatic eyes shimmered with quiet, fierce brilliance. Lin Qingli remained expressionless. She leaned against the back of the chair, her crossed legs and deep dark eyes quietly gazing into the darkness outside the window. It seemed she had long since put life and death aside, or perhaps she believed Su Yu had already found a way. Jiang Mumu was the first to react. She turned her head to glance at the 3 barrels of gasoline in the corner, and then looked at Su Yu. Brother, you get the oil? We have a car, we can drive ourselves. Let me finish speaking. Su Yu slowed his pace, his voice soft yet clear enough for everyone in the living room to hear. The evacuation route is flanked by rapidly growing plants, and there must be numerous mutated creatures in the mountains. The military has insufficient manpower and can only clear the way, while the hundreds of thousands of people behind with families in tow will have to figure out how to keep up on their own. In the eyes of those starving mutated creatures, the hundreds of thousands of people who have left the protection of the city are just a long line of moving buffets with danger levels beyond estimation. But he raised his hand to stop Yi Chunmei from speaking out immediately. With oil we have bargaining chips. When we gather tomorrow, I'll go find Zhao Mingxian to negotiate. Directly exchanging for more seats is definitely out of the question, but I can try using 2 extra quotas along with 2 barrels of gasoline as a trade to get the qualification to drive our own car and keep close behind the military convoy. There will be armored vehicles clearing the way ahead for the main force, and if we stick closely to the convoy we shouldn't encounter any issues. After this plan was proposed, the tense atmosphere in the living room eased a bit. Yi Chunmei let out a long breath, her hand pressed against her chest as she patted it several times. Su Heng muttered beside her, I told you my brother never makes a move without leaving a backup plan. Everyone calm down and don't celebrate too early. Su Yu splashed a bucket of cold water on them. This is just a plan, but it's not 100% certain. Tonight we will take turns keeping watch, and we will set off early tomorrow morning. Once the arrangements were made, everyone began to take action. Jiang Yunhao and Su Heng checked the tire pressure of the car, while Yi Chunmei boiled the remaining cured meat and dried radish in the kitchen, intending for everyone to eat their fill before sleeping. Jiang Mumu ran upstairs to double-check the zippers and straps of several backpacks. Su Yu leaned against the kitchen doorframe, watching his mother bend over the stove, her back busy with cooking. The firelight illuminated the gray strands in her hair, while the vegetables in the pot bubbled and steamed. This stove had never been replaced since he could remember. The bottom of the pot was charred black from the firewood, and the edges of the stove were worn smooth and shiny. When he was a child, he would stand on a small stool watching his mother cook, getting splattered by hot oil on the back of his hand, running out to find his father with tears. Memories flashed vividly like they were yesterday. But tomorrow morning they would leave this old house they had lived in for over 20 years, and there was a high probability they would never return. Little Yu, Yi Chunmei suddenly spoke unexpectedly without turning around. I've already packed the household registration book and your father's photo from when he passed away into the bag. Su Yu's voice was very soft, and he swallowed hard. And the photo of you when you were a baby, the one where Dad was holding you in the yard, I wrapped it in 3 layers of plastic bags to keep it from getting wet. Su Yu responded with another noticing his mother's shoulders trembling slightly. He didn't step forward to comfort her, but stood silently, as if wanting to imprint the warmth of this scene deeply into his bones. After a long while he finally turned around and left without a word. At 9:30 in the evening they finished a hot dinner. Su Yu would watch the night, while Su Heng and Jiang Yunhao would take turns. After sending everyone upstairs, he sat alone in the living room, holding a cold enamel cup in his left hand. Outside, gunfire occasionally rang out. The sound of a patrol car's loudspeaker drifted back and forth in the distance, mixed with the wails coming from somewhere and the barking of dogs. No, there were no dogs anymore. What was making that sound? Su Yu perked up his ears for 3 seconds, determining that the sound came from the mountains far away. It was vague, and he couldn't distinguish the type. He didn't dwell on it further, closing his eyes and sinking his consciousness into the system space. The supplies in the space had already been reclassified before leaving during the day. Neatly stacked vacuum-packed rice, bottled oil, canned goods, and sealed food lay quietly inside, showing no signs of spoilage. In the corner, the magazine of the Type 92 pistol still had 11 rounds left, having fired 2 tonight. Su Yu's spiritual entity floated above the decomposition furnace, and a thought popped into his mind. If they encountered mutated beasts during the evacuation tomorrow, would he have the chance to collect biological remains in the chaos after the battle? The number 22 of the source material jumped in his mind, and he stared at the metal surface covered with complex patterns for a few seconds. Finally, Su Yu exited the space and opened his eyes. Then he froze completely. Outside the window something had begun to fall. At first he thought it was fog. In Baishui County, fog often appeared at night. Sometimes it was so dense that he could hardly see the opposite wall. But when he looked closely his spine stiffened. It was not fog. It was snow. Fine white particles silently fell from the dark gray sky, shattering into tiny ice flowers on the window glass. A thin layer of white had already covered the concrete floor in the yard, and the cloth Yi Chunmei had hung on the wire had frozen solid into a hard block. It was June. Midsummer. Suyu suddenly stood up, rushing to the window in 3 strides, pressing his face against the cold glass to look outside. The entire alley, the rooftops opposite, and the faint skyline of the county town in the distance were all blanketed in snow. This was not the light flurry of snowflakes. These were proper large snowflakes falling like goose feathers. So you turned to find the old mercury thermometer hanging behind the door, leaning in to take a closer look. The red mercury column had dropped below 0, firmly stopping at -2 degrees. And it was still dropping. He pressed his forehead against the window glass, the icy sensation seeping into his skull along his skin. The fragmented disaster images in his mind began to swirl again. Volcanic ash obscured the atmosphere. Global temperatures fluctuated violently. Next should have been extreme heat followed by heavy rain. How could it be snowing in June? Why is this happening? Or was there something even more terrifying happening somewhere I don't know? At this moment the certainty and calmness derived from being a prophet in Su Ye's heart wavered violently for the first time. He took a deep breath of the cold air, then slowly exhaled, forming a rapidly frosting white mist on the glass. Evacuate at 8 in the morning tomorrow. If the snow continues until dawn and the roads freeze, causing vehicles to skid, will the armored convoy's speed be reduced by at least half? Will the rescue team that was originally expected to arrive by tomorrow morning be delayed due to the road conditions? How many of the hundreds of thousands of evacuating civilians will die? And what about those mutated beasts in the mountains? Will tonight's low temperature force them out to forage? On the 5th day since time began to regress into the apocalypse at 7 in the evening. In the small conference room on the 2nd floor of the Baishui County government, the room normally reserved for regular committee meetings, 2 fluorescent tubes were burned out. The remaining lights flickered one moment bright, the next dim, like the last feeble pulse of a dying patient. The hum of the backup diesel generator downstairs pulsed through the floor, making the enamel mugs on the table vibrate with a faint buzzing. County Party Secretary Chun Guodong sat at the head of the long table. His usually meticulously combed gray hair was now rumpled and disordered from running his hands through it. The ashtray before him overflowed with cigarette butts, at least 20. A map of Baishui County lay spread on the table, whose several key locations had been circled and recircled with a red marker, then crossed out the markings, making the map look frantic and hopeless. A phone call had just ended, yet Chun Guodong kept his hand on the receiver, unwilling to set it back. One by one his knuckles unfurled like a gambler who had pushed every chip onto the table and was watching fate decide. What of Xingqing? What did they say? Zhou Zijian, the executive deputy county magistrate seated to his right, rasped his throat hoarse. Chun Guodong did not answer at once. He laid the receiver down gently and traced a circle on the tabletop with his finger. They finally agreed. When he spoke those words, 7 or 8 people in the room exhaled in unison, the sound long and hollow. A portly man in uniform even buried his face in his hands, his shoulders convulsing twice. It was impossible to tell if he was laughing or crying. But there are conditions. Chun Guodong's voice turned cold, snuffing out the tentative hope that had just risen like a candlewick. They will only guarantee to clear and secure the main highway from Xingqing to Baishui County. Oh, everything else is off their responsibility. And the corpse specimen of the mutant pig king must be handed over intact to Xingqing's Biological Research Institute. One last condition. Chun Guodong swept his gaze across the assembly. All enlisted personnel and military equipment within our county upon arrival in Xingqing must be placed under the command of the Xingqing Military Control District. What a... Zhou Zijian slammed his palm on the table, his face flushing. And what are we then? Once we reach Xingqing, what does this county government even amount to? To act as refugee managers for them. Chun Guodong raised his bloodshot eyelids and looked at him. There was a complicated expression in that look, the kind a man who had held office for 30 years makes when he discovers that the seal once trusted to his hand has overnight become a worthless scrap of metal. Zijian, haven't you figured it out? His voice dropped low, saturated with bitterness. They have instituted a wartime military administration directly controlled by the military commission, the original civil administrative chain. You and I both know it has been sidelined. Last night, I tried 3 old connections. One at the provincial department, one at the provincial party office, and one at the Development and Reform Commission. He gave a sardonic little laugh. The call to the provincial office went through. A battalion-level staff officer answered and told me the provincial building has been requisitioned by the military and all civilian staff have been absorbed into logistics. The other 2 numbers were deadlines. He paused, then pronounced each word as if counting losses. My 3 decades of political navigation, contacts, favors, friendships, before this catastrophe, are worth nothing. The conference room was oppressively quiet. Someone twisted open a bottle of water and guzzled half of it. No one had the energy for platitudes. At that moment, the county militia minister Su Dahai, who had been quiet in the corner, stood up abruptly, his face. Secretary Chen, everyone, stop arguing about what will be in Xingqing. We may not even make it to Xingqing. He hurried to the table and spread a hastily scrawled sheet full of numbers over the map, jabbing his finger hard at one line. Xingqing has just relayed an urgent special alert from the military district's meteorological office. Satellite imagery shows an unprecedented atmospheric anomaly over Xiang province. A cold air mass is barreling southward at extreme speed. The military forecast says this cold mass could cover central Xiang province as soon as the day after tomorrow, at which point surface temperatures may plummet to below -20 degrees Celsius. -20. Zhou Zijian almost knocked his cup over, his eyes wide as copper coins. Su Dahai, are you sure? It's June, midsummer. You expect me to believe -20? Su Dahai's face was worse than if he were about to cry. He pointed at a military terminal in the corner of the room that had been left on and ignored. The Xingqing commander said in plain terms, this is not ordinary cooling. This is a global ecological overwrite. Look at the global real-time brief. The military just synced to us yourselves. He crossed to the terminal and tapped the screen. Satellite images, stark and alarming, began to flash in rapid succession. The once sand-choked northwest shone from above now bore an eerie expanse of jade green. A caption read, the desert has been completely overtaken by grasses and shrubs over 2 meters high. The view switched to the Pacific Ocean. The blue had vanished. Instead stretched an endless carpet of algae-like green, a mat of colossal seaweed, whose area surpassed the combined size of 6 provinces. A geologist in his last transmission said plants are reclaiming the earth. Su Dahai's voice trembled. A video labeled Top Secret flickered onto the screen. It shook violently, accompanied by a high alert. This is the ocean freighter Haiwa. We veered off course and are trapped in the algal field. Oh God, what is that? On the footage, the green algal mat boiled and churned. Dozens of dark tentacles, each more than 5 meters thick and covered in suckers, shot up from the water. Like constrictors bursting from a den, they coiled around the Tinthasantan vessel. Amid the torturous screech of twisting steel, the ship was wrenched and swallowed by the verdant abyss. Deep-sea shipping was halted entirely a day ago. Su Dahai switched the video off. The room fell into a deathly silence if the faces around the table had gone whiter than the fog beyond the windows. Against the scale of this global mutation, the mutant pig king, whose head had been blown apart by machine gunfire back in Baishu, it barely registered. Xingqing's last warning was. Su Dahai's voice was ragged. By tomorrow morning at the latest, everyone must be on the move. For every hour of delay, the danger multiplies geometrically. The air in the conference room thickened as if it could drown a man. Zhou Zijian broke the silence first. He crushed his cigarette into an already overflowing paper cup, his knuckles whitening with the strain. Old Chen, 37,000 people. Our fuel reserves are critically low. Military trucks and buses can at most carry a few thousand. What about the remaining tens of thousands? Those with cars drive, those without walk. Walk. 80 kilometers in freezing temperatures, flanked by mutated flora and beasts. Children and the elderly will be food for those monsters halfway through. Do you have any better plan? Stay here and wait to die. Chun Guodong slammed his fist on the table, veins standing out at his temple. A teacup toppled, scalding tea spilling across the back of his hand, yet he felt nothing. No one answered. Director Zhao of the Public Security Bureau kept his head bowed, furiously doodling circles with his ballpoint pen on a notebook, one after another with increasing pressure until the pen pierced the paper with a wet rip. Chun Guodong's anger flared quickly and vanished just as fast. He sagged, bracing his hands on the edge of the table. When he spoke, his voice sounded a decade older, as if every ounce of spirit had been drained from him. Draft the list, only the core list. Military families, key medical staff, essential county government personnel. In that order. Not one extra name approved. As for fuel, the army will calculate fuel per vehicle to reach Xingqing. Everything else will be distributed. Zhou Zijian rose, tucking a folder under his arm without another word, and headed for the door. He paused with his hand on the doorknob, turned, and glanced once at Chun Guodong. Old Chun, can you sleep tonight? Chun Guodong said nothing. After the door closed, Chun Guodong sat alone in the dark for a long time. He reached for another cigarette and found the pack empty. No one knew that that same scene was replaying in hundreds of counties and cities across the nation that very night. Humanity, in this ruthless rewrite called evolution, was slipping irreversibly from the apex of the food chain. On the 6th day of the disaster, at 6 in the morning, the shrill sound of the alarm clock pulled Su Yu from his light slumber. His first instinct was to reach under his pillow for the handgun. The cold metallic touch instantly awakened his nerves. Outside the window the sky was still overcast, but the outlines of the courtyard were already discernible. Suyu rolled out of bed, his bare feet touching the icy concrete floor as he walked to the window to look outside. The concrete in the courtyard was dry. Last night's bizarre June snow had only lasted half an hour before stopping. There was no snow accumulation on the ground, nor any signs of ice, just a few small patches of white ice debris remaining in the shadowy corners of the walls. Suyu exhaled a breath of turbid air. This could be considered a stroke of luck amidst misfortune, at least the roads weren't icy and the convoy's speed wouldn't be hindered. He put on his windbreaker, opened the door, and walked downstairs. In the living room, Jiang Yunhao was dozing in an armchair, clutching a fire axe. Upon hearing footsteps, he immediately opened his eyes, sitting up straight. "Brother Su, you're awake." Thank you for your hard work." Suyu patted his shoulder. "Go wake the others and get ready to depart." Jiang Yunhao stood up to stretch his stiff neck and turned to head upstairs. Suyu went to the kitchen, where Yi Chunmei was already there preparing a large bowl of hot cured meat rice on the stove. She was shaping the rice into balls with her hands, wrapping them in plastic wrap. "Mom, when did you get up?" "I couldn't sleep, so I got up early to get this done." Yi Chunmei didn't look up, her hands moving quickly. "I don't know when we can have hot meals on the road. These rice balls will hold us for a while." Suyu said nothing, just stood at the door watching his mother's hunched figure. The firelight by the stove elongated her shadow, casting it on the wall like a piece of paper wrinkled by time. 10 minutes later, everyone had come downstairs. Zhang Mumu rubbed his eyes, his hair a mess, but still hurried over to Suyu, gripping his sleeve with his little hand. Lin Qingli had already changed into her clothes, her black windbreaker zipped up to her chin, her long hair tied into a high ponytail, exuding a cold demeanor. Jiang Yunyao hid behind her brother, her eyes red, unsure whether from lack of sleep or tears. "Everyone eat something. Oh, we need to get on the bus right after we finish." Suyu distributed the rice balls that Yi Chunmei had prepared to everyone. "I don't know when we'll arrive at Xingqing today. I don't expect to stop and rest on the road." Su Heng took a rice ball, took a big bite, his mouth stuffed full. "Brother, what about our things at home? Are we just leaving?" Suyu glanced at him, but didn't answer, turning to head upstairs. He entered each room, assessing the limited remaining space. He swept some essential items into the space, including several thick blankets, items he had bought at the black market last time, toilet paper, and other daily necessities. As he passed the desk, his gaze lingered for a second on an old photo frame at the corner of the table. It was a childhood picture of him, and Su Heng carried on their father's shoulders the photo, already yellowed. He hesitated for a moment, but decided to take the photo frame along with several thick medical textbooks into the space. Finally, he stood at the doorway of his room, looking at the wooden bed he had slept on for over 20 years, the wall adorned with peeling awards, and the desk drawers stuffed with old textbooks. He reached out and closed the door. In the end, Suyu opened a barrel of gasoline, unscrewed the car's fuel cap, and poured the entire barrel into it. The remaining 2 barrels of oil were placed under the back seat of the car. 7 people in one vehicle. Suyu sat in the driver's seat, Lin Qingli, who could drive, sat in the passenger seat, and Jiang Mumu, Jiang Yunyao, and Yi Chunmei sat in the back. Jiang Yunhao and Su Heng volunteered to sit in the open trunk. "You two hold on tight, and don't fall off." Suyu looked at them through the rearview mirror. "It'll be bumpy on the road, a shout if you can't take it." "It's fine, I'm tough," Su Heng grinned. As the car slowly drove out of the courtyard, Suyu subconsciously took one last look at the familiar courtyard gate through the rearview mirror. The gray wall paint, the peeling wooden window, seemed to silently narrate the end of an era. The car turned into the alley, disappearing into the morning mist. At 6:30 in the morning, Su Ye's car arrived at the entrance of the County People's Hospital. The roads were already crowded with people. A large number of civilians who had set off early were rushing towards the northern gathering point. 3-wheeled carts, motorcycles, bicycles, and even people pushing those old-fashioned carts piled high with luggage. The air was thick with the smell of diesel exhaust, the sweat of the crowd, and a faint hint of blood mixing into a suffocating atmosphere of the apocalypse. The scene at the hospital entrance was even more dramatic. 10 buses were parked in the middle of the hospital courtyard, all with a white base and blue stripes. The vehicles bore the words, "Emergency Transport of Baishui County," the paint still wet, evidently hastily applied overnight. 5 military trucks were lined up in 2 rows, their cargo beds open, with several soldiers moving military green supply boxes onto them. Fully armed police had divided the crowd entering the hospital into several lanes, checking identification one by one. The line stretched over 100 meters, a cacophony of shouting, crying, and children's screams mingled together. Suyu parked the car by the roadside and patted Jiang Mumu's hand. "You all wait for me in the car, don't get out. Brother Fish, be careful." Jiang Mumu nodded obediently, tightly gripping his sleeve, reluctant to let go. Suyu exited the car, rummaged through his space for a black canvas bag containing several packs of individual military rations and a small bag of anti-inflammatory medicine, all of which he had taken during his raid on the Yunshan County Hospital. After verifying his identification, he navigated through the crowd and found Zhao Mingxian in front of the administrative building. Zhao Mingxian was explaining something to several people and waved them off upon seeing Suyu approach. "You're here? Hurry, get on bus number 7. Suyu didn't rush to respond, but instead handed over the canvas bag, lowering his voice. "Just a small token of appreciation." Zhao Mingxian took the bag, unzipped it to take a glance, his eyes flickering, but he maintained a neutral expression, zipped it back up, and tucked it into his coat. "Speak, what's the matter?" "Director Zhao, I have 7 people in my car. The slots aren't enough, so you stay. I'll give up 2 slots, as long as my mother and brother can get on the bus, the rest of us will drive ourselves. Can you find a way to get us into the convoy?" Zhao Mingxian frowned. "Are you crazy? Drive yourselves. The highways are filled with mutated plants, oh what if? I have fuel, people, and medical capability in my car." Suyu interrupted him. "The bus can't fit that many people. I'm not fighting for seats with others, I just need 1 spot in the convoy." Zhao Mingxian stared at him for a few seconds, his lips moved, and finally, he pulled out a pen from his pocket. He quickly wrote several lines on the back of a prescription pad, stamped it with his personal seal. "But the convoy's organization isn't under my jurisdiction. That's the military's logistical coordination task. When you reach the gathering point, I can help you find someone, but I can't guarantee it will work," he added. "Also, slots are very limited. Once confirmed, they can't be changed. Think carefully about it." Zhao Mingxian emphasized this point. "This is a temporary pass I issued with my signature and seal. When you get to the gathering point, use this to get through the first checkpoint." Suyu took the crumpled note, folded it, and tucked it into his inner pocket. "Thank you, Director Zhao." "Don't thank me. Once we reach Xingqing, you'll have to work for me again." Suyu immediately turned and walked back. Returning to the car, he opened the rear door and bent down to look at Yi Chunmei in the back seat. "Mom, you and Xiao Hang get out and follow me." Yi Chunmei was pulled out of the car by Suyu, looking confused, while Su Hang jumped down from the trunk, rubbing his frozen hands. Inside the car, Jiang Mumu and Lin Qingli exchanged glances, instantly understanding Su Ye's intentions, and silently agreed not to speak. Jiang Yunhao cast a worried glance at his sister, but upon seeing Su Ye's reassuring look, he tightly sealed his lips. "You two will take the bus, the official vehicle with armed escort. It's safer than being with me. Xiao Yu." Yi Chunmei gripped his arm tightly, as if trying to crush the bone into flesh. "No, if we're going, we go together. Mom can't leave you behind alone." "Mom." Suyu held her hand, his grip steady but gentle. "This isn't leaving you behind, it's a plan. The bus is in the middle of the convoy, surrounded by military vehicles. It's the safest position. I must ensure your and Xiao Hang's absolute safety. Don't worry, you'll drive with the others following behind the convoy. We won't fall behind." He then turned to Su Hang. "Listen, once you're on the bus, take good care of Mom. If something happens, find a way to protect yourselves first. Don't be reckless, don't act impulsively. We'll regroup when we reach Xingqing." Su Hang's eyes were also red, but he gritted his teeth and nodded vigorously. Suyu pulled him to the boarding area, entrusting him and his mother to the soldier in charge of registration, watching them board bus No. 7. Through the dusty car window, Yi Chunmai's lips moved silently, her palm pressed against the glass, tears blurring her outline. Suyu stood still until the license plate number of the vehicle was etched into his mind like a brand. He turned and quickly walked back to his car, opened the door, and sat back in the driver's seat, while Jiang Yunhao also returned to the car. No one spoke. The atmosphere inside the car felt somewhat oppressive. At 7 o'clock, the hospital convoy started on time. 10 buses and 5 military trucks drove out of the hospital gate, merging into the chaotic flow of the main road. Suye's car followed closely behind the last bus, maintaining a distance of about 10 meters. At 7:30, the convoy finally exited the boundary of the county's urban area. The sight ahead made everyone in the car gasp in shock. Suye's first glance was not at the highway, but at a vast expanse of land violently cleared away. Both sides of the highway entrance, which used to be rolling hills and farmland, were now flattened by bulldozers. The color of the turned soil was dark brown, mixed with crushed plant debris, and the air was thick with a stench of rotting grass. On this forcibly cleared land, vehicles were parked everywhere: private cars, vans, pickups, tricycles, tractors, and even a water truck from who knows where. They were tightly packed together, stretching from the entrance to the end of his vision, at least 1,000 vehicles. People filled the gaps between the cars. Some sat on the roofs, some squatted on the ground, while more stood with their necks craned, staring intently at the blockade formed by military trucks at the highway entrance. The hospital's bus convoy stopped in front of the blockade for less than 30 seconds, and the vehicles ahead opened a gap for the 10 buses to enter. Suye's car was about to follow the last bus inside when a young soldier carrying an automatic rifle stepped forward, his gun angled toward the ground, palm facing forward. "Stop. Identification." Suyu rolled down the car window and handed over the prescription note written by Zhao Mingxian. The soldier took a quick look, flipped it over, examined it again, but his expression remained impassive. "Vehicle admission requires a dispatch group's approval form. This won't do." He handed the note back, his attitude not particularly harsh, but devoid of any leniency. Suyu did not argue, calmly taking the note back. Where is the logistics dispatch group? Inside, but you can't enter the core area without a pass. Just then a figure in a white coat jogged over from the front. It was Zhao Mingxian. He was breathless, the hem of his coat fluttering in the wind. This is one of our medical team members. It let him through. The soldier hesitated for a moment, his gaze lingering on the pass with 3 red stamps on Zhao Mingxian's chest before finally stepping aside. Park on the roadside, people can go in. Suyu pulled the car over and turned off the engine, telling the back seat to wait here, then grabbed 2 buckets of oil and followed Zhao Mingxian forward. The scale of the military vehicle lineup was even larger than he had anticipated. Various models of military trucks, troop carriers, and communication vehicles formed 2 parallel lines stretching from the highway entrance deep into the ramp, measuring over 2 kilometers in total length. Zhao Mingxian led him around 3 troop carriers, stopping next to a camouflage-painted command and communicate. The door was open and a 30-something major officer sat at a folding table in the back of the vehicle with a terrain map spread out in front of him, marked with annotations in red and blue ink. Major Han. Zhao Mingxian knocked on the car door. I apologize for the interruption. The major looked up, a scar running from his brow to his cheekbone on his face, his gaze sharp, but noticeably fatigued. Director Zhao, what is it? This is the surgeon I mentioned to you, Suyu. He is the one who saved the soldier with the penetrating abdominal injury yesterday. Major Han glanced at Suyu, merely nodding slightly in acknowledgement. He'll grant Director Zhao's request, but this entrance cannot be opened casually. Zhao Mingxian spoke a few more words, but seeing that Major Han's attitude was only slightly more flexible, he realized his role had come to an end. He patted Suyu's shoulder and whispered, "The rest is up to you," before turning back to the hospital convoy. After Zhao Mingxian left, the area beside the command vehicle fell silent, with only the occasional crackle of static from the radio. Major Han lowered his head to continue marking something on the map, as if waiting for Suyu to speak, or perhaps using silence to apply invisible pressure. Suyu's gaze did not linger on Major Han's face, but fell on the open map before him. His eyes swept past the dense contour lines and blue arrows, ultimately locking onto several place names heavily circled in red pencil. Next to each circle, the same word was marked: high risk. Suddenly he moved, lifting the 2 buckets of gasoline from the ground, setting them down gently on the table, and tapping the lids. 20 liters of No. 92 gasoline. The military green flat buckets glinted matte under the morning light. The sound of the liquid sloshing inside was deep and solid. Han Zheng's pen came to a halt, and his gaze finally shifted from the map to the 2 barrels of oil. Yet he remained silent, his eyes passing over Suyu's shoulder and landing on the distant dense crowd. The scrutiny and coldness in his eyes seemed to regard a lifeless object. Oil, eh? Han Zheng scoffed, leaning back against his chair and gesturing towards the dark crowd outside. Every day those who wished to exchange something for my position could line up from here to the county gate. Do you really think I lack these 2 barrels of oil? Suyu also kept silent, their eyes locked together. He could clearly capture the bloodshot veins in Han Zheng's eyes, and the agitation caused by the immense responsibility weighing upon him. Finally, Suyu broke the silence, speaking slowly but with clarity. Major Han, the convoy is over 2 kilometers long. The armored vanguard is responsible for the lead, with the main firepower concentrated in the front and middle sections. The rear of the convoy is the weakest link in the entire defense system. You know this better than I do. Han Zheng's finger tracing the map paused. Suyu stepped forward, slightly lowering his voice, but making it more penetrating. I want to ask a question. In your plan, how many mobile medical units can be allocated to the rear of the convoy? Is it a squad? Or just 1 medic? Han Zheng did not respond, but his brow finally twitched, the old scar on his face contorting into a grimace. Suyu knew he had struck a nerve. He continued to press on. If my vehicle is placed at the very end of the convoy in case of an attack at the rear resulting in casualties, I will be on-site, able to perform emergency care, wound cleaning, hemostasis, and life-saving measures, at least securing golden time for the critically injured to be evacuated. He paused for a moment, adding the final and most crucial statement. Moreover, with my vehicle at the back, should an issue arise, I can accelerate away or push off the highway without affecting the main convoy's pace. Suyu bent down and patted the 2 barrels of oil again, producing a dull sound. These 2 barrels are merely my contribution. My vehicle has enough range to reach Xinjiang without you needing to worry at all. All I need is the qualification to follow at the rear of the convoy. Han Zheng stared at him for a full 10 seconds, various emotions of scrutiny and doubt flashing in his bloodshot eyes. The old scar on his face twisted at an odd angle. Suddenly, he threw his pen onto the map, picked up the intercom on the table, and without asking directly issued an order: logistics dispatch team. Clear a space for 1 ordinary vehicle in the 5th position from the rear. A loud voice from the intercom responded: received. 5th from the rear, not the last. Suye's fingers tightened around the intercom momentarily in silence. Han Jing looked at Suyu again, his tone still harsh, but now carrying an undeniable command. Stay with the convoy, maintain distance, and follow the radio instructions throughout, he said, tossing an intercom from the table to Suyu. Switch to Channel 3, report any situation immediately, and do not act on your own. Understood, Suyu replied, steadily nodding emphatically. And one more thing. Han Jing stood up half a head shorter than Suyu, yet the sense of pressure remained unchanged. If there are casualties on the road and you dare to hide in your vehicle, like a turtle once we reach Xingqing, I will personally put an end to you. Suye's lips twitched slightly. I am a doctor, this is my duty. Han Jing snorted, said nothing further, and waved him off. Suyu returned to his vehicle with the intercom in hand. As he opened the car door, the stagnant air inside seemed to start flowing again. Brother, you, how did it go? Jiang Mumu nearly leaped at him upon his return, gripping his arm tightly. Suyu shook the intercom in his hand, maintaining a neutral expression, but the determination in his eyes immediately relaxed everyone in the vehicle. Jiang Yunha's tense shoulders slumped, releasing a heavy sigh that had been suppressed for too long. Lin Qingli's gaze, which had been fixed on the command vehicle, finally fell, landing on the hilt of a machete resting on her knees. Suyu hung the intercom on the center console, started the vehicle, and slowly moved forward along the dedicated lane, stopping behind a dark green military truck. The canvas cover of the truck was not fully secured, and through the gaps 2 rows of soldiers could be seen seated inside. Rifles stood between their knees, their youthful faces marked by fatigue and tension. Behind them were several rows of military jeeps. 8:45. The entire convoy had completed its final assembly, and all vehicles were in their places, but none had moved. In the dead silence of waiting, the distant sounds of arguing and wailing from civilian vehicles seemed particularly jarring. Everyone was waiting for the support troops from the direction of Xingqing. At precisely 9 o'clock, from deep within the fog of the highway toward Xingqing, the dull, terrifying sound of tracks rolling echoed closer. The first 2 Type 96 main battle tanks tore through the white mist, their dark, gaping gun barrels slowly turning like the gaze of death. The heavy infantry fighting vehicles that followed resembled steel behemoths, arriving on time to support the troops. The camouflage paint on the vehicles had been scraped off in patches, with a heavy machine gun mounted on the turret, its dark muzzle pointed forward, exuding an aura of death. The intercom crackled with the noise from the front, several officers exchanging something, their voices intermittent. 5 minutes later, Han Jing's voice came through the intercom. All personnel, pay attention. The evacuation operation is officially underway. Maintain distance and do not fall behind. The heavy tank at the front roared its engine once more, a deafening roar erupting. The colossal steel dragon began to move slowly yet steadfastly towards the direction of Xingqing. Suyu gripped the steering wheel, his gaze fixed ahead, his mind intensely focused. The path behind had been cleared, but the world outside the rails on both sides was already a human forbidden zone. Vines as thick as pythons twisted the guardrails into a braid, while on the distant hills towering trees blocked out the sun, shrouding the earth in eternal darkness. From the depths of the distant fog, piercing screams echoed, tightening everyone's hearts within the vehicle. The convoy maintained a speed of about 15 kilometers per hour, with constant reports coming through the intercom from the front. The Vanguard's obstacle clearance is normal. A large plant entity detected 300 meters to the left, showing no signs of aggression. Continue advancing. Suyu drove while listening to the intercom, simultaneously glancing at the rearview mirrors on both sides. Behind the convoy, a considerable number of civilian vehicles had caught up. Private cars, vans, trucks, electric vehicles, motorcycles, and bicycles were all jumbled together, desperately trailing behind the military convoy like a swollen tail. Further back, there were people walking without any vehicles, a few figures barely visible in the thick fog. The convoy had traveled less than 5 kilometers beyond the urban boundary of Baishui County when Suyu sensed something amiss. The temperature was rising. Though the city's air still hovered near freezing, and icy gusts seeped into the vehicle, once the convoy entered the highway flanked by colossal encroaching vegetation, the surrounding air grew distinctly warm, and the environment dimmed. So hot. Jiang Yunyao murmured softly from the rear seat. Beads of sweat glistened on her pale forehead as she unzipped her down jacket, revealing a slender ivory collarbone. Her cheeks flushed with an unnatural rosy hue, her body relaxed and stretched like a dehydrated fish suddenly plunged back into the deep sea. Breathing greedily, deeply, hungrily. The light in her heterochromatic eyes intensified. Jiang Yunhao knew his sister's second personality had surfaced. He shot her a sharp warning glance, silently urging restraint. Jiang Mumu also began unzipping her outer coat. As she moved, her gaze swept past the window and froze. Such a massive mushroom. She lunged forward, pressing her face against the glass to peer at a cluster of umbrella-shaped fungi beside the road. Half a person's height, vivid crimson streaked with yellow spots, hauntingly beautiful, unreal. Don't stare at that thing, Suyu said without turning. Jiang Mumu obediently pulled back, but her eyes kept drifting outward. Towering trees lined both sides of the highway, their trunks so thick that 3 or 4 people would be needed to encircle them, their bark rough and scale-like. Their immense canopies interlaced directly above the road, weaving a dense, impenetrable green vault. Sunlight vanished entirely, leaving the convoy traveling through a suffocating bioluminescent tunnel. Headlights flared on the lead military truck. Instantly, the entire steel serpent ignited its lamps. Suyu switched on his low beams and fog lights. White cones of light pierced the darkness, illuminating only a dozen meters of asphalt ahead. Without artificial light, absolute blackness would have swallowed everything. Occasionally thin, ghostly threads of ashen light slipped through narrow gaps in the upper canopy, only to be intercepted and absorbed by lower layers of foliage before reaching the ground. The temperature is all wrong. Cautiously, Suyu lowered his window just a sliver, less than a centimeter. In rushed a wave of humid, scorching air thick with the pungent sourness of decayed humus and an eerie, cloying sweetness. The stench made him gag. He held his breath and slammed the window shut, then immediately pressed the air conditioning's internal recirculation button. Self-generated metabolic heat from the plant community. The phrase flashed into Suyu's mind. Mutated flora metabolized dozens, or even hundreds, of times faster than normal plants, releasing vast quantities of thermal energy. The dense vegetative blanket formed a natural insulator, transforming this stretch into a colossal greenhouse. A phenomenon explaining why the county shivered beneath frost while the highway warmed unnervingly. Yet this was no blessing. Warmth meant habitability, and habitability meant rear units attention, mobile heat signatures detected at 150 meters left, 3 targets medium-size moving away. The report crackled over the radio from the forward reconnaissance vehicle. Suyu twisted the volume knob twice, amplifying the transmission. The convoy advanced steadily. Jiang Yunyao leaned against Jiang Mumu's shoulder, her warm breath condensing into a small fog patch on the window pane. Her gaze locked onto a cluster of blossoms erupting from the roadside barrier. So beautiful. The flower was human head-sized, its translucent lavender petals glowing faintly with inner luminescence, its golden stamens shimmered softly in the gloom. The instant the headlight beam swept across the cluster, the petals recoiled inward with startling speed. Golden stamens trembled violently. Then puff. A cloud of pale gold pollen erupted. The golden dust detonated within the light column. Countless motes engulfed the beam, then slammed headlong into the windshield. SSSSS. A corrosive hiss rose where pollen struck the glass, emitting thin wisps of white smoke. Suyu jabbed the windshield washer button. Copious fluid sprayed across the pane. Wipers scraped across the surface, restoring partial visibility, but pitted scars remained etched permanently into the glass. Damn it, Jiang Yunhao cursed under his breath, staring at the irreparably scarred windshield, heart pounding. Without hesitation, Suyu snatched the walkie-talkie hanging from the dashboard and depressed the transmit button. Command, this is Suyu. Urgent report, human head-sized lavender flowers observed along both sides of the highway. When exposed to intense light, they actively discharge highly acidic, corrosive golden pollen. My windshield is compromised. Advise all vehicles to avoid direct illumination. Static hissed twice. Then Hanjing's cold, clipped voice filled every channel. Command acknowledges. Flamethrower unit. Prioritize incineration and clearance of target flora. All other vehicles, evade. The convoy pressed onward. Flames occasionally lanced sideways from the front. Serpentine torrents of fire scouring the encroaching vegetation. Headlights carved conical shafts of light through the suffocating botanical tunnel. But beyond those luminous spears lay only breath-stealing absolute darkness. Fragmented reports crackled intermittently over the radio. Forward unit reporting large fallen tree obstructing road ahead, 200 meters. Engineering vehicle en route. All units, decelerate and maintain vigilance. The convoy braked instantly, then halted completely. Suyu held the brake, steady eyes scanning both side mirrors. Behind him, the military jeep also stopped. Soldiers leveled rifles, peering warily into the darkness just beyond the reach of their headlights. This was the second stop since departure. Mutated flora grew far faster than projected. Roads cleared earlier by armored units had been resealed within hours. The distant whine of chainsaws and the muffled groan of hydraulic cutters mingled with soldiers' shouted commands. Suyu glanced at the odometer. Nearly 2 hours had passed, and they'd advanced less than 20 kilometers. At this pace, the 80-kilometer journey would take 7 or 8 hours. Brother you, will those people behind us keep up? Jiang Mumu pressed her face against the rear window, squinting backward. Suyu didn't answer. He already knew the truth. The unwieldy tail of civilian vehicles trailing the convoy surged forward slightly, with each. A chaotic mosaic of models crowded the lane. Some roofs laden with luggage, others crammed with passengers' motorcycles threading precariously between gaps. Further back, cyclists and pedestrians faded in and out of shadow. Suyu even spotted 3 burly men taking turns furiously pedaling a shared bicycle to keep pace. Further back, cyclists and pedestrians faded in and out of shadow. Suyu even spotted 3 burly men taking turns furiously. Obstruction cleared. Proceed. The convoy rumbled back to life. Suyu pressed the accelerator, matching the rhythm of the lead military truck. 20 minutes later, a new report burst over the radio. Forward unit. Large animal activity detected in left side woodland. Estimated size. Weight. Multiple thermal signatures. Unknown count. All units. Heighten alert. Machine gunners, stand ready. As the officer's terse command crackled through the speaker, Suyu's knuckles tightened on the steering wheel. Almost simultaneously, a guttural roar echoed from the dense thicket to the right. Then silence fell again, deeper and heavier than before. Whatever lurked in the woods did not charge forth. Instead, it washed from the impenetrable dark beyond the headlights' reach, observing the slow metallic procession pass. Suyu stared into the right side mirror for 3 seconds. The periphery of the dense undergrowth caught the edge of the headlights' glow, casting a sickly pallid film upon the foliage. Beyond that spectral veil, he glimpsed a detail, 2 points of dull amber light vanishing instantly. Eyes. And not just one pair. Something is following us, Suyu said, voice low. Lin Qingli turned toward him, brow faintly furrowed. Too much human presence, Suyu replied, eyes returning to the road ahead. Thousands of vehicles, hundreds of thousands of lives. This sheer concentration of vital energy is a deterrent to any wild creature. But how long such deterrence lasts, no one can say. Suyu. Jiang Mumu. Lin Qingli. Jiang Yunyao. For the next 2 hours, the sensation of being watched never faded. It only intensified. On the left hillside, 3 creatures, each nearly the size of a calf, moved silently through the underbrush. Within the canopy, overhead black silhouettes darted swiftly among the branches, small in stature, but numerous, agile as monkeys, yet each trailing a long lizard-like tail. A serpentine creature even slithered across the road. Not a true snake, but a 3-meter-long limb-bearing entity, supported by 4 short stout legs, its entire body sheathed in fine dark green scales. Bathed in the glare of the headlights, its hide glistened. As it crawled forward, it emitted a low sibilant hiss, its belly scraping against the concrete and leaving behind a glistening viscous trail. Yet the lead military truck showed no sign of slowing. The massive tires rolled straight over it, crushing it beneath with a sickening crunch of bone and a wet pulpy pop. Meanwhile, radio reports grew increasingly frequent and increasingly urgent. Animal pack, canines eyes, 500 meters left. Estimated 10 to 15 individuals moving parallel to the convoy. N, large avian species roosting on the right slope. No aggressive behavior observed, continuing surveillance. N, unidentified organisms tailing the rear perimeter, small in size, high in number. NSU's knuckles tapped soundlessly against the steering wheel as his mind raced. The military-escorted convoy stretched over 2 kilometers. The armored vanguard possessed limited firepower coverage, while infantry fighting vehicles and armed jeeps provided lateral protection along the midsection. But the rear, where Suyu was positioned, was the most vulnerable sector. And beyond it, the civilian vehicles and pedestrians who had fully fallen outside military protection were in the suffocating darkness nothing more than an exposed, defenseless procession of living targets. What truly alerted Suyu was a subtle shift in the reports. Initially, the mutated creatures maintained a cautious observational distance, 300 to 500 meters from the convoy. Yet each time the convoy halted, first a second then a third time, due to obstructions their proximity narrowed. In the latest report, the rear reconnaissance post confirmed the small trailing organisms had closed to within 80 meters. And their numbers were rising, from scattered thermal signatures numbering 2 or 3 dozen to now being described over the radio as numerous and dense. They were converging. Without thinking, Suyu's hand slid beneath the seat toward the strap of the issued medical pack, confirming it remained in place. Obstruction ahead, full convoy deceleration, in this stop lasted longer. A colossal hardwood tree over 1 meter in diameter lay sprawled across the road. Even the hydraulic arm of the engineering vehicle could not budge it. Segmented cutting would be required. Suyu switched off the engine, extinguishing the headlights. Instantly, thick, impenetrable darkness swallowed the vehicle. Only the taillights and headlamps of the front and rear military vehicles cast isolated pools of light, rendering the vegetal tunnel eerily deeper and more foreboding. He cracked the window open a narrow slit and listened intently to the sounds beyond. Warm, humid air rushed in, carrying the heavy, earthy scent of decay. From deep within the distant forest, rustling noises approached, not from one direction, but simultaneously from both sides of the roadbed, like a tide surging in from all quarters. Occasionally punctuating the hush came sharp, shrill chitters, far louder than any natural rodent could produce. And those black silhouettes that had leapt ceaselessly through the canopy, they had gone still. They no longer moved, instead crouching silently one by one upon the branches, motionless and watchful, as if awaiting a signal. Something's wrong. Suyu's gaze flickered across the dashboard. 42 kilometers, exactly halfway. Lin Qingli immediately turned, her eyes sharpening. What is it? They've stopped moving, Suyu murmured, voice low. Everything that was moving before. It's all frozen now. Injiang Yunyao sat bolt upright in the back seat. Her heterochromatic eyes glinted coldly in the dark, her head tilting slightly toward the right window, as though sensing something unseen. Suddenly she seized her brother Jiang Yunhao's arm, her nails digging deep into his flesh. So many many eyes watching us. And her voice had lost its softness, now edged with both exhilaration and tremor. Right outside, everywhere in the blackness, they're all there. They're coming. Na chill prickled Suyu's scalp. He snatched up the radio, but before his thumb pressed the transmit button, a barrage of gunfire cut him off. Not from ahead, from behind. And not from just one location. In the first volleys erupted from the last few military jeeps at the convoy's tail, rapid staccato rifle fire interspersed with the deep, thunderous bark of machine guns. Almost simultaneously, dense gunfire also erupted far deeper, in the heart of the civilian vehicle column. NSUU's spine snapped rigid against the seatback as he twisted to glance into the rearview mirror. Soldiers atop the last few jeeps had risen to their feet, their weapon muzzles flashing violently, and tracer rounds slashed through the green foliage in searing orangered arcs, stitching death into the black shapes surging wildly from the roadside shrubbery. Then the radio exploded, like a hornet's nest disturbed, a cacophony of static-laced shouts, reports, and screams flooding in at once. Rear guard reporting. Tail section under sudden assault by small mutated organisms, size comparable to hunting dogs. Numbers overwhelming. Engaging with suppressive fire. Observation point 5 reporting. Under aerial attack, those black-tailed aberrant birds. Diving from the canopy. Ah, my hand. Observation point 7. Observation point 7. Ground-based organisms assaulting the pedestrian column behind us. Our unit firing at full capacity, but numbers are too great. Damn it, they fly too fast. Civilians are scattering. Chaos reigns. Requesting immediate reinforcement. I repeat, requesting immediate reinforcement. NSUU's pupils contracted sharply. A coordinated multipoint assault. This was collective predation instinct, even bearing traces of primitive intelligence. Nearby gunfire subsided first. The rearguard jeeps wielded the strongest firepower. Their soldiers were highly trained. Within 3 minutes, interlocking fire from squad machine guns and rifles shredded the first wave of mutated creatures surging onto the roadbed. Dozens of gray-brown corpses riddled with bullets lay strewn along the roadside edge, their deep gray blood pooling in a small viscous stain upon the concrete. Rearguard reporting. First wave repelled. Estimated 15 to 20 mutated organisms eliminated. No friendly casualties. Yet gunfire from the civilian column, and from the observation posts, did not cease. Instead it grew ever more frantic, ever more desperate. A handful of soldiers' weapons facing down 100 charging mutants consumed ammunition at a catastrophic rate. Radio reports confirmed his grim assessment. Observation point 5. We've downed 2 flying entities, but more approach from the rear. In less than 3 magazines remaining. Civilians fleeing in all directions. Total loss of control. Urgent update from observation point 7. Mutant numbers vastly exceed estimates. Over 100 confirmed. One of our team has been bitten. Casualties mounting rapidly among pedestrians. We're, static burst, can't hold them off. And they breaking through. Suyu's fingers tightened slowly around the radio, his knuckles widening. Distant screams, gunfire, and the metallic clang of impacts fused into a single nauseating roar, cutting through static and hundreds of meters, chillingly clear. He scanned the surroundings. Rearguard soldiers reloaded, methodically scanning the roadside shrubbery for signs of a second rodent charge. Their duty was to protect the convoy's core, not the civilians trailing behind. No one moved toward the rear. Suyu knew well these soldiers would not abandon their posts without orders. Whether to dispatch aid was a decision reserved solely for command. In front of the convoy inside the command communications vehicle, Han Jing stood before the communication station, the old scar on his face highlighted by the harsh pale light of the emergency lamp. His tightly clenched fist showed prominent veins on the back of his hand. In front of him, the tactical map displayed 7 red magnetic markers representing the observation points deployed among the civilian ranks. Next to markers 3, 5, and 7, the communications officer was rapidly drawing cross-diagonal lines in red ink indicating engaged in firefight. The ammunition at observation point 7 can only last 5 minutes at most, while 5 is a bit better. The communications officer's voice was tense, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Observation point 3 is currently under the least pressure, only sporadic harassment. Han Jing did not speak immediately. His right index finger traced the map from the rear guard position to the marking at observation point 7, a distance of nearly 5 kilometers. A fully armed soldier would need about 25 minutes to run that distance on a normal road. But it was not a normal road, it was a chaotic zone filled with civilian vehicles and panicked crowds interspersed with dangerous areas under attack. The actual arrival time would be at least 30 minutes. And those 30 minutes were enough to tear the rear defense line to shreds. He rapidly simulated various plans in his mind only to have them instantly negated by the cold reality. Bang! The car door was suddenly pulled open from the outside. The commander of the reinforcement troops from Star City, Lieutenant Colonel Lu Guangliang, stepped in. He approached the map, his finger heavily poking at the marking for Star City. Hanzhong, we cannot send anyone back. The severe weather warning updated by the Star City Meteorological Station 30 minutes ago indicates that the extreme cold front is advancing faster than predicted. Within 6 hours the ground temperature will drop to at least minus 20 degrees Celsius. 6 hours is the last window for us to reach Star City. Once the road freezes, those trapped halfway will not just be the civilians behind, but our entire convoy, including the armored battalion in Star City. Lu Guangliang raised his eyes, his gaze piercing through Han Zheng. You cannot bear this responsibility. Han Zheng remained silent, his heavy breathing echoing in the cramped vehicle. But at that moment the light at the door dimmed. Chen Guodong, the secretary of the Bai Shui County Committee, stood there, his chest heaving violently, strands of gray hair damp, with sweat sticking to his skin. He had evidently heard the entire conversation from outside. Captain Lu. Chen Guodong's voice was not loud, but each word was clear, carrying a sense of resolute determination. If we don't take care of the situation behind us now, those civilians will be driven into the dense forest by the mutated beasts, and before they can freeze to death, they will have already been devoured. Lu Guangliang's lips pressed into a thin pale line, neither rebutting nor nodding. The air in the vehicle was thick, making it hard to breathe. Han Zheng suddenly lifted his head, the struggle and weighing of options in his eyes replaced by a steely resolution. He grabbed the intercom, his voice hoarse yet decisive. Rearguard troops. Immediately dispatch 1 platoon and 2 platoons plus all reserve squads. A total of 100 men. Carry all squad machine guns and spare ammunition. Advance immediately along the civilian ranks towards the rear. Mission: merge with the forward observation points, establish a temporary defense line, and at all costs protect the civilians retreating towards the convoy. He paused, each word seeming to be squeezed out from between clenched teeth. Repeat the orders. You have only 40 minutes. Remember, only 40 minutes. After 40 minutes, regardless of the situation at the rear, no matter what you are doing, all reinforcements must return at full speed. The convoy will not wait a second longer. A heavy response came from the intercom received. We will guarantee the completion of the mission. Han Zheng released the intercom, his knuckles turning pale from excessive force. He no longer looked at the map or anyone else, only gazing at the chaotic signals flickering on the communication screen. Chen Guodong closed his eyes briefly, and when he opened them again his old eyes were bloodshot, yet exceptionally clear. Human strength is limited, we cannot save everyone. His voice was low, almost inaudible, yet each word was distinct. But we cannot leave anyone behind. He took a deep breath, his chest slightly sinking. Once we reach Star City, I will bear any consequences of this decision. Han Zheng did not turn around, only silently waved his hand towards the communication screen. The perspective shifted back to the rear of the convoy, an area shrouded in darkness. The gunfire from the rear observation point continued intermittently, and the intercom repeatedly echoed reports of exchanges of fire and casualty numbers. The massive convoy remained firmly in place. Just then, sudden, urgent, and heavy tactical footsteps approached from behind Suyu. He turned abruptly, seeing 2 lines of fully armed soldiers leaping off a military jeep from behind under the command of a captain. Against the tide of panicked civilian vehicles and crowds, they resolutely charged towards the area where the gunfire was most intense and desperate. Reinforcements from the command center were dispatched. Suyu's pupils constricted instantly, his heart racing. He did not know who made this decision, but it did not matter. What mattered was that this team would undoubtedly attract the attention of a large number of mutated creatures, and would also leave behind many corpses of mutated beasts. A crazy and bold thought suddenly engulfed his mind like a wildfire. In this hellish scene where others saw the apocalypse, death, and desperate flight. But in his eyes this was a land filled with resources. No one knew what the situation was like over on Star City, how chaotic it was. The mutated beasts had already begun to enter an outbreak phase, which also meant that there would be more and more mutated individuals appearing among the human population. But one thing was certain. Without sufficient strength, without the ability to protect himself, he and his people would eventually become the prey on someone else's chopping block. Thus this journey was his only opportunity. He pulled out the emergency supply pack issued to him by the military from beneath his seat. Qingliu drive. Before the words were out, Suyu had swiftly stood up and reached for the car door. At that moment a slender fair hand tightly grasped his sleeve. Suyu looked down, meeting Jiang Yu's miss. She bit her lower lip, her eyes already red, her voice low, yet carrying a vulnerability and unease that only surfaced in front of him. Brother Yu, where are you going? Her fingers tightened, even more turning pale from the force. I heard everything from the intercom. There's fighting behind, many people are dying. You're going back there, right? Suyu turned back to look at her. Jiang Yu's tears could no longer be held back, sliding down her cheek. But she did not cry out as she just bit her lip tightly, desperately suppressing the lump in her throat. Her other hand reached out to, both hands gripping Su Ye's sleeve, as if afraid that if she let go he would. Brother Yu, you are going back to save people, right? She seemed weak, but was not foolish, and even smarter than most. She had heard every word of the chaotic report over the intercom. Suyu suddenly stood up, allowing Lin Qingli to take over the steering wheel. She instantly connected the entire logical chain. Suyu remained silent for 2 seconds. Although Han Jing only asked him to rescue the military convoy personnel, he did not deny it at this moment, but went along with it, gently wiping away the tear on her face. Listen to me, Major Han Jing from the command center made a deal with me, using his qualifications to be part of the convoy. If any casualties appear during the withdrawal, I must be on site to provide medical assistance. He paused, looking directly into her eyes. This is the price we pay for staying in this convoy. If I stay in this vehicle right now, and do nothing, Han Jing can execute me at any moment. Jiang Yu's lips trembled, her hand, gripping his sleeve, did not loosen, but tightened further. Then, you must come back. Her voice was already choked like a wounded little animal whimpering. Promise me you must come back. I will definitely come back. Su Ye's thumb gently pressed on the back of her hand, the pressure very light, yet it felt like an unshakable promise. Jiang Mu gritted her teeth, slowly loosening her fingers from his sleeve. As her fingertips slid past his wrist, she tightened her grip, once more, before finally letting go completely. You all remember, no matter what happens outside, no matter who knocks on the window, unless you see me return, do not open the door. Do you understand? Jiang Mu nodded vigorously, her nose red, yet her voice had regained some of its usual obedience and certainty. Yes. Brother, you don't worry, I won't open the door for anyone. She paused for a second, then added quietly, almost as if saying it to herself. I will wait for you. Suyu turned to leave. Bang. The car door was suddenly pushed open, and then quickly closed again. Jiang Yunhao, gripping a fire axe, stepped up to Su Ye's side, his voice incredibly firm. Brother Su, it's too dangerous for you to go alone. I will go with you. Suyu halted, turning around to look at the serious expression on his face. No, you must go back. Suyu rejected without hesitation. Jiang Yunhao became anxious, tightening his grip on the axe. Just as he was about to speak, Suyu firmly pressed down on his shoulder. Look inside the car. Suyu lowered his voice. There are only a few girls in there, and with the outside in such chaos, what if some thugs take advantage of the situation to rob, or if a mutated beast slips through? You staying back to guard is more important than following me. Jiang Yunhao was stunned, glancing at the car window, and then at the hellish darkness ahead. His grip on the fire axe tightened, and then relaxed, veins bulging on the back of his hand. All right. Jiang Yunhao took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, and nodded, looking at Suyu. Brother Su, go ahead with peace of mind. I guarantee, not a single mutated fly will get in. Suyu stumbled slightly, feeling that something was off with that statement. Protect them well. But he did not say anything further, giving his shoulder a pat before turning around abruptly. The halo of the car headlights receded behind him, and darkness instantly swallowed Suyu's silhouette. Ahead, tactical flashlights from the reinforcement unit swept back and forth, their crisscrossing beams cast grotesque distortions upon the twisted branches of roadside vegetation. The heavy, muffled thud of military boots shattered the night air. Tactical lights, mounted beneath rifle barrels, swung rapidly with each shift of aim. Suyu kept his distance, roughly 20 meters, neither trailing too closely nor falling behind. He drew a flashlight from his spatial pocket, dimmed it to its lowest setting, and let its narrow beam illuminate only 2 or 3 meters of pavement ahead. Turning away from the military vehicle cordon, he faced an endless column of civilian vehicles stretching into the abyss. Cars of every kind crowded the road. Vans, sedans, three-wheeled motorcycles, and even several modified light trucks, packed so tightly there was scarcely room to set a foot down. Many windshields were reinforced with tape in a crisscrossed rice pattern, a folk remedy against shattering. Some doors remained locked tight, whose faint glows leaked through window gaps, phone screens, or stray flashlight beams, betraying huddled figures within. They had barricaded themselves inside doors, double-locked windows draped with clothing, bodies curled beneath seats, gambling that mutated beasts could not pierce steel. The reinforcements advanced with disciplined precision. Soldiers moved in combat teams of 3 to 5, advancing along the narrow gaps between vehicles, covering one another in alternating fire and movement sequences. Every few vehicles a team halted, leveled their rifles, and sprayed controlled bursts into the shrubbery flanking both sides, eliminating any darting black shapes, before declaring the zone secure and signaling the next team forward. Their tactical beams danced erratically through the narrow corridors between cars, white tongues licking across windshields, undercarriages, and roof-mounted luggage racks probing the dark like sentient serpents. The deeper he ventured into the vehicle stream, the more acrid the air grew, thick with metallic blood and an indescribable stench that churned the stomach. A three-wheeled motorcycle lay overturned in the road center, its cargo bed spilled open, belongings scattered across the asphalt. Beside it sprawled a woman, her back slashed by 3 parallel gashes, from left shoulder to right waist, deep enough to expose bone, her blood long since drained dry. Suddenly gunfire intensified ahead. Squad-level machine guns opened up with short controlled bursts. Oranger tracer rounds carved 3 or 4 parallel arcs through the darkness, stitching toward the shrub-choked embankment on the right. From the thicket came a shrill, grating shriek, like metal scraping glass, followed by the heavy tumbling thud of something rolling down the slope. Suyu followed at a distance, sidestepping a white sedan with its door flung wide. His flashlight swept across the interior, empty save for blood smeared across the seats and steering wheel, its occupant gone without trace. In the passenger side storage compartment, an unsealed bottle of mineral water sat half empty, its contents spilling across the floor mat. A few paces away, a grayish-brown beast carcass lay sprawled across the road. Its skeletal frame resembled that of an ordinary terrier, but warped beyond recognition, the skull flattened and thrust forward, its exposed jaw lined with 2 concentric rings of jagged, misaligned fangs. Its stunted muscular limbs ended in 5 jet-black bony claws, each longer than a standard combat knife. Its hairless tail, densely scaled with fingernail-sized plates, split unnaturally into 2 rigid forked tips. 2 gaping bullet-pierced wounds gaped through its crown. Suyu knelt on one knee, reached out, and the corpse vanished soundlessly beneath his touch. Only a small pool of blood and scattered fragments remained on the pavement. Anyone who glimpsed them would assume the body had been dragged off by another mutant. He rose, brushed dust from his knees, and pressed onward. The Army's clearance operation continued its relentless advance deeper into the chaos. Ahead, just over 10 meters away, 3 soldiers used a vehicle's rear end as cover, their rifle barrels trained in unison on the leftward tree. Within the woods, shadows swayed and rustled. Amidst the clatter of tangled branches, 2 yellow eyes gleamed with predatory malice. 2 sharp reports, bang, bang, and the creature shrieked once piercingly before falling silent. Cleared, move. The veteran squad leader whispered the command, then signaled with a curt hand gesture. The trio surged upright, bent low, and slipped between the hoods of 2 adjacent vehicles, pressing forward without pause. The regular Army's efficiency was staggering. Under suppressive fire, isolated mutants were reduced to crimson mist, torn apart in the merciless storm of steel. Yet true hell revealed itself only after the troops had passed. Unveiled piece by grisly piece, a black SUV emerged into view ahead, its roof torn open from above, the metal peeled outward like a ruptured can. Inside the driver's seat, only the lower half of a torso remained, the upper body severed at the waist, entrails dangling limply from the steering wheel, swaying gently. The adjacent van fared worse, crushed inward, as if stamped by colossal force. Its roof collapsed into a deep concave crater, compressing the cabin space by half, within which vague fetal silhouettes huddled lifeless or barely clinging to it, impossible to discern. Hiding inside vehicles offered no guarantee of survival. Some mutants possessed strength far beyond human comprehension. Suyu's gaze swept over the carnage, unblinking, unhesitating, then snapped back to the road ahead. This corpse was slightly smaller in stature, yet its broad, membranous wingspan stretched over a meter, akin to a bat magnified threefold. Irregular bony barbs fringed the translucent wing membranes. At the tip of its bare, elongated tail jutted a razor-sharp, osseous needle, its point still impaling a sliver of torn human skin. Suyu stepped forward, palm descending in a fluid motion. The winged monstrosity vanished into his spatial domain. The second, and so treading the blood-soaked path blazed by the advancing troops, he advanced hundreds of meters farther. Dozens of wrecked vehicles lay with hoods wrenched open, interiors hollowed out, stripped bare. Shattered windshields bore smeared crimson handprints, fingers dragging downward in long, ragged streaks. Trunk lids hung grotesquely, askew mattresses and garments strewn across the asphalt. Reinforcements threaded carefully between them, inch by inch, carving out a fragile corridor of safety. He collected 4 more mutant corpses, 2 of the grayish-brown rodent-like creatures previously reported over radio. 1 aerial predator shot through the wing and crashed onto the road. The 4th was a bizarre hybrid, part lizard, part beetle. Armored and hardened chitin across its back, yet soft-bellied, a single bullet had pierced its abdomen, spilling viscous green ichor across the ground. A shrill, agonized scream tore through the lull between volleys. Suyu's pupils contracted sharply, his flashlight beam snapped upward. There, leaping from the shadow of a vehicle, came a mutant the size of a cheetah, its entire body sheathed in waxy, iridescent scales. Its barbed tongue lashed out, coiling around a soldier's neck. Before the cry could rise past its first note, the man was wrenched skyward, lifted bodily, flung like a sack of grain, into the deeper, swallowing dark. Bang, bang, bang. Comrades opened fire instantly. Multiple tactical beams converged on the spot, but they struck only empty air. Damn it, another one. A young soldier cursed, rifle aimed unflinchingly at the thicket, finger tense on the trigger, yet his eyes scanned only shifting leaves, finding no target. Suyu immediately avoided that direction and continued backward. The main force of the reinforcements had pushed further away, and the gunfire was growing fainter. This area, which had been cleared, had turned into a temporary safe zone. The ground was littered with various debris, remnants of mutated creatures, humans, and vehicles. There were also scattered personal items, a teddy bear, a can of formula reading glasses, and a novel opened halfway, silently narrating the fate of their owners. Taking advantage of the cover of darkness, Suyu walked while scanning the area, collecting the corpses of mutated creatures he encountered. He gathered 2 grayish-brown rodents, 2 flying creatures, and one thing he had never seen before. That creature resembled a short, thick snake, but had 6 legs, each ending in a webbed structure with 3 prongs. In total, he had already collected over 10 corpses. As he thought about this, a barely perceptible smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. He continued forward. Suddenly, a sharp cry rang out from above. Suyu instinctively ducked, directing the beam of his flashlight skyward. A flying creature swooped down from the gaps in the treetops, its wingspan at least 1.5 meters larger than the ones he had collected before. The black leathery wings unfolded in the flashlight's beam, blocking half of his view. The bony spike at the end of its long tail jabbed toward his face. He suddenly tipped to the left, his shoulder colliding with the door of a sedan, as the spike grazed past his right ear, bringing a rush of cold air and a metallic scent. The flying creature missed its target, flapping its wings to ascend. Without hesitation, Suyu instantly wielded a machete. The creature dove again, this time faster. Suyu clearly saw its attack pattern. As the tail spike lunged at him, he quickly sidestepped, allowing the spike to embed itself in the steel of the car door. With a clang, the spike penetrated the car door, becoming lodged. Seizing the brief window of opportunity, Suyu grabbed the base of one of its wings with his left hand and began hacking at its neck with the machete. Thud, thud, thud. Hot blood splattered across half his face. The creature thrashed violently for 2 or 3 seconds, its wings flailing and striking his chest with considerable force, causing him to stagger back. Moments later, its struggles weakened, and it hung limply against the car door. Suyu wiped the blood from his face and glanced down at his chest. The outer layer of his down jacket had been torn by the bony protrusions of its wings, but he was unharmed. He tore the carcass of the flying creature from the car door and stored it in his space. After cleaning his face, Suyu took a deep breath twice, calming his still racing heart. He looked back towards the direction he had come from. The glow of the convoy lights flickered in the darkness, almost a kilometer away. Above in the treetops, the sounds of shadows attacking became increasingly frequent. The further he ventured, the more dangerous it became. Reason told him it was time to head back. His goal was never to be a hero, but to survive, to live on with enough resources. Once targeted by the flying creatures lurking above or surrounded by stronger mutated beings ahead, he would have no chance to escape. The scene shifts to the reinforcements. After a bloody advance of over 30 minutes, they finally reached the last segment of the civilian line. However, the fierce resistance they had anticipated did not appear. The road at the very end had been thoroughly stained dark red, and military boots squelched as they stepped on it, making a sticky sound. The beam of the tactical flashlight swept across, illuminating scattered, unrecognizable human remains and shredded, gnawed household items. The scent of blood and flesh was overwhelmingly thick. Yet the mutated creatures that had caused this slaughter were nowhere to be found. The commanding lieutenant stared intently at the varying widths of drag marks leading into the dark jungle by the roadside. Following the traces, the flashlight beam eventually disappeared into the seemingly all-consuming deep green and darkness. His face turned pale instantly, a chill running up his spine. The defensive line they had fought through with blood was not due to their firepower forcing back the beast tide. Rather, it was because those creatures were already full. Damn it, the lieutenant muttered under his breath, his voice dry. The flashlight beam drooped helplessly, illuminating his combat boots, stained with blood and mud. The perspective shifts back to another side. Suyu was walking back along another lane. He was maintaining a high level of vigilance while searching, as the highway was so wide and the surroundings dimly lit. There were definitely mutated creature corpses on the ground and under the cars that he had not yet discovered. This was the last opportunity to stock up. However, as the reinforcements continued to push forward, the safety line stretched and more panic-stricken civilians began to flee from behind. The density of the crowd made it increasingly difficult for Su-Yu to subtly collect the corpses of mutated creatures. As he reached a deformed SUV, he spotted a corpse of a four-legged snake-like monster cut in half lying on the roadside. Beside the corpse, a middle-aged woman was despairingly crying over her husband, whose thigh was gushing blood. Su-Yu took a deep breath and stepped forward, retrieving a medical kit from his space. "I'm a doctor, let me take a look." His voice was steady, carrying a convincing professionalism that instantly captured the attention of the couple. The woman, as if grasping a lifeline, hurriedly made way, incoherently pleading. Su-Yu knelt on one knee, holding the flashlight in his mouth, focusing the blinding white light on the man's gaping wound. He quickly applied a simple bandage to the man's bleeding thigh. "Press here hard." "Yes, maintain pressure." He instructed the woman in a deep tone as she concentrated all her attention on her husband's wound, repeatedly expressing her gratitude in that moment. His foot inadvertently brushed against the nearby half of the snake corpse. With a slight thought, another entry was recorded. Thank you, doctor. You're such a good person." The woman continued to thank him profusely, completely oblivious to the fact that the monster's corpse beside her had vanished into thin air. Su-Yu merely nodded and continued forward with the medical kit. Along the way, he employed the same method, using the treatment of the injured as the best cover. He discreetly collected the corpses of various mutated creatures that had been killed by the soldiers. He even did not miss a corpse of a creature that had been crushed to a bloody pulp, nearly unrecognizable. Looking at the ever-growing collection of mutated creature corpses in his space, Su-Yu felt an irresistible warmth within. As the gunfire from behind gradually dwindled, he mixed in with the returning survivors, preparing to return to the military convoy. However, just when everyone thought the Grim Reaper had retreated suddenly, the mutated canopy overhead, which loomed like a dome, emitted a sudden jarring crack sound. Countless dry branches and leaves fell like a torrential rain. Following that, three massive shadows, accompanied by a piercing howling wind, crashed down like meteors. Boom, boom, boom. Three deafening metallic explosions echoed at the moment of impact. The terrifying kinetic energy crushed two private cars blocking the road into flattened scrap metal. Glass shards and metal fragments shot outward in a circular frenzy. Those were three mutated creatures, each the size of an adult water buffalo. Their forms resembled a fusion of some kind of beetle and spider, with a hard black exoskeleton covered in eerie patterns, and underneath their abdomens 6 sharp limbs, resembling heavy sickles, grew, bending backward. One of them, like a harbinger of death, landed less than 3 meters away from Su-Yu and a few surrounding survivors. The other two creatures sealed off the escape routes on both sides of the crowd as they landed, forming a hopeless tri-sided encirclement. The crowd, which had just calmed down, completely collapsed at that moment, with heart-wrenching screams piercing the night. The mutated beast closest to Su-Yu showed no signs of stopping. Its 6 robust limbs suddenly exerted force, gouging deep trenches into the concrete ground. With the shadow of death looming over him, it lunged toward Su-Yu's position. Roar! A strong, pungent stench enveloped the entire area instantaneously. His brain felt like it was exploding, and adrenaline surged. His neural response speed was pushed to the limit at that moment. Su-Yu's mind couldn't even process the situation before his body reacted instinctively. He executed a rapid sideways roll, narrowly dodging the beast's descending claws, his back scraping harshly against the rough concrete surface. At the same time, he forcefully pressed the button on the flashlight he held, switching it to strobe mode, and then hurled it into the air with all his might. The blinding light exploded at close range, causing the mutated beast to instinctively turn its head aside, its claws just grazing past Su-Yu, creating a scorching wind pressure. In the brief moment of opportunity, Su-Yu rolled and crawled underneath the beast's belly, scrambling frantically toward the direction of the military vehicle convoy. The instant he broke free from the encirclement, he hesitated not at all, using both hands and feet to dash toward the glow of the military vehicle's taillights. Behind him, the crowd screams mixed with the roars of the beasts. The other two beasts had already begun a massacre within the crowd, swinging their sickles, blood and flesh flying everywhere. Su-Yu leaned against the military vehicle's tire, panting heavily. The earlier set of movements had exhausted most of his strength, and as the adrenaline wore off, the abrasions on his knees and elbows throbbed intensely. Everyone stepped back. Create distance. Machine gunners prepare to cover. A smoke-covered officer jumped out of a jeep, hoarsely shouting into a megaphone. But conventional bullets hitting the exoskeletons of the 3 monsters only sparked a series of ineffective flashes. Just as Su-Yu thought the defense line was about to be breached, an incredibly heavy and rhythmic pounding sound suddenly came from deep within the military convoy. Thud, thud, thud. With each step, the ground trembled slightly. Bang, boom. A terrifying figure armed to the teeth burst forth from the military line. A humanoid behemoth? No. It was a humanoid iron tower at least 2 meters tall. Su-Ye's pupils instantly constricted as he guessed this was the military evolver from Baishui County. At this moment the evolver was completely encased in at least 50 or 60 kilograms of full body. But this astonishing weight seemed to have no effect on him. His initial speed burst forth, like a completely out-of-control heavy armored vehicle charging straight toward the nearest limb beast. No technique, only the purest, most violent release of power. This force made Suyu immediately think of a term, 2 hearts and 3 lungs. He instinctively estimated in his mind that this had definitely surpassed several times that of an ordinary person with a power index of at least 25 or above. Boom. A tremendous sound. The evolver along with his armor brutally crashed into the chest of the water buffalo-sized mutated beast with his shoulder as the spearhead. Ow. The impenetrable chest armor of the mutated beast caved in and shattered, letting out a chilling scream. Its massive body was actually sent flying backward from this terrifying impact. Black-green fluid mixed with shattered internal organs exploded forth like a high-pressure water gun. Instant death, one-hit kill. The other 2 beasts, enraged by the death of their companion, abandoned their previous meal and roared as they lunged toward the evolver. Facing the pincer attack, the evolver beneath the full-coverage helmet did not even glance back. He simply raised one arm and drew out a specially made alloy battle axe nearly 2 meters long from the large metal weapon rack on his back. He grasped the axe handle with both hands, his powerful legs suddenly grounding themselves, twisting at the waist, and his body spun in place, creating a violent whirlwind. Whoosh! The incredibly heavy alloy battle axe let out a terrifying shriek as it tore through the air, drawing a suffocating crescent-shaped silver light of death across the dimly lit highway. Thud! Thud! 2 enormous bizarre heads flew into the sky, black blood spraying several meters high. The 2 headless bodies, propelled by inertia, staggered forward a few steps before crashing to the ground, their 6 limb-like legs twitching nervously. The entire battle from start to finish lasted less than a minute. Suyu slumped beside a military vehicle's tire, gasping for air. He gazed at the metal figure standing silently amidst the pile of corpses, resembling a demonic god, his fingers instinctively tightening. In comparison, his paltry power index of 3.5 now felt utterly insignificant in this brutal new world, as weak as an ant. As soon as the battle ended, the military's actions were extremely swift. A military truck immediately reversed toward them, and several soldiers jumped out using steel cables and hooks to secure the bodies of the beasts. The 2 intact bodies were prioritized for loading, and even the one that was torn apart was not overlooked, being dragged away as well. Suyu leaned against the tire, observing all of this. The military's attention to the mutated creatures' bodies far exceeded his expectations. Not only the 3 large beasts, but even the small monsters that had been blasted into fragments on the road were being specially recovered by soldiers. He retreated into the shadows, silently circling around to the back of his vehicle. Taking out a clean set of clothes from his space, he quickly changed out of the torn and bloodied ones. After finishing all of this, he approached the car door and knocked lightly on the window. "It's me." The door locked. Suyu pulled open the passenger side and sat down. The moment the door closed, Jiang Mu rushed over. She said nothing, just reached out her hands from the back seat, wrapping them around Suyu in front and burying her face in his neck. She sniffed forcefully, as if wanting to confirm that this person had truly returned to her side. "You scare me to death." "It's all right now." Suyu patted her arm gently, his voice soft. Lin Xingli sat in the driver's seat, glancing at the rearview mirror, her gaze finally settling on Su-Ye's tired profile. "What happened behind?" "We were attacked from behind, and many people died, but it has mostly been cleared up now." Suyu pulled out a bottle of water from the storage compartment, twisted the cap open, and gulped down a few mouthfuls, the cold liquid sliding down his throat, suppressing the faint metallic taste of blood. He looked out the window. The convoy had resumed its journey, slowly weaving through a stretch of road entangled with massive vines. The sounds of the engine voices and occasional shouts merged into a low, muffled background noise. "You drive from the back? I'll take a nap for a bit." Suyu leaned back and adjusted the angle of his seat. "Call me immediately if anything happens." "All right," Lin Xingli replied, steadily pressing the accelerator as the vehicle rejoined the flow at the rear of the convoy. Suyu closed his eyes, but his mind was unusually alert instead of resting. His consciousness sank into the space. The personal space remained that grayish-white world, 50 meters in length and width, and 10 meters in height. Within the space, a multitude of various supplies were densely piled up. In the middle, the ground was crammed with over 20 corpses of mutated creatures lying haphazardly. The bodies in various forms were piled together, some were riddled with bullets, some were only half intact, while a few were relatively complete with limbs and torsos mostly intact. This was all he had gained from this adventure. Su-Ye's gaze swept over the corpses, finally landing on the concept surgical table filled with mysterious runes. This was his first time truly using this surgical table. Previously, he had only used it for storage and decomposition. With a thought, he moved a rodent corpse which had been ruined by bullets onto the surgical table. A semi-transparent light screen appeared above the table. Target integrity 57. Gene extraction not possible. Proceed with decomposition. Decompose. Decomposing. Obtain 16. 7 units of source quality. Sure enough, Suyu understood and placed another corpse of a flying creature which he had killed with a knife during the ambush and was relatively intact onto the surgical table. Target integrity 95 can be decomposed into 27. 1 units of source quality. Possible extractable entries: bat family, wing membrane structure enhancement, white avian, night vision tendency, white insectotoxic, tail spike, white. Extracting a white entry requires 5 units of source quality, green 10 units, blue 20 units. Can 3 be produced at once? Suyu was somewhat surprised. It seemed that these biological mutations were not merely simple genetic reversions, but rather complex chimeric expressions. Extract. No. He did not rush to extract, but instead placed the remaining corpses onto the surgical table one by one. Target integrity 91 can be decomposed into 22. For units of source quality, possible extractable entry: canine Chinese rural dog's sense of smell, white. Target integrity 83 can be decomposed into 20. For units of source quality, possible extractable entries: beetle shell, hardening, white lizard, cold resistance, green salamander, accelerated regeneration, green. After a series of operations among the 20-plus corpses, only 6 had an integrity over 80, allowing for entry extraction. In total, 6 corpses yielded 11 usable entries, 3 green and 8 white. The rest were all tossed into the furnace. Source quality 357. 52. Over 300 units of source quality. Seeing this number, Suyu felt a surge of excitement. His gaze fell upon the 3 green entries. Salamander accelerated regeneration, green, consumes a large amount of energy to quickly heal non-fatal wounds in a short time. Lizard cold resistance, green, enhances adaptability to cold environments, reducing the probability of frostbite. Bovine power of the bison, green, slightly enhances muscle density and strength. Each one is useful, but it's merely useful. Suyu focused his mind and chose to extract bovine power of the bison. Extracting the green entry requires 10 units of source quality. Confirm. Confirm. Source quality 357. 52. 347. 52. As one entry was extracted, the corpse on the surgical table rapidly shrank, as if something was being drawn out. Immediately after, a green orb the size of an apple slowly emerged from the remains of the mutated creature, hovering in midair. The entry has been extracted. Please use it within 1 hour, or it will automatically dissipate. There is also a time limit. Suyu immediately thought of the large preservation chamber in the space, used for storing high-quality materials. It seems to be used for preserving materials that contain high-quality entries. Suyu's spiritual entity attempted to touch the light orb, preparing to directly integrate it. Warning: host's current gene capacity is 1. Implanting this entry will occupy a gene slot. Confirm. Gene slot. Suyu's actions halted. He had thought he could stack various abilities infinitely like in a game, but he did not expect there to be a quantity limit. This means that each choice of gene slot will determine his future evolutionary path, allowing for no waste. Something like the power of the bison, which seems useful at the moment, has too low a ceiling, occupying a precious gene slot, a massive loss. Just when he hesitated whether to let this entry dissipate, directly his gaze fell on an inconspicuous corner of the surgical table. There was an icon he had never noticed before: entry fusion. Entry fusion: multiple entries can be fused with a chance of mutation, generating higher-level, more complex composite entries. The fusion process involves risks with unknown results. A minimum of 2 entries must be fused with a maximum of 10. Isn't this just like drawing cards? Unlucky one. Yes, face darkened. He recalled those card-drawing mobile games he had played, spending hundreds or even thousands of dollars without even a sound. To verify his suspicion, he first spent 10 units of source quality to extract 2 white entries: canine jackal's endurance and feline bobcat's night vision ability, and place them on the table. Fusion consumes 20 source quality. Confirm. Confirm. Source quality 347. 52. 317. 52. The 2 white orbs spun and collided in the air above the surgical table, like 2 drops of ink falling into clear water, and finally, with a pop, they fused into a new white orb. Moments later, the light faded, and a new white orb quietly floated there. Fusion successful. Obtained entry: canine Chinese rural dog's alertness. Suyu, is my face that dark? Or is there some pattern to this? He stared at the green orb of bovine power of the bison, and the remaining 8 unextracted entries. Should he play it safe and take 1 green entry and leave, or go for a big gamble? But if he failed, it would not only be a waste of a large amount of source quality, but also a waste of the materials gained from this adventure. That overwhelming power was deeply etched in his mind. In the apocalypse, playing it safe means waiting for death. In this crazy world, if you don't gamble, that overwhelming power was deeply etched in his mind. In the apocalypse, playing it safe means waiting for death. In this crazy world, if you don't gamble, you'll be nothing but an ant for life. Then let's gamble. I have a system. Even if I lose this gamble, I can start over. But if I don't even have the courage to take a shot, what's the difference from being a salted fish? Suy's eyes hardened as he made his decision. He spent 50 units of source quality to extract all 9 remaining entries. Source quality 317. 52 267. 52. As the entries were extracted, 6 corpses of mutated creatures seemed to lose their support and simultaneously dissipated. In an instant, along with the previous failed specimen, 10 orbs floated above the surgical table, 3 green and 7 white, like a handful of colorful candies. 10 entry fusion requires 100 units of source quality. This operation will greatly enhance the probability of higher tier entries appearing, but there is also a possibility of fusion failure and entry destruction. Confirm. Confirm. In an instant, 10 spheres of light seemed to be drawn by some force, crashing violently towards the center. Dazzling white and green lights interwove, collided, and devoured each other. The entire operating table trembled slightly, emitting a deep humming sound. The brightness of the light grew ever more intense until a brilliant golden beam shot into the sky, nearly illuminating the entire space. Moments later, the golden light dissipated. There remained only a fist-sized golden sphere shimmering with the luster of molten gold. On the surface of the sphere, one could vaguely see an outspread pair of wings and a spiraling phantom of a horn. It exuded an ancient, wild, yet incredibly noble aura. Miraculous mutation triggered. Obtained golden legend entry, ancient gene, a prototype. Entry characteristics: upon implantation, it will completely reconstruct the host's bodily structure, significantly enhancing strength, physique, and neural response. Note: due to incomplete gene fragments, the name and some abilities are missing, requiring personal exploration. It has produced gold. Suy's spiritual entity trembled with excitement. Without any hesitation, he immediately chose to implant. Implanting golden entry requires 100 points of source quality. Confirm. Confirm. Source quality 167. 52 67. 52. The golden sphere transformed into a stream of light, instantly merging into Suy's spiritual entity. In the next second, in the real world, Suyu, who had been resting his eyes in the passenger seat, suddenly opened his eyes wide. Gurgle. An unprecedented feeling of hunger surged from his stomach, instantly sweeping through every cell in his body. Instinctively, he tore open a backpack beneath his feet, grabbed a pack of compressed biscuits, tore open the packaging, and stuffed them into his mouth. Crunch, crunch. He ate rapidly and urgently, like a beast that had been starving for 3 days and nights. 1 pack, 2 packs, 5 packs. Everyone in the vehicle was stunned by this sudden change. Brother, what's wrong with you? Jiang Mumu was startled. Suyu did not answer. He had already finished 7 or 8 packs of biscuits and grabbed a bag of beef jerky, tearing and biting into it, finishing off more than half in mere seconds. The remaining food in the vehicle was disappearing at a visibly alarming rate. In this state, Jiang Yunhao looked at Su. Glutton, you murmuring, why does this feel a bit familiar? Xiao Yao. Jiang Mumu suddenly called out, abruptly looking at Jiang Yunyao beside him. That night, at the evacuation point's train station, Xiao Yao did the same, suddenly consuming an entire large bag of food I brought. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone instantly reacted. Jiang Yunyao's night vision ability only appeared after that night. This means that such uncontrollable gluttony is the precursor to awakening evolution. In less than 10 minutes, all the food reserves in the backpacks of the few people in the vehicle had been completely ravaged by him alone. Suyu finally downed 2 bottles of water, forcibly suppressing the hunger that was nearly consuming his sanity. He leaned back against the seat, his chest heaving violently. He could clearly feel all the muscles and bones in his body emitting a series of crackling micro-explosions. More terrifyingly, a tearing pain radiated from between his shoulder blades, as if something were about to burst forth from his body. At the same time, a sharp pain, like drilling through his bones, surged from the center of his brow, causing him to involuntarily grunt. Waves of intense soreness and prickling intertwined, as if countless ants were working deep within his flesh, dismantling and reconstructing everything. A scorching warmth surged from deep within his spine, spreading along every nerve, as if molten gold were seeping into every bone and muscle fiber. He even developed the illusion that if he wished, he could easily twist the steel frame of the seat beneath him like me. Suyu closed his eyes, probing inward. Detection of intense gene recombination in progress. Current attributes: fluctuating strength index 3. 5-4. 8 neural response 5. 1-7. 4 physique strength 3. 6-4. 9 note ancient gene. I fragments are continuously expressing current progress approximately 2. Only 2. Suyu opened his eyes, feeling no disappointment. Instead, a tidal wave of excitement surged within him. With just 2 gene expression, his physical attributes had already leapt from sub-healthy ordinary person to nearing the threshold of professional athlete. This weighty power accumulated within him gave him an overwhelming feeling of fullness. If he were to fully express, he did not continue to think, as at this moment he could clearly feel the changes. The orange glow of the brake lights from the military truck ahead became extraordinarily sharp on his retina. Even the fine stitches on the top cover of the vehicle were distinguishable. It was as if a thin mist covering his senses was slowly being swept away and the world's details were unfolding inch by inch before him. Suyu looked at the concerned, shocked, and complex gazes of the others, neither denying nor affirming, simply uttering in a weary and hoarse voice. "Keep driving, don't stop." This ambiguous attitude was equivalent to a tacit agreement in the eyes of the others. For a moment the atmosphere in the vehicle became somewhat delicate. Jiang Yunhao's gaze towards Suyu was filled not only with awe, but also a hint of envy and expectation. Lin Xingli's expression was even more complex, with a barely perceptible, competitive spirit. Meanwhile, Jiang Yunyao in the back seat had unconsciously changed her sitting posture, her legs crossed her back, lazily leaning against the car door, her shimmering, unusual eyes fixed unwaveringly on the back of Suyu's head. "Brother Suyu, your eyes have changed." Her voice was husky, contrasting sharply with the soft tone she had during the day. Her nighttime persona had fully emerged. Suyu slightly tilted his head, glancing at the rearview mirror. In the mirror, he noticed a faint ring of light, golden lines around the edges of his iris glowing subtly in the dim light. "Don't stare at me." Jiang Yunyao covered her mouth with a light laugh, only to be playfully smacked on the back of her head by Jiang Yunhao before she settled down. The convoy continued to drive. However, Suyu could clearly sense that his range of perception was slowly expanding. Moreover, he keenly noticed that the entire formation of the convoy had changed. Perhaps stimulated by the dire situation of the civilians behind, or perhaps a new consensus was reached at the command center. Over a third of the convoy's forces were now devoted to protecting the civilian convoy. The originally compact formation of military vehicles began to disperse. Military jeeps and armed trucks constantly integrated into the chaotic civilian traffic behind, forcibly segmenting and consolidating the previously bloated tail. Some fortunate private cars were allowed to follow closely behind the military vehicles. Meanwhile, some survivors who had completely lost their vehicles clung to military or private cars, like lizards bumping along with the convoy. The cost was that the defensive strength in the rear segment of the military convoy was significantly weakened. Suyu's vehicle was temporarily situated in a relatively safe position, wedged between 2 troop transport trucks. The latter half of the journey became increasingly eerie and agonizing. The large-scale beast attacks did not occur again. Instead, it was replaced by a more chilling form of scattered predation. Perhaps it was a sudden pounce from a mutated creature, snatching up a survivor, clinging to the roof, instantly retreating into the darkness. Or perhaps a shadow suddenly lunged from the roadside shadows, dragging a person clinging to the side of the vehicle into the darkness, leaving behind a sudden scream that was abruptly cut off. This constant occurrence of casualties was more tormenting than the impact of hundreds or thousands of corpses piled together. The attacks came without warning, fast and gone just as quickly. By the time you react, only the half-formed scream of the victim remains, along with a splash of blood quickly vanishing into the darkness. The military's firepower seemed pale and powerless in the face of such swift predation. Soldiers could not open fire with machine guns into the dark jungle for a lost civilian. Ammunition was limited. Their primary task was to ensure the safety of the convoy's core. At first there would still be screams and cries. But soon the entire convoy fell into a state of numbness. People gradually lost their reactions to the disappearance of their companions, just staring wide-eyed, with bloodshot eyes fixating on the taillights of the vehicles ahead, pushing themselves to keep up. To survive became the only instinct at this moment. The atmosphere inside the vehicle tightened to an unbearable degree. Lin Xingli focused intently on driving, while Jiang Yunhao clutched a fire axe, his gaze sharp and vigilant on both sides of the road. Jiang Mumu pressed close to Suyu, her small hand gripping his shirt hem tightly, as if only this fragile anchor could grant her a sliver of safety. Under such suffocating pressure, the convoy advanced for over 2 hours, until it ground to another halt. A section of road had collapsed. A 3-meter-wide crater opened where mutated plant roots had heaved the asphalt upward. An engineering vehicle worked urgently to fill it. The moment Suyu's car came to a stop, the walkie-talkie on the dashboard erupted into frantic, shrill static. Suyu, respond immediately if you copy." Han Zheng's voice crackled, urgent taut, with suppressed fury and barely concealed anxiety. Suyu snatched up the device. "Copy. Go ahead." Mid-convoy under attack by mutated creatures. Multiple soldiers critically wounded. Penetrating abdominal trauma, limb lacerations. Medical personnel overwhelmed. I need you. Location. Suyu offered no preamble. 300 meters ahead, at the temporary triage point. Look for the medical vehicle with hazard lights flashing. Suyu glanced out the window ahead, a steel jungle of stalled vehicles, behind an endless tide of desperate humanity. His face hardened. He reached for the door handle, then paused mid-motion. He turned back toward the interior, his gaze settling last upon Jiang Yunyao, seated silently in the shadowed corner. In the darkness, her second persona had fully awakened. Her heterochromatic eyes glowed with a cold, eerie luminescence. Calmly observing the chaos beyond the glass, utterly unshaken by the surrounding turmoil. A quiet certainty stirred within Suyu, and with it a bold decision. It was a gamble, betting on instinct, betting on the extraordinary potential this girl had just revealed beneath the night's veil. His hand moved to his waist, withdrawing a Type 92 pistol. Before Jiang Yunhao's stunned eyes, he thrust it into Jiang Yunyao's hands. Brother Su. Jiang Yunhao nearly leapt to his feet in alarm, only to freeze under Suyu's commanding glance. The icy metallic weight startled Jiang Yunyao. A flicker of surprise flashed across her heterochromatic eyes. Her long lashes trembled faintly. Then that surprise dissolved, replaced by something deeper, more inscrutable, a profound, enigmatic gleam. She lifted her gaze to meet Suyu's, without uttering a single question. Hold it. Suyu's voice dropped low, his words rapid and precise. The safety is here. Slide it upward to disengage. Squeeze the trigger firmly to fire. The report is deafening, recoil is fierce. Grip it with both hands. He paused, his gaze piercing through the gloom, locking onto her very soul. Do not fire unless absolutely necessary. But if anyone attempts to board our vehicle, or if something attacks you, aim and shoot. Protect them, and yourself, while I'm gone. Jiang Yunyao, know the night. Jiang Yunyao closed slender fingers fully around the cold weapon. She said nothing, only gave Suyu a subtle, solemn nod. A vague intuition stirred in him, the kind only a physician cultivates toward the human heart. Jiang Yunyao's second persona, long suppressed, might behave strangely, but its core was not malevolent. And those eyes, capable of flawless vision in absolute darkness, were born for precision. I'm going. Suyu spoke no further. He shut the door and vanished swiftly into the obsidian labyrinth formed by vehicles and crowds. Inside the cabin, Lin Qingli's eyes narrowed almost imperceptibly at the pistol now resting in Jiang Yunyao's hands. Jiang Yunhao's brow furrowed with deep concern. He couldn't fathom why Brother Su would entrust such lethal power to his gentle, unassuming sister. Only Jiang Yunyao slid the weapon smoothly against her body, her fingertips tracing its cold, smooth contours. Deep within her unearthly pupils, a spark of unspoken exhilaration flickered and vanished. After Suyu disappeared, silence settled like lead. Lin Qingli killed the engine, headlights died. Darkness swallowed the cabin whole, leaving only the faint, ghostly halo of dashboard illumination. Time dragged, measured only by breaths held too long. Then, SSSG. Grr. A dozen black specks erupted from the canopy overhead. They plummeted with terrifying velocity, like stones hurled into a stagnant pond, sending ripples of panic through the chaotic civilian convoy. One singled out Suyu's vehicle, circling once above, then executing a razor-sharp reversal. Talons aimed straight at the passenger side window. What the hell is that? Jiang Yunhao jerked upright, knuckles widening around his axe. Instantly, thud. Something slammed violently against the right window. Bang. The entire chassis shuddered. Up. Jiang Mumu shrieked. Through the glass, only a massive, indistinct silhouette pressed against the pane, featureless save for two eyes burning with crimson light in the dark. It probed for weakness, claws scraping frantically along the seam where glass met frame, emitting a grating, bone-chilling screech. White fissures bloomed instantly across the glass. Damn it. I'll hack it to pieces. Jiang Yunhao roared, wrenching open the door and swinging his axe down at the creature's landing spot. But the beast was unervingly cunning. Missing its strike, it flapped hard, surging skyward just as the axe cleaved empty air. Too dark outside. Don't go out. It's dangerous. Lin Qingli snapped low. Jiang Yunhao froze mid-lunge. The gloom was absolute, the gaps between vehicles narrow and treacherous. On foot they stood no chance against an aerial predator. Jiang Yunhao realized it too, gritted his teeth and slammed the door shut as he retreated. All around, vehicles were under assault simultaneously. Gunfire impacts and screams collided into a cacophony. Military firepower scattered thin, leaving their position entirely unguarded. The creature wheeled overhead, shrieking taunts, then dove again and again. Bang, bang, bang. Fine cracks spiderwebbed across the window. At this rate, shattering was inevitable. I'll draw it off. You take your shot. Lin Qingli's eyes hardened with resolve. She kicked open the driver's side door and rolled out, blade drawn. The monster instantly pivoted, abandoning the window, roaring as it lunged toward Lin Qingli instead. Qingli Jia. Jiang Yunhao charged after her, only to hear the clash of steel on claw and Lin Qingli's stifled grunt echoing through the dark. The creature moved with blinding speed, master of the night. Even together, Lin Qingli and Jiang Yunhao could barely hold their ground, forced backward step by desperate step. No, we can't track its movements. Lin Qingli's breath came ragged, her knife hand throbbed with numbness. Then, click, a rear door opened. Jiang Yunhao stepped out, calm, unhurried, moving with the silent grace of a nocturnal feline. In her hands rested the Type 92 pistol, her heterochromatic eyes locked instantly onto the black blur darting through shadows. The beast sensed the new threat, abandoned Lin Qingli, and veered toward this seemingly tenderer prey. Opportunity seized. As the creature plunged downward once more, wings fully spread, cutting off all escape, Jiang Yunhao lowered her center of gravity, both hands steadying the weapon. Bang! A sharp, clean gunshot ripped the stillness apart. Midair, the black shape convulsed, let out a short, agonized shriek, then crashed lifelessly to earth, twitched twice, and lay still. One shot. Headshot. Silence fell, absolute reverence stunned. Jiang Yunhao and Lin Qingli stared blankly at the corpse, then at the girl, standing motionless with gun in hand, minds utterly vacant. Was this Jiang Yunhao, the same timid younger sister who dared not raise her voice in daylight? After more than half an hour, Suyu finally returned. The temporary rescue point ahead resembled a hell on earth, and he was under intense pressure. He managed to complete 3 urgent hemostatic suturing surgeries, but whether they would survive ultimately depended on fate. However, after performing the 3 surgeries, Suyu had a remarkably clear feeling that his hands were much steadier than before. This was the benefit brought by the continuous enhancement of his 3-dimensional attributes. He retraced his steps, moving with light footsteps. However, when he was still 10 meters away from his vehicle, Suyu's nostrils suddenly caught a whiff of an unfamiliar scent that did not belong to this environment. The smell of gunpowder. It was faint, almost dissipated, but his evolved acute sense of smell told him that this was definitely not an illusion. Suyu's heart sank, and his gaze suddenly froze. At first glance, he saw the right side car window shattered into a spiderweb pattern. Although the glass had not fallen out, the entire window was covered with dense white cracks resembling a broken face, still capable of blocking the wind, but no longer allowing a clear view of the outside. Next, his gaze fell upon the corpse of the headshot monster bird on the ground. The bullet had penetrated its skull from the front, leaving a neat and small entry wound, while the back of its head had exploded into a fist-sized blood hole. A clean kill. Suyu squinted slightly, a wave of emotion rising in his heart. He had spent less than 30 seconds teaching her how to disengage the safety, how to pull the trigger with no actual practice. And she, with that 30 seconds of experience, had achieved a precise kill on a fast-moving flying creature. He had bet right. A wave of relief surged in his heart alongside a complex emotion that was hard to define. The unique ability of his heterochromia to see in darkness combined with a natural intuition for tracking trajectories. These 2 aspects combined to create a born dark marksman. He opened the car door and quickly scanned the interior. Are you all okay? As soon as he spoke, a soft figure lunged from the back seat, tightly wrapping her arms around his neck. Brother, you. Jiang Mu buried her face in his neck, her voice muffled and tearful, her body still slightly trembling. Suyu gently patted her back, feeling the subtle tremors of her spine. It's okay now. Jiang Mu responded with a soft and after several seconds, she slowly retracted her arms and returned to the back seat. She moved her nose slightly, quickly wiping the corner of her eye with her sleeve, then resumed her obedient demeanor. In the driver's seat, Lin Qingli's face was somewhat pale, yet her grip on the machete remained steady as a rock. However, her gaze frequently flicked to the rearview mirror, landing on the reflection of Jiang Yunhao in the back seat. There was a faint glimmer of defiance in her eyes. She and Jiang Yunhao had fought that creature in the darkness for several rounds, and together, they had been unable to subdue it. Yet Jiang Yunhao had achieved a kill with a single shot. Jiang Yunhao's expression was grim, his fists clenched tightly, his brows furrowed into a knot. At this moment, he was overwhelmed with both fear for his sister's shot and deep regret for his own powerlessness. When his sister raised the gun earlier, he had been completely stunned. The only thought in his mind was, that's a gun, how could she? But not only did she dare, she hit the target. He lifted his head and muttered, Brother Sui, we're fine. Only Jiang Yunhao kept her head down, cradling the still warm 92 style pistol in both hands, offering it forward, making it hard to see her expression. Suyu took the gun, ejected the magazine, and glanced inside. He discovered there were still 10 rounds left, and he immediately understood. He pushed the magazine back in and paused for a moment, his finger resting on the gun. Then he made a decision that surprised everyone in the car. Well done, Suyu's voice carried a hint of unrecognized approval. You keep this gun, it might be more valuable in your hands than in mine. After speaking, he handed the 92 style pistol back. Jiang Yun Yao paused, suddenly looking up, and the blue-green mix of her heterochromia flashed with a glimmer in the dim light. This girl, who had been ostracized by classmates for her eyes since childhood, viewed trust as a rare commodity in her perception. But at this moment Suyu handed her a gun, and even said it was more valuable in your hands than in mine. A warmth surged in her heart, a feeling of being trusted that she had never experienced before. She fell silent for a moment, her slender fingers taking the pistol back, and she nodded slightly. Suyu said no more, and walked over to the corpse of the monster bird. Grabbing its wing, he opened the trunk and casually tossed it in, but in reality, he was storing it in a spatial pocket. After finishing all this, he returned to the car, leaning back against the seat. 15 minutes later, the convoy restarted. The low rumble of the engine echoed again, and the steel dragon moved once more in the darkness. Lin Qingli firmly pressed the accelerator, keeping pace with the military truck ahead. Suyu leaned against the passenger seat, slightly tilting his head, scanning the rearview mirror for a look back. In this suffocating atmosphere, the convoy traveled for another couple of hours. Suddenly the light outside the windows changed. The thick green canopy overhead gradually thinned, and the bare sky peeked through the gaps in the treetops, revealing itself in patches. "Look, outside!" Jiang Mumu in the back seat was the first to exclaim. Everyone instinctively turned to look out the window. The towering giant trees began to dwindle, and the vegetation on both sides became lower and sparser. Although they were still larger than plants before the catastrophe, at least the suffocating feeling of being buried in a jungle was gone. The view opened up. However, what followed was not the joy of seeing the light again, but a chilling blast of cold air. The temperature gauge inside the car was dropping rapidly at a visibly fast pace. 20 degrees, 15 degrees, 10 degrees. It plummeted to just above zero before barely stabilizing, which was nearly the same temperature as when they departed from Baishui County in the morning. Earlier inside the plant tunnel, due to the horrifying metabolic rates of the numerous mutated plants, a vast natural greenhouse had formed. Now that they had exited that area, it felt like stepping from a warm summer night into the bitter cold of winter. A layer of white frost quickly formed on the car windows. Suyu turned on the heater. The warm air dispersed the chill, yet it could not alleviate the heaviness in everyone's hearts. He glanced at the odometer, then at the rearview mirror. The flow of civilian vehicles behind was sparse to a shocking degree. When they had departed from Baishui County in the morning, the trailing vehicles and crowds stretched for over 10 kilometers, densely packed, various types of vehicles filling the highway. Over 300,000 people had been on the move. That scene would have been comparable to the spring festival travel rush in the past. But now, the initial stragglers on foot and those riding bicycles had long fallen behind and vanished. Those who made it this far were at least in four-wheeled vehicles, with the occasional lucky motorcycle spotted. Some were dragged away by mutated beasts, some were consumed by plants, but more simply fell behind, forever lost in that dark corridor of vegetation. Here at most only about 100,000 remained, with losses exceeding half. These figures rolled through Su's mind for a moment, then he calmly suppressed them. He withdrew his gaze, his expression impassive, but the knuckles gripping the steering wheel turned slightly white. Ahead, the outline of a dim toll station emerged from the night. The colored steel roof had been largely ripped away, leaving only a few bare steel beams jutting into the air. The barrier of the ETC lane had long been brutally smashed by some vehicle lying horizontally on the ground, warped by the tires. The convoy exited the highway ramp, merging onto a main road leading toward the city of Xinjiang. The moment they left the highway, Suyu sensed something was amiss. As he gazed around, he saw only vast stretches of wildly overgrown weeds and low shrubs no taller than a person. Suyu recalled 2 days ago when he hurried back from the southern province late at night, having traveled along the outer ring highway of Xinjiang. At that time he had noticed that there was no green vegetation visible within the urban area. The entire city had been stripped bare, as if it had been shaved clean. Clearly the military had conducted a large-scale cleanup of the flora previously, but thereafter they had abandoned. Thus the weeds and shrubs had taken advantage of the neglect, reclaiming every inch of exposed soil. However, at least there were no giant trees large enough to swallow an entire vehicle. The convoy continued deeper along the main road, yet the scenery on both sides grew increasingly desolate. This area should be the suburban region on the outskirts of Xinjiang. Clusters of self-built houses in urban villages, old residential buildings, and street-side shops still had their frameworks intact, but their appearances had become unrecognizable. Some walls had been violently stripped away, windows dismantled, doors removed, and even the iron railings in the stairwells had not been spared. The interiors of the vacant buildings had been thoroughly stripped bare. Along the roadside lay heaps of construction debris that had not been cleared away in time, with broken bricks, cement, rubble, fractured steel bars, and shattered tiles covered mostly by wild grass, exposing only some sharp edges. The convoy swiftly traversed this desolate suburban wasteland for about 10 minutes. Although it was only 5 in the afternoon, night had fully descended. Heavy dark purple clouds rolled across the sky, bearing an indescribably eerie sheen. It resembled the aurora, yet was distinctly different. The colors were too deep and oppressive, pressing down upon them, and making it hard to breathe. Brother, what is that? Jiang Mu Mu in the back suddenly tightened her grip on Su Ye's arm, her voice trembling with disbelief. Her other hand pointed toward the windshield ahead. Su Yu followed the direction of her finger, and then he fell silent. At the horizon in the distance, a halo appeared. It was not natural light, but rather a ghastly curtain of light, formed by countless searchlights, engineering floodlights, and burning flames intertwining. Beneath the curtain of light, a continuous black silhouette emerged slowly, like a colossal dragon stretching across the heavens and earth. It was a wall. The concrete remnants of abandoned buildings poured cement, heavy steel plates, and even sections of elevated highway that had been cut away. All had been violently assembled together to form a long gray wall. Countless construction machines roared on both sides of the wall's foundation. Cranes, excavators, bulldozers, with the sounds of engines mingling with metal clashing and the shouting of workers. Even from several kilometers away, that earth-shattering roar still came crashing towards them. Yet it was clear that this wall was still unfinished. Many segments were only half complete, with only foundation erected and rebar exposed. However, its scale and direction were already evident. It aimed to encircle the entire inner city of Xingqing. So you couldn't help but feel shocked. It had only been 6 days since the disaster. The Xingqing authorities had astonishingly demonstrated such remarkable boldness and execution to abandon the vast outer city area and rapidly concentrate all resources inward to erect such a doomsday moat within just a few days. A decisive severance was no less than this. He recalled the late night 2 days ago when they had passed the outer ring highway of Xingqing, having seen the vegetation cleared, but they had no way of knowing what had happened inside the city. Now he understood that at that time this wall had probably already been under construction. The engineering scale that had already progressed to this extent on the 6th day of the disaster indicated that there had at least been a complete design plan and dispatch orders issued by the 2nd or even the 1st day. The official response was not quick, but predicted. Su Yu once again thought of that prophet. Someone who could prompt the authorities to decide abandon the outer city, shrink the inner city, and build walls for defense on the very first day of the disaster. This proved that he had gained the highest level of trust from the very beginning. No, perhaps even before the disaster occurred. This deepened Su Ye's curiosity while also instilling an indescribable sense of vigilance. An entity capable of influencing national decisions, whether friend or foe, was worth utmost caution. Is this a wall being built? Jiang Yunhao in the back stared wide-eyed, his mouth slightly agape. No one answered him. Su Ye's gaze slowly swept over the growing gray wall. His pupils constricted slightly. Every distance along the wall was equipped with a temporary sentry post with machine guns and searchlights deployed. Rows of military vehicles and armored cars were parked beneath the wall, with soldiers patrolling back and forth. The white beams of searchlights regularly swept across the barren land outside the wall, crisscrossing without leaving any blind spots. His evolved vision allowed him to discern more details, and several dozen meters away from the wall's foundation, a primitive form of a moat was being continuously excavated. This was not a temporary defense line, but a true city defense work. As the convoy began to slow down about 5 kilometers from the wall, it finally came to a halt. After a chaotic handover, Han Zheng's voice came through the intercom. All troops of Baishui County, heed my command, gather all to the left. Hearing the order from the intercom, Su Ye's heart suddenly sank. His mother and Su Hang were still on the know. 7 bus at the hospital. Meanwhile, the public channel on the intercom was filled with various chaotic dispatch orders after the Xingqing military district took over. He couldn't interject at all, and couldn't reach anyone from Baishui County. Moreover, the incoming traffic was long, and the view was completely blocked by numerous vehicles, making it impossible to see the position of the hospital bus ahead. Su Yu frowned. He supported himself against the edge of the luggage rack on the roof of the car, stepping on the door frame, and suddenly exerted force from his waist and abdomen. This motion, which had required considerable effort in the past, felt astonishingly light at this moment. He leaped onto the roof of the car like a cat landing soundlessly. He himself was momentarily dumbfounded. The sense of power and control in his body was as if he were a different person from just a few hours ago. That golden entry was quietly rewriting every detail of his body. Su Yu stood steadily on the roof of the car, surveying the area ahead from above. The flow of vehicles under the night was like a dark river, with the lights of the convoy ahead flickering in and out. His evolved vision maximized its value at this moment. While others could only see blurry outlines of lights, he could distinguish different types of vehicles, their colors, and even the text markings on their bodies. The military convoy was orderly gathering toward the wall, with military trucks and armored vehicles peeling off from the main convoy, merging into the left side. Among the remaining vehicles, he quickly found his target. The buses marked with Baishui County People's Hospital were still stationary. The No. 7 bus was positioned in the middle between two other vehicles from different hospitals. Its lights were on the doors tightly closed and indistinct shadows could be seen moving inside the windows. Suyu exhaled a long breath of white mist, the cold air causing the vapor to swell and dissipate rapidly, and his heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally settled. He flipped off the roof of the car and landed almost soundlessly. What did you see? Lin Xingli leaned her head out from the driver's seat, her sharp gaze scanning him. She noticed the change in Suye's actions as he got in and out of the car. Although the previous Suyu was not clumsy, he would never have displayed such fluidity and lightness. Yet she said nothing, her eyes narrowing slightly before quickly averting her gaze. The military has separated from the other vehicles and headed towards the city wall. Suyu opened the car door and sat back down, then said, all the other vehicles will remain here. What about Annie and Xiaoheng? Zhang Mumu in the back seat frowned slightly. Bus No. 7 is still here, hasn't moved, and everyone is inside. Hearing this, Zhang Mumu's frown relaxed a bit. A few minutes later, several military vehicles from Xingqing arrived in front of their abandoned convoy, flashing their warning lights. They guided them along the outer perimeter of the city wall, heading in another direction. Suyu leaned against the car window and looked outside. The outlines of buildings on both sides slowly retreated in the car's headlights. Surrounding office buildings, residential towers, shop fronts, and community walls remained intact, the skeletal structures still standing and the street layout preserved. In comparison to those ruins on the road that had been violently demolished to mere concrete frameworks, this area at least maintained the basic shape of the buildings. However, all the windows were dark voids, the shop shutters had vanished, leaving only gaping doorways that were empty inside. Suye's gaze passed through a window opening of a street-facing residential building, catching the remaining light from the convoy. He saw that the inside was already completely empty. The entire building resembled a shell that had been emptied of its organs. Even the furniture has been taken away. Lin Xingli's voice came from the driver's seat, tinged with a hint of undisguised shock. She was clearly observing as well. Not just the furniture. Suyu shifted his gaze from that building to the entrance of a nearby community. The iron gate still stood, but the access control system had been dismantled, leaving only a square indentation. The lampposts inside the community were still standing, though their light bulbs were missing. Everything that could be moved has been taken: wires, pipes, furniture, not a single item left. Suyu paused. Only the load-bearing structures remain untouched. Zhang Yunhao leaned over from the back seat to take a quick look outside, then shrank back, his voice muffled. What's the difference between this and demolition? No one answered him, but everyone understood this was not a demolition. Demolition is for reconstruction, while this place had been abandoned. The vehicle bumped along the deserted street, wheels crunching over gravel and unknown debris, the chassis scraping against some protruding hard object, occasionally emitting a harsh metallic screech. As the convoy stopped in this old district, the moment the door opened, a biting cold wind rushed in, carrying dust and an indescribable scent of decay. Suyu turned his head to scan the interior of the car. Everyone stay in the car and wait, don't get out. After saying this, he glanced at Zhang Yunhao, who nodded slightly, her fingers discreetly brushing against the hidden 92-style handgun. That pair of different-colored eyes flickered with a reassuring cold light in the dimness. Suyu opened the car door and stepped out. Just as he closed the door, he heard Zhang Mumu softly say from the back seat, "Be careful." He did not turn back, merely nodded slightly. The cold wind wrapped around him, carrying fine sand that slapped against his face, and his enhanced sense of smell allowed him to capture the unfamiliar odor in the air more clearly than before. He subtly furrowed his brow, noting this detail in his mind. Navigating through the dense vehicles, it took him several minutes to locate bus No. 7. At that moment, the bus was parked by the roadside, its body covered in scratches and stains from unknown liquids. The right side rearview mirror had been knocked off at some point, leaving only a bare support. Suyu approached and quickly scanned the area, soon spotting two familiar figures at the edge of the crowd. His mother, Yi Chuanmei, was bundled in a down jacket, anxiously looking around. His younger brother, Su Heng, stood beside her, holding two backpacks, his eyes vigilantly sweeping the surroundings. "Mom." "Xiaoheng." Suyu called out loudly. Yi Chuanmei abruptly turned her head, and upon seeing Suyu, tears streamed down her face. She stumbled over, grabbing Suyu's arm and looking him up and down. "Xiaoyu, are you alright? Are you hurt? On the road. Those monsters. Brother." Su Heng stepped in front of Suyu, reaching out to pat his shoulder, but halfway raised his hand, he suddenly withdrew it, clenching his fist and hitting his thigh. "We heard a lot of gunfire on the way, especially from behind. It went on for a long time." His words came out quickly, as if he had finally found an outlet after holding it in all the way. "Mom kept crying. I couldn't stop her, I thought." He didn't finish his sentence, his throat bobbing as he took a deep breath. Suyu watched his brother struggle to hold back his emotions, a part of his heart being gently tugged. He reached out and patted his mother's hand, feeling its icy coldness. He grasped Yi Chunmai's stiff fingers in his palms, squeezing tightly before releasing. "It's okay, everyone is fine." His voice was calm, but it brought more reassurance than any comforting words. "What about you?" There were no issues with bus now. 7, on the road, right. "Nothing major, just the situations on the way were a bit frightening," Su Hang interjected. "A big sister fainted from fear, and an old man had a heart attack. A nurse on the bus performed first aid on him." He paused, as if recalling something, lowering his voice. "By the way, brother, there was a man in the rear seat." In his 30s, he suddenly started coughing midway, looking particularly unwell. No one dared to approach him. "After we arrived at the stop, I saw him walk off by himself, but—" Su Hang scratched his head, not finishing his thought. Su Yes' gaze sharpened slightly. "Coughing? Was it a dry cough, or with phlegm?" It seemed like a dry cough, occasionally mixed with muffled sounds, as if something was stuck in his throat. Su Yes' brow furrowed imperceptibly, but he did not pursue the question further. Perhaps it was just ordinary physical weakness combined with a stress response. "Xiaohang." Yi Chunmei tugged at her son's sleeve. "Stop talking, your brother is here, everything is fine." "Mom is right." Su Yu pressed down on Su Hang's shoulder, his fingers squeezing lightly. Su Hang's words abruptly cut off. He looked up to meet his brother's gaze, stunned for a moment before nodding vigorously. "Come with me." Su Yu pulled his mother along and started walking. Yi Chunmei was still mumbling about something, but her feet automatically followed. A few minutes later, everyone gathered in front of Su Yes' vehicle. Zhang Mumu was the first to get out of the car, approaching with a perfectly timed smile on her face. Her eyes slightly reddened, a remnant of nervousness accentuating her delicate and fair features, making her appear pitiful enough to evoke sympathy. "Auntie," she called sweetly, her voice soft as melted toffee. Yi Chunmei grabbed her hand, scanning her from head to toe, and after confirming that this future daughter-in-law was unharmed, she let out a long sigh of relief. "You poor child, you've suffered alongside Xiaoyu," Yi Chunmei said, feeling heartbroken as she reached out to smooth Zhang Mumu's hair that had been blown askew by the wind. Zhang Mumu leaned closer to Yi Chunmei, lowering her head as she naturally supported her aunt's arm, with a small gesture resembling a mix of assisting an elder and acting coy. So you caught a glimpse of this scene, his lips subtly twitching. He understood Zhang Mumu too well. Those body language gestures were so instinctive to her that she executed them flawlessly. But he said nothing. In this chaotic world, anything that could ease his mother's worries was a good thing. Yi Chunmei turned back, scanning the people in and around the car again, her lips moving. She noticed the gaze of other girls lingering on Suyu. Some seemed to want to say something, but swallowed their words back. However, the warmth of reunion did not last long. A group of armed soldiers suddenly began to enter the settlement area. They moved swiftly and orderly, establishing metal barriers and barbed wire at several key entrances on the perimeter. An officer with the rank of major stood on top of a jeep, raising a loudspeaker in his hand. In his 40s, his facial features were as sharp as if chiseled from stone. "Attention, all survivors coming from the direction of Baishui County. I am Zhou Ke, the person in charge of the quarantine area on the west outskirts of Xingqing. According to the 7th order from the Xingqing Military Command, all incoming personnel must undergo quarantine. Those who pass quarantine may proceed to the isolation observation area within the city walls and may enter the inner city of Xingqing after a 3-day observation period." The crowd immediately erupted in discontent, a cacophony of voices overlapping and exploding. "Why not? We escaped all the way from Baishui County risking our lives, and now you say we can't enter. What does quarantine mean? How do you conduct it? What if we are misjudged? Our families are still inside waiting. They need medicine, they need..." The officials from the Baishui County government, led by Chun Guodong, were the first to rush to the quarantine barrier. Chun Guodong looked exhausted, but still held his back, straight chin raised. His voice was not loud, but each word was clear. "Comrade Zhou Ke, I am Chun Guodong, the secretary of the Baishui County Party Committee. May I ask if your superiors are present? I need to speak directly with your superiors." Zhou Ke glanced down at him, offering no response, his expression as unyielding as a gray concrete wall. Chun Guodong's expression darkened. After a moment, Zhou Ke picked up the loudspeaker. "Silence." His voice resonated through the loudspeaker, carrying an undeniable authority. The previously noisy scene quieted momentarily, but soon someone unwillingly continued to curse. "Shut up. I have a patient in the car." Yesterday, Zhou Ke interrupted everyone. He did not raise his voice, only paused to ensure everyone was listening. A group of survivors who withdrew from the west side of Qinghe County experienced a massive outbreak of parasitic infection after entering the quarantine area. The crowd quieted somewhat. "Those parasites," Zhou Ke's tone showed no emotional fluctuation. "They burrow into the skin, multiplying countless numbers within a few hours, ultimately consuming the host from the inside out. In the end, only a complete human skin was left, filled with wriggling eggs and pus." He paused for a sec. "Fewer than 5,000 survived in the entire quarantine area. We burned corpses throughout the night. A man in the front row who had been cursing with a raised fist slowly lowered his arm. His clenched fist had unknowingly relaxed, his fingers trembling slightly. The crowd fell into a deathly silence. So it's not that we want to make things difficult for you. Zhou Ke's voice finally carried a hint of humanity, but only a hint. It's for the safety of all your lives. Now the second matter. His tone turned cold again. A strong cold air mass is rapidly advancing southward, and soon the temperature in Xingqing and the surrounding areas will drop below -20 degrees, duration unknown. -20 degrees. Those words struck the ears of everyone present. Though it was cold, when leaving Baishui County, it was only around 0 degrees, and many people were still wearing down jackets hastily grabbed from home. What does -20 degrees even mean? Even the winters in northeast China aren't this harsh. And it's still June. Thus placing you in this old urban area is not abandoning you. Though some buildings have been demolished, the main structures remain, providing shelter from the wind and cold. Those without food and water can go to the supply distribution point to receive basic necessities. He paused as if weighing whether to say one last thing. 50 quarantine stations have been established around. Please line up orderly. The sooner you complete the quarantine, the sooner you can enter the safe area within the city walls. After Zhou Ke finished speaking, he lowered the loudspeaker, jumped down from the jeep, and turned to leave. Chun Guodong stood in place, his face alternating between green and white. The officials behind him exchanged glances, ultimately saying nothing further. Su Yu listened intently to all this information. Parasitic infection. He thought of the mutated plants releasing spores on the highway, the car windows corroded by pollen, and those survivors who had been bitten and scratched by mutated creatures, but were still alive. And the man who had been coughing mentioned by Su Hang earlier. There were too many people exposed to the mutated environment. It was impossible to judge who carried what. Quarantine was indeed necessary. Su Ye's gaze calmly swept over the chaotic crowd around him, over the soldiers beginning to set up the quarantine barriers, and over the construction machinery still roaring beneath the city walls in the distance. He noticed a detail that others had overlooked. Around the quarantine station, every 20 meters or so stood a soldier carrying heavy equipment. Those devices were not guns, the barrels were short and thick, connected to bulging metal canisters on their backs. They were flamethrowers. They had been there from the very beginning. Su Ye's pupils constricted slightly, but his expression remained unchanged. Brother, what do we do? Su Hang whispered, pulling his hands into his sleeves to rub them together. Queue up. Or should we find a place to shelter from the wind? Queue up, Su Yu replied. First we complete the quarantine, and we can discuss the rest later. He glanced at his mother. Mom, you and Xiao Hang stay close to me, don't get separated. Su Yu and his companions began to move towards the nearest quarantine station. They were positioned towards the back, surrounded by a throng of people. Only the engineering lights from the distant city walls and the high-powered incandescent bulbs at the quarantine point cast a ghastly glow, slicing the queue into alternating shadows of light and dark. The cold wind howled past, and Yi Chunmei huddled her breath, forming white mist that nearly froze on her eyebrows. She rubbed her hands together, tucking them into her sleeves, her lips pressed tightly. A thin layer of white frost had begun to form on the concrete ground, producing a faint crunching sound under. How long do we have to wait? Su Hang stamped his feet, exhaling warmth into his hands. My toes are going numb. Less talk, move forward. Su Yu replied in a low voice, his gaze already scanning over several rows of heads towards the quarantine station. The queue was long, moving at an excruciatingly slow pace. Su Hang tiptoed, stretching his neck to look ahead for a long time. Brother, do you see those people in white protective suits up ahead? Are they sweeping something across the bodies? Su Yu followed his gaze, faintly discerning the quarantine process ahead. Blood draws, surface examinations, throat swabs, and finally a square box. An instrument scanning with some unknown principle. Not sure, Su Yu said, lingering on the instrument for a couple of extra seconds. But judging by the scanning method, it resembles some form of biological signal detection, possibly a variant of thermal imaging. Can you see it? It's so far away. Su Hang squinted, trying to focus. I can't make anything out. Su Yu did not respond. Each person took at least 3 to 4 minutes, and there were at least a few hundred ahead. In the crowded and chaotic line, people were pressed closely against each other. After hearing the situation that Zhou Ke had just mentioned, everyone's gaze towards those around them had changed. From time to time, someone would turn their head, nervously scrutinizing those beside them. A middle-aged man repeatedly touched his neck and cheeks, as if confirming there was nothing moving beneath his skin. The woman beside him stepped back half a step, her voice trembling. You. Stop touching your face. Are you infected? I'm not. Stay away from me. The man responded sharply. Su Ye's gaze swept over several rows of heads before retracting. He noticed an elderly man a few rows ahead, leaning against another person's shoulder, his eyelids half-closed, lips darkened, as though he would collapse or freeze at any moment. Auntie, are you cold? Jiang Mumu suddenly took off the scarf from around her neck. Without waiting for Yi Chunmei to respond, she tiptoed and wrapped it around her neck, her movements exceptionally natural and steady. Yi Chunmei was taken aback for a moment, instinctively wanting to push her away. You wear it, I'm not cold. I'm young, and dressed warmly, and you wear it. Jiang Mumu smiled softly, her voice gentle, as she managed to tuck the end of the scarf into Yi Chunmai's collar. Yi Chunmai's lips moved, no longer refusing, and she reached to touch the edge of the scarf, her eyes slightly moist. However, some people's expressions had already gone numb, like parts unloaded from an assembly line, pushed forward with hollow gazes. A young mother holding a child stood less than 2 meters in front of Suyu. The child, around 2 or 3 years old, seemed to be whimpering either from hunger or cold. The young mother wrapped her child tightly in her coat, while she herself only wore a thin sweater, her lips already turning a pale purple. Yi Chunmei was the first to notice her. She stared at the young mother's sweater for a few seconds, then glanced at the child in her arms, who was crying hoarsely, her face flashing with a complex expression. She instinctively reached for the zipper of her down jacket, as if intending to take it off, and hand it over. Suyu gently pressed her hand down. Yi Chunmei looked up at him, and Suyu simply shook his head slightly. He remained silent, his gaze shifting from the young mother to a more distant elderly man curled up on the ground, dressed in nothing, unsure if he was still breathing. Yi Chunmei followed his line of sight, falling silent. Her hand slowly retracted, and she bowed her head, clutching her clothing tightly. The cold wind whipped by again, carrying tiny shards of ice that struck their faces. The line continued to creep forward slowly with no one speaking. Brother, look over there. Suhang suddenly nudged Suyu with his elbow, pointing to the other side. Suyu followed the direction he indicated. In another nearby line, a group of people were brutally pushing through those in front of them, forcing a path. The leading men, heavily built and tattooed with chaotic designs, shouted curses. Get out of the way. Make way for me. Someone protested, but just as they began to argue, one of the men casually shoved them to the ground. The person fell onto the frost-covered ground, their elbow hitting with a dull thud, baring their teeth in a wish to retaliate, but was firmly restrained by their companions. This group quickly squeezed to the front of the line, and those waiting beside them dared not express their anger, hurriedly making way. Jiang Yunhao washed his brows, furrowing repeatedly. This group. Suhang glanced at him, patting his arm. Don't look, it's none of our business. Do you know them? Suyu asked. Suhang squinted for 2 seconds, then scoffed. Lei Laohu, the one from Baishui County, involved in gambling and loan sharking, those gray industries. I saw him once while I was asking around for gasoline in the county. He has about 20 or 30 people under him. He paused, lowering his voice a bit. I noticed they have a modified small truck with steel mesh welded on the windows and a reinforced bumper. They likely came here relying on that vehicle. If that group can be found out to have issues. Suhang lowered his voice, a hint of schadenfreude in his tone. That's a matter for the quarantine station, Suyu replied noncommittally. He shifted his gaze from Lei Laohu's group back to the slowly moving line ahead. The cold wind seeped into his collar, and he instinctively shrank his neck, his gaze aimlessly scanning the heads in front of him. Just then he caught a whiff of something unusual. It was a sweet, rotten, damp scent tinged with the unique, fishy smell of some living creature. His enhanced sense of smell post-evolution magnified this barely detectable odor to an overwhelming degree. Suyu frowned instinctively, trying to discern the source of the smell. Was it ahead? Or to the side? The wind was erratic, the scent intermittent, as if seeping from some corner deep within the crowd. His gaze began to sweep rapidly over the faces of those around him. Before he could pinpoint its origin, panic erupted violently among the distant crowd. Quick, scatter. He's not right. Help. Suyu stiffened, then jerked his head upward. 30 meters away, before a newly erected temporary quarantine station, chaos rippled outward in concentric waves through the long queue. A burly middle-aged man collapsed without warning, his entire body convulsing violently as though struck by lightning. Beneath his neck and face, something writhed with terrifying speed just beneath the skin. Within seconds, fist-sized purplish-black bulges swelled beneath his epidermis. Each throbbed rhythmically, like grotesque malformed hearts. Brother, that man. Suhang's voice cracked sharply. HRRR. HRRR. He could utter no coherent syllable. Only guttural bestial rasps tore from his throat. His eyeballs bulged outward at an alarming pace, webbed with crimson capillaries. Under the horrified gaze of onlookers, one of his eyes burst open like an overripe tomato. Pop! A thick emerald green mist jetted violently from his ruptured eye socket and gaping mouth. Suyu's hair stood on end. Instinctively he recoiled a step and seized Jiang Mu's wrist. The green fog expanded rapidly through the air. Within it, countless thread-like entities, thinner than human hair, writhed ceaselessly. The quarantine station's pallid light pierced the mist, illuminating every sinuous filament in chilling clarity. This was no mere vapor. It was alive. Spores. Cover your nose and mouth, now. Parasites. They're parasites. The crowd turned ashen, scrambling backward in blind terror, rolling, tumbling, trampling one another. Yet several nearby individuals were inevitably engulfed by the virulent spray. My face. It itches so badly. They ran while frantically slapping their faces and bodies, but the filaments vanished upon contact, burrowing instantly beneath the skin. The sight made Suyu's stomach clench violently. He'd witnessed countless horrors on the operating table, but watching a living eye detonate before him spewing squirming life belonged to an entirely different order of horror. Yet he forced down the acidic surge rising in his throat. Brother, you. Jiangmu whispered, her wrists still gripped tight. She instinctively pressed her free hand hard over her mouth and nosed, her voice trembled, strained through her fingers. Was that man infected en route? Likely so. Suyu didn't turn. The crowd shattered into pure pandemonium. Screams, shrieks, wails. Everyone surged away from the afflicted, shoving, falling, trampling. From the corner of his eye, Suyu saw a young mother clutching her child sprint desperately in the opposite direction, staggering under the tide of fleeing bodies, nearly toppling, yet somehow regaining her footing. Suyu seized Jiangmu's arm with one hand and pulled the mother with the other. Stay against the wall, don't enter the crush. Su Hang and Zhang Yunhao flanked them left and right, shielding the women tightly within their formation. Mom, hold on to me. Tighter. Su Hang's lips trembled as he clutched Yi Chunmei's sleeve, but his voice had already warped beyond recognition. What unfolded before him clearly surpassed the limits of his endurance. Yi Chunmei shook violently, but her feet never faltered. She clenched her teeth so fiercely Lin Xingli's obsidian pupils locked ahead, yet her breathing had fractured. Move, now. Zhang Yunhao dragged his sister forward, his voice laced with raw fear. Zhang Yunhao said nothing, but her heterochromatic eyes flickered faintly. She perceived what others could not. The precise trajectories of the green mist, wind direction, dispersion, velocity, all laid bare in her vision. Left, now, she commanded softly. Wind blows right. Suyu heard, and instantly veered left, guiding them all off course. They pressed close to the outer wall of a nearby derelict building, skirting the worst of the stampede. Yet this was only the beginning. As if a switch had been flipped, survivors across multiple queues collapsed, one after another. Dozens, then hundreds. Identical convulsions, identical subdermal swellings, identical lethal spore bursts erupting from mouths and nostrils. A thought flashed through Suyu's mind: synchronous onset. Means near identical exposure time. Most likely they'd all been contaminated simultaneously somewhere inside the botanical tunnel. His mind raced back to the coughing man Su Hang had mentioned aboard the bus. If those symptoms signaled early-stage parasitic infection, where was that man now? But the quarantine station responded faster than Suyu anticipated. The flamethrower-wielding soldiers he'd earlier observed surged in, without hesitation, as though they'd been waiting for this very moment. Qinghe County's grim precedent loomed heavy. Whoosh! With a deep, resonant ignition, searing orange flame engulfed the afflicted, and those trapped within the spore's lethal radius who couldn't flee in time. The night tore apart. Gigantic fire bloomed in darkness, gilding every nearby face with a ghastly warm orange pallor. Shadows of fleeing figures stretched monstrously across abandoned walls, distorted, elongated like frescoes from hell itself. A scorching wave blasted outward, heat so intense it seared the air. Human bodies contracted into grotesque charred silhouettes under that infernal heat. Spores and parasites erupted from within, popping and sizzling until consumed utterly. The stench of burnt protein saturated the air. Suyu knew that smell well. It echoed the acrid tang of electrocautery in the operating room, only hundreds of times more suffocating. Don't look back. Suyu barked low. Su Hang twisted his head anyway, and caught a glimpse. His face drained white, his step faltered. Brother, those people, the fire, they're still moving. Go. Suyu's voice held no warmth. That's not movement, that's thermal muscle contraction. They're already dead. He yanked his mother forward, quickening their pace. Behind them flames roared and churned. Oscillating amber light cast their retreating silhouettes onto the adjacent building's wall. Suyu led them to a crumbling building's recessed corner roughly 100 meters from the quarantine station, backs pressed to cold brick momentarily clear of the human torrent. Silence swallowed the area. Those who moments ago had grumbled about quarantine now stared at the distant churning fire and blackened outlines, too terrified even to draw breath. Some knelt, hands over mouths dry heaving. Others curled into fetal knots against walls, trembling uncontrollably. Then, a sharp staccato whoosh echoed again from the quarantine station, another infected soul incinerated on the spot. At an unknown moment, the figure of Zhou Ku appeared again on the roof of the jeep, holding a loudspeaker. Do you see? This is the consequence of infection by the worm spore. This parasitic infection currently has no treatment. Once infected, it is 100% fatal. Moreover, it spreads worm spores upon death, causing secondary infections. This is also the reason for the quarantine. Furthermore, there are more than one type of infection discovered so far. Over 3 known species of deadly parasites exist, and none of them have a cure. Now who still does not want to be quarantined? The crowd fell into a deathly silence. The few powerful lights at the quarantine station only illuminated a radius of a few dozen meters beyond which lay the fragmented darkness of abandoned buildings. Everyone looked at their companions with terrified eyes, as if the person next to them might turn into a walking bomb at any moment. In the next moment, everyone went mad, rushing back to the quarantine point. This time no one complained, no one shoved. Everyone's face was etched with fear, desperately wanting to prove they were clean. 50 lines filled up instantly, each forming a long dragon. During the quarantine process, people were occasionally pulled from the line. Some were flagged by abnormal readings from the equipment, while others had subcutaneous lumps found during physical examinations. Most of these people were still asymptomatic and unaware they were already infected. "I'm fine. You must be mistaken. Let me go." A young man pulled out was struggling desperately. 2 soldiers in heavy protective suits dragged him towards the back of the quarantine point. He looked back for a moment, his face filled with disbelief. Darkness swallowed his figure. A minute later, a short gunshot rang out from that direction. The sound was not loud, but in the silent crowd it was more deafening than thunder. An officer explained coldly to the crowd through the loudspeaker. "Remember, any form of mutated parasitic infection is incurable. For everyone's safety, we can only take the most extreme measures." The chilling words sent shivers down everyone's spine. Su Hang and Jiang Yunha's faces turned pale. Yi Chunmei clenched the sleeves of Su Hang, and Su Yu tightly, her grip unyielding. "Don't be afraid." Su Ye's voice was not loud, but exceptionally steady. "We are all fine." Seeing the gazes of several people turn to him, he paused for a moment, deciding to reveal some facts to reassure them. His gaze first landed on his mother and Su Hang before he spoke. "I didn't mention it earlier, but on the way I awakened and became an evolver." This statement detonated like a bomb, silently exploding between them. Su Hang's eyes instantly brightened, his mouth opening and closing repeatedly, then opening once more. Yi Chunmei was stunned, her grip on the sleeves tightening even further, her face filled with disbelief. Su Yu glanced at the expressions of those around him. "After awakening, my senses have greatly enhanced." He paused, his tone firm. "The person who just erupted with infection had a unique, sweet, fishy smell even before he fell ill. I could smell it before he became symptomatic, but you don't have it." This statement was half true and half false. He could indeed roughly distinguish the unusual body odors of those around him through his enhanced sense of smell, but the accuracy was far from what he claimed. The sweet, rotten, fishy smell could be a sign of infection or just a coincidence. He himself couldn't guarantee it 100%. What truly gave him confidence was the conceptual operating table in his space. No matter how powerful the mutated parasites were, they were still living beings. As long as a person was alive, it was theoretically possible to extract the parasite's properties using the operating table. However, the precondition was that the host must trust him completely, allowing himself to be taken onto the operating table without any resistance. But this was ultimately just his trump card, and he couldn't expose it unless absolutely necessary. He only needed to reassure his teammates. "So don't be afraid, just line up for the quarantine. I watched the process ahead. It's just a blood draw and equipment scan, a matter of a few minutes." After hearing this, Yi Chunmei visibly relaxed her tense body, but then seemed to think of something unpleasant. Still not reassured, she asked, "Xiao Yu, you awakened, but you're feeling fine, right?" "Mom, I'm a doctor." Su Yu tilted his head to look at her, his tone tinged with a hint of helplessness. "Do I not know my own body?" Yi Chunmei was momentarily taken aback by this statement, considering it was indeed logical, so she stopped pressing further. Beside her, Su Hang first froze for a few seconds, just like Yi Chunmei. Then his eyes suddenly lit up. The light was a stark contrast to the pale, frightened look he had when faced. It was as if someone had flipped the switch inside him. "Bro, you awakened. What abilities did you gain? Do I look like I can fly, eh? Then did you get stronger? Can you break bricks with your bare hands?" Su Hang's voice grew louder, completely forgetting that just moments ago, he was trembling. "What about your eyesight? You said your senses were enhanced. Can you see through things?" The more he spoke, the more absurd his questions became, his eyes shining as he reached out to touch Su Ye's arm. "Let me see if your arms have gotten bigger." Su Yu raised his hand to swat his paw away. "If you keep talking, do you believe I'll use my enhanced strength to hit you right now, eh?" Su Hang finally shut his mouth, but the smile on his face was impossible to suppress. Yi Chunmei yanked him sharply. "Be quiet. Your brother is discussing serious matters." Su Hang shrank his neck, having to obediently close his mouth. But his gaze couldn't help but keep darting towards Su Yu as though he were some rare oddity. Jiang Mu did not ask further questions, simply leaning slightly closer to Su Yu, her shoulder gently brushing against his arm. She had not shown any surprise from the beginning when she witnessed Su Yu devouring everyone's rations from the car. She already knew. She had just been waiting for him to say it out loud. Lin Qingli's gaze lingered on Su Yu for a moment before she nonchalantly looked away, but the grip on the hilt of her knife tightened a little. Su Ye's gaze returned to the quarantine station. The queue was still slowly writhing, and under the pale light the quarantine personnel in white protective suits moved mechanically and efficiently. He noticed that the soldiers, while conducting rapid tests, were also using something resembling a tablet computer to record information. Suyu's ears twitched as he caught snippets of the voice carried by the wind. Name, age, former occupation. He instantly understood. This was not just a quarantine, it was also a census and resource screening against the backdrop of the apocalypse. Perhaps this would determine how they would be arranged after entering the inner city. In the darkness, the group moved forward incessantly. The faces of those around were intertwined with numbness and fear, and occasionally someone would sob quietly, only to be silenced by a fierce glare from a companion. Time passed second by second, and Suyu suddenly sensed something amiss. The wind changed abruptly, a fierce gale sweeping through with icy particles, as if someone had overturned a bucket of ice water from above. The temperature began to plummet. Something's wrong, Suyu whispered, but before he could finish his sentence someone shouted, "The cold wave is coming." The biting cold wind felt like a knife against their faces. In just a few minutes the temperature dropped from around 0 degrees to -10 degrees, and it continued to fall. Su-hang instinctively wrapped his arm around Yi Chunmai's shoulder, shrinking his body. Some survivors at the back of the line, inadequately dressed for warmth, began to falter. At first it was just shivering, but soon some people had purple lips and stiff limbs, collapsing to the ground and never getting up again. The crowd instantly erupted into chaos. "We can't hold on any longer. If we keep lining up, we'll freeze to death. Find a place. Quick, find somewhere to hide." The previously orderly line collapsed into disarray in an instant. People surged like a swarm of disturbed ants towards the nearby hollow and dilapidated buildings, searching for any corner that could shield them from the wind and rain. The buildings surrounding the 50 quarantine points became the most sought-after spots. Everyone wanted to grab a house closest to the quarantine point that could block the wind, as it would provide warmth. They could also observe the quarantine station's movements, allowing them to rush in at the first opportunity when there were fewer people. "Stay close to me," Suyu decisively shouted, pulling his mother with one hand and dragging Jiang Mu with the other. Jiang Yunhao quickly pulled Jiang Yunyao, and Su Hang and Lin Qingli followed suit. The 7 of them formed a tight cluster amid the dark crowd, like a nail driven into the chaotic flow of humanity. They had a clear target, charging straight towards the nearest tall office building, which had lost its main entrance, leaving a gaping void. Suyu entered the first-floor lobby and quickly scanned the area. It was as dark as if someone had splashed ink all over it, and several people stumbled in behind him, with Su Hang tripping over something on the floor and nearly losing his balance. "It's too dark. I can't see anything." "Don't move around," Suyu hissed, taking advantage of the darkness to reach into his space and pull out a flashlight to turn on. A bright halo illuminated the lobby, dispelling the darkness. The beam slowly swept across, revealing a meeting room on the side of the first-floor lobby, its wooden door intact and undamaged. Pushing the door open, they found it empty, with no furniture left inside. The walls were intact, and there were no windows. Once the door closed, it almost completely isolated them from the cold wind outside, with only a slight draft seeping in through the gap beneath the door and the ceiling's pipes. This will do, Suyu decided instantly. However, as soon as they rushed inside, several groups drawn by the flashlight's beam attempted to squeeze in. The leader held a smartphone, its pale glow casting shadows on his cheekbones and eye sockets. "There's someone inside. Go find another place." Jiang Yunhao stepped to the doorway, his muscular frame blocking the entrance, and he punched the wall beside him, causing a dull thud mixed with falling cement debris. His muscular build combined with his bloodshot eyes resembled a human wall. The crowd outside was intimidated by his imposing presence, hesitating as Suyu's calm voice drifted from within. "This office building is so large there are plenty of places. Instead of wasting time here with me, you might as well go find a better spot earlier." The leader glanced at Jiang Yunhao before looking around other areas. Let's head over there, we're going upstairs." The beams of the mobile phones flickered as they turned and moved deeper into the hallway, and the crowd immediately surged towards the staircase. Once the door closed, it cut off the outside noise. Suyu adjusted the flashlight to a lower brightness and placed it in the corner, the dim glow barely illuminating the faces of the 7. "Su-hang, Yunhao, you two go, and bring our car parked on the road inside. Drive it directly to the meeting room door," Suyu ordered decisively. "Hurry up and come back. Avoid any conflicts with others." "Got it," Su-hang replied. Although he didn't have a driver's license yet, driving was no problem for him, and he immediately grabbed Jiang Yunhao and ran off. In less than 5 minutes, the sound of an engine echoed from outside the office building. The beam from the car headlights pierced through the deeper darkness within the building as a gray domestic hybrid car awkwardly drove through the wide entrance, its tires grinding over the rubble with a harsh screech. The front of the car came to a stop slightly right of the meeting room door. The engine shut off, and the headlights dimmed, plunging the entire lobby back into darkness. Suyu pulled out another flashlight and turned it on to the lowest setting, casting a dim yellow light that cut a small visible area. The car door opened, and Su-hang jumped out, his face flushed from the cold wind, the white breath visible in the flashlight's residual glow. He rubbed his frozen fingers, huffing warm air into his palms, but his fingers were so stiff that they couldn't bend properly. Bro, my hands are almost numb. The steering wheel feels like an ice block. The heater barely kicked in before we arrived. Jiang Yunhao followed closely behind, carrying a fire axe in one hand and Lin Qingli's machete in the other. In truth, there wasn't anything particularly important in the car. Each person's backpack was carried with them, and the food had long been consumed during his evolution. The essential supplies were already in Su-ye's space. But the car itself was the most crucial resource. There was still a bit of fuel in the tank, and the battery had some charge left. If it got too cold, the car's heater could at least provide warmth for a while. Moreover, there were cold weapons like the fire axe and machete. Earlier, when they reached the settlement area, they were surrounded by heavily armed soldiers, making it somewhat conspicuous to walk around with a machete. So no one took anything when they got out of the car? Jiang Yunhao handed the machete to Suyu, who then passed it to Lin Qingli. Your knife. Lin Qingli took the knife, and her fingers flinched slightly upon touching the cold blade. Hearing that the car had returned, Jiang Mu and Yi Chunmei also emerged from the meeting room door. Jiang Yunyao followed behind, lowering her head against the doorframe, her hands stuffed into her pockets, remaining silent. At that moment, several hundred meters away on the abandoned street, the fierce wind whipped up ice shards that struck the metal of the car, producing a series of sharp sounds. Around 10 people were crammed into the back of a small truck, cursing incessantly, while 2 individuals sat in the front cabin, scanning the surroundings through the windshield, trying to find a building to shield them from the cold. Ahead, a beam of headlights pierced the darkness, driving straight into the entrance of a spacious office building. It was the only building nearby where the first-floor entrance was wide enough for a truck to enter directly. The person in the passenger seat narrowed his eyes slightly. In such extreme cold, driving the car into the building meant that either it was loaded with abundant supplies, or there was sufficient fuel for warmth. As thoughts raced, a plan quickly formed in his mind. Start the engine, follow that truck, he ordered swiftly. The scene shifted back to the hall. Suyu was about to invite them into the conference room, when he suddenly tilted his head. After evolution, his hearing had become acutely sensitive. Amidst the background noise that was merely the sound of the wind to an ordinary person, he distinctly isolated a sound that did not belong to the wind. His gaze shifted towards the entrance. Su-hang's hand movements immediately froze. Brother, what's going on? The roar of the engine intensified as his gaze shifted towards the entrance. Su-hang's hand movements immediately froze. Brother, what's going on? The roar of the engine intensified as a modified small box truck crashed through the entrance. The truck's windows were welded with steel bars, and the front bumper had been modified into a robust crash beam smeared with dried dark stains. It stopped directly at the left side of the hall. There was about 10 meters separating it from Su-ye's vehicle, with only a few sturdy support columns in between. The glaring high beams of the truck shone directly into the hall, illuminating the front area with a stark white light. In the harsh light, Suyu squinted momentarily. He stepped forward half a step, positioning himself in front of Jiang Mu and Yi Chunmei. Immediately after, the back door of the truck was violently pushed open from the inside, crashing against the truck's side. Around 10 people jumped out in succession, their shoes crunching on the concrete debris, emitting a chaotic sound upon landing. Suyu's expression tightened slightly. The weapons in these people's hands immediately captured his attention. They were not the blades and steel pipes commonly seen among street thugs, but genuine replica cold weapons. There were Niuwei knives, ring-handled sabers, and goose-feather blades. The craftsmanship was not exquisite, but the steel was authentic and heavy. A young man in his 20s held a tang horizontal knife that reflected a bright cold light under the truck's headlights. The blade was narrow and straight, with a copper-inlaid handguard, looking far from cheap. At this moment, the doors to the driver's and passengers' sides opened simultaneously, and 2 figures emerged. Suyu quickly scanned his surroundings. Including those who jumped out from the cargo area, there were a total of 13. Leading them was a stout, middle-aged man wearing a leather hat, dressed in an open black coat over a thick turtleneck sweater. The coat flapped in the draft, and he held a cigarette in his left hand, while casually carrying a sharpened machete. Upon seeing this person, Su-hang's body tensed up immediately. Brother, that's Lei Lao. His voice was lowered to nearly a whisper, squeezed out from between clenched teeth. Suyu did not respond. He had already encountered this group when he was checking the quarantine line earlier. To lead a fully armed group of over 10 people out of Baishui County alive, this Lei Laohu was certainly not a simple character. Lei Laohu stood by the truck door, taking a deep drag from his cigarette, his gaze leisurely sweeping around the hall. His eyes passed over the gray hybrid vehicle, scanned the half-open conference room door, and lingered slightly on the few people standing by the truck. Finally, his gaze fixed on Lin Qingli and Jiang Mu Mu's faces, not moving away for a long time. The harsh white light from the high beams illuminated from the side, outlining Lin Qingli's stern profile, while Jiang Mu Mu's face flickered at the edge of the light pale as porcelain. Lei Laohu flicked the cigarette, but to the ground, and stamped it out, taking 2 steps closer to Suyu. His pace was steady, the sound of his leather shoes crunching on the gravel echoed. "Little brother," Lei Laohu spoke in a deep voice, deliberately infusing his tone with an air of superiority. "It hasn't been easy fleeing from Baishui County. We've had our struggles too. We all understand the situation." He raised his hand, pointing to the 12 men behind him, then gestured towards the conference room on Su Ye's side. "I see this place behind you is quite nice and convenient. We have quite a bit of stuff on our side. Why don't you let us have it, and you can pick a room upstairs to take shelter." Su Heng, hearing that the other party was willing to let them pass, visibly relaxed his tense shoulders. He whispered, "Brother, these people are not easy to deal with. Why don't we give it to them and retreat upstairs to take shelter?" "Retreat?" Su Yu's gaze was as cold as ice as he spoke in a deep voice. "Do you see what the people behind him are doing?" Su Heng abruptly turned his head, and finally noticed that in the shadows of the support columns on both sides there were already 2 people stealthily approaching their flank. They had completely cut off the routes leading to the staircase and other exits, while the rest of the group spread out, forming an implicit encirclement around them. Su Heng's face changed drastically, cold sweat breaking out on his back. A harsh round of laughter erupted from the opposing group. A burly man holding a rebar slammed it heavily onto the concrete floor, producing a dull echo. "Brother, who your spiel isn't working. This kid is sharpied and not fooled at all." Their true nature was completely... A skinny man with a buzz cut stepped forward, glancing at the knife in Lin Qingli's hand, before letting out a loud whistle. "Since we've seen through it, let's not pretend anymore. Brother, who there's a wild horse hidden here." Lin Qingli's eyes turned cold in an instant. Another stout short man's gaze continuously roamed over Jiang Mu Mu's face, a lewd smile appearing on his lips. "Brother, who I want to keep this second serving for myself." He had even taken a step towards Jiang Mu Mu, his fingers making an extremely vulgar grasping motion in the air. "Once a master makes a move, you can tell if it's genuine." His words were cut short, the sound caught in his throat. Because Jiang Mu Mu was looking at him, she showed no signs of the panic typical of prey. Her hand silently gripped the cuff of Su Ye's sleeve, her fingers tightening slightly. Su Yu placed his hand over her slightly cool hand, discreetly shielding her to his side. His gaze was fixed directly on the short, stout man's face. He did not explode with rage, but the temperature in his gaze dropped to an absolute 0. It was the kind of stare a butcher gives when sizing up a piece of meat that is about to be butchered. This blatant killing intent caused a lewd smile on the stout man's face to freeze abruptly, cold sweat inexplicably seeping from his back. Lei Laohu keenly sensed the unusual atmosphere, raising his hand to firmly press down on the shoulder of the burly man beside him, silencing his subordinates. He snorted coldly and said, "You can't drink to celebrate, but must drink to punish." He refocused on Su Yu, his expression grim. "I initially wanted to play with you a bit longer, but since you understand the situation so well, I'll show you a way out." Lei Laohu's tone was filled with oppression. "I have 12 brothers here. You should weigh your options. Out of respect for being fellow townsfolk, I'll give you another chance." He raised his hand, pointing to several girls, then gestured at the hybrid vehicle. "The car and these girls must all stay. You men can leave now, and I won't make things difficult for you." This statement concealed a malicious scheme. Lei Laohu had no intention of letting anyone go. He simply sought to undermine the morale of Su Ye's side. Having mingled in society for over 20 years, he was already shrewd. He had sensed that despite the significant numerical disparity, the opposing side was clearly not as terrified of them as he had imagined. In this situation, aside from brainless fools, they were either cunning individuals with hidden cards. If his words could cause the opposing side, which was not as united as imagined, to waver under pressure, he could easily defeat them without bloodshed. Su Yu was fully aware of the insidious tactics at play, his expression remaining impassive, yet the murderous intent in his heart had already solidified completely. He was not afraid of the enemy's numerical advantage, and would not retreat even an inch. The golden text had given him ample confidence. He swiftly scanned the crowd behind him. Lin Qingli slightly turned her body, gripping the knife handle tightly positioned, half a step to the left, though her breathing was somewhat rapid. Su Heng clenched his fists tightly, the veins on the back of his hands bulging, staring fiercely in the direction of Old Tiger, lay his anger, having burned away any previous timidity. Jiang Yunha's palm gripped the axe handle firmly, his feet rooted to the ground, as he did not retreat in the slightest. Jiang Yunying crouched behind Jiang Yunhao, lowering her head with her hands stuffed in her pockets, her clothing longer than the others hanging just above her knees, creating a slightly unnatural curve. Seeing this scene, Su Yu subtly tilted his head, his gaze briefly meeting Jiang Yunying's. He shook his head lightly, and swiftly signaling her not to act rashly. The gun was his final trump card. The time to reveal it had not yet arrived. After suppressing Jiang Yunying's urge to draw her weapon, Su Yu withdrew his gaze, and quickly scanned the surroundings. The interior of the office building was enclosed, visibility shattered by load-bearing columns and shadows, with the staircase located deep around the corner, making it impossible for those on the upper floors to see the situation in the lobby. The military quarantine station was hundreds of meters away. Judging by the iron-fisted tactics demonstrated by those soldiers earlier, as long as they did not breach the defense line, they would not involve themselves in the conflicts within the resettlement area. Only their two factions were present here. The wind and snow were high, marking a night for killing. Suyu collected his thoughts and spoke in a deep voice. Mom, you go inside first and close the door. Upon meeting Suyu's gaze, Yi Chunmei slightly opened her mouth, seemingly wanting to say something, but ultimately swallowed her fears back down. She released Su Hang's sleeve and turned to quickly retreat into the conference room, the solid wood door shutting with a sharp click as the lock engaged. Suyu turned back, pulling open the door to the hybrid vehicle's driver's seat. He leaned into the car, using the seat for cover as he slipped into the space, swiftly retrieving 3 heavy machetes. These were the ones previously confiscated from the auto repair shop stored in the space all this time. He retreated back to his position, handing the first machete out Su Hang. Su Hang reached out to take it, gripping the handle tightly, his palm reddened from the effort. Moo. Jiang Mu Mu's eyes flickered, showing no hesitation as her slender fingers grasped the cold machete handle. The last one Suyu kept for himself. The blade glinted in the distant headlights, reflecting beams of piercing cold light. Old Tiger Lei stood about 10 meters away, the smile on his face gradually fading. He felt that the young man opposite might indeed have some hidden cards up his sleeve. But he was not without his own trump cards. As if recalling something, he twisted his neck, producing a sharp crack from his bones. He abruptly took a deep breath, forcefully expelling the white mist from his lungs through his nostrils, which was instantly dispersed by the cold wind. You think you can back down? Get ready to fight. Old Tiger Lei took 2 steps to the side, suddenly raising his voice. Kill the men, capture the women. As soon as Old Tiger Lei's command fell, the crowd behind him instantly sprang into action. He himself stepped back to the side of the truck's driver's cabin, standing beside a silent, scar-faced man. 3 others swiftly ran to the back of the truck, firmly blocking the escape route from the lobby. The 8 attackers at the front quickly divided their targets. 2 charged directly at Suyu, 2 engaged the burly Jiang Yunhao, while the remaining 2 lunged towards Su Hang. The last 2 approached Lin Qingli and Jiang Mumu leisurely. In their eyes, the 2 women were merely appetizers before the main course. The pale beam of light cast by the truck's high beams was severed by the lobby's load-bearing columns. Everyone's silhouettes flickered back and forth in the blinding light and heavy shadows. The white mist expelled by each person's breath rolled within the light beam, hazy like a thin fog shrouding the battlefield. Rapid breaths turned into puffs of white vapor in the sub-zero air. In a remote corner of the lobby, Jiang Yunying pressed herself against the wall, hidden in darkness. Her bluish-green eyes sparkled in the dark, yet her gaze did not fixate on the 8 attackers rushing in. Instead, it was fixed on the scar-faced man next to the truck's driver's cabin. She was observing closely. From the moment Suyu distributed the machetes, the scar-faced man had been fumbling for something in the gap of the car door. In the arena, 2 attackers yelled as they charged towards Suyu. One swung a steel pipe, while the other wielded a curved knife. The steel pipe and machete crashed down in succession as Suyu applied force with his feet, turning his upper body, relying solely on the most basic steps to retreat, occasionally flipping his wrist to accurately deflect the fatal attacks with the back of his knife. He did not counterattack immediately. Though these few in the group dared to wield blades among the beasts, they still retained the rules of civilized society within them, lacking the ferocity needed for a brutal fight against their own kind. Old Tiger Lei's gang was precisely an excellent sharpening stone. In the gaps between parries, Su Ye's dark eyes scanned over the shoulders of the 2 in front, capturing the entire battlefield situation. He was keenly observing everyone's limits. Once anyone faced a genuine life-and-death threat, he would instantly end the fight. Through the gaps between the load-bearing columns, he caught movement on the left side. Jiang Yunhao gripped the fire axe tightly, meeting the incoming strike of the bulltail knife Hedon. Relying on his astonishing physique of nearly 2 meters, and his substantial muscle power, he forcefully pushed forward, shaking the knife-wielding attacker back 2 to 3 steps. The 2 opponents circled around him, the fire axe and blade crashing violently against one another, sparks flashing and extinguishing in the cold air, but for the time being neither could gain the upper hand. This big guy is tough to crack. The attacker with the bulltail knife turned his head and signaled to his partner, "You engage him directly, he'll sneak up from behind. Stop stalling and just kill him." Another man cursed loudly. "Brother Huss' rule is to finish the job first and eat the meat. If you're late, you won't even get a sip of soup." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yunha's throat rolled violently, blood vessels in his eyes threatening to burst. "You're asking for death." He let out a beast-like roar, raising the fire axe with all his strength to strike down at the head before him. The overwhelming force nearly forced his opponent to lose grip on the knife. Jiang Yunhao was giving it his all, while Su Yu made a judgment in his heart. The situation on Su Hang's side was completely opposite. He had no combat experience, swinging the machete purely with brute force and instinct. It was nothing but a wild and unrefined blade technique. Facing the tactical pressure from two seasoned fighters, he was simply exhausting his stamina. One pressed him from the front, while the other slyly circled to the side with a Tang Dao. Su Hang's fingers gripping the machete had turned numb from the cold, the blade freezing in the sub-zero air. Each impact from the weapons sent a shockwave through his bones into his forearm. Damn! Accompanied by a roar, Su Hang felt a sharp burning pain tear across the side of his face. A line of blood stretched from his ear to his chin with a few drops hanging from the blade of the Tang Dao in the hands of the man beside him. Before the blood droplets could fall to the ground, they crystallized into dark red ice particles in the freezing air. You little brat, you're far from enough. The attacker grinned menacingly, carelessly wiping the bloodied blade against his pant leg. Su Hang's eyes turned instantly bloodshot. Without saying a word, he tightened his grip on the machete, propelled by a frenzied desire for mutual destruction, launching a fierce horizontal slash. This strike, heedless of consequences, forced the enemy in front to retreat in panic. However, he exerted too much force, losing complete control of his body. Another attacker seized the opportunity, delivering a heavy kick to the outside of his thigh. Su Hang's body swayed, his feet slipping on the frost-coated ground. He lost his balance and fell sideways, but this fall just happened to roll him out of the encirclement of death created by the two. Su Hang. Jiang Yunhao's eyes widened, his voice hoarse as he yelled. He wanted to break through the fray to save him, but was blocked by two large knives, unable to move an inch. The moment the bloodline appeared on Su Hang's face, Su Ye's toes had already turned in the opposite direction, all the muscles in his body tensing up. But he ultimately still stopped. His fingers tightened around the knife handle, the veins on the back of his hand bulging from extreme effort. Su Hang could still hold on. Su Ye's gaze swept past the glint of the knife in front of him, coldly turning towards the other side of the hall. Lin Xingli stood in front of Jiang Mumu, her slender, thick-backed cleaver hanging by her side, its tip nearly touching the ground. Two thugs were approaching them. Leading the way was the buzz-cut, skinny man who had just whistled, followed closely by a short, stout man with a face full of excess flesh. Their steps were slow, almost casual. Just two women, how much trouble could they cause? Don't be afraid, little sister. The buzz-cut, skinny man tilted his head, his knife swaying slightly at his side, his gaze filled with lewd intent. Be good, and we can finish up quickly and get it over with. The stout man followed behind, his neck drawn in against the chilling wind, his breath fogging up his face. He rubbed his thick, reddened hands vigorously, his gaze fixed on Jiang Mumu's face. It's so damn cold outside. Come, let big brother keep you warm. Don't let this pretty face freeze. Lin Xingli remained silent. Her breath was slightly hurried, her hand holding the knife was trembling slightly, her stance stiff, shoulders hunched like a schoolgirl who had never faced such a scene. Her right hand hung at her side, fingers curling occasionally, the fingertips pressed against the icy knife handle, now reddened from the cold. The buzz-cut, skinny man eyed her up and down, his smile widening. He tilted his head towards the stout man. You go grab that one, I'll take care of this one. The stout man chuckled, directly bypassing Lin Xingli, reaching out with his thick palm to grab Jiang Mumu's arm. Come, let's go. Jiang Mumu took a small step back, her face pale, yet her bright eyes locked onto the stout man's movements, her hands gripping the knife handle tightly. Meanwhile, the buzz-cut, skinny man stepped forward, reaching for Lin Xingli's wrist. Just as their bodies were about to make contact, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Lin Xingli's right foot suddenly pushed against the ground, her center of gravity dropping sharply by half a foot. Her previously trembling muscles instantly tensed, unleashing power over a very short distance. She did not use the knife. Her left hand locked onto the buzz-cut, skinny man's wrist, her body leaning forward, her right elbow striking like a blunt hammer, precisely hitting the outer side of his elbow joint. Crack! The sound of shattering bones echoed sharply in the empty hall. The buzz-cut, skinny man's right arm bent at an unnatural angle from the elbow. The stark white bone shard pierced through flesh, reflecting a glaring white under the truck's lights, as crimson blood gushed forth instantly. Ah! He let out a piercing scream, collapsing to his knees, the knife dropping from his hand with a clatter. One strike, and he had lost an arm. Get lost. Lin Xingli whispered, her dark pupils devoid of warmth. The stout man turned his head, his outstretched hand hanging in midair. The smile on his face hadn't fully faded, but his eyes were already wide, frozen in place, fixated on his companion's grotesquely bent, severed arm. His mind hadn't caught up yet. Lin Xingli swiftly lifted her toes, the knife that had fallen to the ground landing in her hand, its blade flipping, and aimed directly at the stout man's right shoulder. In extreme cold, reactions were inherently sluggish. The stout man's action to block the knife came a beat too late, his strength insufficient. When the blades clashed, his arm jolted his tiger's mouth, tearing painfully, as his entire arm felt nearly dislocated. Just as the stout man desperately tried to block the second strike, a knife silently plunged into his right kidney from behind. It was Jiang Mumu. Her face was pale, 10 fingers tightly gripping the knife handle, the knuckles protruding and turning a bluish-white, her hands even trembling slightly. Yet there was no hint of retreat in her bright eyes. Using the stout man's blocking angle as cover, she stepped forward half a pace, the knife blade following the most lethal angle, plunging straight into his right kidney. The stout man's body suddenly convulsed, uncontrollably curling to the right. Lin Qingli's knife edge fell alongside his ear, cutting a deep gash into his left shoulder. Blood splattered onto half of Lin Qingli's sleeve, yet she didn't even furrow her brow. The stout man let out a pig-like wail, rolling and crawling backward, wildly swinging his knife in a futile attempt to create distance. "Oh no. Help. Quick someone. Tiger bro. Save me. These two little girls have gone mad." In the conference room, Yi Chunmei crouched against the solid wooden door. The muffled sounds of impacts, blade clashes, and the men's screams filtered through the door. Her hand reached for the doorknob, her fingertips brushing against the cold metal before retracting. She knew she couldn't help with anything by going out. Suyu had kept her inside to eliminate any worries. Bursting out now would only make her a burden. The only thing she could do was not add to her son's troubles. Tears silently slid down her cheeks, dripping onto the frosted ground. By the truck lay Lao, his brow furrowed intensely. Without a word, he directly gestured to the remaining 3 behind him. The 3 understood immediately, splitting into 2 groups, one charging towards Jiang Yunhao from the side, while the other 2 circled in on Lin Qingli. This was why Lei Laohu didn't let everyone rush in at once. After over 20 years in society, he had seen hundreds of such brawls. The more people rushed in, the more chaotic it became, and the more likely something would go wrong. Leaving a few people behind to watch, they could fill in wherever needed. This strategy of having a reserve force was quite shrewd. Unfortunately, he underestimated the young man who had been suppressed all this time. The moment Suyu saw those 3 rush out, his eyes narrowed slightly. The warm-up was over. The 2 men before Suyu continued to swing their weapons fiercely, completely unaware that their prey had already shed its disguise. Suyu stepped forward with his right foot. The cement floor let out a dull cracking sound, spiderweb-like cracks exploding from the point of impact. He shot forward like an arrow released from a bow. The body, transformed by ancient genetic modification, revealed a truly terrifying explosive power. The burly man holding the steel pipe was momentarily blinded, his brain not yet registering pain, when a thick-backed cleaver slashed diagonally into his chest from his collarbone. Puffed. The knife blade shattered ribs, directly pulverizing internal organs. Scalding blood gushed forth, instantly vaporizing into a red mist in the sub-zero air, the droplets splattering on the ground, forming dark red ice shards. The man's eyes bulged, his mouth gaping wide, unable to emit a sound. His body was pushed backward by the tremendous force, ultimately crashing down like a half-rotten piece of wood. His legs twitched twice before going still. From the moment the blade struck to his death, it was less than a second. Seeing his companion's corpse fall, the thug wielding the ring-headed knife suddenly came to his senses, only to be met by Su Ye's dim, slightly golden-threaded dark gaze. "You?" The terrified scream caught in his throat. Before he could finish his sentence, Su Ye's left hand had already gripped his knife-wielding wrist, exerting force outward to snap it. With a crack of bones, Su Ye's right arm swung around in a circular motion. The knife blade smoothly cut into the left side of the thug's throat, emerging from the right neck. His head twisted at an odd angle, connected only by a few strips of flesh. Blood from the carotid artery sprayed over a meter away, rising in the cold to form a thick fog of blood, staining the nearby mottled support column red. The sounds of 2 bodies hitting the ground nearly overlapped. The 3 thugs rushing towards their fallen comrade had just taken a few steps when a sudden gust of wind surged behind them. The last man instinctively turned his head. In his line of sight, a fierce wind carrying a strong scent of blood was closing in on his back. Suyu, wielding the cleaver, charged in, his speed far exceeding that of a sprinter. He tilted his head towards the stout man. "You go grab that one, I'll take care of this one." The stout man chuckled, directly bypassing Lin. Even with his eyes closed, Suyu could find this spot. Countless surgeries had ingrained every blood vessel and the orientation of each bone within his mind. The blade pierced through the lower lobe of the left lung, precisely cutting into the wall of the descending aorta, severing the intercostal artery upon withdrawal. This man still stood, but he was already dead. At the moment the aorta ruptured, the blood pressure collapsed like a breached dam. With the lung-punctured, blood surged from the chest cavity into the airways, flowing from the puncture wound, as well as from his mouth and nose. His eyes bulged as he stared fixedly at the gaping hole in his chest that was emitting steam. His lips twitched slightly before he fell straight back onto the frost-covered ground. Before the 2 behind him could even halt their steps, Suyu had already darted past the first fallen corpse. The blade glimmered in the light, flashing twice too fast to discern its trajectory. A line of blood abruptly split open at a man's neck, the high-pressure blood spraying forth before it could hit the ground, congealing into dark red droplets in the extreme cold. He maintained a running posture as he rushed forward 2 steps, then crashed down with a thud. The last man turned instinctively, raising his short knife to block, but he was met with nothing but air. The machete had already sliced through his abdomen. He looked down at the steaming gash in his belly, his knees buckled, and he fell heavily onto the gravel. From the moment Tsuyu erupted to the completion of killing 5 men, no more than 10 seconds had passed. The entire hall fell into a deathly silence within that span. The fighting stopped, insults vanished, leaving only the wailing of the howling wind outside the doorway, and the sound of blood dripping from the wounds of the corpses freezing with a crunch. Sugu. Zhang Yunha's voice came from the left, his throat feeling constricted. You. It was not fear, but sheer shock. To him, Tsuyu seemed like a completely different person compared to the figure leisurely walking among the corpses. Everyone's gaze instantly froze on the silhouette standing amidst the 5 bodies. The truck's high beams shone from the side, casting a long shadow that covered most of the ground. Tsuyu's clothes were splattered and reeked of a pungent metallic scent. The blade of the inferior machete had reached the rolled edge, yet the tip still glimmered coldly. Blood slowly dripped down the edge. Thud, thud, thud. On the ground it froze into dark red ice beads. Suddenly a wave of imminent death threatened, causing every hair on Su Ye's body to stand on end. There's a gun. Get down. Su Hang's hoarse shout exploded in the empty hall. Beside the truck's cab, the scarred man, who had remained silent up until now, had taken out a crude homemade shotgun from under the driver's seat. The barrel was short and thick, the iron body crudely welded, glinting a lead gray hue in the light. Kill him. Lei Laohu shouted, his eyes bloodshot. The moment that dark barrel aimed at Tsuyu, everyone's hearts tightened. At this distance, the iron shot from the homemade gun was enough to turn a person into a sieve. The scarred man's finger pressed down hard on the trigger. Bang! A deafening gunshot resonated, accompanied by the blinding flash of fire and thick smoke that burst forth from the barrel, violently tearing through the frozen air. But the one who fell was not Tsuyu. The scarred man's head snapped back as if struck by a heavy hammer. A 9mm bullet drilled into his forehead, exploding a gaping wound at the back of his skull. A mixture of red and white splattered against the truck's metal surface, immediately meeting the cold and congealing into a mottled dark frost. His finger twitched on the trigger, the crude shotgun firing crookedly into the air, the coarse iron shot hitting the ceiling, debris raining down. The corpse fell backward, the back of its head hitting the truck's step, emitting a dull thud. All eyes turned towards the source of the gunfire. In the shadow behind the load-bearing pillar, a half of Zhang Yunhao was concealed in darkness. She held a Type 92 pistol at arm's length, her cyan-green eyes glowing eerily in the absence of light. At that moment her breathing was unnaturally steady, a wisp of pale white smoke curling up from the gun's muzzle, torn apart by the howling wind, her enchanting eyes locked onto the next prey. From the moment Tsuyu began distributing machetes, she had been fixated on the scarred man's hand. That hand groping through the gap of the car door appeared as just a blur to others, yet in her view, she could clearly see the bending angles of each finger. The unfinished command from Lei Laohu caught in his throat, his body covered in sweat as his hair stood on end. In the seconds before the gunshot, he had personally witnessed Tsuyu kill 5 men. These were his old subordinates who had followed him for many years, living by the blade. In just 10 seconds, a young man had effortlessly dispatched them. That ruthlessly brilliant knife technique, far surpassing ordinary explosive power. Lei Laohu's eyes twitched violently. It reminded him of the day after the disaster when he had eaten an entire half of a pig's belly stashed in the casino kitchen, only to roll around on the warehouse floor in pain all night. Appear. The young man opposite was undoubtedly an evolver like himself, coupled with that gun in the shadows that never missed. His trump card was greater than mine. Unbeatable. In that instant, Lei Laohu's brain completed all calculations. His thigh muscles bulged as he suddenly bent his knees, forcefully pushing off the ground. Crack. The frost-covered concrete floor cracked in a spiderweb pattern beneath his feet. He shot forward like a low-flying iron bullet, unleashing astonishing kinetic energy towards the dead angle at the back of the truck. The linear speed far exceeded the limits of an ordinary person. At the same moment, he lunged. Zhang Yunhao pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet grazed past Lei Laohu's shadow, striking the truck's metal surface and causing sparks to fly, leaving a deep dent. As Lei Laohu vanished into the blind spot, she did not pursue or hesitate. Adjusting her wrists slightly, the gun's muzzle instantly locked onto the remaining enemy on the opposite side of the hall. Bang! To the left. The thug who had previously attacked Zhang Yunhao the hardest had his skull suddenly explode. He didn't even have time to scream, his face smashed brutally against the frost-covered concrete. Bang! To the right. The man who had left a bloody mark on Su Hang's face jolted violently. He looked down at the small hole in his chest, emitting smoke, confusion filling his eyes. His lips silently parted and closed twice, then he crashed straight down into the icy debris like a severed piece of wood. 4 shots, 3 kills and 1 miss. The cold scent of gunpowder spread with the wild wind, instantly overshadowing the thick smell of blood. Just as the words were spoken, the moment arrived. The flash of fire from Jiang Yunyao's second shot had yet to fully fade when Suyu had already latched onto Lei Laoh's back like an arrow released from a bow. Absolutely cannot let the tiger return to the mountain. Behind the truck, a narrow alley was formed between the metal sides of the van and the wall behind. The truck's high beams illuminated the front, casting an almost pitch-black shadow where only a sliver of pale light seeped in through the gaps at the bottom, distorting the shadows of the gravel on the ground. His line of sight was completely blocked. Lei Laoh's back pressed tightly against the cold metal door of the van, both hands gripping a thick-backed machete, its blade horizontally positioned in front of his chest. His heavy breathing turned into thick fog in the frigid air, his eyes glinting with a beast-like light in the darkness. He had no intention of fleeing. He had retreated into this blind spot solely to avoid the deadly handgun in the main hall. In this narrow passageway surrounded by metal and walls, the advantage of long-range firepower was neutralized. In the close-quarters combat of this narrow space, he had confidence. With his evolved, terrifying brute strength, he was absolutely sure he could cleave the young man pursuing him in half. As long as the leader was dealt with, everything else would be a piece of cake. Suyu's footsteps were rapidly closing in. Just as he rounded the back of the truck, a machete with a scream that tore through the air swung towards his face. A sneak attack. The timing was exquisitely calculated, perfectly caught in the blind spot, where Suyu's vision shifted from the side to the front. If it were another evolved being, this powerful slash would be enough to cleave off the entire front half of their skull. But as Suyu stepped into this area, the heavy breathing from the right and the accelerated heartbeat were already captured in the darkness by his heightened senses post-evolution. His arm muscles instantly swelled, raising the machete horizontally from below. Clang! The deafening metallic crash erupted, almost piercing his eardrums. Sparks flew from the metal truck, emitting a brief flash of orange light before extinguishing. A colossal force surged from the point where the blades met, as if he had been hit head-on by a speeding truck. This brute force is stronger than mine. Suyu's feet dug into the frosted concrete, his right arm's bones trembling under the strain, and a tearing pain shot through his tiger's mouth. Without time to think, Lei Laoh's second and third strikes followed closely. Each slash was a full-force output, lacking any fancy moves, purely relying on brute strength to overwhelm, with the wind from the blades stinging Suyu's face. By the time the third slash came down, Suyu's machete had already splintered into serrated edges. He retreated 3 steps, his back crashing against the cold wall with a dull thud. Just as Lei Laohu raised his blade again, a fervent killing intent flashing in his eyes, Suyu suddenly hurled the dulled machete like a projectile towards Lei Laohu's face. Lei Laohu instinctively turned his head to block, and with a clang, sparks flew as the useless blade was expertly flicked away. Seizing this brief moment, Suyu stomped his left foot against the wall, using the force to propel himself out. His entire body surged in like a bow drawn taut, slipping inside along the inner side of Lei Laohu's body, audaciously invading the fatal blind spot where the long knife could not exert its strength. You are seeking death. Lei Laohu's eyes widened, instinctively raising his left elbow like a giant hammer aiming to smash Suyu's temple. But his elbow was still in midair when a bone-chilling cold suddenly penetrated his waist straight into his soul. It was a knife. Suyu had somehow acquired a long, narrow butcher's knife. It sliced directly into the lower edge of his ribcage, evading the blockage of his ribs, the blade flipping upwards and plunging directly into his left kidney. Huh! Lei Laohu let out a muffled grunt, his muscles instantly freezing up as a searing pain from his waist exploded, spreading through his limbs and bones. In that moment, his strength experienced a fatal disruption, and Suyu did not give him any chance to breathe. Letting go of the knife handle with his right hand, he gripped the back of Lei Laohu's head with his other hand, his fingers embedding like steel claws into his hair, forcefully pressing down. At the same time, he lifted his knee, exerting all his strength to slam it against Lei Laohu's face. Bang! The sound of a nasal bone breaking echoed sharply in the cramped space. Lei Laohu staggered a step back, his back crashing heavily against the metal side of the truck, producing a dull thud. Suyu followed closely behind, gripping the knife handle embedded in the opponent's waist and violently yanking it sideways. The wound was instantly torn into a horrifying gash, viscous blood mixed with shattered internal organs gushing out, steaming in the extreme cold. Lei Laohu's legs weakened, slowly sliding down the metal, his machete clattering onto the concrete with a... He lifted his head, his bloodied face contorting in the dim light, his mouth opening and closing desperately, trying to gasp for a breath of air. Suyu twisted his wrist, bringing the butcher's knife down heavily into Lei Laohis' neck, the blade embedding deeply into the bone, seam wedged tightly. Lei Laohis' body convulsed violently, his limbs stretching out at odd angles, the light in his eyes rapidly dimming until he lay still. Suyu stepped on his shoulder forcefully, pulling the knife out, warm blood splattering onto him. He took a couple of breaths, the cold air filling his lungs thick with the scent of blood. He glanced down at the body on the ground. This man's build was significantly larger than his, with dense body hair visible beneath the torn high-neck sweater, the traits of genetic reversion unmistakable. This was undoubtedly an evolved being who had awakened earlier than him, with a higher degree of gene expression, purely a powerhouse of strength. Suyu withdrew his gaze, turning to look at the back door of the truck. The door was not locked, merely twisted with wire from the outside. He reached out to untwist the wire and open the cargo door. A nauseating stench assaulted him, pungent even in the biting cold. In the faint light that seeped in, 2 human figures curled up in the furthest corner of the truck. They were 2 female bodies, naked. Their mouths were stuffed with cloth and their hands were tied behind their backs, the knots deeply embedded into their purplish-black flesh. Their skin was covered in bruises, burn marks from cigarette butts, and various signs of being violated. They were already frozen to death. A light layer of frost covered the surface of their skin, their eyes half open, the dilated pupils frozen with endless terror and despair. Suyu stood at the cargo door, his breath momentarily halted. All distractions vanished from his mind, leaving only an absolute cold silence. In an instant he had figured out the reason. These 2 women had most likely been abducted by this group on the road. Upon reaching the settlement in Xingqing, surrounded by armed soldiers, Lei Laohis' gang would not dare let these 2 women appear alive before anyone. Suyu's gaze lingered on the corpses for 2 seconds, expressionless. He silently retrieved a brand new, unopened quilt from his space and draped it over the 2 corpses. Having completed this, he leaned against the side of the truck and silently laid down another 7 unopened quilts. Then he stepped back, leaving the cargo door ajar. Suyu turned around, gripping the butcher's knife, still dripping with blood, stepping out of the shadow behind the truck, his eyes devoid of any warmth. Suyu emerged from the shadows at the rear of the truck, the cold wind instantly filling his blood-stained sleeves. He raised his hand to wipe his face, and a puff of white vapor escaped from his palm in the frosty air, his gaze lacking warmth amidst the pale beams of the distant headlights. Teammates approached with weapons in hand, their footsteps creating brief, scraping sounds on the gravel. Jiang Yunha's fire axe dragged along the ground, leaving a white mark behind. Su Hang had a wound on his face that had formed a dark scab, his lips pressed tightly together, the blade pointed down, but the knuckles gripping the handle were turning white. Only 4 bound living souls remained on the ground. Kneeling at the front was a skinny man with a buzz cut, his right arm broken by Lin Qingli. He pressed down desperately on the exposed bone of his severed arm with his remaining hand, his face a mix of snot and tears. Beside him was a short, stout man with a stab wound in his kidney, lying on the gravel-covered ground, nearly losing half of his life. The other 2 were the ones left from Su Hang and Jiang Yunhao. Jiang Yunhao hid behind a pillar, the gun barrel slowly drifting over the 4 individuals. She did not show her face, only her mismatched eyes glimmered with a cold light in the shadows. Suyu approached the buzzcut man and kicked his head with the toe of his shoe. "Look up." The man trembled as he raised his face, his voice cracking. "Big brother, I was wrong. It was forced by Lei Laohu, we just wanted to make a living." The stout man beside him also chimed in, lifting his head from the icy debris. "My daughter is only 8. Please, big brother, spare my life." The other 2 were already crying, struggling to speak. Suyu did not listen anymore. He turned around to look at his people. "Everyone come over." He paused. "Each person takes 1 deal with them." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the men froze instantly. "Brother." Su Hang's mouth opened slightly, nearly losing grip on the knife in his hand. "What did you say?" Jiang Yunha's Adam's apple rolled up and down awkwardly, the heavy axe lowered, scraping against the frosty ground and leaving a white mark. He took half a step back, his voice dry as if filled with sand. "Su Go. The person is already incapacitated. How about leaving it to those military folks outside?" Suyu did not repeat himself. He merely fixed his gaze on them, each word striking like iron. "You can be soft-hearted today, but what about tomorrow? When the next group arrives, will you all hide behind and wait for me to kill alone?" The hall fell into utter silence. Suyu observed everyone's struggles. Yet hidden beneath this outward silence lay vastly different sentiments. A fleeting moment of deliberation flashed across Lin Qingli's dark pupils. She did not reject Su Ye's command. In fact, within half a second after his words fell, her wrist holding the knife subtly turned, raising the blade slightly. For someone as rational as her, the threshold for taking a life was not high. What she lacked was merely an excuse to completely abandon the shackles of a peaceful era. With just a bit of psychological preparation, she could step forward and chop down that skinny man right now. However, standing behind her, Jiang Mumu was in a completely different state. The moment Suyu issued the order, her slender fingers had already tightly grasped the knife handle. Should Suyu call her name again, or give her a clear look, she would undoubtedly be able to instantly plunge the knife into that stout man's neck. She only listened to Suyu. But being as clever as she was, the corner of her eye sharply caught the retreat of Jiang Yunhao and the intense struggle on Su Hang's face. To avoid appearing too cold-blooded and alien among these people, Jiang Mumu suppressed the impulse to strike. She mimicked Jiang Yunha's demeanor, slowly lowering the knife tip, bowing her head, pretending to be equally troubled by the constraints of societal morals. Yet her gaze remained glued to Su Ye's back, her chest rising and falling erratically. The cold wind intensified, biting into the gaps of human bones. Suyu did not continue to compel. He understood, well, that verbal admonitions could not withstand the impact of reality. He signaled Jiang Yunhao, who stood in the shadows with a gun, to keep an eye on these individuals on the ground. He then turned and strode into the darkness at the rear of the truck. "Follow me." Jiang Yunhao, Su Hang, Lin Qingli, and Jiang Mumu exchanged glances, tightened their grips on their weapons, and silently followed. The dead angle at the rear of the truck avoided the high beams, dark as an abyss. Suyu rounded the back of the truck and pulled open the slightly ajar door, shining a flashlight deep into the cabin. In an instant, as the beam of light swept across, a prominent outline lay quietly in the farthest corner of the cabin, covered by a brand new cotton quilt. Suyu stepped into the cabin without hesitation, grabbing the edge of the quilt he had covered himself and yanking it off violently. He unveiled the cruelest and bloodiest reality of the apocalypse, unreservedly slamming it before the eyes of the four. Clang! A sharp sound echoed. Jiang Mumu's chopping knife slipped from her hand and crashed onto the cold ground. She stood frozen in place, as if electrocuted, her pupils violently constricting. Two naked female corpses were bound by ropes, their mouths stuffed with cloth. Their bodies were covered in bruises, bite marks, cigarette burns, and various signs of violence, extending from their necks down to their ankles, densely overlapping. They curled up on the steel plates in the corner of the cabin, their skin turned a grayish-blue, ice crystals forming on their eyelashes, staring blankly in the direction of the light beam, unable to close their eyes, even in death. "This?" Su Hang opened his mouth as if someone had tightened a grip around his throat, unable to squeeze out even half a syllable. "Damn." Jiang Yunha's molars ground together, his sturdy arm muscles visibly convulsing, barely able to let out that single word through his clenched teeth. Lin Qingli stared fixedly at the two contorted bodies in the cabin, her face turning almost translucent. Had Suyu not been here tonight, it would have been her and Jiang Mumu lying inside. Initially, she needed a sliver of psychological preparation, but at this moment, it was completely crushed by the extreme cruelty. The blade in her hand had quietly tightened in the shadows. Jiang Mumu bent down, pressing her hands tightly against her knees, her frail shoulders heaving violently. The extreme bloodshed and horror triggered her physiological discomfort. It wasn't until her nails dug into the flesh of her palm, leaving crescent-shaped red marks, that she quickly regained her composure. Only after several seconds did she straighten up. With the motion of wiping the corner of her mouth with her sleeve, she completely shed the facade she had previously put on. Her eyes now held nothing but an endless coldness. She bent down and picked up the ice-crusted cleaver from the ground. "Let's go." Suyu covered the bodies back up. The four of them turned simultaneously and strode out of the shadows at the rear of the truck. Suyu followed last, observing the four silhouettes ahead, exuding a chilling aura of murder. He knew the last shackle of civilized society had broken. In the hall, the four individuals saw them returning and seemed to realize something, raising their heads in fear and letting out wails akin to that of slaughtered pigs. "Big brother, I beg you, please spare my life. I really have a daughter. She is only 8 years old. Big brother, please have mercy." No one responded to them. Jiang Yunhao was the first to walk up to his target. The man desperately tilted his neck back, his eyes filled with hopeless pleading. Brother, you look like a good person. You wouldn't." Jiang Yunhao was deafened by the piercing howl of the cold wind sweeping through the carriage, his vision shaken by the two bodies bruised and lifeless in the carriage. The fire axe was raised high above his head, his arm muscles and veins trembling. "You do not deserve to call me brother." The sound of the blade cleaving through flesh and bone followed closely. Lin Qingli stepped forward, almost simultaneously standing before the thin man. Tears mixed with blood smeared his face as he hoarsely cried out, Sister, I beg you, I won't dare again. You've already broken one of my arms, I'm ruined. Please spare my life." Lin Qingli looked down at this scum, the coldness in her eyes far surpassing the chill of the outside. Without the slightest hesitation, she swung the knife down. The cold, hard blade cleanly severed the neck, cutting through the desperate pleas in one swift motion. The third to act was Su Hang. Gripping the knife handle tightly, he breathed heavily, his expression completely transformed as he unleashed a chaotic blade technique. After several strikes, the man ceased all movement. In the end, only Jiang Mumu and the short, stout man remained. At this moment the short man was utterly broken seeing the fate of the three in front of him. He couldn't even make a sound, only frantically squirming on the ground. Jiang Mumu stepped closer, knife in hand, standing right in front of him. Spare. Spare. He mumbled, squeezing out those two words. Jiang Mumu fixed her gaze on his face. There was no sorrow for life in her mind, not even much anger fueled by hatred. Her logic was exceptionally clear, but was undoubtedly right for Su Yu to ask her to kill. She raised the somewhat heavy cleaver with both hands, exerting all her strength to bring it down. Thud. Due to her inexperience and the man's evasive actions, this strike did not hit a fatal spot, but instead struck his clavicle. The man erupted into an ear-piercing wail. Jiang Mumu remained expressionless, not even blinking as she withdrew the knife. Then one chop after another fell until the man's head tilted to one side, and the hall was left with nothing but the sound of the wind. However, the forcibly suppressed physiological reaction eventually backfired after completely slicing through flesh and bone. Warm blood splattered on her face. The pungent smell of blood mingling with the stench of entrails surged into her nostrils. Jiang Mumu's stomach churned violently, and with a clang the cleaver slipped from her hand, crashing onto the concrete floor. She covered her mouth and staggered back, bending over to start gagging. When she straightened up to look at Su Yu, her eyes were red and droplets hung from her long eyelashes. The ferocity she had just exhibited faded, and she reverted to a frightened, innocent demeanor, looking pitiful and worthy of sympathy. Su Yu watched everything with keen eyes. His gaze lingered for a moment between the bloodied cleaver and her reddened eyes before he withdrew his sight and nodded slightly. "Remember what happened tonight," Su Yu said, scanning the panting crowd beside him, his words like nails. "From now on, if anyone kneels before you crying, claiming to have old and young at home, even if they spin a tale as grand as the heavens, think of the two women in the carriage." The wind blew in through the doorway, stirring thin frost flowers that scattered in the air, which felt as cold as iron. The subsequent cleanup was arranged swiftly and calmly by Su Yu. "I will handle the bodies," he told the others. "You stay in the conference room and tend to your wounds." No one objected, as at this moment their bodies and minds had already approached their limits, needing time to digest the scorching stench of blood. Before leaving, Jiang Yunhao paused, turning back. "Brother Su." "Thank you." After he finished speaking, he left, and Su Yu was unsure what exactly he was thanking him for. Perhaps he was thanking him for blocking the worst of the group, or perhaps for forcing everyone to cross that threshold. It might also have been nothing, just a remark without better words to express. Jiang Yunhao was the first to take Jiang Yunyao into the conference room, with Su Hang and Jiang Mumu following behind. Lin Xingli paused at the door, glancing back at Su Yu. The complexity in her gaze was profound, yet she said nothing. Su Yu heard a suppressed sob from Yi Chunmei behind the door, one she had held back for a long time. Then came Su Hang's voice. "Mom, I'm fine, it's okay now. Look at me, I haven't lost a leg." The door closed. Su Yu stood alone in the pitch-black hall. The sounds behind the door gradually became indistinct, with only muffled sobs and whispers leaking through the cracks. He leaned against the conference room door frame, tilting his head back to stare at the ceiling for a few seconds. He thought of nothing, only feeling exhausted. Forcing a few to take lethal action against their kind was not a pleasant task, but he understood very well that in this apocalyptic world, to protect those he cherished, a soft wrist would only end up being gnawed clean by others. A few seconds later, he opened his eyes. He began to clean up the mess. One corpse after another was collected into the space. The speed was remarkable, taking less than a minute. His consciousness instantly sank into the space. Before the decomposition furnace, 12 ordinary human corpses were thrown in one by one. The yield was pitifully low. Decomposition completed. Obtain 0. 38 source quality decomposition completed. Obtain 0. 33 source quality decomposition completed. Obtain 0. 29 decomposition completed. Obtain 0. 35 source quality. 12 ordinary human bodies yielded a total of 387 source quality. This was comparable to the gains from those 5 ruffians in the old district. The source quality content in normal human corpses was pitifully low, quite useless. Source quality 67. 52, 71. 39. Su Yu shifted his gaze to the corpse of Lei Laohu placed on the conceptual operating table, scanning over it. The data of Lei Laohu appeared first. Target integrity 99, can be decomposed into 8 source quality possible extracted entry ursity, ancient giant bear blue entry characteristics moderately increases strength index and physical robustness, enhances the botus ability to absorb impacts, side effects slight, decrease in agility. Blue. Su Yu stared at the word blue, feeling somewhat surprised. The evolved beings that completed natural metamorphosis early in the disaster were indeed not given for free. The physique of a black bear, a purely strength-based route. However, the side effect of decreased agility also precisely explained why Lei Laohu's reaction speed in close combat was far inferior to his. This person had stacked all attributes on a hardware, sacrificing agility. If given a few more months to continue growing, encountering him later would not be so easy. Suyu pushed the corpse of the Thunder Tiger into the large preservation chamber for storage. The blue entries can be kept as reserves. Next he dealt with the remains of the strange bird he had previously stored in his space. Target integrity 97 can be decomposed into 25. 6 source qualities. Possible extractable entries: avian diving vision of the peregrine falcon, white bat family, infrasound perception, green raptor claw, enhancement green. 1 white and 2 greens. Suyu scanned the entry information and directly pushed it into the preservation chamber as reserves. Having finished everything in the space, Suyu exited the consciousness space. Only he remained in the hall. The wind poured in through the doorway, swirling the fine ice shards across the floor, making a sound like sandpaper being rubbed. Suyu moved his shoulder blades a bit and turned towards the modified van. Pulling open the door, he did not look deep into the van. He felt along the sidewall of the van and found 7 unopened blankets, pulling them out one by one. He placed them on the ground next to the front of the van. Then he closed the door tightly and twisted some iron wire around it again. Suyu leaned against the van and once again sank his consciousness into the space. Upon exiting again, he found several boxes of mineral water, a few bags of vacuum-packed marinated meat, and a box of compressed biscuits neatly stacked beside the step. A bag of chocolate bars was stuffed on top. The supplies were not abundant, but enough to last through the night. After doing all this, he opened the car door and bent down to get into the driver's seat of the van, where indeed the key was still inserted. He turned it off, the high beams abruptly extinguished, and the engine noise ceased, plunging the hall into darkness. He retrieved a flashlight from the space he had previously accessed. The wind and snow outside howled in, and the dark red blood ice covered the floor, congealing among the scattered rubble and weapons. Suyu picked up several blankets and turned towards the conference room. When he pushed the door open, several figures were illuminated by the light of the flashlight. Yi Chunmei saw him enter, stood up in a rush, and reached out to grab Suyu's arm, examining him from head to toe. "Xiaoyu, are you hurt?" Suyu pressed her hand down, his fingers lingering for a second on her icy knuckles before immediately handing her a blanket. "Mom, I'm fine. Wrap yourself in this blanket quickly." Yi Chunmai's lips moved as if she had more to say, but swallowed it back while holding the blanket. Su Hang sat next to her, the diagonal wound on his cheek already covered with a band-aid. He kept staring at the door, and upon seeing Suyu enter, his back slightly relaxed from the tense wall, releasing a bit of tension. "Brother." Su Hang's Adam's apple bobbed, his voice hoarse. His gaze flicked over the dark red eye shards on Su Ye's sleeves before returning to his own, hands curled on his knees, his knuckles tightening unconsciously, then relaxing. Suyu placed the other blankets on the ground. He walked in front of Su Hang, knelt down, and gently peeled back the edge of the band-aid. His gaze lingered on the wound for a few seconds. Not deep, just disinfected. He took alcohol from the medical kit, first moistening a piece of alcohol gauze to wipe his hands, then began to disinfect Su Hang's wound. The scent of alcohol instantly filled the air, yet it could not cover the intense smell of blood that lingered between Su Ye's fingers. The hand, just out of battle, now held the edge of the band-aid steady without a tremor. As the alcohol swab touched the wound, Su Hang instinctively recoiled, almost bumping his head against the wall. But he did not yell out like he usually did. He pressed his lips together, his Adam's apple rolling, as if something was surging up his throat, but he swallowed it back down. "This." Just a short gasp escaped. Suyu glanced at him. Su Hang's gaze met his for a moment before quickly shifting away, landing on his own clenched fist. Those hands still trembled slightly. Suyu said nothing, pressed down on the back of his head with one hand, while the other quickly applied 2 new band-aids parallel to each other, pressing the edges firmly. The movement was a bit harder than usual. Su Hang gritted his teeth, his fingertips brushed the edge of the band-aid before retracting. Suyu stood up and began distributing the blankets one by one. When Jiang Yunhao received the blanket, his palm lingered on its surface for several seconds before tightening, his rough hand rubbing his frozen knuckles. But on the third rub, he suddenly stopped, staring at the palm of his hand for a moment, remembering that it had just split open a person's skull with a fire axe. He clenched his fist, suddenly hiding the dark stains left in his palm between his fingers. "Thanks, Brother Su." His voice was muffled as if it squeezed out from his chest. Lin Xingli reached out to take the blanket, not looking at him, nor saying a word, just giving a slight nod. She draped the blanket over her shoulder, leaning against the wall, her movement betraying no excess emotion. The goose feather knife seized from the battle lay bare on her lap, its blood already dried. She closed her eyes, breathing shallowly. Her left hand unconsciously rubbed her right fingertips, repeating the motion as if trying to erase something invisible. When Zhang Mumu received the blanket, her fingertips brushed against Su Ye's hand, icy and bone-chilling. "Brother Yu," she said in a voice nearly a whisper, "your hands are so cold." Saying this, she took Su Ye's hand and pressed it against her cheek. Her fingertips were still faintly trembling, and Suyu withdrew his hand, ruffling her hair. "Don't think too much, just wrap yourself in the blanket for now." Jiang Mumu looked down at the blanket on her, curling her lips slightly as she wrapped herself tighter. Suyu turned and walked towards the door, pausing just before stepping over the threshold. Jiang Yunhao, Su Heng, come with me outside, there's something to move. Without a second word, Jiang Yunhao stood up, seemingly eager to have his hands busy with something else. Su Heng covered the band-aid on his face, gritting his teeth as he got up, his knees bending just enough to hold him up, his legs feeling a bit weak. As he passed by Yi Chunmei, he reached out and patted her shoulder. Mom, you should lie down for a bit, I'll be back soon. Yi Chunmei grasped his wrist tightly for a moment before releasing it, saying nothing. The three of them exited the conference room, the hall so dark that they couldn't see their own hands. Suyu switched on the flashlight, illuminating a wide area. The draft rushed in, bringing the fine ice shards that hit their faces, stinging their cheeks. The temperature had dropped even lower than when they entered the building. The white mist they exhaled condensed into frost before leaving their mouths, and a layer of fine ice crystals formed on their eyelashes. The cement floor beneath them had inexplicably developed a new layer of frost crunching underfoot. Underneath lay a layer of dark red, the blood that had splattered during the recent battle frozen in ice, and then covered with frost, its edges seeping irregular dark patterns. Su Heng slipped on the frosty blood ice, but Jiang Yunhao caught him by the arm. Be careful, the ground is all. Su Heng steadied himself, and then noticed what was piled up on the ground ahead. Mineral water, marinated meat, compressed biscuits, chocolate bars, all neatly arranged under the flashlight's beam, each item covered with a layer of thin frost. He opened his mouth, his gaze sweeping back and forth between the pile of items, and Suyu. Brother, these. Move them, Suyu interrupted. Su Heng swallowed the latter half of his sentence, bending down to pick up a bag of marinated meat and some compressed biscuits. Jiang Yunhao squatted down, lifting 2 boxes of mineral water, his arm muscles tensed as the two strode towards the meeting room. Suyu stayed behind, bending down to gather the scattered weapons on the ground, machetes, tang broadswords, and bullwhip knives, collecting them next to the truck. The sheaths of these weapons had merely been discarded by the group, covered in dust and congealed blood ice. Suyu did not mind, and picked them all up. He specifically weighed the thick-backed machete previously used by Lei Lao. Strictly speaking, this should be a replica of an ancient great saber, the blade heavy in hand, its surface adorned with densely packed folded forging patterns, evidently indicating a considerable investment. Such a blade wielded by a person of sufficient strength would deliver an overwhelming blow, cleaving both flesh and bone effortlessly. Although the blade had a few minor nicks from the recent fierce clashes, it remained overall intact. This heavy weight was perfectly suited to match his dramatically increased power index after evolution. With a thought, Suyu silently stored it away. Finally, he picked up the rustic hunting shotgun, tested its weight, and stored it as well. Jiang Yunhao and Su Heng returned one after another. On the second trip, Suyu pointed to the pile of weapons on the ground. These should all be brought inside too. The three of them returned to the meeting room with the pile of cold weapons, stacking the food and water in a corner. Once the door closed, the howling cold wind was kept outside by the solid wooden door. Though the temperature in the meeting room remained below freezing, it was at least somewhat warmer than outside. This also caused the dark red blood ice that had originally congealed on the sheaths and the people's clothing to begin to melt slightly, releasing a faint metallic smell into the air. Suyu squatted down, lifting the weapons one by one under the cold light of the flashlight. He casually wiped off the blood with a piece of rag, weighing their balance one by one. The others were still immersed in the fatigue after the battle, staring at the ironware radiating coldness on the ground, momentarily unable to act. However, Lin Qingli was the first to step forward. She glanced at the bare blade in her hand and picked a matching leather sheath from the pile of scattered sheaths. She lowered her head, slowly sliding the bloodstained Yinling knife into the sheath. The metal and leather rubbed together, producing a low, muffled swish as it fitted snugly. She gradually relaxed her grip on the hilt, then tightened it fiercely. Suyu glanced at a few people, selecting a tang broadsword with a wooden sheath, handing it over to Jiang Mumu, pushing it into her hands. This one is a bit lighter and easier to handle for your self-defense. The sheath felt icy to the touch. Jiang Mumu's complexion remained pale, her eyes still showing the fatigue and wateriness from her earlier dry heaving. Yet she showed no hesitation or pretense, gripping the sheath tightly with both hands and nodding firmly. Immediately after, a heavy bullwhip knife with a sheath was presented before Jiang Yunhao. This should be easier to wield than your fire axe, give it a try. Jiang Yunhao received it, drawing out half the blade with a clang, his rough thumb gently brushing over the thick spine of the knife. He swung it twice in the air with one hand, the wide blade tearing through the air with a whooshing sound. This is truly a fine weapon. Jiang Yunhao casually placed the fire axe he had earlier in the corner, his voice still a bit hoarse, but brimming with excitement. This weight is much more manageable than the axe. Lastly, Suyu selected a relatively lighter ring-headed knife along with its sheath and handed it to Su Heng. This one is lighter, you can use it for now. Su Heng received the ring-headed knife with both hands, weighing it in his grip and feeling the ancient handle. It's indeed much better than that broken machete I had before. He drew the blade for a look. The edge was clean, without any bloodstains. He stared at the blank steel surface for a moment before sheathing it again and placing it within easy reach. With the distribution of weapons complete, the melee combat capability of the entire team instantly elevated to a new level. In the brief silence, a few dull gurgling sounds unexpectedly echoed in the empty meeting room. The hunger brought about by the high-intensity battle and extreme cold felt like a blunt knife beginning to churn in everyone's stomach. Su-Hang could no longer withstand it. He casually grabbed a pack of marinated meat from the supplies they had just moved in, tearing it open. Just as he took a bite, his movements suddenly halted. Strange. He squeezed the packaging in his hand. It's so cold outside, how come this food feels warm? Sitting on the other side, Yi Chunmei had just picked up a box of compressed biscuits. Upon hearing this, she instinctively reached inside to touch. Her fingertips through the plastic distinctly felt a warmth that didn't belong in this icy world. Her heart skipped a beat, her gaze quickly darting to Suyu, then discreetly sweeping over the other people around. Without saying a word, she directly grabbed a pack of compressed biscuits and stuffed it into Su-Hang's arms, glaring at him. You talk too much. Can't food shut you up? Hurry and eat your share, then rest up. Su-Hang curled his neck under his mother's admonition, swallowing the latter part of his question. Only then did Yi Chunmei turn her head, picking out the warmest vacuum-sealed beef from the supplies, carefully tearing open the packaging and handing it to Suyu. In the dim light, her eyes hid unshakable worry and unreserved affection. Little you eat something to fill your... Suyu met his mother's gaze, understanding the care and concern hidden in her eyes. He accepted the beef without decline. He was indeed hungry. At this moment his stomach felt like it was ablaze, insatiable, no matter how much he stuffed it. He directly bit off a large piece of marinated beef, swallowing the salty, savory juices mixed with the cold air. Next he tore open a pack of compressed biscuits, swallowing 2 bites followed by a second pack, then a third. He unwrapped a chocolate bar and stuffed the whole thing into his mouth, the hard chocolate crumbling between his teeth, the high-calorie sweetness flooding into his stomach. Yet this hunger was only slightly alleviated. Zhang Yunhao was also eating, quickly finishing off more than half a pack of beef and 3 pieces of compressed biscuits, all by himself. He swallowed hard, his cheeks bulging. Lin Qingli nibbled on a piece of compressed biscuit, yet her gaze occasionally drifted to the growing pile of empty wrappers in front of Suyu. On the other side, Jiang Yunyao quietly curled up in a corner. She was eating slowly, nibbling on the compressed biscuits in small bites, looking as delicate as a little cat. However, after a few minutes, Jiang Yunhao tilted his head, his eyelids suddenly jumping. The empty bags in front of his sister had unknowingly stacked into a row, their number surprisingly not less than his own, as a 1 strong man. Jiang Yunhao stared at the pile of bags for 2 seconds, looking as if he had seen a ghost, his mouth twitching as he couldn't help but speak. Yao you. I haven't seen you eat this much in the past few days. You usually eat even less than half of this. Slow down and don't overstuff your stomach. Su-Hang also noticed this and leaned over to take a look, clicking his tongue in amazement. Wow, your appetite is almost catching up to my brother's. Little Yao, I remember you usually only eat 2 steamed buns at most in one meal, right? Upon hearing the sound, Zhang Yunhao paused her action of nibbling on the biscuit and slowly raised her head. The beam of the flashlight did not fully illuminate the corner where she was. In the dim shadows, her unique eyes, a blend of blue and green, glimmered with a faint, serene, cold light. She glanced at the empty packaging bag in front of her, her tone carrying a barely perceptible hint of mockery. Brother, I'm not holding on, it's just that the me from during the day is a fool. Huh. Jiang Yunhao was taken aback. Zhang Yunyao lowered her eyes, silently taking a new bag of biscuits. Her voice, soft in the quiet conference room, was startlingly clear. She always feels like she's dragging the team down, afraid that eating too much will waste the team's resources and attract disdain, so she endures the hunger burning in her stomach without speaking. As she spoke, she took a bite of the biscuit, the hard crumbs making a subtle crunch between her teeth, her glowing eyes appearing exceptionally calm in the darkness. Since becoming an evolver, a shadowy hunger has been haunting me. But she can endure it, I can't. If I don't eat more, even my hand holding the gun will start to shake. Evolver. Hunger. Zhang Yunhao paused for a moment, his thick fingers abruptly halting in midair. These words struck like a thunderclap, instantly shattering the silence in the conference room. The actions of the others collectively paused, several gazes turned in unison, landing squarely on Suyu across from them. Lin Qingli leaned against the corner, her pitch-black pupils scanning the impressive pile of empty packaging bags in front of Suyu, a flicker of understanding flashing in her eyes. Facing the probing gazes of everyone, Suyu did not shy away. He merely nodded, slightly confirming it is indeed the case, so I feel it as well. It should be the continuously changing body of an evolver, always accompanied by a persistent feeling of hunger within. Zhang Yunhao's eyes instantly turned red, his rough hand gripping his short hair tightly, his face filled with self-blame. You foolish girl. Why didn't you tell me? Jiang Mumu, listening from the side, was also stunned. She said nothing, silently taking 2 more bags of high-calorie chocolate bars and beef jerky and quietly pushing them to Jiang Yunyao's side. Jiang Yunyao looked at the food that was pushed over the cold light, in her unique eyes flickering slightly. She did not refuse, as she simply nodded lightly and accepted the food into her arms. Suyu, sitting across, observed her with a glint in his eyes. He suddenly understood. It appeared that Jiang Yunyao not only had a dual personality, but also that the memories of both sides were interconnected. The nighttime version of her was rational and cold, but clearly aware of all the grievances and forbearance of the daytime personality, even supplementing her with the energy needed for survival. This also reaffirmed his own feelings. The energy expenditure from the reconstruction of the Evolver's genes was immense. Suyu continued to eat a large amount of high-calorie food, wiping his mouth. The burning sensation in his stomach finally subsided somewhat. Yet deep within his body there was still a strange shift. He clenched his fist, feeling the weight in his fingers heavier than before. His body felt like an insatiable furnace, a deeper hunger lying dormant within his bones, different from ordinary hunger. He could not articulate what that void needed to be filled. On one side, Yi-chun, Mei was neatly stacking the remaining compressed biscuits, arranging them meticulously. As the meal came to an end, the warm food filled their stomachs, but completely drained the last remnants of energy they had been holding on to. As the adrenaline faded, the exhaustion from the intense battles and the struggle against the extreme cold finally began to settle in a wave of intense fatigue, washed over them, unstoppable. Suyu glanced at everyone, speaking softly. "Let's sleep, wrap yourselves tightly in the blankets, and take the time to recover your strength." The others silently wrapped themselves in their blankets, lying down fully clothed in the corners of the conference room. Snap! Suyu switched off the flashlight. The room instantly plunged into deep darkness. In the corner, Su Hang pressed the scabbard knife within reach, turning over. The adhesive bandage on his face brushed against the rough blanket, causing him to hiss in pain, ultimately lying flat, facing the ceiling. The conference room was so quiet that the faint sounds of breathing and the occasional cold clink of metal could be heard. "Brother." Su Hang stared at the pitch-black ceiling, his voice low, suppressing the heavy fatigue. "When do you think this life will come to an end?" In the dark, Suyu did not answer. He closed his eyes, gripping his fingers that still bore the scent of blood tightly. Su Hang waited for a few seconds, not asking again, his breathing gradually lengthening. Jiang Yunyao curled up next to Jiang Yun, how the light in her unique eyes having faded, leaving only a quiet silhouette in the darkness. Early the next morning, Suyu was awakened by the burning sensation churning in his stomach. Suyu opened his eyes suddenly, a faint golden glimmer flashing in the dark depths of his gaze. The grayish-white daylight struggled to seep in through the crack at the bottom of the door, illuminating a small area at the doorway covered in white frost. It was the 7th day of the apocalypse. Outside, the wind had turned into a dull silence, but the cold had thoroughly frozen the building. In the corner, Jiang Yunhao turned over his tall frame of nearly 2 meters, instinctively curling up under the thin blanket, each breath releasing heavy white mist. Suyu quietly stood up, his muscles stretching as his bones emitted a series of extremely subtle, yet dense cracking sounds. He walked toward the corner where supplies were stored, casually picking up half a bag of vacuum-sealed marinated meat that was left uneaten from the night before. He then frowned. He had been careless. He knocked on it with a bent finger, the sound resonating solidly, as hard as a brick. Even the nearby bottle of mineral water had burst, its contents frozen into solid chunks of ice. The temperature was too low, the food was completely frozen. During the cleanup of the mess last night, he had overlooked the most basic common sense. The conference room, while not as cold as the outside draft, was still several degrees below zero. In such an environment, leaving food outside was no different than putting it in a freezer. Maintaining an expression as usual, he tossed the frozen block of marinated meat back and dusted off his hands. "I need to go out and get something edible." Suyu turned around and opened the conference room door. The moment the wind rushed in, Jiang Yunhao shivered violently, his hands fumbling to reach for the knife at his side. "It's me." Suyu's voice was low. "I'm just going to the car to grab something." Jiang Yunhao blinked his bleary eyes, and upon seeing it was Suyu, the tension in his muscles instantly relaxed, retreating back into his blanket. Outside, the hall floor was covered with a thin layer of frost and snow, likely blown in from the entrance last night. This layer of white frost was like a natural shroud, completely covering all traces of the massacre from the previous night. The roof and hood of the gray hybrid car were also blanketed with thick frost, and the spiderweb cracks on the windows were entirely sealed by ice and snow. Suyu stepped on the crunching ice shards as he walked towards his car, pulling open the driver's door, half of his body slipping inside. The moment the door closed, his consciousness sank into the space. Soon Suyu re-entered the conference room, carrying 2 large plastic bags. Inside were several bags of vacuum-sealed chicken legs, beef jerky, a box of self-heating rice, as well as completely unfrozen purified water and milk. When he brought the food back to the conference room, the others were already waking up one after another. Soo-hang rubbed his eyes as he sat up, casually taking a box of self-heating rice. The moment his fingers touched the packaging, he froze. In this bone-chilling weather where even the act of urinating could freeze a little bird instantly, the lunchbox wrapped in plastic was surprisingly at room temperature. Soo-hang's Adam's apple rolled heavily as he opened his mouth, slightly a flash of his mother's words from last night. "You were just too talkative," rushing through his mind. He abruptly tightened his mouth, as if electrified, forcibly swallowing back the words he had intended to say. He cast a guilty glance at Yi Chun-mei beside him, noticing that his mother was nonchalantly tearing open the packaging. Soo-hang immediately focused his gaze downward, intent on forcefully opening the lunchbox in his hands. Beside him, Lin Qingli took a bottle of pure water that hadn't frozen, her dark pupils lingering on the plastic bottle for a moment. Due to the alternating temperatures, tiny droplets of condensation were rapidly forming on the bottle. Yet she asked nothing, merely unscrewed the cap, quietly stealing a glance at Suyu out of the corner of her eye. The only sound in the room was the crinkling of the torn packaging. The steam from the self-heating rice rose into the cold air, transforming into thick white mist. No one was foolish enough to ask unnecessary questions. Silence enveloped them. Last night's bloodshed had made them understand that in this group, Su-ye's secrets were the guarantee of their survival. Using the pure water that Suyu had just brought back, they dampened paper towels to wipe their faces haphazardly before eagerly starting to fill their stomachs. Soo-hang chewed on a chicken leg, the corner of his mouth pulling at the wound from last night, causing him to gasp in pain. "Slow down, no one is competing with you. Are you a starving dog?" Yi Chun-mei soaked her self-heating rice and shot him a glare with little patience. Zhang Mumu sat beside her holding a box of pre-soaked, self-heating rice, raising her clear eyes to look at Suyu. She then glanced at Jiang Yuanyao, who was huddled at the back and hesitant to reach for food. The girl smiled gently and actively offered the warm rice in her hand to Jiang Yuanyao. "Little Yao, you need to eat more. If you're not full, tell everyone and don't hold back." Jiang Yuanyao lowered her head to take it, her voice soft as a whisper. "Thank you, Sister Mumu." Suyu tore open a pack of beef jerky, quietly watching her. Jiang Yuanyao, after dawn, had indeed reverted to her timid, non-aggressive self. Speaking softly, her shoulders hunched, she seemed like a completely different person from the cold-faced shooter who had been shot in the head last night. After breakfast, the atmosphere was much more relaxed than it had been the night before. No one mentioned the dark red memories of last night, just like the thin frost on the floor of the hall. Everyone tacitly pretended it didn't exist. However, the bond forged through killing and fighting was undeniably different. Zhang Yunhao even began to discuss the newly acquired bulltail knife, with Su-hang rough-voiced, as they debated its balance and feel. The tone lacked the deliberate politeness and caution of their first meeting, now replaced with a sense of ease and closeness that came only after facing life and death together. Suyu discreetly consumed 3 times the amount of food of an average person, barely suppressing the hunger gnawing at him. He stood up and brushed off the crumbs from his hands. "Pack up, we need to prepare to head out to the quarantine station." The others responded, starting to organize their belongings. Each person's items were few, and they quickly packed up. But issues soon emerged. Everyone's gaze fell upon their weapons, and the half-full box of compressed biscuits left in the corner. Outside was the quarantine station set up by the military, and entering the city would surely result in their weapons being confiscated. "Brother." Su-hang held the ring-hilted knife, his voice tinged with pain and impatience. "It's military control outside. If we go out with these weapons, they'll definitely be confiscated. But leaving these life-saving tools behind, isn't that too wasteful?" Jiang Yunhao rubbed the thick spine of the bulltail knife with reluctance, grumbling in agreement. "Yeah, Brother Su, it would be too much of a waste to throw them away. In the apocalypse, not having weapons feels insecure. Who knows what unexpected situations we might encounter inside. After experiencing last night, these knives are no longer worthless iron to them, but a second life." Suyu glanced. At this moment, he had already completed his final considerations in his mind. The existence of his spatial capability had already revealed too many details to ensure the survival of the group along the way. These illogical supplies, and the suddenly appearing knife, had already formed a line in the minds of these clever individuals. It was just that no one dared to break it. Moreover, after last night's blood-soaked battle, everyone had essentially signed a blood oath tightly binding them to his ship of war. Having crossed the line of no return to civilized society, their mutual trust had reached its threshold. Furthermore, with the apocalypse having arrived, everything was evolving. It was natural that some abilities beyond common sense might also emerge. Thus it was time to unveil some of his trump cards. "Everyone don't move. Just watch." Suyu walked over to the few beds piled in the corner, bending down to pick up 2 of them. Then under everyone's watchful eyes, he suddenly loosened his grip. The thick quilts vanished into thin air before touching the ground. In the meeting room, one could hear a pin drop. Su Hang's mouth was agape wide enough to fit a duck egg, his atoms, apple moving up and down like a gear caught in a shell, and he couldn't make a sound for a long time. Jiang Yunhao nearly dropped the knife in his hand, almost smashing it onto his foot. Yi Chunmei gasped, instinctively taking a half step back before abruptly stopping herself. Lin Xingli's pupils constricted, despite having had her suspicions, her dark eyes remained fixated on Su Ye's empty palm, without blinking. I knew it. Zhang Mumu frowned, stepping forward half a pace, a look of understanding in her bright eyes. Jiang Yunyao suddenly lifted her head, her eyes wide open, lips slightly parted. So you did not give them much time to digest. He walked over to the remaining supplies: bottled water, marinated meat, compressed biscuits, picking each item up one by one, making them disappear in his hands. Finally, he turned to face everyone. When I awakened, I gained a power similar to a small dimensional space. Its capacity is limited and it can't hold anything too large, but it's sufficient for daily supplies. The reason you thought the food was of unknown origin is that it was taken from here. The moment these words were spoken, Su Heng couldn't contain himself any longer. Brother, you actually have space. His voice shot up an octave, his eyes shining even brighter than when he had first learned Su Yu was an evolved being. Su Heng circled around Su Yu several times, examining him closely, reaching out to grasp at the air behind him. Is this for real? Let me try. How much can it hold? Can it hold people? If it can hold people, we won't have to worry about being cold while sleeping in the future. It can't hold people. Su Yu swatted his hand away. And it can't hold anything too large. It's just for storing. Jiang Yunhao swallowed hard, his honest face full of shock. Brother Su, this ability of yours is more impressive than flying. Lin Xingli's gaze flickered, but she said nothing. Su Yu didn't explain much, just pressed down on the conversation. I don't fully understand the origins of this ability myself. In short, it can store items and save lives in critical moments. The reason I'm revealing this trump card to you today is because of what happened last night. Su Yu surveyed the room, his eyes growing increasingly sharp. I trust you all understand the gravity of this. You won't expose this trump card of mine. This statement was half true and half false, but it was enough. After experiencing life and death last night, their trust in Su Yu had already reached its peak. This space was merely another weight added to that trust. No one continued to question. Instead, Jiang Yunyao lowered her head and muttered softly, so impressive. Su Yu, scan the room. Hand over all the weapons to me for safekeeping. No one hesitated. Lin Xingli was the first to extend her hand, offering the geese-feathered knife. The moment all weapons touched Su Ye's palm, they vanished into thin air, as if cast into the depths of the ocean. Jiang Yunao stood at the back, reaching beneath her clothing to retrieve her gun, which she also handed to Su Yu. Then everyone exited the conference room, while Su Yu stood in front of the gray hybrid car, silent for a few seconds. This car had followed him from the southern province all the way back to Baishui County, then passed through the plant tunnel without ever shutting off the engine or experiencing any hiccups. However, now its right window was shattered like a spider's web, the front windshield riddled with corrosive pockmarks, significantly reducing its windproofing and warmth. Moreover, to enter the Star City settlement area, all vehicles had to be left outside. Su Heng leaned closer, a reluctant expression on his face. Bro, are we leaving the car behind? Can't your space fit the car in? It can't be stored. Su Yu patted the car door. He had long considered putting the car into his space, but the layout within was already set. The decomposition furnace, conceptual operating table, and large preservation chamber occupied most of the area. The remaining corner space was filled with supply boxes, food bags, medical supplies, and various odds and ends. The only items that could be accommodated were medium and small objects that could be disassembled and transported. A complete car measuring 4.5 meters long and nearly 2 meters wide simply could not fit physically. Su Yu reached out to touch the thick layer of ice on the car roof. A chill ran through his fingertips. This metal companion, which had accompanied him through numerous battles, had reached its end here. Let's go. He withdrew his hand, took one last look at the car, and turned to call everyone. Stepping out of the office building, the outside world was shrouded in a layer of grayish-white light. The clouds hung very low, like a damp and cold lead plate pressing down on them. The wind was much weaker than the previous night, but the temperature remained bone-chilling, and the white mist that escaped their mouths shattered into ice crystals before landing on their collars. The sparse pedestrians on the street were bundled in thick clothing, huddling together as they moved in the same direction towards the quarantine station. Compared to the tumultuous crowds of the previous night, this line seemed much quieter. After a night of extreme cold, some had not survived to see dawn in the darkness. Occasionally one could see curled figures along the roadside, motionless and half buried in frost and snow, with only stiff bluish fingers or shoe soles visible. Yi Chunmai's steps came to a sudden halt, her body trembling uncontrollably. Su Yu reached out to grasp his mother's stiff arm, applying a slight squeeze. Don't look, follow me. He spoke softly. Yi Chunmei immediately averted her gaze, gritting her teeth as she quickened her pace. The 7 of them retraced their steps along the route from the previous night, and soon the outline of the metal fence appeared in their view. Soldiers in cold weather gear stood on either side, guns in hand, while behind the isolation net the flamethrower troops remained on standby with fuel tanks. Only a few dozen people were queued ahead. There were even fewer than Suyu had anticipated. After a night of cold waves and the terrifying display of parasites, those who had survived and not yet gone through quarantine were either frozen to death, or had braved the cold to finish the line overnight, or they were hiding inside buildings and had yet to come out. Suyu led the group to the back of the line. The process in front was consistent with what he had seen from a distance the previous night. Each person's process took about 3 minutes faster than last night, possibly due to the increased proficiency of the operators. The line moved forward slowly. Su-hang rubbed his frozen red hands occasionally, craning his neck to look ahead, taking a glance before retreating back into his collar. Unable to contain his overwhelming curiosity, he leaned close to Su-Ye's ear and whispered, "Bro, you said yesterday that thing might be infrared detection. But it doesn't look like it to me. It seems weirdly unsettling. That's biological signal detection, scanning for any abnormal active tissues in the body." Su-Ye's gaze swept over the instrument. Parasites produce biological energy signals that differ from the host. That device is meant to capture those signals. Su-hang was taken aback, his eyes widening. "Whoa, is it that high-tech? Bro, how do you know this? Did you have one of these at the hospital before?" "I guessed," Suyu replied calmly, retracting his gaze. Su-hang. The biting cold wind felt like a knife as the line slowly crawled forward under the grayish light, and soon it was their turn. Suyu reported his profession as a doctor. The soldier registering them glanced up at him and tapped a few extra times on the tablet. Medical practitioners were scarce resources in this era, each deserving individual notation. Blood drawn normal. Surface examination normal. Throat swab normal. Then came that square instrument. A quarantine officer in protective gear swept the flat instrument in front of Suyu, and suddenly a line of red text popped up on the screen. A lieutenant wearing a mask leaned over to take a look, his gaze precisely landing on Suye's eyes. "Look up and look into my eyes." Suyu frowned slightly but complied. The lieutenant moved in closer, staring at Suye's iris for several seconds. In the morning light, the faint golden lines around the edges of Suye's iris were clearly discernible. At first glance one might think it was merely light refraction, but at this distance that distinctly unusual hue was impossible to ignore. The lieutenant straightened up and with an electronic pen scribbled a couple of notes on the screen without lifting his gaze. "Evolved 1, how long have you been awake?" Suye's heart sank suddenly, but his face remained impassive. He had actually prepared for such exposure, but the term, Evolved 1, came too quickly and too directly. The official was so dismissive that he didn't even bother to conceal it. He hesitated for less than half a second, maintaining a steady tone. 3 days. The officer nodded, marking a number on the form, but without further inquiries about the type of ability. He simply added a note next to Su-Ye's registration information. "Normal placement, you will be notified after the 3-day quarantine period ends." His tone carried a sense of bureaucratic formality. Suyu nodded, continuing forward. Behind him, the others in line were also passing through the quarantine one by one. Yi Chunmei, Su-hang, Jiang Mumu, and Jiang Yunhao each passed without any abnormalities. When Lin Xingli went through, the lieutenant didn't even lift his head. Next was Jiang Yunhao. She kept her head down, her shoulders hunched, exuding an aura of someone who did not wish to be noticed. However, her blue-green vertical pupils were still too conspicuous, even in daylight. After the instrument's scan finished, the technician glanced at the screen and signaled to the lieutenant. The lieutenant came over, bending down to examine Jiang Yunao's eyes. Another Evolved 1. Jiang Yunao's slender shoulders trembled violently, retreating half a step like a startled rabbit behind Jiang Yunha's sturdy frame, burying her head deep into her collar. After several seconds, Jiang Yunao finally managed to squeeze out a word barely audible. The lieutenant made no further movements, similarly adding a note next to her registration information, and waved her through. The entire process lasted no more than 20 seconds. Suyu led the group towards the city wall, but his mind was in turmoil, thoughts boiling like boiling water. The military's reaction to the Evolved was eerily calm. This meant that both the Star City and the national government had already established a comprehensive definition, classification, and mature response process for the Evolved. In a city like Star City with a population of millions, the number of evolved individuals was already vast, compounded by the inevitable connection between Star City and the national government. And that profit was likely at the core of the national government. Suyu paused for a moment. If the Star City authorities had already systematized their research on the Evolved, then what the prophet possessed might far exceed his imagination. He had always thought of himself as holding the golden finger and fragmented glimpses of the future already ahead of most people. But now it seemed that what he knew was merely the tip of the iceberg. "Brother, what are you daydreaming about?" Su-hang nudged him. "We've arrived at the city gate." Suyu snapped back to reality, suppressing the glint in his eyes. At the base of the city wall there was a checkpoint where several soldiers were searching those passing through the quarantine, confiscating all cold weapons. A burly man in front had a military dagger hidden in his pant leg, which was confiscated on the spot. He attempted to argue but was swiftly knocked to the ground by two soldiers wielding their rifle butts, dragged away like a dead dog to an empty space. When it was Su Yu and his group's turn, they were clean, with only a few change of clothes and basic medical supplies in their backpacks. They were just a group of ordinary survivors carrying only their personal belongings. The soldiers scanned them sharply, finding no contraband, and waved them through. A collective sigh of relief escaped from the group. The seven of them passed through the heavy city wall made of concrete and steel plates, officially entering the quarantine area inside the wall. Unlike the abandoned urban area outside that had been stripped to its bones, the buildings here were intact. Residential buildings, community walls, streetlights. Though it was clear they had been cleared once, the infrastructure still. On the street, staff in uniforms could be seen moving about with armed sentries positioned at intervals, everything appearing orderly. A staff member in a military green cotton coat and an armband approached, holding a stack of paper forms and a chain of keys. "How many of you?" "7. The staff member made a few notes on the form, glanced up at the composition of the group, and began rummaging through the keys. "Building 3, TUN Community Room, 402, 4 rooms, and 1 hall. There are already 2 households living inside with 2 rooms left empty. You cannot leave the unit for 3 days, and supplies will be delivered to the downstairs every morning at 7 for you to collect." He paused, scanning the faces of several people in the group, his tone turning cold. "If anyone shows fever, cough, or unusual lumps under the skin, report immediately. Concealment and delays are strictly prohibited. This is for your own safety, do you understand?" "Understood." Su Yu nodded, took the keys, and led the group to the left. On both sides of the street, survivors could occasionally be seen lingering at the entrances of buildings with faint lights shining through the windows. This long-lost warmth of human life felt surreal in the cold wind. After following the signs for about 7 or 8 minutes, the TUN community came into view. A 6-story residential building, its exterior walls painted in faded beige, with outdated property notices still posted at the entrance. It looked like an ordinary community that had been paused. Reaching the 4th floor in front of room 402, Su Yu inserted the key, the sound of the lock turning echoing clearly in the quiet corridor. He pushed open the security door. The room was spacious. Upon entry there was a living room with an old sofa and a square table on which 2 stacks of compressed biscuits and several bottles of mineral water were already placed. There was a door and a window against the wall with a balcony outside. Across the corridor, one of the room's doors was open and voices could be heard inside. It was a family of 3. A young couple with a child around 4 or 5 years old. The child was leaning against the headboard, holding a stuffed toy missing a leg, staring intently at the group of strangers who had suddenly barged in. Hearing the door open, the man immediately stood up from the bedside like a wild wolf, protecting its food, blocking the doorway with half his body, his gaze filled with vigilance as he stared at Su Yu and the others. His wife pulled him back forcefully from behind, her eyes reflecting the wariness and fear unique to those who had just escaped from hell. She stiffly nodded at Su Yu and the others as a form of greeting, then casually closed the door. The other room, a middle-aged couple in their 40s or 50s with 2 children in their teens. The father was stuffing a bulging package under the bed, and upon hearing the commotion, he suddenly looked up. His gaze swept over Su Yu and the group like a beast wary of its enemies, and after confirming there was no threat, he lowered his head to continue his actions, though his back was clearly tensed. Everyone had retreated from the paths of slaughter and bloodshed, and suddenly being assigned under the same roof in this safe zone of Star City, it was evident that no one had truly let down their guard. Su Yu stepped forward and pushed open the doors to the remaining 2 empty rooms. 2 small bedrooms of less than 10 square meters with only a layer of hard, old bedding on the floor. When he pressed down, his fingertips touched the icy wooden floor. "Damn." Su Hang leaned in, halfway, the bandage on his face, pulled by the muscles, inhaling sharply. The opposite side took the furnished master and secondary bedroom, leaving us with this bare floor. Jiang Yunha's expression darkened, his thick hands clenching into fists, the knuckles cracking. The 2 households opposite clearly heard the noise. A crack appeared in the door on the left side, a pair of vigilant eyes scanning from the shadows, and then with a bang the door was locked tight. Su Yu raised his hand, directly pressing down on Jiang Yunha's shoulder, halting his forward motion. He glanced past the corridor. Mu Qing, Li Yun Yao, and my mother will stay in the slightly larger room on the left, while the 3 of us big men will stay on the right. Let's go in and set up the beds. Inside the room, Su Yu reached to his side. A bed after bed of brand new quilts appeared out of nowhere, piled heavily at his feet. Su Hang's eyes widened. Although he was aware of Su Ye's spatial card, he still couldn't hide the shock in his gaze. "First let's set up the floor. We'll make do for now." Su Yu bent down to pick up a quilt and threw it into the corner. Without a word, Jiang Yunhao squatted down to help, skillfully flattening the mattress. After finishing with the small room, he strode into the larger room, replicating the process. The bedding in the 2 rooms was neatly arranged, and everyone began to explore the 4 rooms, and one. Turning to the kitchen, Su Hang's gaze fell on the stainless steel sink. The faucet was dripping incessantly, its sound particularly jarring in the quiet room. These cleaners really did a sloppy job. The valve isn't even tightened. Su Hang rubbed his frostbitten hands and reached to turn off the faucet completely. Don't touch it. Su stepped forward, pressing down on Su Hang's wrist. There's a gap left intentionally. Su Hang was taken aback. Su pointed to the window frame outside, thick with ice, and explained in a low voice. In temperatures below -10 degrees, once the water flow is completely stopped, the water in the pipes will freeze solid, and within a few hours the pipes will burst. Keeping it slightly flowing prevents it from freezing completely. Su Hang suddenly understood, and quietly withdrew his hand. He tried to turn on the faucet, and water gushed out murky for 2 seconds before clearing. He walked to the bathroom, brushed his fingers over the exterior of the old gas water heater on the wall, and attempted to turn on the switch, but the gas line was evidently cut off. On the living room wall, only a few screw holes remained where an air conditioning unit had been taken away by previous occupants or cleaners. There was water and electricity, but no hot water or heating. In temperatures below -10 degrees, being able to wash one's face with hot water felt almost like a luxury. Su returned to the house, pulling items out of the space one after another. 3 large red plastic barrels, a stack of disposable paper cups, toothbrushes, and toothpaste, a few new towels, and 3 heating rods, the kind that plug in and can be directly submerged in water. Looking at the pile of items on the floor, Su Hang's eyes widened. Wow, brother, you even collected heating rods. They are a target for dormitory supervisors at the university. If caught, they are confiscated and reported. Before the apocalypse, these were considered contraband. Now they're lifesavers. Su replied nonchalantly. Go fill the barrels with water, plug them in, and let the girls wash first. Before long, steam began to rise in the bathroom. Lin Xingli, wrapped in her down jacket, pushed the door open, her long black hair still dripping. She didn't immediately find a place to sit, but leaned against the door frame, staring down at her hands, which were red from the hot water. Her thumb pressed hard against the knuckle of her index finger, rubbing it vigorously. The hot water had washed away the bloodstains, yet she still felt the sticky sensation of having cleaved a living person's neck trapped beneath her nails. A dry towel was offered from the side. Jiang Mu stood nearby, her eyes clear. Sister Qingli, if the steam freezes on your head, it will give you a headache. Lin Xingli looked up and took the towel, randomly rubbing it on her head. The tense lines of her shoulders and neck finally relaxed slightly in the lingering warmth. On the old sofa in the living room, Su Hang pulled out his phone and lit up the screen, staring at the 3 words "no service" in the upper left corner, letting out a sigh. Brother, why is there no signal in Xingqing? I was thinking of calling a few classmates from there to ask about the situation. Jiang Yunhao turned his head and stared at the phone screen for a few seconds. Not even emergency calls can be made. With things like that outside, how good can it be inside the city? Su took out his phone to check, and it also showed no signal. After so many days of disaster, the outdoor base stations have long been destroyed. The national network is probably down. Even if there is communication, it's likely only those satellite systems that still work. So my phone has become a brick. Su Hang grumbled as he shoved his phone back into his pocket. As long as we are alive, there might still be a chance to meet. Su pulled out a wooden chair and sat down. By the time they finished tidying up, it was already 3 in the afternoon, and the little compressed biscuits in their stomachs were completely digested. Su Hang's stomach let out a loud rumble at an inopportune time. Time to eat. Su stood up and walked to the center of the living room. With a wave of his hand, a box of self-heating rice, vacuum-packed marinated meat, and a few cans of braised pork suddenly appeared on the table. Su Hang's eyes brightened as he skillfully tore open the packaging of the self-heating rice, poured in water, and closed the lid. Jiang Yunhao grabbed a can opener, deftly opened the can of braised pork, and poured the solidified fat and meat into a stainless steel bowl, placing it on top of the self-heating rice to steam together. In the isolation zone where everyone was gnawing on dry rations and frozen food, the steaming aroma of braised pork felt like a significant blow. The rich fat melted on the tip of the tongue, and the scorching heat rushed down the esophagus into the stomach, finally dispelling the deep-seated chill in everyone's bones. However, the aroma inevitably drifted through the door gap to the next room. Su's hearing was excellent. He clearly caught a heavy swallowing sound coming from the left master bedroom, followed by a man's suppressed curse. What are you crying for? Shut your mouth. If you cry again, I'll hit you. It was the family of 3. The man was evidently trying to keep the child's mouth shut, afraid that the child's cries would attract the attention of the rich household next door. The middle-aged couple in the right secondary bedroom didn't make a sound, but Su could hear the rustling sound of them rummaging for something, probably looking for some food to satisfy their cravings. Brother, this aroma is too conspicuous, isn't it? Suheng took a bite of rice, casting a cautious glance at the door gap down the corridor, lowering his voice. Let it be conspicuous. As for the neighbors. He slightly shifted his gaze, looking over the square table toward the closed bedroom door. But this flavor is indeed overwhelming. Since we have to live under the same roof for 3 days, we should test the temperament of these two families. Suheng paused in his chewing, nodding in realization. After eating and drinking to their fill, the outside sky had started to darken. Everyone, wrapped tightly in their down jackets, gathered around the square table in the living room. Brother, do you have any playing cards? Suheng slumped on the old sofa, rubbing his stuffed stomach. It's too boring to sit here. Let's play do di ju. Suyu glanced at him and rummaged through the clutter in the space. During the time he scavenged in the old district, he had casually swept a small supermarket shelf, and indeed he found a few decks of playing cards. He flipped his hand, and 2 brand new decks of cards landed on the table. Wow, there really are. Suheng excitedly tore open the packaging, skillfully shuffling and cutting the cards. Come on, let's play do di ju. The loser has to take a sticker. Jiang Yunhao chuckled as he leaned over. I'm not very good at playing cards, so you guys better go easy on me. Brother, how at the card table there are no fathers and sons, we speak based on skill. Suheng shamelessly dealt the cards. Jiang Mumu also pulled over a small stool to sit down. After several rounds, Suheng had 5 or 6 pieces of torn paper towels stuck to his face. The white breath he exhaled had already formed tiny ice shards at the ends of the paper strips, hard and stiff, hanging from his chin. This is bizarre. With his fingers stiff from the cold, Suheng, wearing a pair of fingerless gloves, clumsily held the cards and frantically raked his hair. Sister Mumu, your card counting is too accurate. Ew, I really couldn't play that big joker just now. Wrapped in a thick down jacket, Jiang Mumu's eyes curved into crescent moons. Xiaoheng, your card-playing habits are all written on your face. Jiang Yunhao was grinning beside them. His thick fingers slipped, mistakenly tossing a straight into the discard pile, prompting Suheng to retaliate with sarcasm. They played until 9 in the evening, reluctantly putting away the cards. Suyu then took out some food and had a as night deepened. The doors of the 2 neighboring rooms remained tightly shut, with not a sound coming from them. Everyone took turns washing up before returning to their own rooms to rest. In the spacious bedroom on the left, 4 women huddled together on a thick mat. In the darkness, no one spoke first. Only the sound of their breathing rose and fell, accompanied by the howling wind and snow outside the window. Unaware of how long they had been awake, Jiang Mumu turned on her side, half of her face buried deep in the blanket, the white mist of her breath quickly dissipating in the darkness. She sniffed and asked in a heavily nasal voice, Sister Qing Li, are you asleep? Not asleep, Lin Qing Li replied. Just now. I dreamed of my mom. Jiang Mumu's breath paused for a moment. She was in the kitchen making me fried eggs, asking if I wanted to go home next weekend. I said I would return Friday afternoon. Then I woke up from the cold. No news is good news, Yi-chun, Mei said from the other side, gently patting her back through the blanket. Your mom loves you so much as she will surely find a way to survive. Jiang Mumu bit her lip, tightly suppressing her sobs, but her thin shoulders quivered uncontrollably under the thick blanket. Crouched at the innermost corner, Jiang Yun Yao opened her eyes, which glimmered faintly. In the night she was awake and cold, yet the thoughts that had been suppressed during the day now surged like wild grass. Sister Mumu, Jiang Yun Yao said, tucking her chin into her collar, her voice muffled. At least you remember what your mom said to you last. My family is in Tianhe district. That day when I returned to school from home, my mom stuffed clothes into my suitcase. I complained that she was nagging and pulled her hand away to leave. After this statement fell, even Yi-chun, Mei didn't know how to respond. In the world of adults, regrets only grow sharp fangs afterward. Lin Xingli lay on her back, staring at the indistinct ceiling above her. The sadness of those around her washed over her like a tide, yet it could not dampen the depths of her eyes. Her feelings about the words family were inherently different from others. In Nan province, the Lin family was regarded as the foremost wealthy family, with businesses sprawling across much of the southern territories. However, few knew that the Lin family's rise in early years was not due to commerce, but rather through martial prowess. Her grandfather Lin Jinshan had established a formidable reputation in the martial arts community of Nan province, with a set of Bejiquan. By the time it reached her father's generation, several brothers could not endure the hardships of martial training and turned to business, leveraging the grandfather's connections to amass great wealth. The Lin family had a large number of grandchildren, with over a dozen cousins gathered together during festivals, filling the old house to the brim. Yet among those cousins, not a single one was willing to follow their grandfather in enduring the rigors of martial training. Only she remained. She had lived beside her grandfather since she could remember. Her father was often away on business, and since her mother followed him, she was left in the old house. From a young age, she practiced stance training and conditioning, enduring the harsh winters and scorching summers day after day without pause. Her grandfather often reminded her that the Lin family's martial legacy must not lose its foundation. It wasn't until she was accepted into a university in the provincial city that she left that courtyard. Her grandfather was getting old and had moved in with her uncle 2 years ago, residing in a villa by the coast of Nan Province. At the onset of the disaster lynching, Li was in her 3rd year at Yangcheng University. At the moment the sky fell, the first thought that flashed through her mind was not of her parents, but of her grandfather's villa. The tsunami had already ravaged through. She had no idea how her grandfather was doing, nor whether that entire family had perished in the disaster or managed to escape Nan Province using their connections. She had tried countless times to call home from the first day of the disaster until the signal completely cut off, but not once did she get through. Whether they were dead, alive, escaped, or trapped in despair, all turned into a tangled mess. Strangely, since leaving the train station, she had not received any search from her family. With the Lin family's intricate network, if they truly wanted to find someone, there was no reason they couldn't. Yet oddly, there was none. This silence made her more uneasy than a clear piece of bad news. "Sister Qingli, are you cold?" Jiang Mu Mu's gentle inquiry pulled her back from her chaotic thoughts. The girl leaned a bit closer to her side. "Your hand is so cold." "I'm not cold." Lin Qingli withdrew her hand, which had been outside the blanket, and tucked it back in. "Let's sleep." She closed her eyes. These long-buried old stories were never shared with anyone. Whether in her proud demeanor or her aloofness, it was merely a layer of protective shell she had woven for herself. In a world as cruel as this, one could only bury their vulnerabilities deeply to survive. The noise from the 4 women next door gradually subsided. In the small room separated by a wall, Suyu lay flat under 3 layers of blankets. His enhanced hearing, far beyond that of an ordinary person, allowed him to clearly capture the heartbeat and breathing rhythms of everyone in the house. Jiang Mu Mu's breathing was long from crying, while Zhang Yunhao's snoring was the heaviest. Nearby, Su Hang turned over in his blanket, mumbling something indistinctly, and kicked the air with his legs. Suyu focused his mind, feeling the unusual changes within his body. The frigid cold combined with last night's life-and-death struggle kept his muscles and bones in a constant state of taut excitement, as if there was a fire burning inside. His consciousness sank deep into space. A virtual panel quietly appeared above the conceptual operating table. Source quality 71. 39. Gene carrying capacity 11. His gaze passed over these details, firmly fixating on the last line of golden text indicating progress. The numbers were subtly fluctuating. 2, 8, 2, 9. The progress had increased by nearly 1% compared to yesterday, a small increment, but indeed moving forward. Suyu clenched his fist, feeling a subtle crackling in his knuckles, the sense of power becoming even more solid. He exited the space, turned over in the darkness, and soon fell into a deep sleep. The night of the 7th day of the apocalypse gradually descended in this silence that no one dared to break. On the 8th day of the apocalypse, dawn was just breaking. "Attention all units of Tsuyuan community, please come down to the open area to collect daily supplies at 7 o'clock. Supplies are to be collected according to household registration. No one is allowed to take more than their share, nor is anyone permitted to snatch them." In the dimly lit secondary bedroom, Suyu leaned against the wall, shoving the last half of a Snickers bar along with the crumbs of its wrapper into his mouth. The sweet high-calorie treat slid down his throat, but it felt like a drop of water falling into parched earth, utterly failing to quench the vague hunger within. The veins on the back of his hand bulged slightly, and he pressed his knuckles forcefully against his knees several times. "Xiaohang Yunhao, let's head downstairs." Su-Hang rolled out of bed, the bandage on his face wrinkling slightly. He winced in pain, but felt invigorated. The 3 of them bundled up in their outerwear and went downstairs. A long line had already formed in the open space below the queue, resembling a frozen snake slowly writhing under the grayish light. The crowd was silent, with only the sound of the cold wind rustling through their clothing and the occasional suppressed cough. Suyu looked over the shoulders of the few people in front of him. Every 10 meters stood a soldier with a gun, the muzzle pointed downward. Their gaze swept through the crowd, intimidating every pair of eyes that were green with hunger. The supplies were being distributed by several staff members clad in military green coats, one checking information on a tablet, while the others retrieved items from stacks of supply boxes behind them. The efficiency was remarkable. Each person took 3 to 5 minutes with a fixed process, verifying names and identities, then receiving the daily quota. Soon it was their turn. The staff member in charge of distribution took Su-Yes registration proof, pausing for a moment as his gaze lingered on the tablet screen. He suddenly looked up, his eyes locking onto the faintly golden streaks in Su-Yes irises. He then scanned over Jiang Yunhao and Su-Hang behind him. 402. That household has 7 people, including 2 evolvers. He bent down and pulled out 2 tightly wrapped packages of cowhide paper from another metal box behind him, along with 7 standard supply packs, and pushed them in front of Suyu. These 2 packages are additional rations for the evolvers. Each of your 2 evolvers in 402 gets 1. With that, he straightened up his expression, turning serious. Just a reminder, evolvers metabolize faster than ordinary people. You will get hungry more easily. We are aware of this, but regardless of hunger, do not cause trouble in the quarantine zone, or you will be dealt with severely. He paused for a moment. Do you understand? Got it, Suyu nodded. With that, the staff member waved his hand, signaling them to leave. Suyu turned around, gesturing for Jiang Yunhao to take the supplies, and stepped back. Su Heng did not immediately follow, but instead turned his eyes, and put on a smile, leaning closer to the staff member distributing the supplies. Comrade, thank you for your hard work. We just arrived and know nothing. Before we entered the quarantine zone, we saw that the city walls of Xingqing are still under construction. It's truly magnificent, filled with heavy machinery and countless people working. Once our 3 days of quarantine are over, how will the arrangements be made? The staff member frowned slightly, his gaze sweeping over Su Heng, clearly reluctant to engage. Su Heng swiftly flipped his wrist, sliding a small piece of the compressed biscuit he had just received discreetly into the staff member's large military coat pocket. The staff member paused slightly, feeling the hard object in his pocket through the fabric, his stern expression softening a little. That wall is currently the top project in Xingqing. I've heard that construction is happening simultaneously from all directions. There's been a strict order from above to complete the enclosure within half a month, and currently, at least 200,000 workers are dedicated to it. As for your accommodations, people will not be forcibly separated. Once your quarantine period is over, you will naturally understand how arrangements are made. Su Heng immediately adopted a curious expression and asked, what about the evolvers? My brother is an evolver. Will there be any differences upon entering the inner city? The soldier turned his head to scrutinize Su Heng. Actually, there isn't much difference. His tone held an air of mystery. It's just that for evolvers there will be someone specifically assigned to contact you once the quarantine period ends, then you'll understand. With that, he waved his hand and turned to lift the next supply box, no longer paying attention to Su Heng. Su Heng got the signal, turned around, and was about to hurry over. But he noticed that Su Yu and Jiang Yunhao had only taken a dozen steps before stopping in place. Su Yu tilted his head, and thanks to the evolver's far superior hearing, he had evidently caught every word of their low conversation. Su Heng quickly walked over, opening his mouth to speak. Brother, I heard it all. Well done. Su Yu interrupted him, raising his chin slightly, his eyes signaling the many onlookers. Let's talk inside first. The 3 of them retraced their steps up the dim staircase. They pushed open the door to 402. Yi Chunmei was boiling water to wash her face, while Lin Qingli and Jiang Mumu were tidying up the bedding they had laid out the night before. Jiang Yunyao was curled up in the corner of the living room, hugging her knees, holding half a piece of compressed biscuit in her hands, nibbling at it like a little hamster, though her fingers holding the biscuit trembled slightly. Upon hearing the door open, several heads turned up simultaneously. Su Yu placed the ordinary food they had received on the table, then pulled out the 2 tightly wrapped packages of cowhide paper and set them in the center of the table. He casually tore open one of the paper packages. Inside was a charred piece of meat roughly the size of an adult's palm, its surface congealed with grease, the texture rugged and frightening, with some pale tendons still attached at the edges. As soon as the package was opened, an indescribable odor surged forth. In addition to the smell of burnt meat, there was a strong gamey scent that almost overwhelmed the senses. Damn! Su Heng was the first to react, pinching his nose and stepping back 2 paces. Su Yu ignored him and directly picked up the piece of meat, which still retained a hint of warmth. His gaze swept over the dense, thick muscle fibers, and as he inhaled the peculiar scent that ordinary animals lacked, images of various mutated creatures from the spatial decay flashed through his mind. Su Yu remained silent for several seconds, then tore off a piece and stuffed it into his mouth, chewing vigorously. Brother! Su Heng exclaimed in panic. The texture was coarse and fibrous, akin to chewing on an undercooked piece of beef tendon. But as the chunk of meat was swallowed, something miraculous occurred. Merely moments later, a warm current exploded from his stomach, like burning coals coursing through his bloodstream toward his limbs. Most crucially, that persistent hunger which had followed him like a shadow visibly diminished. Su Ye's tense shoulders relaxed slightly, a glimmer of brightness flashing in his eyes as he devoured the remaining piece of meat in his hand. He scanned the room, observing the various expressions on the others' faces. This is mutated beast meat. It can replenish an evolver's energy consumption. Upon hearing the words mutated beast meat and replenish energy, the atmosphere in the room shifted dramatically. Lin Qingli's dark pupils constricted slightly as she contemplatively gazed at the piece of meat on the table. Su Yu decisively turned around, picked up the other unopened package, and walked over to Jiang Yunyao, offering it to her. Xiaoyao, eat this. In your current state, ordinary biscuits won't help. Jiang Yunyao looked up, her mismatched eyes fixated on the package. It seemed she had also noticed something. She swallowed hard, but the pungent smell still instinctively made her shrink. Jiang Yunhao, seeing this, heartily shoved the paper package into his sister's hands, saying, "Hurry and eat, don't force yourself anymore." No longer hesitating, Jiang Yunhao bit down on the first mouthful, instantly scrunching her face. Clearly choked by the coarse gamey flavor, she struggled to swallow for a while before managing to get it down. But then in less than 3 seconds, she suddenly widened her mismatched eyes in disbelief and clutched her stomach. Next, without any need for encouragement, she began to wolf down the food. Suyu watched as Jiang Yunhao cleaned out the meat in just a few bites and asked, "How do you feel?" I feel fine now, I'm full," Jiang Yunhao replied, her voice tinged with barely concealed relief. "Just as I thought." Suyu thought to himself. The puzzle piece in his mind regarding Evolver's unusual hunger finally clicked into place. No wonder the authorities were so focused on collecting the remains of mutated beasts during the escape. Can only Evolvers eat this meat? Su Heng, curious, leaned forward to sniff the torn cowhide paper on the table, only to be hit by the pungent scent that made him recoil. "If you want to eat, you can." Suyu pushed the remaining charred tendon toward him. "Just don't throw up in the room." The leisurely time slipped away like sand that cannot be grasped between fingers, flowing swiftly. The next 2 days of isolation were exceptionally peaceful for Su Yu and the others. With the absolutely concealed logistics warehouse of space, food could be taken freely from it. Boiling hot water and meat, canned food rich in oily aroma, became the most secretive and luxurious enjoyment in this room. While Su Yu and the others lived comfortably, the 2 neighboring households were clearly disturbed by the aroma of meat and steam wafting from their meals, even feeling as though each day dragged on like a year. Originally, Su Yu thought these starving people would take risks to rob them, but unexpectedly, they became even more vigilant and fearful. In the apocalypse, those who can openly indulge in steaming hot braised meat are certainly not to be trifled with. The man from the family of 3 on the left now, every time he went downstairs to collect free supplies, deliberately avoided them, his eyes darting every time he passed the corridor, as if fearing that a mere glance could bring about his demise. The couple from the family of 4 on the right was even more cautious. Each time they came out, they hurriedly walked along the wall, afraid to attract Su Ye's attention. However, the comfort that was merely a wall away could not conceal the collapse of the world outside. On the evening of the 8th day of the apocalypse, a sudden muffled sound echoed from afar, and even through the layers of floors and walls, one could still feel the faint tremor in the ground. Then came a second sound, more intense, faintly accompanied by a high-pitched shriek of metal being torn. Su Heng lifted his head from the table, his poker cards instantly crumpled in his grip, his face ashen. "Brother, what is that noise?" "Cannon fire." Jiang Yunhao suddenly stood up, his strong fingers gripping the window sill tightly, his gaze cast toward the dim horizon. Jiang Mu subconsciously leaned closer to Su Yu, her delicate fingers gently clutching a corner of his clothing. Jiang Yunhao curled up in the corner of the sofa like a frightened quail, holding her knees tightly, her eyes filled with panic. In broad daylight, she instinctively resisted the loud noise. The cannon fire persisted for more than 10 minutes before slowly subsiding. On the morning of the 9th day of the apocalypse, as everyone slept soundly, another series of automatic rifle fires shattered the night, exploding like a barrage of firecrackers. The source of the sound was clear, coming from the outer perimeter of the isolation zone near the city wall of Star City. Suyu suddenly opened his eyes in the darkness, a glint of cold light slipping through his black pupils. He sat up, listening intently for several seconds, faintly able to hear a few muffled roars. The gunfire lasted for about 10 minutes before gradually becoming sparse, ultimately swallowed by the howling. Next to him, the makeshift bed rustled with subtle sounds. Jiang Yunhao also woke up, turning to sit up, lowering his voice. "Su Gu, with such a commotion outside, could it be a beast horde attacking the city?" "Hard to say," Suyu analyzed in a low voice, "but with the cold wave dropping the temperature, if they can't find food outside, Star City has gathered tens of millions of living people. In the eyes of the mutated beasts, this place is a giant granary." Jiang Yunhao shivered, pulling the zipper of his down jacket all the way up. When dawn broke, the noise downstairs became chaotic again as new refugees were crammed into the community. Baishui County had evacuated early, managing to stay ahead of the impending collapse. The majority of those who had streamed in over the past 2 days were fleeing from the surrounding suburbs of Star City. Star City, an inland provincial capital with a population of over 10 million, was like a giant sponge, frantically absorbing refugees from all directions. Moreover, in these past 2 days, people whose isolation period had ended were continuously taken out of the isolation points by the military. Some were overjoyed, some brought their families, while others held on to their last remaining packages, hesitant to move forward, ultimately urged by soldiers to leave. On the morning of the 10th day of the apocalypse, the loudspeaker downstairs finally called out to their building. Building 3, Units 402, 403, 0405. Isolation period complete. Please bring your personal belongings downstairs and gather within 20 minutes. Latecomers will not be accommodated. Su-hang instantly sprang up from the makeshift bed. Brother, it's finally our turn. First let's pack up and wait for the neighbors to finish. Su-yu issued the command. Soon hurried sounds of doors opening came from outside. The man from the family of 3 on the left clutched a package while the woman held the child tightly in her arms. As they passed their door, the man even quickened his pace as if fearing they would burst out and rob them. The middle-aged couple from the right then came out. The man held tightly to the bulging package in his arms, his face filled with wariness, immediately turning sideways to urge his wife and child to hurry downstairs. Once the footsteps completely faded in the corridor, everyone quickly gathered the supplies in the room. Su-yu waved his hand, and all the excess bedding and toiletries were sucked into the space. The room instantly returned to its previous desolate state, resembling a bare wall, before moving and leaving only cold walls. Su-hang paused at the door, glancing back at the house they had lived in for 3 days, stroking his chin. Let's go, there's nothing worth looking at. Jiang Yunhao patted his shoulder. The 7 of them with their makeshift backpacks walked down the stairs where the corridor was already crowded with people. Everyone carried large and small bags, looking gaunt with worry and confusion etched on their faces. The cold wind blew in through the windowless corridor, making the crowd shiver. Reaching the entrance downstairs, a long line had already formed. A staff member checked the list with a tablet, while nearby soldiers maintained order, their guns pointed down, but enough to make anyone attempting to cut in line retract their necks. When it was their turn, the staff member looked up and scanned the crowd. Su Yu Yichuame, Su Hang Jiang Mu Mu Lin, Qingli Jiang, Yunhao Jiang Yunyao. Hearing their names, Su Yu stepped forward. The staff member looked down to verify the screen, and when his gaze swept over Su Yes' detailed information, his hand that was tapping the screen suddenly froze. He quickly raised his head, his gaze lingering on Su Yes' face for a moment longer, and his expression instantly showed a hint of subtle caution and seriousness. He changed from his previous casual demeanor to one of politeness, extracting several documents stamped with a red seal from a nearby file box, and handing them over with both hands. These are your isolation qualification certificates, 1 for each of you. Please keep them safe as they will be checked at the card point. Su Yu received the stack of documents, glancing down at the 2 belonging to himself and Jiang Yunyao. Among the ordinary black and white printed documents, the upper right corner of these 2 certificates bore an extremely eye-catching square stamp in bright red ink, Evolver. Su Yu quietly distributed the certificates, whispering, "Let's go." Following the flow of people, they walked for nearly 20 minutes in the biting wind until they came upon a quarantine checkpoint made of sandbags and barbed wire. At the turnstile, soldiers checked the certificates and waved for them to pass. On the outer side of the checkpoint, a simple long table was set up. A logistics officer wearing a red armband and a face full of flab was wrapped in a tattered military coat, lethargically distributing something to everyone passing by. When it was Su Yu and the others' turn, the officer handed over several pieces of paper printed with rough patterns. Listen carefully to the rules. The officer didn't even lift his eyelids. Once you pass through this door and enter Xing City, all your previous paper money and mobile balances will be worthless. Xing City strictly implements a rationing system, recognizing tickets instead of cash. Su Hang held the 2 palm-sized pieces of paper closer to inspect them. What the hell, a 1-pound grain ticket? Did we just travel back several decades overnight? The officer tapped on the table, pointing at the sign not far away. Go to the municipal hall to register for a job, find work, do hard labor to repair the city walls, transport goods, and earn grain tickets for your work. If you don't want to work, that's fine too. You can freeze or starve to death, no one will care. Next. Crossing the checkpoint, everyone officially stepped into the inner city of Xing City. Su Yu had originally thought that the military-controlled city would be a scene of solemnity and order. But the scene before him resembled a vast and chaotic refugee camp. A 6-lane main street stretched out before them, flanked by what were once high-end shopping malls and brand stores, all of which now had their glass windows boarded up. The roll-up doors were half up and stuffed inside with worn-out bunk beds and dark floor mats. The street was bustling with people, residents in various old clothes, pushing unicycles and carrying burlap sacks, hurrying through the cold wind. There were no cars, as fuel had long been controlled by the military. Occasionally a few military trucks would pass by, stirring up a cloud of dust mixed with ice shards. Su Hang stood by the street, mouth slightly agape, gazing at the familiar high-rise buildings in the distance, disbelief filling his eyes. I used to have to wait in line for 2 hours just to eat barbecue here with my classmates. How did it turn into this now? Jiang Yunhao was also stunned. I heard that Xing City was the provincial capital, which should have been quite prosperous. Prosperity belongs to times of peace. Lin Qingli said lightly. After the disaster, the population surged and resources became scarce. Just having a place to shield us from the wind and rain is already fortunate. They walked east along the main street. Passing by a tent made of canvas, they could hear a cacophony of voices inside. Suyu glanced over, and it seemed to be some kind of labor market. Dozens of emaciated people were crammed inside, eagerly raising their hands to several uniformed staff members. "We're hiring wall demolition workers here. 2 meals a day for a whole day's work plus 3 pounds of grain tickets," shouted an officer with a red armband. "We're also looking for heavy truck drivers. Those who can operate excavators are welcome too. 2 pounds of grain tickets and 3 steamed buns daily." "What about electricians? We're urgently repairing the substation and need skilled workers, the kind that risks their lives for the job. Who dares to come will get 8 pounds of grain tickets daily." The chaotic shouts and the sounds of pushing blended into a symphony of desperate survival. Yi Chunmei watched with her heart racing, tightly gripping Su Hang's arm. Suyu withdrew his gaze, his eyes showing no ripples. "Let's go." Just as the group was about to continue forward, a roar of an engine shattered the ice shards on the ground from behind. They turned around to see a black car slowly approaching, coming to a steady stop beside them. In this Xing city where fuel was scarce, driving a private car through the streets was a privilege in itself. The car door opened, and a familiar figure wrapped in a dark gray down jacket emerged from the driver's seat, shrinking his neck against the cold wind. It was Zhao Mingxian. His hair was a bit disheveled, but his mental state was worlds apart from those emaciated refugees. Upon seeing Suyu, a familiar smile instantly bloomed on his face. "Dr. Su, we finally caught up with you." Suyu raised an eyebrow slightly. "Director Zhao. You?" Zhao Mingxian stepped forward with great strides, casually patting Suyu on the shoulder. "Don't be surprised, I finished my quarantine a night earlier than you, and came into the city last night." Su Hang glanced at Zhao Mingxian, and then at Suyu. "Bro, do you know him?" "Deputy Director Zhao Mingxian of the Baishui County People's Hospital helped us a lot before we evacuated." Su Ye's gaze swept over the crowd, providing a brief introduction. Zhao Mingxian smiled, and shook his head. "Don't call me Deputy Director anymore. I don't even know how many signs the hospital has left. Being alive in Xing City is more practical than any title." Suyu withdrew his hand, his tone calm. "How does Director Zhao know we came out today?" "The list." Zhao Mingxian pushed up his glasses, his smile unchanged. "The list of personnel whose quarantine has ended is sent to our unit every day. I took a look this morning and specifically timed my arrival to wait for you." He glanced at the group behind Suyu, nodding in praise. "You all look good. It seems you weren't frozen in the quarantine area." Su Hang muttered softly behind. "Almost turned into popsicles." Zhao Mingxian heard this and immediately followed up. "Little brother is joking. The military's basic support for the quarantine area is still in place." He paused, subtly scanning the chaotic crowd around them, lowering his voice. "Dr. Su, it's windy and noisy here. Can we step aside to talk?" Suyu glanced at him and nodded slightly. The group walked to the side of the black car, avoiding the envious gazes of the refugees. Zhao Mingxian sighed. "The weather in Xing City is terrible, getting colder by the day. I heard that outside the city walls the number of mutated beasts is increasing." Suyu, with his hands in his pockets, remained expressionless, waiting for him to continue. Zhao Mingxian's smile vanished, and a hint of seriousness and solemnity flashed in his eyes behind his glasses. "Dr. Su, I'm going to be straightforward. The provincial government already knows that there are 2 evolvers in your team." Suye's expression didn't change. "Director Zhao is quite well informed. It's all thanks to my position." Zhao Mingxian straightened his back. "After we came out last night, we finally reached my uncle's old boss. He is currently responsible for talent coordination at the provincial government's emergency command center." His gaze was intense. "Dr. Su, we have endured hardships together. I'm here to invite you to join us on behalf of the provincial government." Su Ye's eyes flickered slightly, but his face remained expressionless. "Provincial government?" he asked, slightly tilting his head. "Isn't the entire Xing City under military control right now?" Zhao Mingxian's smile stiffened for a moment, but he quickly returned to normal. "The military and the provincial government have their own responsibilities." He chuckled. "The military is responsible for defense and security, while the provincial government handles people's livelihoods and resettlement. Both sides cooperate." Suyu did not press further, merely responding with a soft acknowledgement from his nose. Noticing Su Ye's indifferent reaction, Zhao Mingxian's brow furrowed, and his speech noticeably quickened. "In short, Dr. Su, as long as you join the provincial government's Evolver team, the benefits will absolutely be generous. Housing in the inner city, exclusive supplies, high-value grain tickets, all at the highest standard." Seeing that Suyu still had no significant reaction, he seemed to have made a certain resolve. Leaning in slightly, he lowered his voice to an intimate level. "You just arrived and aren't familiar with the place. Oh, we've all come through blood and death from Baishu, a county together. Staying with the provincial government means at least having a backing. The military has too many rules and restrictions, and the price to pay is too high, which is unsuitable for someone like you who has ambitions." Suyu fell silent for a few seconds before finally speaking. "Director Zhao, as you said, we just arrived in Xingqing and are unfamiliar with the place." His tone was calm and unyielding. "We want to seek refuge with a relative first and get accustomed to the environment before making further decisions." He neither agreed nor refused. A hint of melancholy flashed in Zhao Mingxuan's eyes, but his smile remained unchanged. That's understandable, but Dr. Su, with your medical skills and your abilities, it would clearly be more suitable for you to join the provincial government system. He pulled out a business card from his pocket and handed it to Suyu. This is the office of the provincial government's Evolver Coordination. If you change your mind, you must come find me at the first opportunity. If you can't find me, just mention my uncle Chun Guodong's name. Chun Guodong was indeed the name of the head of the county party committee in Baishui County. Suyu accepted the business card and tucked it into his pocket. Zhao Mingxian patted him on the shoulder and turned to get back into the driver's seat. Watching the back of the card disappear at the end of the street, Su Heng leaned closer and lowered his voice. Brother, what does Zhao Mingxian mean? An invitation from the provincial government. Isn't Xingqing currently under military control? Suyu did not answer immediately. Lin Xingli tucked her hands into her down jacket pockets, her dark eyes fixed on the tire tracks on the ground. He claims to represent the provincial government, but Xingqing is currently under military oversight. Either the provincial government and the military are vying for power, or he is lying. Regardless of which, it indicates that there are complexities within Xingqing. Jiang Mumu interjected softly, his eyes clear. We should refrain from hastily taking sides. Suyu imperceptibly nodded. Just as he was about to turn back, a military jeep drove in from the other end of the street. The door swung open with a bang and two officers clad in military coats jumped down. The leading officer, in his 30s, bore the rank of captain. He stood straight against the cold wind, his sharp gaze sweeping through the crowd like a tangible force, finally landing on Suyu. He strode over, the sound of his boots echoing crisply on the ground as he halted before Suyu and raised his hand in salute. Comrade Suyu. Suyu returned the salute with a nod. That's me. The officer pulled out a document from his folder and presented. I am from the Evolver Recruitment Office of the Xingqing Military District. Lin Yi here to invite Comrade Suyu and his companions to join the military Evolver unit. His words were articulated with the precision characteristic of a soldier. As long as you pass the test, you will be formally granted a military rank, enjoying all corresponding benefits and allocations of Evolver resources. Suyu took the document and glanced at it. It was a formal invitation with a bright red seal from the Xingqing Military District in the bottom right corner. Yet he still did not express his stance. Standing straight, Lin Yi spoke with conviction. We have already learned about Comrade Su Ye's performance in Baishui County through Major Han Jing. With your abilities, joining the military would be fitting for your skills. He pulled out a card from his pocket and handed it over. This is the address of the recruitment office in the military district. We await your visit at any time. Suyu accepted the card, glanced at it, and nodded indifferently. I will consider it carefully. The officer did not linger, saluted again, and turned to leave briskly. Su Heng watched the jeep drive away, its exhaust fading into the distance, then glanced at the two vastly different recruitment documents in Su Ye's hands, feeling a bit dazed. Brother, what's with this situation? Before he could finish, a man and a woman approached quickly, though dressed in ordinary casual, where the two had a refined and polished demeanor. Hello, mister. So we are representatives of the Zhou family from the Xingqing Business Alliance. The man handed over a business card with a broad smile, quickly stating their purpose. They were inviting Su Yu and his companions to join. The temptations they offered were very straightforward: high-end housing in the inner city, supplies of luxury goods, generous food vouchers, and even guarantees of satisfaction with women. Su Yu casually performed a Tai Chi maneuver, neither engaging nor explicitly refusing. Seeing that Su Yu was unyielding, the two did not press further, left their address, and retreated into the crowd with forced smiles. Once the three groups had completely dispersed, Su Heng was left dumbfounded. Refugees on the street were still fighting to join the suicide squads for a meal each day, and here they were, all the city's big shots lining up to offer privileges. Brother, are so many people really vying for us? It's not just us they are vying for. Su Yu twirled a few business cards between his fingers, sneering as he tucked them into his pocket. What they are competing for are the Evolvers. At this moment, he noticed that they were not the only ones. Several other groups were also loitering near the quarantine. Some people were being pulled aside for hushed conversations, others were directly following vehicles, leaving, while some stood in the bitter cold weighing their options. It seems that Evolvers have become highly sought after in Xingqing, Lin Qingli remarked, having also noticed this. Suyu did not respond. He looked down at the few business cards in his hand, then raised his head, scanning the crowd. Xingqing was even more complex than he had imagined, with the military, provincial government, and capital families. This vast web had just begun to show the edges. Let's go. Suyu turned to beckon everyone. Where to? Su Heng instinctively asked. To the military district, or to find that director Zhao. Su Ye's gaze swept over the address on Zhao Mingxuan's business card, then across the vehicles still lying in wait in the distance, suddenly turning to Su Heng. Didn't you say you had classmates living in Xingqing? Where do they live? Su Heng was taken aback and stammered, over on the other side of the Xiangjiang River, I think. It's called Fengshu Community or something. I chatted with her just a couple of days before the apocalypse, and she stocked up quite a bit. Do you remember the exact address? Suhang fumbled through his phone for a while, finally finding a note in his memos. Suyu glanced at it and nodded. Let's go. We'll head to this address first. Suhang was so shocked he gaped, cold wind rushing into his throat, causing him to cough repeatedly. Cough. Oh, are we going right now? Why not? Suyu turned to give him a look. Suhang opened his mouth, but ultimately swallowed back all his questions and silently walked ahead. The snow crunched underfoot with a painful sound. On both sides of the street, once glamorous shop windows were boarded up with wooden planks and iron sheets, with hunched figures wrapped in rags curled up in the corners, their eyes vacant like the garbage on the street. The seven of them walked less than 500 meters along the main street, when Suhang's steps gradually slowed, scratching the back of his head and looking around. Brother, I don't recognize the road. Suyu shot him a sidelong glance. Aren't you from Xingqing University? I just started my freshman year. Besides, who measures the city by foot? Don't we usually take the subway and buses? Just a click on the phone maps, and we get there. Suhang looked aggrieved. Great, he was relying on him for nothing. Suyu glanced around and pulled out a one-jean food voucher from his pocket, handing it to Suhang. Use this to ask for directions. Suhang clumsily caught it and approached a middle-aged man squatting by the wall, rubbing his hands for warmth. Big brother, could you help me with directions? The middle-aged man had initially not even lifted his eyelids, but when he saw the food voucher, his frostbitten hands quickly reached out, clutching the voucher tightly in his palm. He mumbled, pointing east, go straight ahead, turn left after 2 traffic lights, and keep going. After saying that, he tightened his tattered cotton jacket and hurriedly slipped into the narrow alley beside him, moving quickly, as if afraid Suhang would change his mind. The crowd braved the wind for 15 minutes, only to turn a corner and discover that the left side was a blocked-off area surrounded by temporary metal barriers. The roar of heavy machinery echoed from within as towering cranes slowly turned in the gray sky, leaving no gap to pass through. Damn it. This is a fortified defense line. What the hell is going on with the Xianjiang? Suhang stomped his feet in anger and turned back to look. Did that bastard take the grain tickets and lead us to a dead end? I'll go back and settle the score with him. Stop. Suyu grabbed the back of his collar and said coldly, the person has long vanished. In the inner city, there are plenty of slick talkers who deceive others for food. Just consider it tuition fees. As the wind blew, several torn plastic bags rolled past their feet. Alright, save some energy. Suyu's gaze crossed the long street, fixing on an old man squatting by a fire pit, warming himself across the street. The fire pit burned wooden materials from unknown sources, emitting black smoke. Old man, could you point me in the right direction? Suyu squatted down, blocking the wind with half of his body, and pulled out a grain ticket to hand over. How do I get to the Maple Tree community by the Xianjiang? The old man shrank his neck, warily sizing up the group of 7, his gaze lingering for a few seconds on their clean and tidy clothing and their relatively healthy appearance. Upon seeing the grain ticket, his throat moved violently as he quickly reached out to take it and tucked it into the innermost part of his clothing. The Maple Tree community, it's quite far. You'll have to head east and cross half the city. His parched lips flapped a couple of times, pointing in a direction. Just follow this main street straight. When you see the overpass, turn south and cross the river to reach there. How far? On foot. The old man grinned, revealing his yellowed teeth. You won't reach the end in less than 3 or 4 hours, young man. Just entered the inner city, right? Suhang exclaimed in surprise. Is Xingqing this big? The old man brought his hand back to the fire pit, his bony fingers trembling. The inner city spans over 10 miles. The Xianjiang runs through it. Did you see the commotion over there? Just repairing that circle of defensive walls has drained over 200,000 people. You tell me if it's not big. Thanking the old man, the 7 continued eastward against the biting winter wind. After nearly 3 hours of walking, the weakest among them began to breathe heavily, their exhaled breath forming a thin layer of frost on their collars. The group sheltered from the wind beneath the awning of an office building. Suyu pulled out some compressed biscuits from his bag and distributed them as everyone huddled in the windbreak, quickly swallowing the dry rations with the icy mineral water. Brother, look over there. Suhang choked and rolled his eyes, pounding his chest while pointing to the wall across the street. What should have been a place to post missing person notices was now plastered with colorful papers, both handwritten and printed in red and black. Lin Qingli swallowed her food and stepped closer for a look, softly reading. Single room for daily rent, 2 pounds of grain tickets, 4-bedroom apartment for sublease, 15 pounds a day, even capsule beds, half a pound daily. In this situation, the government isn't forcing the requisition of these private properties for redistribution. Oh, the beauty has sharp eyes just escaped in from outside. Suddenly, a middle-aged man wrapped in a cotton coat, clutching a tattered briefcase, appeared from behind a concrete. He rubbed his hands together, sizing up the 7 of them from head to toe with beady eyes particularly lingering on their clean clothes for a couple of extra seconds. The government announced early on to stabilize the locals, saying that private property in the inner city would remain untouched. The man rubbed his reddened hands. So what's the deal? Want to rent a room? What about those who moved in from the outskirts? Lin Xingli stared at him and asked. The middle-aged man chuckled disdainfully. Live where? Sleep in bridges or on the streets? Tents were decent a few days ago, but with this weather turning cold, it's like an ice cellar inside those tents. Many have frozen to death. He leaned in closer, lowering his voice. In the inner city, now having a tile to block the wind over your head is a matter of life and death. How about a room for you ladies and gentlemen? No need. Su Yu coldly refused, memorizing the information and waving his hand to lead the group onward. The further east they went, the more vendors appeared on the streets. On both sides of the curb, every few steps, there were people squatting, laying out a cloth in front of them with various items on display. Some were selling old clothes, some lighter and batteries, and some even displayed a few old books and a pair of reading glasses. All transactions were recognized by one thing: grain tickets. Su Heng looked around briefly, murmuring, "It's just like the black market described in history books. It's far more chaotic than a black market." Jiang Yunhao replied, his gaze cautiously sweeping over several unfriendly stall owners, his voice low. "Only in lawless places does it become like this. Keep an eye on your bags." Just as he finished speaking, a sudden wave of curses erupted from the intersection ahead. Clang! Several stainless steel thermoses and iron spoons rolled far down the cold asphalt. Two burly men were blocking a thin stall owner. One of them lifted his foot and stomped hard on the stall. "Don't understand human language, huh? The stall fees for this street are due every 3 days. If you can't pay up, get the hell out of here." The stall owner knelt on the ground, scrambling to pick up the scattered junk, his cracked lips producing only incoherent pleas for mercy. Many people passing by merely quickened their pace as if they were blind and deaf, avoiding the scene. "We'll go around," Su Yu commanded without pausing. Just as they rounded the intersection, a three-wheeled motorcycle suddenly emerged from a side alley. 3 people sat on the motorcycle dressed in mismatched clothing, but each wore a walkie-talkie on their belts with reflective police vests over their jackets, and one was even wearing a fluorescent yellow vest of a traffic policeman. The motorcycle screeched to a halt at the intersection, and the leading man jumped down, brandishing a rubber baton and sternly scolding the burly men. "What are you doing? Who told you to act here? Disperse." The 2 burly men who had been arrogant just moments ago exchanged glances, unexpectedly refrained from retorting, spat on the ground angrily, and begrudgingly pushed their way into the crowd. Su Yu watched this scene from a distance, noting the gun handles faintly visible behind the police belts. Though their movements seemed relaxed, their positions instinctively formed a triangle. This was a hastily assembled group, barely maintaining order. "Is internal security reliant on these people, eh?" Lin Xingli murmured, clearly noticing the group's mixed composition. "The military force is running low." Su Yu withdrew his gaze. "Regular troops are all stationed at the city walls and outer defenses, and within the city, they can only rely on the old officers to lead piecing together patrol teams. This kind of group having guns might intimidate during peacetime, but in the event of a riot, they can't suppress it at all. Does that mean, as long as the patrols are absent, anything can happen here?" Jiang Mumu gripped her backpack strap tightly, her small face pale from the cold. Su Yu did not respond directly. Instead, he faced into the wind and zipped his jacket all the way up, covering half his. "Stay close. Try to reach the Maple Tree community before dark, and see if we can clarify what's going on in Xingqing," from Su Heng's local classmate. At 2:40 in the afternoon on the west bank of the Xiangjiang River, the river wind cut through like a steel knife, stinging his face with shards of ice. The river flowed through the city. It stretched so long that the end was nowhere in sight. Su Yu gazed into the distance, spotting a massive metal interception net spanning across the river near the walls on both banks. Along the defensive line on both sides, in addition to the dense searchlights and heavy machine gun towers, there were also numerous heavy whaling forks and mechanical winches equipped with thick steel cables. Such thick steel cables. Jiang Yunhao tucked his frozen red hands into his sleeves and gasped. Whatever is being guarded in this river is definitely not small in size. In this world of strange transformations, countless unknown mutated creatures must be lurking in the water. It's not just for defense. Su Yu's gaze sharpened slightly as he withdrew his eyes from the mechanical winches. The authorities are systematically hunting the mutated creatures in the water. The coarse, fishy meat of the mutated beasts that the military provided to the evolvers at the quarantine point was likely fished out from this river. Upon hearing this, everyone's expression turned solemn. A steel concrete bridge spanned the river with a sparse few pedestrians wandering across its surface. Following the bridge to the east bank, the group navigated through the intricate alleys for nearly half an hour before the dilapidated iron gate of Fengshu community finally came into view. The guardhouse's glass was shattered, barely covered by a few pieces of cardboard to block the wind. The green belt inside the community had long been flattened, leaving only bare frozen earth with people visible coming in and out of the stairwell. This is the place. Su-hang felt a surge of energy and quickened his pace. Don't look back. Su-yu followed closely behind and stopped at the entrance, lowering his voice. About 50 meters to the left rear, there are two tails. Lin Xingli's gaze turned cold. I sensed something was off while crossing the bridge. Did you find a dead end to resolve it? No rush. Su-yu's eyes subtly scanned the surrounding refugees. The few of us look rosy and well-dressed like fat sheep parading through the inner city. It's normal to be targeted. For now, let's not act rashly and gather more information first. The ground of the community was covered with a thin layer of ice that crunched underfoot. Su-hang looked at the address on his phone. Building 3, Unit 2, 501. Let's go. The group crossed the open space towards Building 3. The unit door on the first floor of Building 3 was wide open, the spring on the door frame broken, leaving the iron door half ajar, propped open by a brick, and while there was electricity, the elevator was no longer operational. The stairwell was dark with the fluorescent light seemingly broken a long time ago, and only a faint gray light seeped in from the windows on each floor, barely illuminating the steps. Su-yu led the way upstairs. As they reached the corner on the fourth floor, a piercing noise suddenly rang out from above. Please just give us 2 more days, my daughter. An old man's voice filled with desperation abruptly stopped. A man's voice came down harshly. 3 days' grace is already generous. Today is the final deadline. You know Jean Guest's patience is limited. Please don't resort to violence. My father is really very ill. When this slightly hoarse female voice emerged, Su-hang behind him tensed up instantly. Although her voice was much hoarser, making her sound entirely different from the girl he remembered, he still recognized that voice. Because certain nuances in her tone were unchangeable. Li-ee-ee. Su-hang whispered, about to rush up. Su-yu raised his hand to stop him from charging forward and stepped ahead to the 5th floor. The stairwell was cluttered with debris. The smell of mildew mingled with the stench of blood. From behind a slightly ajar door came sounds of scuffling and a woman's suppressed sobbing. Uncle Lee, that's not how you say it. Another oily, smooth male voice rang out. Zhang is interested in your daughter. That's like your ancestral grave emitting smoke. How many people wish to offer, but can't? Your father's illness can't be delayed. The wound is festering. If you don't get a medicine, he will die. Miss E can enjoy prosperity with Zhang. The costs of medicine and food stamps are merely a matter of Zhang Guest's word. Su-yu paused at the door, peering through the crack. The room was dimly lit, revealing a middle-aged man sitting on the sofa with a waxy complexion drenched in sweat. None other than Li-ee's father. Beside the bed, a haggard woman clutched her daughter's hand tightly. The girl, restrained by 2 men, wore an oversized grease-stained cotton coat, her hair a chaotic mess, and her face smeared with dirt. Yet those stubborn eyes and the occasionally visible pale wrists still hinted at her true background. I won't go. The girl gritted her teeth, her voice hoarse. I'll find a way for the medicine myself. Find a way. The oily man seized her chin. With your family's pitiful state, what can you do? Su-hang could no longer hold back, clenching his fists, forcing out a few words through gritted teeth. It's really E. The person before him had short hair slicked against the scalp, a face covered in grime, and a collar frayed, with pilling resembling a stray cat, filled with fear and defensiveness, starkly different from the fair girl in white who used to serve him sweet and sour ribs. Su-yu turned his head, his gaze crossing Su-hang to land on Lin Xingli beside him. Xingli, the 2 tails that have been following us have made it to the downstairs. Teach them a memorable lesson. Su-yu flipped his wrist, revealing a sheathed Yinling knife in his palm, which he handed over. Lin Xingli took the knife, gently stroking the handle with her fingers, and nodded slightly. Su-yu stepped aside and turned his gaze towards Jiang Yunhao, and Su-hang, the 2 inside, just leave them breathing. Jiang Yunhao grinned widely, his towering frame of nearly 2 meters lunging forward, his shoulder crashing heavily against the door. Bang! The door suddenly slammed inward. The 2 thugs inside were startled by the unexpected turn of events, one of them cursing. Where did these guys come from? When Jiang Yunhao had already barged in. With a powerful grip, he seized the opponent's collar, lifting him off the ground and smashing him against the wall. The old wall crumbled away as the back of the man's head struck heavily against it, causing the room to fall silent. His eyes rolled back, foam issued from his mouth, and he immediately slumped down. The other oily man reacted quicker, drawing a dagger from his waistband and lunging, but Jiang Yunhao kicked him to the ground, sending the knife flying out of his hand. Su-hang's eyes were bloodshot, leaping up like an enraged beast. Remembering Su-ye's rule of leaving a breath in the doorway, he refrained from picking up the knife on the floor. Instead, he mounted the man, directly gripping his collar tightly, his fists clenched, veins protruding from the back of his hands, unleashing a barrage of heavy punches onto the man's face, fueled by intense suppressed rage. There were no wasted words, nor meaningless curses. In the dark room, only the dull, sticky sounds of flesh colliding remained along with Su Hang's heavy bull-like breaths. The entire upheaval occurred within a matter of moments. Li Yi stood frozen in place, staring at the group of strangers descending from the sky, and when she clearly saw the face of the one at the forefront, she instantly stiffened. Su Hang. Her cracked lips moved slightly, as if she suddenly realized how filthy she was at this moment with her hair in disarray like a dog had chewed it. Her hands instinctively shrank deeper into the oversized ragged sleeves, trying to hide the backs of her hands that were covered in frostbite. She took a half-step back, her eyes devoid of any joy from a long-awaited reunion. After a fleeting moment of embarrassment, an overwhelming sense of shock and vigilance surged in her eyes akin to a stray cat caught off guard. It's me. Su Hang scrambled up from the ground, a few drops of blood splattered on his face, excitement evident in his voice. What happened to you? Suddenly, two dull thuds of objects colliding echoed from the corridor outside, followed by a chaotic and oppressive sound of footsteps. Suddenly, two dull thuds of objects colliding echoed from the corridor outside, followed by a chaotic and oppressive sound of footsteps stumbling down the stairs in a rush. Su Yu stood motionless by the door, knowing that Lin Qingli had already taken care of the two tailing them. He strode straight into the room, looking down from a height at the oily-voiced man, trying to get up from the floor. Who sent you? You? You're all dead. The oily-voiced man stubbornly said, there are dozens of people under Brother Zhang. Do you dare to touch me? So you didn't wait for him to finish and nodded at Jiang Yunhao. Jiang Yunhao understood and stepped forward. With a dull crack, the man let out a scream like a slaughtered pig. It's broken, my rib. I'll tell you. It was Zhang Shun who sent me to collect someone. He has his eye on this girl. We are just the errand runners, please don't. Errand runners? Su Yes' eyes flashed with a hint of coldness. Go back and tell him this girl we will protect her. Jiang Yunhao moved his foot, and the oily-voiced man scrambled to pull his unconscious companion out the door. Just as they rushed to the corner of the stairs, the two suddenly stopped in their tracks, their faces drained of color. A tall and cold woman stood at the corridor entrance holding a sheathed long knife, like a vengeful spirit. At her feet, a few steps up, the glaring bloodstains had not yet dried. Lin Qingli cast a cold glance at the two thugs. Were so frightened that they didn't dare to breathe, like stray dogs pressed against the moldy wall tumbling down the stairs as they fled the building. The wooden door was pushed shut by Jiang Yunhao with a decisive thud, completely isolating the world outside. The room fell silent, only the heavy breathing of Li's father on the sofa and the occasional crackling sound from the old coal stove in front. The stove burned with several old pieces of wood of unknown origin and two half-broken coal balls emitting a faint red glow, barely dispelling some of the chill. However, the inescapable stench of blood on these people caused the room's atmosphere to drop to freezing point. Li Yi, like a furiously ruffled stray cat, suddenly turned and stood protectively in front of her parents. The oversized old cotton coat hung loosely on her frail body, and beneath her dog-chewed short hair a pair of vigilant eyes darted back and forth among Su Yu and the others. You saved us, what do you want? Her voice trembled, yet it carried a near-desperate clarity. Su Hang stepped forward heavily, his eyes reddening, veins bulging on the back of his hands. I'm Su Hang. This is my brother. Who were those two just now? We clearly came to save. Save me? Li Yi forced a smile, blood seeping from her cracked lips. She gripped the hem of her coat tightly, her knuckles turning an abnormal shade of white. Su Hang, in this world there's no such thing as free help. Tell me, what do you want? Food stamps? Or something else? Su Yu coldly observed throughout, and upon hearing this a flicker of appreciation crossed his eyes. This girl had a brain, and was sufficiently clear-headed. We need information. He stepped past Su Hang, speaking calmly. We just entered the city completely clueless. You're a local, just clarify the internal details of Xingqing for us. Is it that simple? Li Yi stared at Su Yu for several seconds, confirming that he was not joking, and her tense shoulders slowly relaxed. Indeed. Su Yu's gaze shifted to Li's father's swollen and shiny right arm. The bandage had already soaked through with yellow-green pus, and the swelling had spread above the elbow. But before that, we need to ensure your father's life first. He squatted down, pressing his fingertip around the wound. The man groaned in pain, pus oozing from the edge of the bandage. It's a regular infection, not yet sepsis. Antibiotics and antipyretics should suppress it, and we'll need to change the dressing to treat the wound. He should be fine. Su Yu stood up, reaching into his backpack, actually retrieving items from his spatial storage: a box of cephalosporins, a pack of acetaminophen, and a medical kit, placing them one by one on the coffee table. What made Li Yi's pupils contract was that the bottle of medicine had obviously been kept at a perfect temperature. When taken out, a faint wisp of water vapor clung to the bottle wall, strikingly visible in the dim light of the stove. Li Yi's gaze was glued to the intact medicines, as if she had been scalded. Her lips trembled for a long time before finally squeezing out a sentence. How many food stamps? For the information, it's a prepayment. Suyu did not turn around. He had already put on plastic gloves and began to unwrap the bandage. The scissors cut through the old bandage that had adhered to the flesh, releasing a stench of decay and blood that overwhelmed the smoky scent from the coal stove. He used tweezers to pick up a cotton ball soaked in hydrogen peroxide, cleaning the edges of the wound of pus and necrotic tissue bit by bit. Lee's father gritted his teeth, his body spasming repeatedly from the excruciating pain. Lee's mother turned her head away, unable to bear watching any longer. After about 10 minutes, the wound was cleaned and bandaged and the antipyretics were administered. Lee's father had become somewhat dazed by then, unsure if it was from the fever or the pain, but his breathing had noticeably steadied. Lee's mother quietly retrieved a tattered cotton coat from the corner and covered him with it, tucking the edges tightly. Lee glanced at the bandaged wound, and the tension that had been taut for days finally relaxed. She stood up and deeply bowed to Suyu, her voice thick with nasal tone. I will speak whatever I know for the information you want. Suyu had already removed his gloves and was wiping his hands with alcohol wipes, sitting down on a rickety wooden chair in the living room. Sit down, let's talk. His gaze swept over Lee. How did the city under military control end up in such a mess? Su-hang could no longer hold back, pulling over a stool to sit down, his tone urgent. Just 2 days before the apocalypse, I was still chatting with you. You said there was food and drink at home. How did it end up like this? The flickering firelight reflected on Lee's face. Her dirt-covered muscles twitched, slightly forcing out a smile that sent chills down Su-hang's spine. That was 8 days ago. She spoke slowly, pulling her frozen hands tightly into her sleeves. At that time, my family was indeed doing well. My father was a supplier to supermarkets, and the stock in our warehouse could last us for half a year. But you have no idea how many refugees have flooded into Star City these past few days. The outskirts have been completely abandoned, and everyone is crowding into the inner city, with resources becoming scarcer by the day. But the real change came on the 6th day of the apocalypse. She paused, lowering her voice. Before that, Star City was under military control, solid as iron. The army issued orders, and the lower ranks complied, maintaining a semblance of order. Then, for some unknown reason, the military suddenly handed over the civil administration and resource allocation rights of the inner city. It turned out that the provincial government had resurfaced, taking over the daily operations of Star City. At that moment, someone broke into my house with a gun, claiming to redistribute resources. My father tried to stop them and got stabbed in the arm. The room was stripped bare. Lee pointed around at the empty space. All that's left is this shell of a house. Since it's still under my father's name, they couldn't just take it. Aren't the police doing anything? Su-hang suddenly stood up, the chair scraping loudly against the cold floor. What could they do? How could they manage to intervene? Later, my father's wound got infected, and he developed a fever. We needed antibiotics, but on the black market a packet of cephalosporin cost 50 pounds of food tickets. We couldn't gather our entire family's savings together. She looked at Su-hang, her once bright eyes now dull like a cracked riverbed in winter. Su-hang, in today's Star City, being fine without a backing means you're just a fat sheep waiting to be slaughtered. The room fell silent, with only the faint sound of burnt coal dropping into the ash pan. The flickering red glow from the coal stove illuminated Lee's hands, which were covered in frostbite and split with blood. Su-hang's gaze was fixed on those hands. In his memories, those hands had once offered him steaming milk tea. He opened and closed his mouth, his chest heaving violently, yet he could not utter a single word. After a long while, he collapsed back into his chair, as if all strength had been drained from him, his hands gripping the edge tightly, the veins on the back of his hands bulging. The remnants of innocence he had carried from the peaceful era were completely shattered by the cold wind in this broken house. Suyu observed all of this silently. He did not offer any words of comfort. In the apocalypse, lessons could only be learned through blood and pain. Leaning against the chair's back, he scrutinized the situation and returned to the main point. So now the military controls the city's defenses, the provincial government oversees civil affairs and resource allocation, while local business associations take advantage of the chaos, dividing the power among 3 parties, correct? Yes, Lee nodded slowly. Each party manages its own affairs, but Star City is becoming increasingly chaotic. Suyu leaned back in his chair, quickly processing this information in his mind. Many things that had been unclear before suddenly became crystal clear. The power dynamics in the inner city of Star City were even more chaotic than he had anticipated while in the quarantine zone. The military held the city walls and outer defenses, the provincial government took over civilian life and resource distribution, and local capital forces seized a share of the pie. No wonder Zhao Mingxian was in such a hurry to recruit people early this morning. He had just allied himself with the provincial government and was clearly eager to prove his worth quickly. Suyu leaned back in his chair, his gaze returning to Lee's face. Zhang Shun, he directly threw out the name. Do you know where he comes from? How many people does he have under him? Li Yi pulled her frozen hands further into her sleeves, her hoarse voice laced with hatred. Before the disaster, he opened 3 nightclubs specializing in gray businesses. The underground order on the eastern bank of the Xiang River was previously under his protection, and now that the order in Star City is in chaos, people like him are thriving. He has gathered all his former lackeys and recruited some desperate individuals. There are at least dozens of them. All the scattered businesses in this area have to pay him protection fees. Those who can't produce food tickets, the women are taken. And I've heard he has connections with higher-ups. What about the patrol team? Jiang Yunhao frowned, his solid palm still pressed against the doorframe. Li Yi looked at him, her face devoid of sarcasm, only a kind of numbness born from reality. Most of the surveillance in the city has been lost. When the patrol team arrives, his people scatter. When the patrol team leaves, they come back for a violent retaliation. The bodies of those killed are dragged into alleys to freeze overnight. The next day, they are no different from the refugees who froze to death by the roadside. Suyu mentally noted this information, not pressing further, but instead posed a second question. Have you heard of evolvers? Li Yi blinked in confusion, her cracked lips moving slightly. EVOL. Suyu changed his question. Have you seen people who suddenly gain strength, become faster, or can consume food far beyond what ordinary people can? Have you encountered such individuals in the city? No, Li Yi answered quickly, even with a hint of self-deprecation. People like us are just trying to figure out if we will have food to eat tomorrow. Who has the energy to care about those rumors? I only know that there are more and more mutated creatures outside the city. Upon hearing this, Suyu slightly turned his head, exchanging a glance with Lin Qingli beside him. Lin Qingli's dark pupils flashed with understanding as she lowered her voice. It seems that the authorities have kept the news tightly under wraps. The lower-class refugees haven't even heard of it, yet they have already started to abduct people. Not only that, Suyu bent his knuckles and lightly tapped twice on the cold wooden table, his gaze slight. In just a few days, the 3 forces in Star City have completed the division of power and territory astonishingly fast, almost illogically so. The situation in Star City is even more perplexing than he imagined. Not wanting to continue on this topic, Suyu stood up and walked over to the windowsill. He opened a small crack in the window to look down at the terrain and tapped the slightly bulging load-bearing wall with the back of his hand. This location is good, it's not far from the main street, and the building structure is solid. We'll stay here tonight. Suyu turned around and made a decisive statement. Li Yi suddenly raised her head, her eyes instantly filled with panic. No, you must not stay here. She blurted out, and due to her intense emotion her voice was hoarse. Those 2 will definitely report back. Zhang Shun has dozens of people under him. He won't let it go after you injured his men. She gasped violently, her gaze sweeping over her father and mother on the sofa. An overwhelming fear of death made her instantly abandon all defenses and pride. She grabbed Su Hang's sleeve tightly, her nails almost digging into his fabric, her tone taking on an utterly humble plea. Su Hang, I beg you. Help me plead with your brother to take us away. As long as we can leave this neighborhood together, I will serve you like a horse in the future. Su Hang's face was filled with conflict as he instinctively turned his head. Brother. It's just a few street thugs, there's no point in hiding away. Suyu interrupted him without hesitation. A flicker of bottomless despair flashed in Li Yi's eyes. She felt that the man before her was arrogantly deluded. How could a few people stand against a local tyrant with dozens of subordinates? Her lips moved as she was about to argue further. Thud! A dull metallic crash echoed on the wooden table, cutting off all of Li Yi's words. In the center of the table, a black handgun had appeared out of nowhere. The cold, hard metal of the gun glistened. The air in the room seemed to freeze at that moment. Li Yi stared intently at the gun, her pupils dilating sharp. In the inner city of Star City, firearms represented an absolute power hierarchy incomparable to mere watermelon knives. Zhang Shun has dozens of people under him. That's his business. Suyu picked up the handgun, skillfully ejected the magazine with one hand to glance at it, then clicked it back and saying, as for whether I can take them all down, that's my affair. He tucked the gun back under his coat, looking down at the girl frozen in place. Now shut up and do as I say. Li Yi's throat constricted violently. The appearance of the gun was indeed like a heavy hammer, forcibly shattering her despair and barely steadying her wavering spirit. Though the fear in her eyes had not completely faded, she no longer dared to utter a single word. Suyu put the gun away and turned directly, saying, Moo, you take Qing Li and my mother to tidy up the bedroom and prepare the bedding. Yin Hao Xiaohang checked the doors and windows. Everyone dispersed. The twilight surged in from outside and night fell swiftly. Suyu walked to the kitchen, turning his back to the living room, and reached into his backpack. With the thought supplies were precisely summoned from the space: self-heating rice, braised pork, vacuum-packed delicacies, ham, sausage, chocolate, and mineral water. He placed the items one by one on the coffee table. The heating pack was opened, cold water poured in, and the sizzling sound of boiling resonated loudly in the silent room. In less than 5 minutes, the rich aroma of meat mixed with the sweetness of rice. In the dilapidated room, this scent was like a potent spiritual drug frantically stimulating the long-hungry taste buds. Li Yi was feeding water to her father when her movements suddenly froze. She stared fixedly at the steaming self-heating rice and the opened braised pork on the table. Her withered stomach convulsed with a cramping pain, her throat uncontrollably swallowed hard, and saliva quickly filled her mouth. Li's mother stood frozen, still holding a half-hardened steamed bun. "Come eat." Suyu pushed 3 divided meal boxes to the edge of the table, nodding towards the Leaf family of 3. Li Yi looked at the food, her hand reaching halfway before abruptly stopping. She knew too well the rules now of this meal could buy lives outside. "If we eat this meal, does that mean our lives are now yours?" She stared at Suyu hoarsely, asking, her eyes carrying the last hint of vigilance. Suyu didn't even lift his eyelids, merely tossing a pair of disposable chopsticks into her hands. "You need to eat well to have the strength to face the night's events. As for your lives, it depends on how you earn them." This statement completely shattered the last layer of resistance Li Yi had been holding on to. She lowered her head, picked up a box of rice, and took a bite. The scalding grains burned her lips, but she did not stop. She picked up a piece of braised pork and stuffed it into her mouth. The moment the grease burst in her dry mouth, large tears fell into the meal box. She didn't cry out loud, just kept swallowing bite after bite, her shoulders shaking violently. Li's mother held another portion of food, first feeding Li's father a few spoonfuls of meat soup before she lowered her head to eat, hurried and cautious, as if fearing this meal would disappear in the blink of an eye. Yi Chunmei sat beside her, softly advising, "Slow down, don't choke. There's still water here." Hearing this, Li's mother's tears flowed even more fiercely. Su Hang sat beside them, watching the girl who used to count calories even when drinking a cup of milk tea, now desperately devouring her food like a wild dog, his eyes stinging with tears. He didn't utter any of those blood-boiling nonsense, silently transferring a braised egg from his bowl to her meal box. Li Yi paused her movements, looking up at him with red-rimmed eyes. Su Hang tugged at the plaster on his face, pretending to be nonchalant. "Eat back in the cafeteria. You used to shove ribs onto my plate, claiming you couldn't finish them while dieting. Consider this braised egg as me returning the favor." Li Yi tightly gripped her chopsticks, her lips trembling violently, but she couldn't utter a word. She lowered her head, chewing forcefully on the sauced braised egg, along with her choking emotions swallowing it down her throat. Suyu watched this scene without interrupting. In the apocalypse, a steaming hot meal and a loaded gun were more effective than 100 empty promises. On the east bank of the Xiang River, a 4-story detached building near Fengshu Community. The exterior plaster had peeled off in large patches, the windows tightly drawn with curtains, and a dim yellow ceiling light was on in the first-floor hall. In the first-floor hall, more than 20 people huddled around 3 iron fire pits, holding hard, crumbly steam. In the corner, 7 or 8 bulging woven bags were stacked with the tied ends, revealing corners of rice and compressed biscuit packaging. From the second floor came the muffled sound of a woman crying, quickly interrupted by a dull thud, followed by a man's slurred curses. No one downstairs looked up. On the old sofa directly opposite the door sat a sturdy man with a crew-cut legs crossed, holding a military knife with the blade exposed, its tip embedded in a piece of charred tough meat. He bit off a large chunk. The meat was coarse, as if he were chewing on old beef tendons, the strong scent of wildness wafting through the air. The more than 20 people downstairs listened to the heavy chewing sounds, unconsciously swallowing their saliva, yet none dared to look up. Brother Shun, the tailing Xiao Zhou, and Lao Huang are back. A young man with a thin monkey-like face poked his head in at the door, speaking in a hushed tone, and a cold breeze swept in with him. Zhang Shun swallowed the last bite of meat, wiped his knife on a rag, and nodded with his chin. 2 men in tattered black cotton jackets shrank their shoulders as they slipped in from outside, one having a noticeably flattened nose, blood smeared across half his face. The other had a wrist swollen like a doughy steamed bun hanging by his side, and trembling continuously, his cotton jacket covered in dust. "Shun Gu." Lao Huang with a flat nose collapsed to the ground as soon as he entered, his voice tinged with a sob. "Over by the Xiangjiang Bridge. We've caught a big fish." 7 people, 3 men and 4 women. They were all cleanly dressed with rosy complexions, and each carried a backpack. The key is that there are 3 women among them, and their faces and figures. In the past, one could only feast on them through the internet. Upon hearing the words supplies and women, the noise of chewing steamed buns in the first-floor hall suddenly ceased, and several heavy breaths echoed from the shadows. Gulp. Is this for real? In this world, such gems still exist. Someone by the brazier could not help but swallow hard, a greedy, lustful glint shining in their eyes. Zhang Shun swallowed the meat in his mouth. A flash of greedy fire flickered in his eyes, but he did not rush to rejoice. Instead, his brows furrowed into a tight knot. All clean, and even flaunting a few pretty women. Zhang Shun sneered. "Lao Huang, did you grow your brain just to add height? How many bold sheep have you seen that dare to flaunt themselves like this in this world, and actually live to see tomorrow?" As soon as he finished speaking, he turned his knife's edge pointing at the two men. And you weren't you supposed to be watching the bridge? Who did this to you? Lao Huang's eyes flickered, and a layer of cold sweat broke out on his back. How could he dare to say he was beaten back by a woman? If he said that, Shun Gu would definitely chop him up and feed him to the dogs today. He gulped hard, gritted his teeth, and lied. Shun Gu, those people are quite sinister. We were checking the bottom of the stairwell in Building 3 of Fengshu Community, and the other party ambushed us from the shadows. We were caught off guard and kicked down the stairs. Zhang Shun disregarded Lao Huang's faulty lie. He saw through it at a glance, but did not expose it, only snorted coldly. Useless, and then we lost them and didn't dare to go up again. Just as Zhang Shun was about to speak, a louder commotion came. Bang! The door was smashed open. Shun Gu, something big has happened. Among the two thugs who were driven away by Su Yu in 501, only the oily-voiced man stumbled in. The oily-voiced man had blood all over half of his face, clutching his chest, continuously gasping for breath. And as soon as he entered, he collapsed at Zhang Shun's feet. Zhang Gu. Cough cough. Something happened. Over at Old Li's place. A few ruthless characters showed up. Zhang Shun furrowed his brows tightly and yanked the oily-voiced man's collar. Where's Delu? I told you to get that girl from the Li family. Oh, why did you come back alone looking like this? The oily-voiced man trembled all over from the pain, his voice quivering. Delu. Delu was slapped against the wall by a monster over 6 feet tall. Now his life or death is unknown. I couldn't carry him anymore, so I just left him halfway. And those people also said something ruthless. Zhang Shun leaned slightly forward, his voice squeezed out from his nasal cavity, laced with a hissing sound. What did they say? They said, that girl is under their protection, and told Shun Gu to stay far away. Zhang Shun's eyelids twitched. He first turned to look at the two subordinates who had been kicked down the stairs, then turned to the oily-voiced man, the muscles at the corner of his mouth twitching twice. Fengshu Community, Building 3. The oily-voiced man nodded repeatedly. Damn it, they are a group. Zhang Shun released the oily-voiced man's collar, his face darkening to the point where it seemed like water could drip from it. Just some outsiders who just entered the city, not knowing who manages this area, and they dare to touch my people. The oily-voiced man lay on the ground, covered in cold sweat from the pain, advising, Shun Gu, why not investigate first? Those people are a bit sinister. The leader looks like he's just laying low. But for newcomers to the city to be this arrogant, I fear they have backing. Zhang Shun interrupted him coldly, the knife in his hand suddenly plunging into the wooden grain of the coffee table. Were they wearing leather military police uniforms? No, they were all wearing ordinary down jackets. Zhang Shun asked, were they carrying big weapons, rifles? No, absolutely did not see any guns. They were all wielding cold weapons. Upon hearing this, the tension in Zhang Shun's shoulders slightly eased, and a cruel curve slowly appeared at the corner of his mouth. He knew very well that this group could not possibly be evolutionaries, as any outsider evolutionaries entering the city would be recruited. That kind of hunger is not something just anyone can endure. Just relying on a broken knife and sheer ferocity, they dare to flaunt themselves with a few exquisite women and even meddle in my Zhang Shun's affairs. He suddenly stood up, kicking over the coffee table in front of him, the sound echoing throughout the hall. They are already shitting on our necks. If we let this slide, who will pay the grain tickets tomorrow? Do they think my Zhang Shun's name isn't solid enough to deter them? He glanced at the subordinates in the hall, his voice suddenly rising. Monkey arranged for 3 people to keep a close watch at the bottom of the community. Wait until dark. Everyone grab your weapons. I want to see if those 7 have 3 heads and 6 arms, and if they can withstand our 50 or 60 brothers. The younger brothers stood up one after another, letting out howls. Zhang Shun picked up a cigarette from the coffee table, held it in his mouth, and walked to the brazier to light it. He ignored the racket of his younger brothers, eager to feast, heading alone to the 2nd floor. At the end of the corridor on the 2nd floor was a tightly locked small room. Zhang Shun took out a key from his pocket, opened the door, and locked it from the inside. The room was small, with an iron cabinet against the wall and 3 locks hanging on the cabinet door. He unlocked all 3 locks and reached deep into the cabinet to pull out a hard object wrapped in oilcloth. After unwrapping it layer by layer, a black 92-style pistol lay in the center of the oilcloth, beside it a fully loaded magazine. This was his trump card, obtained at a high price, and even his closest subordinates did not know he possessed it. No matter how strong one's fists and feet are, can they be faster than this? Zhang Shun clicked the magazine into the grip, with a click expertly chambering around. He felt the hard metal contour at his lower back, and the last trace of fear regarding the unknown fierce person dissipated. He stood in front of the window, looking out at the dark, snowy night through the gaps in the wooden boards, a cruel curve appearing at the corner of his mouth. I want to see if that head of yours is bulletproof. On the other side, the Li family. After dinner, Li's father's breathing finally stabilized, The fever medicine took effect, and the beads of sweat on his forehead had reduced significantly. Lee's mother stood beside the sofa, repeatedly tucking in the corners of a thin blanket, as if this action alone could ease her mind. Suyu pulled out a tissue to wipe the corner of his mouth, and stood up. Lee eat. The girl who was tidying up the remnants of the takeout stiffened all over, and reflexively looked up. Suyu lowered his eyes, and looked at her. Where's Zhang Shun's lair? The living room fell silent for 2 seconds. What? Li Yi's cracked lips parted as she glanced at the pitch-black sky outside. You want to go fight him? Li Yi's words instantly got stuck in her throat as she stared into Su Ye's cold, unfeeling eyes, forcing down the thought of they have dozens of people. Li Yi's words instantly got stuck in her throat as she stared into Su Ye's cold, unfeeling eyes, forcing down the thought of they have dozens of people. On the east bank of the Xiangjiang River, 300 meters south from the bridge entrance, there is a 4-story independent building. Suyu nodded and turned to walk toward the bedroom. Follow me. Su Hang and several others entered in a line, and the door slammed shut with a loud bang. At that moment outside, Li Yi felt her heart twitch violently. Follow me. Su Hang and several others entered in a line, and the door slammed shut with a loud bang. At that moment outside, the others also picked up their weapons. Finally, Suyu turned to Jiang Yun Yao in the corner. The bedroom was unlit, with only a faint glimmer of light filtering in from outside. In the darkness, Jiang Yun Yao's blue-green heterochromatic eyes glinted with a chilling light. Suyu handed her the black 92-style pistol. Jiang Yun Yao extended her hands, and steadied herself to catch it. No longer shy as during the day, she flicked the side of the gun with her thumb, causing the magazine to eject with a click. After a glance at the yellow bullets inside, she pushed it back with her hand, and with a click a bullet was chambered. This fluid motion made Jiang Yunhao's eyelids twitch. 6 shots. She looked up at Suyu, her heterochromatic eyes reflecting a cold hue in the dim light. Is that enough? Suyu asked. As long as I can reach the 5th floor, 6 shots can save 6 lives. She lowered the gun, disappearing into the darkness. Suyu nodded slightly, and turned to face the others. Yunhao, Mumu, Yun Yao, you 3 stay here. The safety of the 3 members of the Li family, and my mom, 4 people's safety, is entrusted to you. Jiang Yunhao stood up straight. Brother Su, aren't you taking me? Staying back is more important than attacking. Suyu glanced at him. If anyone approaches Yunhao, you block the door. Yun Yao, you cover with the gun. Jiang Yunhao grinned, though unwilling. He nodded vigorously. Understood. Jiang Mumu walked over to Su Ye's side, looked up at him, moved her lips, but ultimately said nothing. Suyu reached out and rubbed her head. He opened the bedroom door and walked out. In the living room, Li Yi and Li's mother exchanged glances, completely unaware of what had happened inside, until Suyu pushed the door open again and walked up to her. Lead the way. Li was taken aback. Me. It's too dark, you know the way. But She instinctively took half a step back. Su Hang came out of the bedroom, holding a thick black down jacket. He walked up to Li Yi, wrapped the jacket around her without a word, and zipped it up to her chin. Don't be afraid. Su Hang grabbed her wrist tightly. Stay close to me, and don't fall behind. Li looked down at her wrist being held, her lips moving a few times, instinctively wanting to pull her hand back, but when she met Su Hang's earnest eyes, she forcibly halted her movement. The 4 of them exited the room, stepping down the icy stairs. When they reached the corner of the 2nd floor, Suyu did not stop his stride. Ahead at the 1st floor exit, 3 shadows were huddled inside the unit door, one with arms crossed stamping his feet to keep warm, while the other 2 squatted in the corner. The sound of footsteps startled the 3. The leading thug using the snowlight collided directly with Su Yi. Looking at Lin Qing Li and Su Hang behind him, all of them had their hands tucked in their oversized down jackets with hard outlines of objects hidden beneath the hems. The thug instinctively stepped aside to clear the path, his calf involuntarily twitching as he pressed himself hard against the wall, forcing out a smile that looked worse than crying. This damned weather. The road is slippery, take it slow everyone. Suyu didn't even raise his eyelids, leading the group straight past them. The sound of the 4 footsteps gradually faded into the snowy distance. The 3 thugs were left standing there, exchanging glances. A full minute passed before heavy breathing echoed in the corridor. One of the thugs felt his legs weaken and slid down against the wall. Damn. The guy at the front just looked at me. I thought I saw a ghost. That must be the gang that old Huang mentioned, right? Should we chase them? The leading thug slapped him on the back of the head, his voice kept low. Chase your mom. Didn't you see they were hiding long weapons in their clothes? Going up means death. Zhang Shun already got 2 dead guys. You still want to risk your life? He spat on the ground. Anyway, there are still people in 501. We just need to keep a close watch upstairs. The 3 exchanged glances and tacitly squatted back against the wall. Outside the community, the wind and snow were fierce. Su Hang deliberately quickened his pace to walk in front of Li, using his body to shield her from the cold wind blowing in. He pulled out a piece of chocolate from his pocket, already softened by body heat, the aluminum foil crumple. Su Hang deliberately quickened his pace to walk in front of Li, using his body to shield her from the cold wind blowing in. He pulled out a piece of chocolate from his pocket already softened by body heat, the aluminum foil crumpled. "Take this." He stuffed the chocolate into Li's hand. Li looked down at the piece of warm chocolate in her palm, a wave of bitterness rising in her throat. She said nothing, tore open the wrapper, and took a small bite. The sweetness melted on her tongue. Using the faint light from the streetlight above, she gazed at Su Hang's back, who was blocking the wind ahead. That back seemed much broader than she remembered. "Turn left ahead." She lowered her voice. The four of them turned into a narrow alley passing through 2 rows of abandoned storefronts. At the end of the alley was the bridgehead of the Xiangjiang Bridge, the bridge surface empty, with only the snow reflecting a pale light under the street lamps. Cross the bridge, go south. In less than 20 minutes, a 4-story independent building appeared in sight, with a warm yellow light streaming out from the first floor, and the sounds of chattering people could be faintly heard inside. Suyu stopped 50 meters away from the building. "Is this the place?" Li nodded, shrinking back behind Su Hang, her voice trembling. "There are at least 20 or 30 people inside." Suyu ignored her and turned to Lin Xingli. "Xingli, the back door and windows are up to you." Lin Xingli nodded, her hand resting on her hidden Yinling knife at her waist, her figure flickering and disappearing into the shadows beside the building. Suyu looked back at Su Hang. "Protect her, don't let her out of your sight." Su Hang tightened his grip on Li's hand and nodded firmly. Suyu turned around and stepped toward the tightly closed iron door. In the ground floor hall of a 4-story detached villa on the east bank of the Xiang River, smoke hung thick. Zhang Shun sat squarely on a worn leather sofa, his face dark and cold as he glared silently at the enforcers gathering in the hall. What had begun as a group of 20-odd thugs swelled steadily as more were summoned. Now over 30 desperate men clustered around rusted metal fire pits, gripping cleavers and steel pipes, restless and eager for violence. "Brother Shun, when do we move?" A bald, burly man edged close, rubbing his frost-reddened hand. Impatient, Zhang Shun slammed a dagger onto the coffee table, then pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and watched its white smoke coil upward beneath the dim yellow light. "I've already sent Monkey to keep watch. We'll strike together, once our numbers are complete. Since they dared provoke us tonight, they'll all die in Fengshu residential complex." With that he rose, sweeping his gaze across the roomful of thugs, then raised his cigarette between 2 fingers and pointed forward, launching his pre-battle exhortation with a tantalizing lure. "Listen well, brothers. Their cargo is extraordinary. Not only pristine supplies, but 3 women, stunning enough for magazine covers. Once we seize them tonight, I Zhang Shun will feast on the finest cuts, and leave you, my brothers, nothing less than exquisite broth. Brother Shun invincible. Crush those outsiders." Stirred by promises of beauty and bounty, the hall erupted. Whistles, shrieked, howls tore from throats like wolves, and someone slammed a cleaver against the tile floor until sparks flew roaring with frenzied bloodlust. Zhang Shun smiled, faintly satisfied by his men's frenzy, just as he prepared to issue further orders. Boom! A deafening explosion shattered the silence. The heavy bolted door ripped inward, crashing into and overturning the nearest metal fire pit. Glowing embers scattered wildly. Several thugs seated near the entrance were struck full force by the flying door and tumbled away screaming. A gale of wind and snow surged violently through the breach. The raucous clamor died mid-breath, as if throttled, leaving stunned silence. Over 30 pairs of eyes snapped in unison toward the shattered doorway. A tall, lean young man stood framed in the ruined doorway, brushing fine snow from his shoulders. Behind him stretched a blizzard-drenched night, endless and black. "Suyu." He stepped calmly into the hall, his gaze moving slowly, deliberately across every face present. "Who is Zhang Shun?" Not a whisper broke the stillness. 30-odd thugs clutched cleavers and pipes, but none rushed forward. Not from hesitation, but because the image of that iron door hurtling inward had stunned their minds into paralysis. That was a solid iron-plated door. One kick. Just one. Holy hell, it's him. It's them. A slick-haired man cowered in the corner, recognizing Su Hang and Suyu at once. His shriek pierced the air as he recoiled, pressing himself deep into the wall, as if electrified. Zhang Shun froze before the sofa, his eyelids twitching violently. He had never imagined they'd arrive so swiftly, or dare storm his stronghold Heaton with just 2 men. His stare locked onto the youth in the doorway, then flickered down to the iron door, lying 5 meters away on the floor. His throat convulsed sharply. "I'm Zhang Shun," he said, straightening slowly, his right hand slipping discreetly toward the small of his back. His voice remained steady. "Brother, which faction are you with? Let's talk. Attack." Before Zhang Shun could draw his weapon, the eager bald thug lunged first, cleaver raised high, bellowing. With the others now surging forward behind him, Suyu didn't flinch. The bald man closed in, cleaver whistling down in a lethal arc. Suyu shifted his stance, subtly sidestepped, and drove a brutal upward elbow, striking dead center on the man's sternum with surgical precision. A sickening, bone-crunching crack echoed sharply. The bald man's chest caved inward, he flew backward 5 meters, colliding with 3 others, and collapsing in a groaning heap. The second thug swung his blade, yet never saw Tsuyu move. A lightning-fast front kick smashed into his abdomen, folding him like a shrimp as he skidded 6 meters across the floor, striking the wall hard before vomiting blood and passing out. Third, fourth, fifth. With fists, elbows, and knees alone, the most direct primal forms of combat, Tsuyu moved through the mob as though walking unchallenged through empty space. Each impact rang with the sharp snap of breaking bone and the raw guttural wails of agony. To these ordinary men, Tsuyu's speed was inhuman, his movements impossibly swift, like watching children stumble beside a master. In under 40 seconds the hall lay strewn with writhing bodies. The thick coppery stench of blood drowned out the scent of burning charcoal. 3 thugs, utterly broken, screamed and scrambled sideways, desperate to smash windows and flee. Crash! Glass splintered outward, just as a flash of glacial light, swift and serpentine, sliced through the opening from outside. Up! Lin Qingli, poised beyond the window, swept her goose-feather saber horizontally through the breach. Its edge parted the lead thug's forearm cleanly, blood sprayed across the jagged glass. The 2 behind shrieked in terror, tumbling backward into the hall, never daring again to approach windows or rear doors. Tsuyu stood motionless at the hall's center, breathing evenly, his clothes unwrinkled. His evolved physiology rendered these common thugs no more than a trivial warm-up. He lifted his gaze, piercing past the moaning wreckage of fallen men, locking precisely onto the sole upright figure before the sofa, Zhang Shan. Zhang Shan's face had bleached pale as the snow outside. His temples throbbed violently as he stared. 30-odd men defeated in under a minute, reduced to whimpering ruin by a single opponent. That inhuman speed. That terrifying burst of power. An evolved, one far surpassing him, unmistakably elite. Cold sweat drenched Zhang Shan's back. His right hand clenched the grip of his Type 92 pistol buried deep in his waistband. Yet his fingers trembled, rigid and frozen. Draw the gun. Could he even hit him? Tsuyu's ghost-like evasiveness left no margin for error, no certainty of a clean shot. A miss would seal his fate. The same shattered sternum suffered by the bald thug would be his own. No, he'd die worse. Tsuyu was already stepping across the blood-soaked floor, closing in. Zhang Shan's pupils contracted to needle points. In the next instant his leg muscles bulged violently, tearing the outer layer of his cotton trousers with a sharp right rip. He exploded off the floor, tiles shattering beneath his feet, as he launched himself airborne like a cannonball. The bosses moved. A few thugs huddled in the corner gasped, eyes wide. Madare Zhang Shan twisted his body into an awkward, contorted fold, then drove both knees down with thunderous force onto the tiles. Thud! The ceramic cracked instantly beneath his kneecaps. Using the momentum, he slid forward over 2 meters, finally dropping to his knees directly before Tsuyu's feet. Both hands rose high above his head. In his hand, he held the 92-style pistol he had just cherished on the second floor. Brother, this gun is what I just cleaned tonight. Just waiting for you to claim it. Zhang Shan's voice trembled uncontrollably, his posture humbly submissive to the extreme. It's Xiao Shunzi who didn't see clearly, and my subordinates are even more blind. I should die for offending you, brother. Consider this gun a tribute. I am willing to serve you like a loyal dog from now on. The hall was deathly silent. Those thugs covering their wounds had expressions as if they had seen a ghost. Their ruthless leader Shun Gu was holding a real weapon, yet didn't dare to fire a single shot, directly kneeling down. Tsuyu looked down coldly at the local tyrant kneeling at his feet. After a few seconds of silence his fists tightened, and then loosened only to tighten again. Finally he reached out, and took the 92-style pistol from Zhang Shan's raised palm. Pressing the thumb he ejected the magazine to take a look. It was full 15 rounds, well maintained. He pushed the magazine back and smoothly tucked the pistol into his bosom. His gaze fell back on Zhang Shan, a hint of profound meaning flashing in Su-Ye's eyes. Are you also an evolver? Outside the door, hearing the commotion inside cease, Su-Heng immediately brought Li Yi in. As Li Yi stepped across the threshold, her feet suddenly halted, her eyes filled with shock. Around them dozens of armed thugs lay sprawled, blood and soot mixed all over the ground. The local tyrant who once cornered her family now resembled a wild dog with a broken spine, crouched at Su-Yu's feet, not daring to breathe. Su-Heng stepped forward, grinning, and winked at her. See, I told you it was nothing. Li Yi's cracked lips moved, but no sound escaped her throat. Su-Yu casually pulled over a broken wooden chair to sit down, crossing his legs, as he looked down at Zhang Shan on the floor. I have a few questions for you. I think carefully before you answer. Brother, ask away. Zhang Shan bowed repeatedly. When did you awaken? What abilities do you have? Zhang Shan's back trembled violently, speaking rapidly. 3 days ago. There was a mutation in my legs. My jumping ability surged. I can jump directly from the first floor to the second. Tsuyu glanced at his legs, muscles bulging. However, such a singular physical enhancement was at best a green stat of little value. Who are you with? The Zhou family. The Zhou family of the Star City Trading Alliance. Zhang Shun hastily revealed the details without hesitation. Su Yu leaned back in his chair, fingers lightly tapping the armrest. Do you know how many evolvers there are in Star City currently? Zhang Shun hesitated for a moment, lowering his voice. I heard from the Zhou family that the awakening tide erupted starting from the 6th day. There were about 20 to 30,000 at that time. The abilities are varied, but most are quite weak, not much stronger than ordinary people. With a population of 10 million in Star City, that ratio seemed reasonable. Have all these evolvers been conscripted? They have no choice but to be conscripted. Zhang Shun's facial muscles twitched fiercely, his tone tinged with bitterness. After awakening, they are so hungry they could chew on table legs. Ordinary food is useless, only mutated beast meat is effective, but all beast meat is tightly controlled above. If they really don't want to pledge allegiance, they could go hunting themselves, but isn't that just asking for death? Who would dare to go? Su Yu's eyes flickered. The military, the provincial government, and the trading alliance, all three, are competing for people. Yes. Zhang Shun grasped onto this lifeline, desperately showcasing his value. The military offers conscription, the provincial government provides high benefits, and the trading alliance offers freedom. I dislike too many rules within the system, so I chose the trading alliance. He cautiously glanced up, hurriedly correcting himself. If I had known you were in this territory, I wouldn't have dared to come here to collect food tickets, even if I had 10 times the courage. Su Yu ignored his flattery and directly posed the next question. Are there any who lost their minds right after awakening? Zhang Shun initially didn't react, confusion written all over his face. Su Yu added, you know, people who are neither human nor beast, attacking anything they see, completely insane. Zhang Shun's expression changed in an instant. He shivered. Yes. He swallowed hard, his voice dropping a few octaves. 2 days ago, I saw it with my own eyes. A man in his 30s went crazy in the middle of the night. Black long hair and hard armor bursting from his body. His nails turned into sharp spikes over 10 centimeters long, moving at incredible speed, tearing at people on sight. When the patrol team arrived, he had already killed dozens of people. In the end, the military sent 2 armored vehicles to take him down with vehicle-mounted machine guns. A hint of seriousness flashed in Su Yu's eyes. A malignant mutation, the brain rewritten, all rationality lost, completely reduced to a beast. What happened to the bodies? They were taken away by the military. Zhang Shun desperately recalled. I heard from the Zhou family that those who were completely beastified were all sent to a biological research institute on the eastern bank of the Xiang River. Do you know what the research institute is specifically doing? I'm not sure. The perimeter is so tightly controlled that not even a fly can enter. I only know that the military sends things there from time to time. Su Yu noted down this piece of information, abruptly changing the subject. What caused the military to relinquish some power on the 6th day in Star City? Zhang Shun's face was filled with panic as he shook his head vigorously. Brother, at my level, they wouldn't tell me this. I've only been here for 3 days, and I haven't even met anyone from the Zhou family. Su Yu stared at him for 2 seconds, confirming he wasn't lying. What about the trading alliance? You must know a bit. I'm familiar with this. Zhang Shun eagerly replied. The trading alliance is mainly led by the Zhou family and the Qin family. The Zhou family was involved in heavy industry before the disaster, owning factories and steel mills, and they are currently helping the military produce steel plates for walls and weapon parts. The Qin family started with medicine, holding pharmaceutical factories and warehouses. Antibiotics and surgical supplies are more precious than gold in these times. These 2 families have rallied over a dozen smaller families together. They have manpower and factories. Even the provincial government has to give them some face. Su Yu quickly pieced this information together in his mind, a rough outline of the power structure in Star City gradually taking shape. The military holds the walls and military power, the provincial government manages administration and population, and the trading alliance controls factories and the production lines of essential goods, with the 3 parties interdependent, yet secretly vying for power. How does the trading alliance get its mutated beast meat? This question stumped Zhang Shun. Zhang Shun was left speechless, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. I only know there's a fixed channel delivered every 3 days. As for where the goods come from, the Zhou family keeps it tightly under wraps. Su Yu suddenly stood up, his cold gaze sweeping over the moaning thugs on the ground. Those who met his gaze shrank back simultaneously, and the hall fell silent. Su Yu lowered his eyes, casting a cold glance at Zhang Shun. From now on, your life belongs to me, and the protection fees for these streets will be cancelled. Zhang Shun slammed his head hard against the floor tiles, creating a loud thud. Brother, if you point east, I will never go west. After giving him a meaningful look, Su Yu turned and walked towards the door. The wind and snow hit hard as a few people stepped out of the small building that still emitted a warm yellow light. Li Yi's legs felt somewhat weak, being half supported by Su Hang as they moved forward. The cold wind rushed down her throat, yet it could not suppress the turbulent resentment and unwillingness in her chest. She couldn't help but turn back, fixating on the brightly lit window. How could he kneel down and dare to beg for mercy? Her voice trembled, laced with gritted teeth, hatred primarily filled with disbelief. At that moment a mad hope surged within her. How she wished Zhang Shun had a bit more backbone. Even if that scoundrel could just draw his blade and resist like a true local tyrant. As long as Zhang Shun dared to fight back, Suyu, who was walking ahead, would undoubtedly snap his neck without. She fully expected to see Zhang Shun turn into a corpse, yet the ferocious and arrogant local tyrant faced with Suyu didn't dare to make a sound, bowing his head like a broken dog to survive. Intense resentment and regret surged within her chest, a Li bit down on her lower lip, almost tasting the metallic flavor of blood. However, when her gaze fell upon Suyu's cold back ahead, her body stiffened, suddenly forcing back the question, why not just kill him? She dared not voice it, choosing instead to bury this unwillingness deep within her heart. Suyu, walking ahead, didn't turn back, yet it seemed he had already seen through her suppressed thoughts, casually throwing out a cold remark amidst the swirling snow. In the apocalypse, strength is the only truth. Lin Xingli stepped out from the side shadows, sheathed her Yenling blade with a flick of her wrist, and cast a sidelong glance at Li Yi with an air of indifferent insight. The river wind continued to blow, but this time, Li Yi felt less cold. At the foot of the maple tree community, the three people who had been lurking earlier had vanished without a trace. In room 501 on the 5th floor, the security door was pulled open slightly from the inside. Jiang Yunhao peered out cautiously, confirmed it was his own people, and quickly opened the door wide. Sugu, is it done? All taken care of. Suyu stepped into the room, brushing off the snow that had accumulated on his shoulder. Li Yi followed Su Hang into the room, her tense nerves finally relaxing, her whole body slumping against the wall as she hugged her knees and cried. Seeing her daughter in this state, Li's mother immediately rushed over to embrace her, repeatedly offering comfort. Jiang Mumu dashed out from the small bedroom, bumping into his arms. After carefully examining him and confirming that he was unharmed, she obediently stepped back a half step. She understood Suyu's modus operandi too well. Braving the storm to go out was certainly not just for the sake of helping someone. Her clear eyes turned slightly as she suddenly asked, Brother Yu, that group of local tyrants must know quite a bit about the inner city. Did they reveal any valuable intel during this outing? In the corner, Jiang Yun Yao sat quietly, her handgun resting on her knees, her blue-green heterochromatic eyes gleaming with a cold hue in the dim light. Lin Xingli casually locked the security door and picked up the thread of Jiang Mumu's question. Zhang Shun only disclosed some surface-level interests. Lin Xingli mused slightly before sharing the clues she had gathered. Currently, the number of evolvers within Star City is rapidly increasing, but the mutated beast meat that sustains the evolvers is strictly controlled by the military provincial government and local merchant alliance. Jiang Yunhao frowned deeply upon hearing this, while Su Hang paused his action of handing Li Yi a tissue, turning his head to listen. Suyu sat down beside the wooden chair in the living room, glanced at everyone, and took over the conversation. What Xingli mentioned is merely the surface. Monopolizing the beast meat is just a result of interest division. Suyu's gaze deepened. The deeper reason must still lie in the power fragmentation that occurred on the 6th day of the disaster. Instantly the room fell silent, with only the faint crackling sound of burning charcoal in the fire pit. Suyu pieced together the fragmented information. Although I didn't get specific reasons from Zhang Shun, based on today's experiences, Zhao Mingxian was evasive, only mentioning the provincial government while deliberately avoiding the military. This proves that something significant must have happened in Star City on the 6th day, but ordinary people at the lower levels are unaware of it. Su Hang, squatting in front of the fire pit to warm his hands, suddenly looked up, his tone urgent. Bro, what should we do next? Suyu sprang to his feet, decisively dropping 2 words. Sleep. What? Su Hang's face was filled with confusion, as if his forehead was branded with question marks. After a moment, everyone took their rest. Suyu lay on the ground, closing his eyes to feel the continuous surging warmth within his body. His palm tightened, suddenly producing a series of fine popping sounds from between his knuckles. The dense feeling of power that seemed on the verge of overflowing was intoxicating. His consciousness sank into the space, and his virtual interface lit up. Source quality 71. 39 gene carrier position 11 gene expression progress 7. 3 strength 14. 1. A strength of 14. 1 meant that his punching power now was 3 times that of his pre-disaster self. The 30 or so armed henchmen from that night were like rotten wood, utterly unable to withstand a single blow. This terrifying data was the most accurate. A strength of 14. 1 meant that his punching power now was 3 times that of his pre-disaster self. The 30 or so armed henchmen from that night were like rotten wood, utterly unable to withstand a single blow. This terrifying data was the most accurate portrayal. Yet Suyu felt not an ounce of complacency. His gaze swept over the remains of the strange bird in the preservation chamber, and a ferocious image suddenly flashed in his mind of the fully armored Evolver officer from Baishui County swinging his battle axe. That kind of monstrous strength was at least 7 to 8 times that of an ordinary person. Perhaps the quality of the opponent's attributes was far inferior to the golden ones, but they had awakened earlier, giving them an absolute advantage in gene expression progress. And he was merely lacking time. Suyu turned over, burying these thoughts deep within. Drowsiness swept over him as the winter night of the 10th day of the apocalypse gradually drowned in the endless falling snow. On the 11th day of the apocalypse morning, the moment Suyu opened his eyes, the burning hunger in his stomach stronger than yesterday. Every time the expression progress of the golden attribute jumped a notch, the boat's craving for energy deepened a level. He submerged his consciousness into the space. In the preservation chamber, the strange bird's remains hung quietly, its feathers, bone spikes, and sharp claws maintaining the state they had when first stored. With a slight movement of his mind, he peeled and cut off the thighs of the 2 strange birds, thicker than an adult's arms, at least several times the size of the beast meat supplied by the military. He also took out iron skewers, a barbecue grill, wire mesh, and a box of barbecue charcoal from the space. Sitting in front of the half-extinguished stove in the living room, he pushed aside the ash to reveal a faint red glow underneath. He tossed in a few new coals, blew on them twice, and the flames leaped up immediately. Placing the ignited coals into the barbecue grill, he added a large amount of charcoal and set the wire mesh on top. Then he cut open the thighs, skewered them with several iron skewers, placed them on the grill, and began to roast. Suyu stared at the beast's legs slowly changing color on the charcoal fire, his fingers rhythmically flipping the iron skewer while his mind raced. Clearly stewing in a large pot would be more efficient, yet they chose this time-consuming method. Either roasting preserves a certain special energy substance in the mutated beast meat from being lost in water, or there is some other reason. Regardless of the reason, since the military uniformly adopted this method, there must be data support from the Biological Research Institute behind it. Thus he chose to roast it as well, and wanted to see if eating more mutated beast meat would increase his evolution speed. Soon the fat began to drip onto the charcoal, causing a series of crackling sounds. The strong, pungent smell of wild meat mixed with the aroma of roasting gradually filled the entire room. "Brother, what the hell are you burning so early in the morning? This smell could make someone faint." Suddenly, Su-Heng rushed out from the secondary bedroom, covering his mouth and nose, glancing at the slightly charred roasted leg, his face scrunched up. "So you didn't turn around? It's mutated beast meat, you can't eat it." Su-Heng retched a couple of times, quickly stuffed 2 wads of tissue into his nostrils, and slipped away to the bathroom. An hour later, the meat was finally roasted. Suyu tore off a piece and shoved it into his mouth, chewing vigorously. It was coarse, gamey, and the fibers were as tough as chewing on tree bark, almost identical in texture to the kind provided by the military. He wrapped one of the roasted large legs in clean cowhide paper and turned to hand it to Jiang Yuneo, who was standing behind him. She had already been awakened by the smell and stood there unable to move her feet. So you could clearly hear her swallow. "Eat it while it's hot." Jiang Yuneo caught it with both hands, thanked him softly, and scrunched her face as she took her first bite. But her chewing speed increased rapidly, her cheeks puffing up as she took another bite. Suyu turned and picked up his own leg, taking a big bite. The scalding meat juice exploded between his teeth, and an intense heat immediately surged through his stomach. The deep hunger that shadowed him was quickly suppressed. "Brother Su, can ordinary people really not eat this?" Jiang Yunhao stood at the door of the secondary bedroom, watching his sister devour the meat with a hint of envy in his tone. "I haven't tested it." Suyu quickly swallowed the last bite. "How about you be the first test subject?" Jiang Yunhao, sniffing the remaining gamey smell in the air, decisively abandoned that thought. Others gradually got up by this time. Suyu took out self-heating rice and a can of luncheon meat from his space to distribute to the others. Soon the sweet smell of hot rice wafted through the living room, covering the earlier stench. After the meal, Jiang Mu cleaned up the scraps, while Su Heng helped Yi Chunmei pour the boiled water into the thermos. Lin Xingli leaned against the door frame, wiping her knife. She meticulously polished the blade of the Yenling knife several times with a cloth. Suyu sat down in the living room, leaned back against the broken wooden chair, and closed his eyes. As his consciousness sank, he could clearly perceive that the large piece of mutated bird meat he had just eaten was being rapidly digested, transforming into a continuous torrent of heat washing through his limbs. This heat, continuously surging from within, was much more intense and substantial than when he had eaten that small piece of beast meat provided by the military in the quarantine area. Clearly his speculation was correct. As long as his body could handle it, consuming more of the mutated beast's flesh and blood could indeed directly and significantly increase the speed of genetic evolution. While Suyu silently savored the fierce transformation within him, Su Heng spun around 3 times beside him and finally couldn't hold back. "Brother, the military, provincial government, and business alliance have all shoved business cards into our hands. Which side are we supposed to choose?" What does just sitting here mean? Suyu continued to meditate with his eyes closed. Waiting. Waiting for what? Waiting for the fish to bite. Su-heng looked confused, wanting to ask more, but Lin Qingli gently shook her head to stop him. About half an hour, the silence downstairs was broken by the sound of an engine crunching over ice, followed by the heavy footsteps ascending the stairs and 3 measured knocks on the door. Suyu opened his eyes and nodded towards Jiang Yunhao. Open the door. Jiang Yunhao placed the cowtail knife across his chest and pulled open the security door with his left hand. As the cold wind rushed and Zhang Shun's face, looking worse than crying, first came into view. He stood at the very front, hunched over, hands clasped over his abdomen, neck recoiling like a maid's, as if there was an invisible line on the threshold he dared not cross. Behind him were 3 people with distinctly different auras. Elada? Zhang Shun's voice was shaky, rubbing his reddened palms as he stepped in half a step, then pulled back. These are distinguished guests from the Zhou family who heard about your abilities and specially came to pay you a visit. After Suyu left last night, Zhang Shun hurriedly reported the news to the Zhou family's contact point. According to his original plan, the Zhou family would likely send someone to clean up this audacious outsider, stamping out any trouble before it began. More than 50 people had gone out, but only 30-odd returned. A rusty kitchen knife, a tattered blanket, 5 bottles of water, and 3 boxes of self-heating rice. This was... Zhang Shun was stunned at that moment, but could only brace himself to act as the guide, and his speech was somewhat floating. The leading man was dressed in a meticulously tailored dark gray cashmere overcoat, looking handsome and appearing to be in his 30s. However, his neatly trimmed sideburns and eyebrows were an unusual grayish white, and his pupils reflected a chilling green glow in the dim light. As he entered, his gaze swept around the room. The neatly dressed crowd, and a tall woman by the wall, one hand resting on the blade of her knife, her expression cold. There wasn't a single person in this room who was easy to deal with. Zhou Yinheng quickly assessed the situation in his mind. I apologize for the intrusion. I am Zhou Yinheng, the representative of the Zhou family's evolving affairs in the Xinqing Business Alliance. He was followed by 2 others. One was a burly man standing by the door, his already broad neck appearing extremely thick. The skin of his hands exposed outside his cold-proof clothing showed a rough dark green color, even faintly exuding a leathery hardness. He stood with his back straight, his gaze scanning the room like a beast ready to pounce. The other was a woman around 28 or 29 years old, her long hair cascading down, revealing patches of eerie crimson near the roots. Her deep-set eyes had amber vertical pupils that occasionally constricted. Upon entering, she subtly twitched her nostrils, furrowing her brow as she glanced in Jiang Yunao's direction before looking away. Her expression changed, but she remained silent. Suyu leaned against the wooden chair, neither standing nor responding. Sit. He only tossed out a single word. Zhou Yinheng was unfazed, casually pulling over a chair to sit down, his posture relaxed, the hem of his coat neatly arranged. Then he directly stated his purpose. Mr. Su, I want beat around the bush. He pulled out a document with the Business Alliance's letterhead from his coat pocket and placed it on the table, lightly tapping it with his finger. The Zhou family is willing to offer Mr. Su the following cooperation conditions: a standalone house in the core area, unlimited heating and electricity, daily rations of mutated beast meat, a monthly grain coupon starting at £500, and medical supplies as needed. Additionally, the internal evolutionists of the Business Alliance enjoy full autonomy, unlike the military system, where once you enter you must follow orders. The conditions were quite generous. For those refugees outside who risked their lives for a meal while repairing city walls, this was a level of treatment they wouldn't dare dream of. Suyu glanced at the document, and then raised his gaze. What makes you think I would lack these? Zhou Yanheng, this reaction was completely unexpected for him. Which newly arrived evolutionist in the city wasn't driven mad by hunger, tightly grasped by the rations of beast meat. But he reacted quickly, almost without hesitation, raising his hand to sweeten the deal. You are right, Mr. Su. In addition to the supplies, the Zhou family's factory can produce weapons. You can freely choose cold weapons. If Mr. Su is interested, I can also negotiate a small quota for firearms and ammunition. Suyu slowly tapped his fingers on the table twice. What else? Zhou Yinheng's brow finally furrowed. This man's demands exceeded even his most cautious expectations. No, rather than saying his appetite was vast, it would be more accurate to say he regarded all the enticing offers Zhou had just laid before him as utterly insignificant. Then, Mr. Su, what precisely do you seek? Zhou Yinheng suppressed the flicker of unease in his eyes and steadied his presence. 3 things. Suyu calmly raised 3 fingers. First, the true origin of mutated beast meat, the complete chain from capture to processing. I demand full disclosure. A faint stiffness tightened the smile at Zhou Yinheng's lips. Second, henceforth I will accept no pre-cut portions. I require whole carcasses only. Outside the corridor, the burly gatekeeper abruptly turned his head, thick brows knotted into a fierce scowl, his gaze slicing like a blade into the room. Third, Suyu slowed his cadence, each word weighted with deliberate gravity. I wish to learn certain concealed truths inaccessible to ordinary citizens. For instance, what truly transpired within Xingqing on day 6 of the cataclysm. The moment those words settled, silence crashed upon the room. So absolute a pin's fall would have echoed like thunder. Zhou Yinheng sank into a prolonged, heavy silence. The very air seemed to freeze solid. The woman standing behind him shifted half a step closer, leaned down, and whispered a single caution into his ear, so faint it was little more than breath. There's the scent of mutated beast meat in this room. Zhou Yinheng's eyelid twitched sharply. Possession of such meat implied not only formidable combat capability, but also likely contact with other factions. A cascade of implications flooded his mind. After a long pause, he drew a deep, steadying breath, and restored his smile, though it now held a subtle, brittle rigidity. Mr. Su's terms are open for negotiation by the Zhou family. He rose, smoothed the hem of his overcoat, and let the probing sharpness in his gaze slip free of restraint. Yet the Merchant Alliance sustains its people on proven merit alone. Would you honor us, Mr. Su, by accompanying us to the Zhou family industrial compound, so we might witness your capabilities firsthand? Suyu cast him a cool, indifferent glance, then rose without hesitation. Let's go. At those two terse words, Zhou Yinheng's smile froze mid-expression. His meticulously rehearsed second round of persuasion, and the third final concession he'd reserved, were abruptly strangled in his throat. Yet he was a veteran of countless negotiations. His composure never faltered. Almost instantly he extended his right hand. Straightforward. We'll await you downstairs in our vehicle. Please take a moment to prepare. Suyu made no move to clasp the offered hand, merely nodded, a silent, unmistakable gesture signaling dismissal. Zhou Yinheng showed no trace of embarrassment. He withdrew his hand, gave a subtle nod to the two figures behind him, and the trio exited in disciplined succession, their footsteps receding down the stairwell, fading into distance. Zhang Shun had pressed himself flat against the corridor wall outside the door, motionless throughout. Only after Zhou Yinheng and his entourage departed did he immediately follow in their wake. Bang! The door had barely clicked shut when Su Heng sprang upright from his chair, eyes wide, with bewilderment, urgency sharpening his voice. Brother, are we really going? We know nothing of this place. What if they've laid a trap? That's walking straight into the tiger's den. Now we are going. Suyu raised a palm downward in gentle command, urging calm. I am going alone. Jiang Yunhao instantly rose, his face clouded with concern. Brother Su, surely that's unwise. Suyu ignored the protest, turned directly toward the bedroom, and beckoned the others to follow. Come inside. Close the door. They exchanged glances and filed in one by one. The door clicked softly shut behind them. Suyu stood still, then gently flipped his wrist. Under the guidance of his consciousness, a towering pile of supplies materialized on the previously empty floor, as if conjured by sorcery. Self-heating rice meals, canned goods, compressed biscuits, bottled water, all stacked with precise orderliness. Atop them rested several boxes of anti-inflammatory medication. Su Heng stared at the mountainous hoard, his lips twitching involuntarily. This stockpile is sufficient to sustain you all securely for 3 to 5 days. Suyu adjusted the topmost can, aligning it perfectly. While I'm away, proceed with utmost caution. Remember, no matter what unfolds beyond these walls, under no circumstances should any of you venture out alone. Having issued his instructions, he turned and walked directly toward Jiang Yunyao. His palm flipped once more, and several thickly tinfoil-wrapped parcels of mutated beast meat were placed into the girl's arms. When hungry, roast them thoroughly. Do not endure hunger needlessly. Next, he retrieved the Type 92 pistol seized from Zhang Shun the previous night, and placed it into Jiang Yunyao's hands as well. With the weapon she already carried, the seemingly fragile girl, her heterochromatic eyes gleaming with quiet intensity, now bore 2 firearms. Suyu gazed steadily into her irises, dulled slightly by daylight, yet still arresting in their depth, and spoke with grave solemnity. I know you are the same person by day and night. By day, restrain yourself and maintain composure. But should anyone recklessly force their way here, hesitate not. Fire without mercy. Jiang Yunyao lifted her gaze to meet his, just once, her pale lips parting as if to speak, yet no sound emerged. Instead, she clenched the cold, hard grip of both pistols with trembling intensity and nodded, once fiercely. With all arrangements complete, Suyu turned to leave the bedroom. Fish brother. Jiang Mumu, who had stood quietly at his side, suddenly tilted her delicate porcelain pale face upward, her eyes bright and knowing, and murmured softly. Was sparing Zhang Shun's life last night precisely for this reason. Her words struck like lightning. Every pair of eyes in the room snapped instantly to the two of them. Suyu halted, glanced sideways at Jiang Mumu's serene, yet perceptive expression, and a faint appreciative smile curved his lips. Precisely. You understand me best. Su Heng stared dumbfounded, instinctively scratching the back of his head. What does that mean? Suyu pulled up a wooden chair, sat, and swept a piercing gaze across the group, deciding this was the moment to deliver a sobering warning. Think carefully yourselves. In Xingqing today, 3 powers vie for dominance. The military commands the city walls and firearms, the provincial government holds administrative authority and population control, and the merchant alliance possesses what? Lin Xingli crossed her arms against the doorframe, her eyes flashing with sudden clarity as she replied, without hesitation, factories, and mountains of inert supplies. Exactly. Suyu inclined his head in approval. Without overwhelming martial strength or official legitimacy, mere material wealth in this merciless cannibalistic age is akin to a child clutching gold bricks through a riotous bazaar. Disaster is inevitable. Therefore, among these 3 factions, the Merchant Alliance is unquestionably the most desperate to consolidate power, and the most eager to recruit elite cultivators. Lin Xingli's gaze flickered. She had already grasped the crux of Suyu's reasoning. Now consider Zhang Shan. Suyu continued, a cold edge entering his tone. His entire supply of mutated beast meat, the very resource sustaining his evolution, depends entirely on Zhou family patronage. His lifeline lies wholly in their grasp. From the moment he groveled last night, I knew his submission was hollow, fundamentally unreliable. Yet he cannot defeat me, nor dare defy me. He fears my killing him above all else. Trapped in such terror, what sole path to survival remains for him? He reports upward. Lin Xingli answered crisply. Correct. Suyu's lips lifted in quiet sadness. That is precisely why I spared him last night. To use his tongue as a conduit, delivering an unaltered account of my capabilities straight to the Zhou family's highest echelons. The room fell completely silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Su Heng slowly opened his mouth. What I want, Suyu said in a low voice. It's about transforming passiveness into initiative. Instead of going to them, it's better to reveal a hand in front of the weakest and most desperate trading alliance, letting them take the initiative to come to us for cooperation. He slightly raised his chin, scanning the crowd. Look, didn't the Zhou family members come today? Zhang Mumu gazed at Su Ye's resolute profile, her eyes sparkling with a bright light. Su Heng stood stunned, finally managing to utter, brother, you're always thinking 3 steps ahead. Calculating 3 steps ahead is far from enough. Suyu stood up, zipping up his down jacket. In this endgame of a world, if one cannot see beyond 10 steps, they will inevitably become someone else's cannon fodder. At this moment, although Suyu spoke lightly, claiming to control everything, these words were merely to soothe everyone's hearts. In reality, he was burdened with an overwhelming sense of urgency. Because of the unprecedented cold wave in his memories and the bizarrely fragmented situation within Star City, he felt an intense sense of crisis. Moreover, from the macro memory fragments he had acquired, it seemed that this seemingly solid fortress city of Star City had not lasted even a month. What's even more critical is that since there is a mysterious prophet in the core of the national government, it means that the information evolvers will become the mainstream combat force in the future must have been grasped in advance by the high levels of major cities nationwide. If the upper echelons had foreseen this, then the 3 factions in Star City competing for control of powerful evolvers would absolutely be more frantic than he could observe on the surface. What he could do now is to seize the opportunity, quickly uncover the hidden currents of Star City, and enhance his own evolution level as soon as possible. He must quickly acquire advanced attributes and fully equip his core team. Only absolute power can shatter the unknown fear. After a moment of contemplation, several people remained. Lin Xingli's brows were still slightly furrowed, seemingly unable to let go of her concerns. What if you go alone into the Zhou family's territory and they can't figure out your cards, plotting against you and taking direct action? That possibility doesn't exist. Suyu firmly denied. The Zhou family is in need of people. My life is worth much more than being dead. He resolutely opened the door, and as his figure disappeared, the clear sound of footsteps gradually descended the hallway. Zhang Mumu followed him to the threshold, leaning on the doorframe, and softly called out, "Brother, you come back early. I'll be waiting for you at home." Su Ye's voice came from the hallway, faint. In the living room, Li Yi was like a frightened little quail wiping sweat off her father's forehead beside the sofa. Her hands kept moving, but her eyes were always paying attention to Suyu and their every move. The man who had caused a river of blood last night had once again forced the big shots of the Zhou family to sit at the negotiation table this morning. In less than an hour, he was about to walk alone into the enemy's territory. What kind of person is he? Li Yi tightened her fists around the towel, clenching and unclenching them. As Su Heng passed by her with a can of food, he looked at her expression and seemed to feel a little pity. He set down the can, patted her shoulder, and deliberately lowered his voice to comfort her. "Don't worry, stay well, trust my brother, he won't be wrong." Li Yi looked up at him, her lips moved, but in the end, she just silently nodded. Suyu descended the stairs alone, the cold wind howling outside. A black sedan was parked by the roadside, the white mist spewing from the exhaust pipe was particularly striking in the -20-degree air. Suyu opened the rear door and sat inside. A gust of warm air rushed towards him, and as the door closed, the cold was instantly cut off. In the driver's seat was the burly man from earlier, sitting upright, his hands steady on the steering wheel, silent. Zhou Yinheng sat in the passenger seat, casually handing over an unopened bottle of mineral water. There's still some distance to go, mister. So make yourself comfortable. He then pointed to the driver's seat. This is He Mingjing, responsible for security. He Mingjing glanced at Suyu through the rearview mirror, nodded as a form of greeting. Zhou Yinheng then gestured towards the side of the door in the back seat. Liang Zhixiao, responsible for our route and logistics. No one knows these roads and Star City better than her. Liang Zhixiao flashed a charming smile, and also nodded towards Suyu. Suyu slightly nodded, leaning back into the seat, his gaze sweeping around the interior of the car. Genuine leather seats. On the console was a thermos cup that hadn't been capped. The warm air was sufficient, making the outside world, where corpses lay everywhere, feel like two different realms. Suyu tilted his head to look out the window. An elderly man wrapped in a tattered woven bag was curled up at the curb, a thin layer of snow already settled on him, not knowing if he was still alive. He Mingjing shifted into gear, and the sedan smoothly rolled out of the maple tree community, gradually picking up speed. Suyu suddenly noticed a comical figure in the rearview mirror. Zhang Shun. At that moment he was running for dear life in the snow with his awakened legs. Suyu glanced at him through the back window, almost unable to hold back his laughter. The cold wind had blown his snot out, freezing into two white lines hanging at the corners of his mouth. His running posture resembled a stray dog forgotten by its owner in the snow, yet he dared not pause even for a moment. Occasionally passers-by were startled by his sudden appearance, stumbling back, glancing at the frantic man chasing the car, cursing a few words before retreating back to the wall. Is he not coming up? Suyu casually asked. Then he followed Suyu's gaze, and looked back, his face devoid of expression, simply replying nonchalantly. Him? What qualifications does he have to get in the car? To be able to run behind is already impressive. Many people wish they could run, but lack the stamina. Suyu withdrew his gaze, not looking again. The car fell into silence for a few seconds. Liang Zhixiao's gaze kept shifting back and forth on Suyu. She wanted to extract some details from this young man's clothing, posture, and expression, but the more she looked, the more something felt off. This person had a breath that was excessively heavy, entering a stranger's car and heading towards the Zhou family's territory, without any hint of awkwardness. She couldn't help but speak up. Mister Su, this is your first time entering the city, yet you seem so calm. Suyu replied, his gaze always fixed on the rapidly passing dilapidated streets outside. I've seen many dead on the road, so I've gotten used to it. This statement fell flat, yet Liang Zhixiao inexplicably felt a chill run down her back, her nostrils subtly flaring, but ultimately, she did not pursue the question further. The car drove deep towards the eastern bank of the Xiangjiang River. About 15 minutes later, the vehicle turned onto a wide industrial avenue. The streets began to exhibit a tremendous change. The snow on the road had clearly been cleared, and the buildings on both sides were no longer makeshift shelters for refugees, but clusters of industrial factories and warehouses. Giant slogans were painted on the walls, some of which were still safety production slogans from before the disaster. The paint eroded and mottled by the wind and snow.